3011 The boy's game 1 With the appearance of the city, Desire Island, which was originally dead silent, suddenly became lively. Between the city and the paths, there were moving figures everywhere, and birds and beasts had also begun to screech and run. According to the preset plot, the residents of this city had officially started their lives. The noise came from far away, making the island of Desire, a heartless place, no longer seem so cold. Tang Zhen stood at the peak of the mountain and sensed the changes in the entire city. He gradually revealed a satisfied smile. The degree of perfection of this city could be rated as 99 points. It had completely met Tang Zhen's expectations. This was the first time Tang Zhen had used his ability to create a city after he became a god. It could be said that it had extraordinary significance. He wondered if the boy would be satisfied when he saw this special city. Wow, so this is the city you built. It looks pretty good. This thought had just risen in Tang Zhen's mind when a boy's voice sounded from behind him. His tone was filled with an uncontrollable joy. He had already returned. At this moment, his eyes were wide open as he looked at the city below the cliff. His originally unruly face was filled with surprise and joy, as if he had received a long-awaited toy. It wasn't strange for the boy to behave like this. Although he had a special identity, he had the temperament of a child. After being trapped on the island of Desire for so many years, he was probably bored to the point of going crazy. When he found out about Tang Zhen's true identity, the boy proposed the plan that he had been planning for a long time, hoping that Tang Zhen could help him complete it. Tang Zhen had seen through this point and had deliberately rejected the other party's request, catching the little boy off guard. Compared to the reward that should have been given out, the boy cared more about his toy and would definitely not give it up easily. Tang Zhen was his only hope. This caused the originally unruly little boy to have no choice but to submit. Otherwise, with the boy's unruly character, it would not be an easy thing for Tang Zhen to get the reward that belonged to him. At this moment, the little boy was filled with a good impression of Tang Zhen. The unhappiness that he originally had long vanished into thin air. Hurry up and tell me how to play with it. Will it break when I touch it? As he looked at the city that he had been looking forward to for a long time, the boy was somewhat timid. He turned around and asked for Tang Zhen's opinion. Destruction is actually the most meaningless thing, because you will only get a pile of ruins, and you can't repair it. You can try to act as a variety of identities and do all kinds of things you want to do. That way, you'll get enough fun. Tang Zhen suggested. After all, this was his work, and he really didn't want the boy to destroy it. Residents could be resurrected, but buildings were different. After they collapsed, they had to be repaired or restored by the gods. The boy was not a god, so he could not do it. I know, I'm going to be a swordsman and eliminate all the bad guys. As the boy spoke, his body was suddenly covered in a set of armor, and he held a golden sword in his hand. Then, he jumped off the cliff and landed on a translucent ladder that appeared out of thin air. He screamed and rushed toward the city. Through this scene, Tang Zhen was able to confirm that the boy was still hiding quite a lot of abilities. Have you forgotten the reward you promised me? Tang Zhen's spiritual force enveloped the boy as he looked at him in the distance. He then asked in an indifferent tone. Don't worry, I'll definitely tell you before you leave. Even if I tell you now, you won't be able to leave. Why are you in such a hurry? As the boy spoke, he had already entered the city. Then, as if he had been injected with chicken blood, he rushed toward the alley in front of him. There was a girl inside, who was squatting on the ground, trembling. Her face was full of fear. There were also 3 young men with pig heads and evil smiles on their faces. They didn't look like good people. Scoundrels, go to hell. The boy shouted loudly. At the same time, he brandished the sword in his hand and charged towards the 3 pig-headed monsters. PFF'd. It was extremely sharp and easily pierced into the butt of a pigman. The pigman let out a strange shrill cry in pain. The other 2 pig-headed men were shocked. One of them pulled out a dagger from his waist, while the other took out a flintlock. Looking at the boy charging at him, the pig-headed youth subconsciously pulled the trigger, and the bullet hit the boy's armor. The flaming weapon startled the boy, but he quickly rushed forward and cut down the pig-headed man who had fired the gun. Seeing this, the other pig-headed monster didn't dare to fight back. He threw down his weapon and ran away. The boy laughed out loud. He looked at the trembling girl and tried to help her. However, the girl suddenly let out a shrill cry, like a hen about to be slaughtered. Hee. The boy was stunned on the spot, and a trace of confusion flashed across his face. He didn't understand why the girl was still so afraid of him even though he had saved her. Looking at the other party's fearful expression and ear-piercing screams, the boy's expression turned cold. "Shut up. If you continue to scream, I'll kill you." The boy waved his sword and said in a fierce tone. The girl who was screaming earlier immediately shut her mouth and looked at the boy with a frightened look. Seeing that his order was effective, the boy nodded in satisfaction and walked out of the alley with his long sword. As soon as he left the alley, something happened. The pig-headed young man who had just escaped was leading a few brawny men in uniform and charging straight at him. The boy was slightly stunned. Before he could figure out what was going on, he saw the other party raise the heavy gunpowder gun and point the black muzzle at him. "Put down your weapon immediately. You are suspected of intentional homicide and we need to arrest you immediately. If you don't obey the order, you will be attacked and may lose your life." A brawny man in a black uniform warned the boy with a cold and stern voice. "Are you guys crazy? They did bad things, and I was trying to save someone." The boy pointed at the pig-headed young man and asked loudly, his tone full of anger and unwillingness. "Now is not the time for you to explain. You just need to hand over your weapons and listen to our command. Put down your weapons within 3, or we'll shoot." The boy looked angry and sneered, obviously not taking the strong man's warning seriously. 3, 2, 1, fire. The brawny man's tone was firm and decisive. When the countdown ended, he pulled the trigger. 5 heavy gunpowder guns locked onto the boy at the same time, and heavy lead bullets hit his body. In this city, the sheriff had quite a high level of authority and had the right to shoot and kill any dangerous people who did not obey his orders. Even if their target was a boy, they would not hesitate. At the same time the gunshot was heard, 5 holes appeared on the boy's body, and he could see the back from the front. It hurts, but it's very interesting." Looking down at the wounds on his body, the boy said in a strange tone and fell to the ground with a thud. Several sheriffs slowly approached to check the body of the boy who had been shot. They searched for identification and prepared to record it. If the boy was found guilty of other crimes, he would have to compensate the victim after he was resurrected. After some time, the dead body of the boy turned into mud and seeped into the ground. After the city's residents died, this would happen. After a period of time, they would be reborn in the resurrection pool. The boy who had been shot was standing on the cliff, his face full of excitement and madness. 3012 The god that was killed. 1 After the boy was shot, he did not resurrect in the resuscitation pool. Instead, he returned to the top of the cliff. Under the influence of the rules, he was sent out of the city, but he looked dead on the surface. "Ha ha ha, this is so interesting." The boy's eyes flickered. He must have thought of an interesting trick and couldn't wait to try it out. The unlucky ones this time should be the constables. He believed that it wouldn't be long before they paid the price for their actions. From today onwards, the demons would descend upon the city and cause chaos. "Why don't you come with me? It's really interesting." The boy looked at Tang Zhen and invited him. "I don't like this kind of game. If you want to make me happy, you'd better tell me the location of the 5 original source spiritual treasures." Tang Zhen's tone was calm as he guessed what kind of game the boy wanted to play. He also expressed that he had no interest in it. "What a boring fellow," the boy muttered. At the same time, he threw an item into Tang Zhen's hand. It was a transparent ball with something like a compass inside, with 5 arrows marked on it. They followed the arrow and advanced. He would be able to find the original spirit treasure. As far as I know, the location of these 5 origin spiritual treasures is extremely dangerous. You must be mentally prepared in case you lose your life. The Purple Light Realm's reward isn't that easy to obtain. The boy turned his head around and casually reminded Tang Zhen. This had somewhat exceeded Tang Zhen's expectations. "If you think it's difficult, you can also exchange it for an ordinary original spirit treasure. I can provide it to you now." Tang Zhen gently shook his head. How could he change it? "I've already done what I need to do. Now, I'm going to play. You can wait by yourself. When the time is up, you will be teleported away and you won't have to do anything." As the boy spoke, he waved his hand and a short heavy gunpowder gun appeared in his hand. "Ha ha ha, I'm here again." He jumped down the cliff without hesitation. The translucent slide appeared under the boy's butt again, sending him directly into the city. As he glided, the boy kept laughing arrogantly and happily, which confirmed that he would not be bored in the future. Tang Zhen withdrew his gaze and began to wait silently. It did not take long before a wave of footsteps sounded out. Soon after, 4 figures appeared before Tang Zhen. 3 of the figures had strange appearances, as if they were plants that had turned into spirits. Their bodies were covered with branches, green leaves, and flowers. With a height of 4 to 5 meters, he looked extremely conspicuous. There was also a cultivator whose face was as pale as paper, and his long black hair almost reached his ankles. As they looked at Tang Zhen, who was at the edge of the cliff, they first sized him up seriously. After which, a trace of realization appeared on their faces. They slowly walked over and stood side by side in a row. Then, they gave a big bow to Tang Zhen and thanked him. "Thank you for your help, Your Excellency. It was only because of this that the 4 of us were able to escape from the sea of suffering and obtain different opportunities." The 4 figures spoke sincerely and their tone was full of gratitude. There was no falsehood at all. "You're welcome." The moment the 4 figures appeared, Tang Zhen had already guessed their origins. They were the cultivators of death that he had controlled and brought to the Island of Desire. According to the Island of Desire's rules, since they had stepped onto the island, they were qualified to receive a random reward. Resurrection was only the most basic reward. The boy should have explained the cause and effect, so the 4 cultivators knew that Tang Zhen had saved their lives. "If I'm not wrong, you're all the explorers who entered the purple light world and were swallowed by the sea monster, right? It would still take some time before he could leave the purple light world, so it would be good to have a chat." "That's right, we all took a flat-bottomed wooden boat and entered the ocean. I didn't expect the journey to be filled with so many difficulties that it's far beyond my imagination. It's completely different from the scenery I saw before." The 4 cultivators were full of emotion and fear when they talked about their past experiences. In the process of drifting on the sea, cultivators kept dying, but the pursuit of sea monsters never stopped. In addition to the sea monsters, they also had to endure the torture of hunger, which was so painful that it was almost a mental breakdown. Of the 12 cultivators on the ship, only 3 were left. They were lucky enough to encounter the broken ship. "I thought I was finally free from the sea of suffering, but I didn't expect this to be the beginning of another round of disaster." The only cultivator who maintained his human form was recounting his past experiences in a low voice. Because he had been resurrected from the dead, his tone was filled with sorrow and vicissitudes of life. "There are many cultivators gathered on the deck of this ship, but no one dares to go into the cabin to investigate. Under the threat of death, everyone was trying to think of a way to escape the crisis. During our conversation, I learned a secret. It turns out that the higher the grade of the item a cultivator wants, the more difficult the scene in the purple light world will be. The items that ordinary cultivators needed would never trigger such a difficult scene. Obviously, some adventurers needed something that defied the natural order. Some cultivators speculated that there might have been deity-level experts mixed in when the purple light world opened. It's because of their existence that we're in such a difficult situation, and it's even possible that we'll all die here." This group of cultivators was quite powerful. They had actually found the real reason, which had exceeded Tang Zhen's expectations. The cultivator continued, "When they found out about this possibility, everyone thought that they couldn't just sit and wait for death. They had to find the hidden deity and find a way to kill him. Only by killing that god will everyone have a chance to live and get what they want." Tang Zhen's expression changed slightly when he heard this. These cultivators actually wanted to kill a god. They were indeed very courageous. But then again, in the purple light world, the gods treated everyone equally, and there was nothing special about them. If his identity was exposed and he was surrounded by a group of cultivators, he would also die. Even Tang Zhen himself would have a slim chance of survival if he were to encounter such a situation. Fortunately, he had not encountered such a threat from the beginning to the end. Otherwise, he would have to go through a lot of twists and turns to reach Desire Island. It's not easy to find the hidden god. He didn't write on his face, nor do he have any clear characteristics. Just as everyone was at their wits' end, the giant ship was suddenly attacked by a super sea monster. This sea monster was extremely large, and it swallowed the ship in one bite. There was no chance of escape at all. In the face of this sudden change, everyone fell into despair and had no ability to escape. At this critical moment, a cultivator suddenly appeared. He actually had the ability to fly and left the giant ship like an arrow. Seeing this flying cultivator, everyone had the same thought. He was the hidden deity. If the other party was not a god, it would be impossible for him to break through the rules and fly in the sky, escaping from this fatal crisis. Looking at the figure flying further and further away, all the cultivators on the deck were filled with unwillingness. Why is he able to escape while we have to die here? This is too unfair. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have encountered such danger and caused the death of hundreds of thousands of cultivators. A cultivator threw his food into the sea as if he had gone mad and then called for sea monsters to help him. He hoped that the sea monster would appear immediately to intercept and attack the escaping god. Seeing this, the other cultivators threw the remaining food into the sea and summoned monsters to intercept the attack. There was only one thought in everyone's mind. Even if they were to die today, they had to drag that god down with them. Their prayers were answered, and countless sea monsters appeared, extending their huge tentacles to intercept the god. Then, we heard the god let out an unwilling roar and tried to avoid the sea monster's attack. In the process of dodging, the sharp claws of a sea monster pierced through his chest and dragged him into the deep ocean. We've succeeded. We've killed a deity who's the culprit who's harmed countless cultivators. In the next moment, the ship was devoured by the super sea monster, and none of the cultivators could escape. 3013 Embarrassed and annoyed, deal. One If Tang Zhen had not heard the other party's description, he would not have known that this was the true reason for the god's fall. At first, it sounded a little strange, but when he thought about it carefully, it was reasonable. It could be said that from the beginning to the end, the fallen gods had not had much interaction with other cultivators. However, because of the existence of this god, the difficulty of the scene directly increased, and all the cultivators were affected. Under such circumstances, it would be pure nonsense to say that they had no grudges. Without this deity, most cultivators would be able to leave the purple light world safely. However, with his appearance, the cultivators who were supposed to leave alive were all turned into cold corpses. It was for this reason that the cultivators vented their anger on this god. When they realized that the other party had escaped, they desperately tried to stop him. A god had been dragged into the water by an angry cultivator and lost his life for no reason. Although his death was somewhat unjust, since he had entered the purple light world, he had to bear any possible consequences. Moreover, if the other party did not die, Tang Zhen would not be able to obtain any additional gains today. Compared to the rewards he received, there was not much difference. While he was happy, he was also alert. Although the gods were free from the rules of reincarnation, there was still a mysterious power in the dark that could affect the gods. Moreover, there were laws in the world of purple light. Could it cause the death of this deity and Tang Zhen's gains later? If that was the case, it meant that Tang Zhen had yet to break free from the influence of the purple light world's laws. What was happening now was already destined. Just as he was pondering, he suddenly heard a roar from the palace. Someone asked loudly, "Why isn't anyone here to welcome me? Where are my rewards?" Soon after, a figure appeared at the back of the palace and saw Tang Zhen and the others standing together. His body was thin and his face was normal, but his aura was a little cold. He was stunned for a moment before his expression became incomparably malevolent as he viciously looked at Tang Zhen and the others. "Who are you? Why are you here?" It was no wonder that he asked such a question. After all, among the 5 cultivators present, 3 of them were not in human form. This caused the other party to misunderstand and think that Tang Zhen's group were the natives of Desire Island. Or rather, from the bottom of his heart, he didn't want to admit that there was someone else who had come earlier than him. He didn't want to accept this fact. The expressions of Tang Zhen's group were cold and indifferent. It was as though they did not hear the other party's question. "Damn you, Yingluo." The cultivator's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth and growled in a low voice. He was depressed and irritable, but he was helpless. In the purple light world, their strength was limited, and no one had the right to be arrogant. For example, at this moment, Tang Zhen and the other 4 refused to answer the question. This cultivator was also helpless. However, he was obviously unwilling to give up. After all, the answer to the question concerned his personal interests. He took a deep breath and asked in a polite tone, "Excuse me, how can I receive the reward?" Under the low eaves, he had to lower his head. In the purple light world, even a god did not have the capital to be arrogant. The gazes of Tang Zhen and the others eased up slightly when they saw the other party's attitude. Thinking that it wasn't easy for both of them, the white-faced cultivator with long hair said, "You might have to wait for a while. The emperor in charge of giving out the rewards has gone to play. I don't know where he is." Hearing the long-haired cultivator's answer, the cultivator's eyes widened. The emperor, he went to play with Yingying. He raised his voice and let out a hysterical scream. He had never expected to encounter such a situation. How could this be? How could this be? This is simply irresponsible. After roaring a few times, that cultivator suddenly turned his head and stared at Tang Zhen and the others with wide eyes. By the way, who are you and why are you here? His tone was urgent and even trembled a little. We're here to do the same thing as you, Tang Zhen said. His words were directly heart-piercing. The other party was obviously worried that someone else had reached Desire Island before him and occupied a higher ranking. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Not only was someone one step ahead of him, but there was more than one person. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's answer, that cultivator was stunned and his expression immediately became distorted. Impossible. How is this possible? You ants can't be faster than me, he roared in an angry voice. At the same time, he pointed at Tang Zhen as if he wanted to eat him. You're all damn liars. You must be taking advantage of the situation. You don't have the right to receive the reward. Tang Zhen coldly laughed when he heard these words. He was too lazy to bother with them. The long-haired cultivator and the other three were the same. No matter how they landed on the island, they had put in 120% of their effort before. The fact that they were able to arrive in the end was also the arrangement of fate. It was definitely not some kind of trick. One must know that in many cases, luck also represented strength. In the face of such baseless accusations and doubts, they were naturally very angry. Such cultivators were not rare, and they often lost their minds because they couldn't get any rewards. After all, the rewards would be completely different if the ranking was different. The cultivator in front of him was obviously aiming for the reward for the first place, but he ended up in the 5th place by accident. The former could get 10,000 taels of gold, while the latter could only get 100 taels of silver. The difference was so great that it could make one collapse. Seeing Tang Zhen and the others sneer and ignore him, the cultivator gradually calmed down. Regret it. 1056 He was actually very clear about the situation he was facing and knew that anger could not solve anything. He turned his eyes and saw Tang Zhen and the others. I know that all of you have risked your lives to enter the violet light world in order to obtain the treasures of your dreams. I can help you get what you want, and I'll give you double the price. Can you make a deal with me? Before Tang Zhen and the others could reply, the cultivator continued, if you're worried about being scammed, we can sign a contract to ensure that you won't suffer any losses. Even if he left the extreme spiritual realm, the contract would still be effective. What you need to do is to help me exchange something from here according to my request. I've obtained what I want. I'll give you what you want after we leave the violet light world. When the cultivator said this, he stared at Tang Zhen's group of 5 without blinking. His tone was filled with temptation. Think about it, I can also give you what you've worked so hard for, and I can even give you 2 or more. This is a deal with no losses, and you have no reason to refuse. If you miss it, you will definitely regret it. Tang Zhen and the rest were silent. They looked at the cultivator in front of them and had a faint guess in their hearts. In the face of this silence, the cultivator became more and more anxious. He looked at Tang Zhen and the others and said in an urging tone, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up and agree to it. I can guarantee that you won't suffer a loss. The 4 cultivators looked at each other before turning to look at Tang Zhen. The rewards that they obtained were random and they did not have the right to choose. However, Tang Zhen was ranked first and had the highest choice. Whether they agreed to the exchange or not would depend on Tang Zhen's decision. It had nothing to do with them. When that cultivator saw this, he thought that Tang Zhen was the leader of the 5 people and looked at him with anticipation. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Tang Zhen shook his head and spoke in an indifferent tone. 3014 God, calculation 1. Tang Zhen's answer caused both parties to fall into silence. Such a straightforward rejection was actually understandable. After all, no one could be sure if the deranged cultivator would fulfill his promise. If he was greedy for a promise that he didn't know if he could fulfill, he might as well get the reward honestly. That was the safest way. Of course, this was what the 4 cultivators thought. They couldn't be sure of the identity of the deranged cultivator. However, Tang Zhen was very clear that this crazed cultivator who was making crazy promises might really be able to provide double the compensation to ordinary cultivators as he had said. However, it was only for ordinary cultivators. The deranged cultivator might not be able to compensate Tang Zhen for what he wanted. Even if they could do it, the other party would definitely not do it, because the losses were too great. It was precisely because of this reason that Tang Zhen had bluntly refused. The deranged cultivator's eyes widened and his expression twisted. How can you refuse? Why did you refuse? Could it be that you don't think the benefits are enough? He loudly roared at Tang Zhen. His tone was filled with puzzlement. He did not understand why Tang Zhen was still not moved even after he had made such a promise. I know, you're still afraid that I won't be able to keep my promise, so you refuse to trade with me. I can swear here that I will definitely help you get what you want, no matter what you want. Double, 5 times, even 10 times the compensation would be fine. As long as you can state your conditions, I can satisfy them. I guarantee that you won't suffer any losses. In order to achieve his goal, the deranged cultivator made more promises and wouldn't stop until he achieved his goal. Tang Zhen sneered in his heart when he saw the other party's solemn vow and sincere tone. Ordinary cultivators would never sign a contract with a god, because no matter what was written, it would be under the control of the god. It was even possible that the contents of the contract were the complete opposite of what it seemed on the surface, and it would have no effect whether they signed it or not. The deranged cultivator in front of him was most likely the hidden deity, and he was the one who had triggered the extremely difficult scene. Tang Zhen originally thought that he was the one who had caused the change. However, from the looks of it now, the deranged cultivator was the main culprit. Why don't you tell me what you want to exchange for first? Tang Zhen did not directly reply. Instead, he asked a question. The deranged cultivator didn't give up and tempted Tang Zhen again and again. He wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. The 4 cultivators beside him immediately perked up their ears, afraid that they would miss anything. They really wanted to know what the crazy cultivator was after. Promise me first, then I'll tell you. He didn't know if it was out of vigilance or other reasons, but the deranged cultivator didn't want to tell Tang Zhen. I'm sorry, I can only decide whether to cooperate or not if I know what you want. Tang Zhen coldly said. His tone was unquestionable. You coward. The deranged cultivator widened his eyes once again and glared at Tang Zhen. He felt that his dignity was being challenged. He gritted his teeth in hatred. If he was in the outside world, he would definitely make Tang Zhen pay the price. However, in the purple light world, he had to learn to endure so as not to affect his big plan. All right, I'll tell you. The deranged cultivator made up his mind and coldly said to Tang Zhen, I want a corpse, probably died decades ago, his name is xianxia. You just need to mention this name and the person in charge of this place will help you find the corpse. After that, you just need to hand the corpse over to me. The deranged cultivator looked at Tang Zhen as he spoke word by word. However, he was afraid that Tang Zhen would change his mind and reject him. If that was the case, the crazy cultivators who leaked too much information would probably go crazy from anger. A corpse. Tang Zhen was more and more certain that the true identity of the deranged cultivator was the god that had entered the purple light world with him. The corpse that the other party wanted was the fallen god. Compared to the origin soul treasure that Tang Zhen needed, this god's corpse was clearly a higher grade reward. There was no doubt that the increase in the difficulty of the scene was caused by this god. After confirming this, Tang Zhen actually had a similar thought as the long-haired cultivator in the past. He wanted to beat up the bastard in front of him and let this guy who had harmed countless cultivators have a taste of his fist. However, on second thought, he felt that something was wrong. As the one who gave out the reward, the boy must know very well what the cultivators wanted. If he wasn't clear, how could he determine the difficulty of the scenario? Therefore, this divine weapon's corpse was the reward for the first place. It had even been prepared long ago. However, the prerequisite was that the deranged cultivator had to be the first to reach the island of desire. If Tang Zhen didn't participate, then the victor this time would definitely be the deranged cultivator. In the end, due to Tang Zhen's appearance and a series of coincidences, the deranged cultivator, who could have gotten first place, was only ranked 5th. With such a ranking, it was impossible to get a god's corpse. They wouldn't even be able to get a toe. The boy clearly knew all of this, but he still threw the deity's corpse out. Was he trying to take the opportunity to scheme against Tang Zhen? What would happen if the crazy cultivator found out that the god's corpse had fallen into Tang Zhen's hands? If that really happened, the deranged cultivator would really go crazy and choose to fight Tang Zhen to the death. No matter what the outcome was, it would still be a problem. Tang Zhen involuntarily laughed coldly when he thought of this. Sure enough, there were some things that one couldn't think too deeply about, or else one would discover that there were many hidden conspiracies. In fact, with the boy's stubbornness, it was not strange for him to do this. His true goal should be to take revenge on Tang Zhen for raising the price. Moreover, this was a huge benefit. How could he let Tang Zhen obtain it for free? It was also a matter of course for him to bear the corresponding risk. Therefore, Tang Zhen couldn't blame the boy for this matter. In fact, he should even thank him. If it wasn't for this unruly fellow, it would be impossible for Tang Zhen to have such a harvest. It had far exceeded his expectations back then. Even if there was trouble, Tang Zhen would shoulder it. Seeing Tang Zhen's pensive expression, the deranged cultivator urged again, "Have you thought it through? This is actually a very simple matter. As long as you are willing to help, I will definitely not treat you badly." Tang Zhen smiled. He was just about to reply when he saw a short and small figure suddenly appear in the empty space between the two parties. "Ha ha ha, this is so satisfying." The little boy reappeared, his body covered in terrible gunshot wounds, but they healed in the blink of an eye. Looking at his appearance, it was obvious that he had caused a huge ruckus in the city and was killed by the city's sheriff with a headshot. However, the city's security officers must have also suffered heavy casualties, and many of them must have been killed by the boy. Who are you? Why are you in my palace?" The boy looked at the deranged cultivator and asked in a puzzled tone. Upon hearing the boy's question, the deranged cultivator immediately realized that the boy was the master of the Island of Desire, the emperor, in charge of giving out rewards. "I'm here to receive my reward. I want Aishina's corpse." The deranged cultivator didn't waste any time. He directly stated his request and confirmed whether he could exchange for it. It would be best if he could do it, but if he couldn't, he would think of a way to get Tang Zhen to help. "Your ranking is too low. You're not qualified at all. Besides, the corpse has already been given to someone else. You're already one step too late," the boy said in a casual tone. Just as Tang Zhen had expected, he was involved in the matter. 3015 Negotiation and Exchange. 1. The boy's answer made everyone fall into silence. No one had expected things to turn out this way. The thing that the mad cultivator wanted had already fallen into Tang Zhen's hands. Things were becoming more and more complicated. The long-haired cultivator and the other three could not help but feel suspicious in their hearts. They guessed whether Tang Zhen had also come for the corpse. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? The deranged cultivator on the other side looked at Tang Zhen in a daze. The emotions in his eyes were unusually complicated. He was just studying it and making a deal with Tang Zhen, but he didn't expect that the corpse was already in Tang Zhen's hands. His mood at this moment could be said to be extremely complicated. Shock, surprise, anger, and deep unwillingness. To outsiders, the deranged cultivator was like a volcano that was about to erupt. "Why did you hesitate?" He stared intently at Tang Zhen and asked in a cold voice. It was so cold that it caused one's body to shiver. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Tang Zhen looked at the deranged cultivator with a puzzled and innocent expression. His performance made the deranged cultivator so angry that he almost spat out blood. The boy jumped onto the statue at the side, took out a fruit, and took a big bite, looking very excited. "I'm asking you, why do you want that body?" The deranged cultivator asked once more, suppressing the urge to vomit blood. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, as if he wanted to cut Tang Zhen into pieces. "Since someone gave it to me, I'll naturally take it. Besides, what does this have to do with you?" Tang Zhen's tone was calm, as if he did not place this matter in his eyes at all. He had an expression that said, "You see it as a treasure, but I see it as trash. Give me the body, or you'll regret it." The deranged cultivator stared at Tang Zhen and ordered, "Sure, what price are you prepared to pay?" Tang Zhen seemed to be very easy to talk to as he asked the deranged cultivator. His expression was filled with anticipation. "What do you want?" The deranged cultivator replied immediately, his voice full of confidence. "Let me think about Yingluo." Under the gaze of the deranged cultivator, Tang Zhen furrowed his brows as if he was deep in thought. "I don't want anything else, but if you give me 10 original soul treasures, I'll return that corpse to you." Tang Zhen looked at the deranged cultivator and stated his conditions: an original source spiritual treasure. When the deranged cultivator heard this, he stared at Tang Zhen as if he wanted to see through him. "Who are you?" He stared at Tang Zhen and asked word by word. "There is no enmity between us in the past and in recent times. If you don't come to find me, we won't know each other." The deranged cultivator coldly laughed in his heart when he heard Tang Zhen's reply. He did not believe Tang Zhen's explanation at all. Of course, at this moment, there was no longer a need to worry about Tang Zhen's identity and background. This was because it was meaningless. The most important thing was to quickly get the body back and leave this damned place. However, it seemed that this matter wasn't easy because Tang Zhen was definitely not an ordinary cultivator. The worst-case scenario was that Tang Zhen was also a god. If that was the case, the situation would become extremely terrible. Not only would he be unable to do anything to Tang Zhen in the purple light world, but he would also be useless outside. Damn it, could it be that he knows the secret of the corpse? Is that why he entered the purple light world to snatch it? Many thoughts flashed through the deranged cultivator's mind, but he still felt that something was wrong. If Tang Zhen had such a goal, there was no need for him to enter the purple light world at the same time as him. This would only increase the difficulty of snatching it. Therefore, the biggest possibility was that this matter was purely a coincidence, and his luck was really too bad. If that was the case, it meant that there was still room for discussion. The key was to see how he would operate. The price for 10 origin spirit treasures is too high. I can't gather all of them in a short time. If you only want 5, I can think of a way to help you find as many as possible. The deranged cultivator replied that he couldn't agree to Tang Zhen's request directly. He had to bargain first. I think you should know better than me what kind of value a god's corpse has. Don't try to take advantage of me. If you don't want to trade, then get as far away from me as you can. Tang Zhen's voice turned ice cold as he spoke to the deranged cultivator. If he didn't show enough sincerity, it was simply a daydream to want to exchange for the god's body. You should die. The deranged cultivator roared fiercely, but he knew that this was not the place to fight. He could only suppress his anger. I've told you that it's too difficult to obtain 10 origin spiritual treasures. After all, those things can only be found by chance. I can give you 5 origin spiritual treasures. I only want the origin crystals in the god's corpse. I can give you everything else. This is already my biggest compromise. If you still don't agree, then we can only wait until we leave the purple light world before slowly studying this problem. The crazy cultivator's words were actually a warning. If Tang Zhen didn't agree, then both sides would have enmity. Once they left the purple light world and their powers were no longer restricted, the two sides would have to settle their differences. Through this warning, he could confirm the attitude of the deranged cultivator. He was obviously determined to get the god's corpse. Tang Zhen originally did not intend to give in. How could he easily hand over something that was in his hands to others? However, the crazy cultivator's suggestion made Tang Zhen change his mind. Those impure and non-existent origin crystals had to be purified for a long time before they could be absorbed and utilized by Tang Zhen. Not only would it take a long time, but there would also be a large amount of impurities that might even bring hidden safety risks to Tang Zhen. It was like a bunch of viruses that could cause a terrible disease at any time. However, as an incomparably precious treasure, Tang Zhen would definitely not give it up even if there were many drawbacks. But at this moment, he had another choice. Using these origin crystals to exchange for an origin spiritual treasure might seem like Tang Zhen was at a disadvantage on the surface, but that was not the case in reality. After nurturing it, the origin spiritual treasure could merge with the divine kingdom in the mind and directly produce pure origin power. Although it would take a long time, it would be done once and for all, and there would definitely be no worries about it. Tang Zhen was already tempted when the deranged cultivator made the suggestion and decided to give the other party a chance. There must be a reason why you're so eager to get the corpse. Of course, you don't need to explain. I just want to know, if I agree, when will you give me the 5 origin spiritual treasures? The deranged cultivator's eyes lit up. I can give you 3 of them right now. Once we leave the violet light world, I'll give you the other 2. If you don't believe me, we can make a contract. You and I belong to the same realm, so we definitely don't have to worry about the contract losing its effectiveness. The deranged cultivator said loudly. At this moment, he was simply overjoyed, afraid that Tang Zhen would reject him again. Do we still need to wait outside? Tang Zhen frowned slightly. He did not expect that the transaction would be so unpleasant. It was a waste of time. As the saying goes, good things take more time. Since it involved the origin spiritual treasure, it was worth it to spend some time. All right, I promise you. I'll take out the 3 origin spiritual treasures first and then sign the contract. As Tang Zhen spoke, he raised his hand and gently waved it. A pile of diamond-like crystals appeared before him. Ha ha ha, that's great. Seeing this, the deranged cultivator rushed over, his face filled with eagerness. 3016 The Final Battle. 1 Tang Zhen put away the origin crystal and coldly stared at the deranged cultivator. You're so silly. The deranged cultivator almost jumped up when he saw the origin crystal disappear. He glared at Tang Zhen fiercely. Looking at his appearance, it was as if he was about to make a move. Don't be in a hurry. Take out what you should take first, then it can belong to you. Tang Zhen looked at the deranged cultivator and coldly reminded him. His expression was slightly dissatisfied. The deranged cultivator didn't say a word. He extended his palm and swiped it across his face. 3 original spirit treasures appeared out of thin air. He mumbled something, and a dot of light appeared on his fingertip, flickering with mysterious runes. 3 origin spirit treasures in a contract. Once we leave the purple light world, I guarantee that I will hand over the remaining 2 origin spirit treasures to you. The deranged cultivator pushed forward, and all the items flew toward Tang Zhen without any hesitation. No problem, here are the things you wanted. Take them all. Tang Zhen's spiritual force swept over it. After confirming that there was no mistake, he once again released the pile of origin crystals. The deranged cultivator grabbed it and quickly absorbed it into his body. At the same time, he vigilantly looked at Tang Zhen. Are all the origin crystals here? The implication of his words was that he was worried that Tang Zhen would secretly intercept him and not hand over all the origin crystals. Don't you know how to check the connections and see if there are any missing parts? Tang Zhen's tone was filled with ridicule. He was clearly dissatisfied with the other party's suspicion. Before the origin crystal was absorbed and digested, Tang Zhen was unable to read the memories of the god's corpse. He was also unable to determine which crystal stored the key memories. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to retain it. The deranged cultivator was clearly aware of this. He was just worried and confused earlier, so he didn't react at all when he faced Tang Zhen's ridicule. Because the deal was successfully completed, the initial state of mutual hostility disappeared in an instant. The long-haired cultivator heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Tang Zhen, and the deranged cultivator with a deep sense of fear. Originally, he thought that Tang Zhen was the same as him, an ordinary high-level cultivator. However, after what had just happened, the long-haired cultivator was shocked to discover that these two weren't ordinary cultivators. They were real gods. The item they were trading was also not an ordinary item, but the corpse of a god. At this moment, the long-haired cultivator truly felt how small he was, and at the same time, he couldn't suppress his excitement. Gods really did exist, and 2 of them had appeared at the same time. This was definitely something that he had never dared to imagine in the past. However, Tang Zhen and the deranged cultivator didn't seem to be on good terms. It was very likely that there would be disputes between the 2 sides. The long-haired cultivator definitely wouldn't participate in such a matter. He might even avoid it. This was a dispute between the gods. If they were involved, they might lose their lives. The wisest thing to do was to obediently be a mute and try to reduce his presence. Once he found an opportunity, he had to leave immediately. Hesitating would only lead to his death. Tisk, what a boring fellow. The boy, who was sitting on the statue with a fruit in his arms and was ready to watch the fight, suddenly mumbled angrily. Things didn't go as planned, which disappointed the boy. He didn't have the patience to stay. I'm not watching anymore, I'm going to play. The boy ran to the cliff and screamed again. He ran toward the city along the slide that appeared out of nowhere. Hearing the boy's excited laughter and the nonsense he was spouting, the long-haired cultivator had a strange expression on his face. The self-proclaimed emperor of Desire Island, who they had been so respectful to before, was actually acting like a child. The truth of the matter made people feel that it was absurd. Just like the purple light world, there were many outrageous aspects that made people speechless. However, being in the purple light world, they had no right to resist. Even if they were embarrassed by the rules, they could only silently endure it. After the boy left, the cliff fell into silence. Tang Zhen stared at the city on the plains. It was unknown what he was doing. From time to time, he would extend his hand and make a few gestures. From the way he looked, it seemed like he was either observing the boy or making some kind of plan. As for other matters, he simply didn't care. The deranged cultivator sat cross-legged on the ground and mumbled to himself. His expression was extremely rich. Perhaps it was because he had encountered a problem or because he was pleased with his wish, but the crazed and twisted expression on his thin face made people shudder. If the long-haired cultivator hadn't guessed his identity, he would have thought that he was a real lunatic. The long-haired cultivator and the other 3 cultivators had become obedient after knowing that there were 2 gods beside them. They hid in the corner of the cliff. They were afraid that if they did something wrong, they would incur the wrath of the gods. Wouldn't that be an unjust death? This strange silence lasted for a long time, until the sound of fighting came from afar. Tang Zhen, who was observing the city below, gently waved his hand in the air. After which, he saw a mirage appear before his eyes. Like a mirage, the scene at the seaside was projected in front of everyone's eyes. On the calm shore, a broken ship slowly approached, followed by countless monsters. Probably because they were afraid of the Island of Desire, these monsters did not continue to approach, but kept wandering and jumping in the distance. Ghastly and shrill wails rang out continuously from the seaside, and could be heard even from a great distance. The cultivators who had gone through a rush of hardships had finally arrived at Desire Island. At this moment, they were all gathered on the deck. At this moment, they had no idea that there were only 4 spots left to land on the island. They were only looking forward with anticipation. Although he didn't say it out loud, everyone knew that it was a first-come, first-served basis. As soon as the giant ship reached the shore, he immediately used all his strength and rushed to the beach of Desire Island. The giant ship was still slowly approaching, and it was still a few kilometers away from the shore. If the ocean wasn't so dangerous, the cultivators would have jumped into the water and swam to the shore. Who would have expected that at this moment, a roller coaster-like flight of stairs would suddenly appear above Desire Island? A young boy glided rapidly in the sky, his arrogant voice coming from afar. "You guys are as slow as tortoises. What good stuff can you get? To tell you the truth, there are only 4 of the 10 spots left. Whoever wanted to get the reward had to be the first to reach the island, and they had to be in the top 4. Even the 5th place was not allowed. Let's see which 4 lucky guys will get the reward." The boy laughed wildly in the air, waving his arms like a flying bird. Colorful bands of light kept appearing as he waved his hand. There were also countless colorful stars in between, which burst like bubbles. In addition to these stars, there were also countless golden beads, precious stones, divine weapons, and all kinds of rare treasures. Like countless fallen leaves, they danced in the air without restraint and fell to the ground one after another. The sword that was slanted in the soil, the necklace that hung on the hilt, and the treasure chest that had been broken open were all blooming with gorgeous brilliance. The cultivators were dumbfounded by this splendid scene. They felt that it would be more appropriate to call the Island of Desire the Island of Treasures. The most unbearable thing for them was that the thing they had dreamed of was thrown away as if it was worthless garbage. At the same time as he was shocked, he also felt an indescribable excitement and an irrepressible greed. They wanted all these treasures for themselves and would not allow anyone to snatch them. It was a pity that there were only 4 spots, which meant that every cultivator on the deck could be his opponent. No one would back down. There was only a battle, and whoever survived would obtain a spot. There were also cultivators who retreated quickly and looked around vigilantly. They were prepared to avoid the battle and reap the benefits. Ah! Yingluo! With a sudden scream, the battle suddenly began. The tense cultivators immediately waved the bronze oars and began to attack. 3017 Enmity and Fight 1. In the blink of an eye, the deck of the broken ship had turned into a river of blood. The cultivators with the bronze oars attacked all the targets they could see as if they had fallen into a state of madness. The cultivators on the deck let out indignant roars. They didn't expect to fall at the last checkpoint after passing through so many obstacles. Many of the cultivators who were injured were attacked by their companions, even if they had been fighting side by side not long ago. Sure enough, in the face of benefits, this kind of temporary cooperative relationship was not reliable at all. Most of the cultivators avoided the battle, but they kept their eyes on the bow of the ship. It was the best landing spot, the closest to the shore, and the first to land on Desire Island. It was for this reason that a brutal battle occurred, and everyone wanted to occupy this perfect landing spot. However, if one really wanted to obtain it, one would have to pay a terrible price. At the bow of the ship stood 4 figures. Their bodies were covered in blood, and each of them was filled with killing intent. With the bronze oars in their hands, Cold Drink looked around. Anyone who dared to approach the bow of the boat would be attacked by them without hesitation. These were the victors of the battle, firmly occupying the 4 spots. If one wanted to replace them, they had to first kill them. To be able to survive in the midst of the slaughter, it was obvious that he had extraordinary strength. It could be said that it was not easy to replace him. But when faced with only 4 spots, no one was willing to give up easily, or it would mean that they had worked for nothing. Before the final quota was announced, this brutal battle would definitely not stop. What are you doing? There are only 4 spots. Why don't you hurry up and kill them? The boy appeared in the air and asked in a condescending manner. His face was filled with anxiety and anger. Fight, kill. As long as you can kill everyone else, all the rewards will belong to you. The boy touched and jumped in the air, constantly bewitching the cultivators below. However, his words were annoying to listen to, as if he was deliberately urging the cultivators to die. When he realized that the cultivators were staring at him, the boy became more and more active. As he urged them loudly, he even let out a blood-curdling scream. After hearing this voice, many cultivators' expressions changed. The scream they heard at the beginning was exactly the same as this one. This also made them realize that the screams at the beginning of the battle were most likely caused by this boy. At that time, the cultivators were so nervous that they didn't distinguish it carefully, so they were fooled by the boy. After realizing this, the cultivators were angry and annoyed, but there was nothing they could do. Of course, this was not important, because even without the existence of the boy, the fighting would still happen. After all, the quota was limited. If one wanted to get what they wanted, they had to fight for it with their lives. Just as the cultivators were hesitating, they saw a figure slowly walk out of the dilapidated cabin. The figure was thin and small. He was wearing tattered clothes and dragging a pile of brand new locks. The moment the boy stepped onto the deck, he was immediately recognized by the cultivators. He was the mysterious man who had asked them for food. Some cultivators gave him food, so he escaped. There were also some cultivators who were locked in the cabin and were still trying to escape. There were also some cultivators who didn't get the key, but they used some other methods to avoid the monster's pursuit. After seeing the boy's appearance, the cultivators couldn't help but be surprised. This was because his appearance was exactly the same as the boy in the sky. There was no need to think to know that there must be a special relationship between the two boys. After the shabbily dressed boy appeared, he did not pay attention to anyone at all. He only looked at the figure in the sky. "Get out of my way immediately." He used a cold voice and shouted at the boy in the sky, his tone full of disgust. "I'm not leaving, what can you do to me?" The boy in the sky flew around and said in a provocative tone, his face full of a smug smile. "You're looking for death." The boy's expression was twisted. He suddenly stretched out his arms and roared at the sky. At the same time, the tattered ship under his feet suddenly jumped out of the sea. The head of the monster carved on the bow suddenly came to life, stretching out its long neck and biting into the air. The monster's attack speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the boy. It opened its huge mouth and bit at the boy, trying to tear him into pieces. "It's not that easy to kill me." The boy in the air let out a strange laugh and dodged the monster's attack in the blink of an eye. He was still sneering at the monster. "Your pet is the same as you, stupid and stupid. It's only worthy of transporting idiots like you in this ocean." The words of the boy in the air were extremely vicious. It seemed that there was a deep hatred between him and the boy on the boat. "I said, get lost." The monster controlled by the boy on the boat continued to attack, as if it would not stop until it reached its goal. The boy in the air continued to provoke them, completely unafraid of danger. He looked abnormally excited. The two boys fought, but the cultivators on the ship were in trouble. In a short period of time, many cultivators had fallen into the ocean due to the violent swaying. The 4 cultivators who had occupied the bow of the ship had disappeared after the incident. The giant ship had not reached the shore, so the consequences of falling into the sea could be imagined. Even if they struggled with all their might, it would be useless. The cultivators could even see that the cultivators who had fallen into the sea sank less than 10 meters into the water, but they could not come out of the water no matter what. At such a critical moment, the cultivators no longer had the heart to fight. They only tried their best to stabilize their bodies so that they wouldn't be thrown into the ocean. As the two sides fought, the giant ship kept approaching the shore and would soon reach the island of Desire. The cultivators widened their eyes and secretly held back their energy, all for the sake of charging forward at the last moment. Soon, we're almost there." They growled in their hearts, their eyes full of anticipation because the most important moment was coming. Unexpectedly, a row of cultivators suddenly rushed over from the shaking deck. They were connected to each other by the chains and rushed to the bow of the ship without a care. "Not good, quickly stop them." Some cultivators shouted. Anyone could see that they were planning to get ashore first. However, at this moment, the bow of the ship was swaying. It was difficult for the cultivators to protect themselves, so how could they stop the group of 12? Some cultivators were sent flying as soon as they got close, and there was no way to stop them. Although the deck area of the ship was large, it only took a short time to reach it at full speed. Looking at the distance between the ship and the shore, the cultivators at the back couldn't help but sigh in relief. He had been worried for nothing. At such a long distance, those cultivators couldn't go ashore at all. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. The 12 cultivators suddenly changed their formation. The cultivators on both sides of the line rushed forward and pulled the chains in their hands at the same time. After tightening them, they pulled them fiercely. The cultivator in the middle of the chain rushed forward, and his body flew directly from the bow of the ship. After the first cultivator flew out, the second cultivator followed, then the third and fourth cultivators. These 4 cultivators were also pulled by chains, and they flew from the top of the ship to the shore at the same time. All the cultivators who saw this were dumbfounded. They didn't expect this to happen. 3018 The fight for the reward won. The sudden change happened in a flash, and the cultivators on the deck didn't have time to react. The 4 cultivators had already flown out of the ship's bow, drawing an arc in the air and landing on the coast of the Island of Desire. With the help of their companions, the cultivators who had been thrown out by the chains flew far beyond the distance of a normal jump. Damn it, bastard, shameless. The group of cultivators were furious and glared at the 8 cultivators who were standing back to back at the bow of the ship. Ha ha ha, who can reach the island in the end will depend on their own abilities. How can you call that despicable? The old man looked at the cultivators around him and said with a smile. He didn't care about the murderous looks in their eyes. Sacrificing yourself for the sake of others, you guys are really loyal. However, wouldn't that be a loss to us? Hearing the other cultivators' doubts, the old man smiled and said, no loss, no loss. They are all my disciples, no different from my children. If they get it, I get it. There's no difference. Old man, don't be happy too early. Your disciples are going to be in trouble if they're afraid of death. Some cultivators sneered, attracting everyone's attention. They all looked at the sea. It turned out that the 4 cultivators had fallen into the sea at the same time because they were too far from the shore. Moreover, the sea water had touched their heads. The cultivators were very clear about the nature of the sea water. Once they fell into the water, they would not be able to float up. The 4 cultivators would probably drown at the bottom of the sea and have no chance of landing on the island. Ha ha ha, he really deserves it. It's good that you're dead. Let's see if you still dare to be first. We still have a chance. Brothers, get ready. The final reward belongs to us. The group of cultivators were extremely excited. They let out strange cries and howls, once again preparing to fight for the ranking. Who would have thought that at this moment, a human head would suddenly emerge from the ocean ahead? The old man with a heavy expression revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth, and then he burst into laughter. The other cultivators were stunned. When they looked carefully, they found that it was one of the 4 cultivators who fell into the water. He was struggling to swim in the sea. His face was extremely pale, as if he had just crawled out of hell. After swimming forward with all his might to get his upper body out of the water, the cultivator suddenly pulled on the chain around his waist and pulled upward with all his might. In the blink of an eye, another cultivator was pulled out of the sea, and he kept spitting out seawater. The first cultivator continued to pull the chain, and the second cultivator also reached out to help. They looked very worried. In the blink of an eye, the third and fourth cultivators were pulled out of the sea one after another. The cultivators on the ship were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that he could still climb out of the sea. The old man was unusually excited and loudly urged the other disciples to hurry up and go ashore. In a few seconds, the ship would reach the shore, and they would lose their last chance. These treasures are all mine. Don't even think about snatching them away. A cultivator roared loudly and ran to the bow of the ship, leaping towards the shore. There was more than one cultivator who did this. Seeing that the old man's disciple was about to land on the island, they could no longer hold back. Even if there was still a distance between them, he had to try, or he would never have another chance. In the end, the cultivators fell into the sea one after another. Without the help of their companions, they couldn't jump too far. In a short time, the cultivators on the shore were all struggling. They didn't try to swim upwards. Instead, They stepped on the bottom of the sea and rushed to the shore with all their might. This was indeed effective, allowing the cultivators to move forward in the sea, but the speed was very slow. However, in the blink of an eye, these cultivators at the bottom of the sea were covered by the huge ship. Who knew if they were dead or alive? We're here, we're finally here. The huge ship finally reached the shore, causing the cultivators to shout loudly. However, their tone was filled with deep disappointment. This was because the old man's 4 disciples had already climbed up the island of desire, which meant that all the spots had been taken. Looking at the 4 figures standing on the island, the cultivators on the deck were full of unwillingness. They really didn't want to return empty-handed. They jumped from the bow of the ship and tried to land on the beach of the island of desire, but they hit a transparent barrier in the air. The sound of flesh and bones hitting each other could be heard. The cultivators were bruised and swollen. They screamed and fell into the ocean. Then, he struggled to get out of the water and sat in the water near the shore in a daze. The cultivators who had fallen into the sea earlier were now like water ghosts, paralyzed in the shallow water and gasping for breath. At the same time, there were also some unlucky guys who didn't manage to make it to the shore. Just like that, they quietly lay on the bottom of the sea, not moving at all. This scene was extremely desolate. In just a few decades, 2 unforeseen events had occurred, causing millions of cultivators to die in the ocean. He believed that after this incident, Purple Light ruins would become much more deserted, because many cultivators would not be able to return. Compared to the sea of people when the Purple Light world first opened, the number of cultivators on the deck now was probably not even a fraction. The old man's 4 disciples had already walked to the center of the island of desire. The cultivators who had lost the qualification to enter the island were all in a daze. The giant ship stopped quietly and didn't show any signs of leaving. Perhaps it was waiting for the cultivators to return. Some cultivators who were unwilling to give up began to think about whether they could do something on the way back. As for the specific situation, it was still impossible to determine, so he could only act according to the situation. As for the 2 boys who had been fighting fiercely earlier, they had long since disappeared without a trace. There was an island full of treasures that couldn't be landed, an ocean that silently devoured countless cultivators, and a giant ship that looked tattered but was actually a monster. This strange scene made the cultivators who had calmed down feel a chill in their hearts. They began to reflect on their experience. It was only at this moment that they realized how difficult it was for them to be able to live until now. Compared to those cultivators who were full of expectations but died in confusion, being able to live was actually the greatest fortune and reward. If he still could not understand this point at this moment, then he would really be returning empty-handed. The cultivator suddenly laughed out loud with an indescribable carefreeness. At this time, when he looked around again, he found that the scenery had changed completely. Whether it was the island of desire or the quiet ocean, it seemed that there were endless mysteries hidden in them. This is a xianxia. A thought flashed through his mind. He felt that it was impossible, but when he took a closer look, his face was filled with surprise. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is, so that's how it is. This trip was indeed worth it. The cultivator shouted excitedly as he sat cross-legged on the muddy deck. He quickly entered a state of enlightenment. For cultivators, enlightenment was the organization and improvement of one's own realm to determine the correct direction of cultivation. It was also like a blocked river that had been cleared up and could now be flooded with water. It could be called a great opportunity that could only be encountered but not sought. In a short period of time, cultivators kept falling into a state of enlightenment, which made other cultivators realize that something was wrong. They quickly guessed that this abnormal situation of having an easy epiphany was very likely to be a reward for them. It didn't matter if they didn't land on the island. As long as they survived this disaster, they would definitely be rewarded handsomely. The originally indignant cultivators couldn't care about anything else at this moment. They all calmed down and searched for a way to gain enlightenment. The opportunity was right in front of them, and everyone had a share. If they still couldn't grasp it, it could only mean that they had a problem. In a short period of time, the huge ship that was originally filled with cultivators walking and talking was now filled with figures who were comprehending and cultivating. They had gone through many hardships and narrowly escaped death. At this moment, they finally received their reward. Many years later in the cultivation world, legends of this incident would spread because this group of cultivators who had emerged from the Purple Light world had all made a name for themselves. 3019 Leaving with a gift. With the arrival of the last 4 cultivators, the adventure in the Purple Light world had come to an end. Regardless of gains and losses, it was lucky to be alive. For some reason, the boy ignored the last 4 cultivators and continued to play in the city. The 4 cultivators didn't need any guidance. They found what they wanted on the grass of Desire Island. He wanted to bring more things, but he realized that no matter what he did, he couldn't grab those items. Obviously, this was the rule of the Island of Desire. Only those who wanted to take away the things they wanted could do so. No matter how outrageous the things you wanted were, as long as you could land on the island, you would be able to get what you wanted. Under such circumstances, it was reasonable to call the Purple Light World the Land of Dreams. After trying to no avail, the 4 cultivators could only suppress their greed and prepare to enter the palace. Unexpectedly, Tang Zhen and the others walked out of the palace at this moment. It seemed like they were going to head to the huge ship. After seeing Tang Zhen, the old man's 4 disciples were slightly stunned. Clearly, they did not expect to meet Tang Zhen again. Tang Zhen had actually arrived on the Island of Desire before them. This was indeed unexpected. However, on second thought, he felt that it was only natural. Along the way, they had received a lot of help from Tang Zhen. They were very clear about his strength. Although they had the strength to reach the Island of Desire, it did not determine the final outcome. Most of the time, it still depended on some luck. Looking at it again at this moment, regardless of strength or luck, Tang Zhen was definitely not lacking in them. The 4 cultivators sighed inwardly. Indeed, no matter where a powerful person was, he would always have an extraordinary performance. "Greetings, Your Excellency." The 4 cultivators faced Tang Zhen and bowed at the same time, not hiding their gratitude at all. Tang Zhen accepted the bow, and the 4 cultivators were also sincere. "You guys are here too. Not bad." Although with his help, the old man and his disciple had indeed avoided many disasters, this did not mean that they could successfully land on the island. Tang Zhen had clearly seen the scene that had just happened. It could be said that the reason why the 4 cultivators were able to reach the island first was completely due to cooperation and trust. It was not easy to achieve this in this situation of impetuousness, fear, and greed. This was especially so for that old man. He caused Tang Zhen to have a higher opinion of him. Clearly, he really cared about his disciple. Otherwise, he would have lost at least half of his 11 disciples along the way. "You don't need to continue, because the palace has been sealed, and even we have been driven out. Take your things and prepare to return." Tang Zhen's tone was somewhat helpless when he spoke. The boy was indeed willful and reckless. After he had done what he had to do, he did not hesitate to ask, "Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." The guest to leave. The word, "heartless," was vividly and incisively interpreted by him. In fact, all the cultivators, including Tang Zhen, could not wait to leave as soon as possible. Although Desire Island was good, it was definitely not a good place. If they hesitated any longer, who knew what would happen? After the 10 cultivators boarded the ship, they saw the scenery in front of them change rapidly. The Island of Desire had already disappeared. The giant ship, which had stopped moving, began to move slowly in an unknown direction. The old man brought the remaining disciples to welcome the return of his companion. He thanked Tang Zhen once again. They had just woken up from their epiphany when they saw Tang Zhen and the rest standing on the deck. They knew that these were the 10 cultivators who had landed on the island this time. The 3 cultivators, who looked like strange treants, attracted the most attention. No one could understand how there could be cultivators who were not human in the extreme spirit realm. Although they were suspicious, no one asked. After all, this kind of thing involved secrets, and asking randomly might cause trouble. The other cultivators who had just finished their enlightenment secretly looked at Tang Zhen and the others. While they were secretly envious and jealous, they were also pondering about evil thoughts. The Purple Light World was different from the outside world. The strength of cultivators would be limited, and they would face the dilemma of a tiger being unable to defeat a pack of wolves. If they weren't afraid of sacrifice and chose to attack together, even the most powerful cultivator would be killed. If that was the case, so what if they reached the island early? The rewards would still benefit others. There were many cultivators with similar thoughts, but they did not take any action. The old man's group of 12 was considered a huge group, and they were quite strong. If the master and disciple were united, they would definitely be able to protect themselves even if they were attacked. As for Tang Zhen's group of 6, they seemed to be even more difficult to deal with. The long-haired cultivator's face was pale and his body was drenched. Water would drip everywhere he went. He looked like a water ghost that had crawled out of the sea, exuding a cold and gloomy aura. The other 3 treeman cultivators looked strange and mysterious. Under such circumstances, who would dare to attack recklessly? However, the ones that the cultivators feared the most were still the deranged cultivator and Tang Zhen. There was nothing unusual about their appearances. They just stood there quietly, but no one dared to look down on them. The deranged cultivator's gaze was sharp as a knife. Anyone who had evil thoughts would be immediately targeted by him. That kind of crazy and mocking gaze made the cultivators' hearts tremble with fear, and after eating the fruit, the monster turned its head and looked at Tang Zhen. Its huge and malevolent 932 head caused people to feel fear, inexplicable fear. They didn't know how the deranged cultivator was able to see through their thoughts, but they knew that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. To be able to reach Desire Island in advance under the competition of countless cultivators, this in itself was a display of strength. If he really made a move, he would probably be the one to die. As for Tang Zhen, who was standing at the bow of the boat, he had a carefree expression from the beginning until the end. It was as though he did not see those ill-intentioned gazes. However, this kind of indifferent attitude gave the cultivators a feeling that no matter what happened, Tang Zhen would be able to easily solve it. The result of actively provoking them was to seek death. Because of their apprehensions, no cultivators dared to attack the ship even after it had sailed for a long time. Just as the cultivators were secretly observing and hesitating, they saw Tang Zhen shake his hand and throw out a red fruit. Before the cultivators could figure out what Tang Zhen was about to do, they saw him throw the fruit in his hand out of the ship. The giant ship trembled slightly, and a ferocious and strange beast's head popped out, stretching its neck to swallow the small fruit. Not long ago, everyone had seen this monster attack another boy under the control of the boy on the boat. However, he did not expect that the monster would appear once again at this moment just to eat the fruit that Tang Zhen had thrown. The cultivators couldn't help but wonder what was so special about this bright fruit that it could actually attract the monster. The cultivators who had once landed on the island knew the origin of this fruit. It grew around the palace and should be the boys' daily snack. Everyone looked at the fruit, but they didn't pay attention to it, nor did they think about picking it and taking it away. However, Tang Zhen had plucked it and used this fruit to lure out the monster hidden in the ship. After eating the fruit, the monster turned its head and looked at Tang Zhen. Its huge and malevolent head caused people to feel fear. I still have a lot of them here, you can eat them all. However, if that guy finds out that the fruits are lost, he will definitely be furious. Tang Zhen said with a smile. He extended his sleeve and gently shook it. Hundreds of fruits suddenly appeared and flew straight at the monster. It was a spectacular sight. The monster's eyes widened. It clearly did not expect that Tang Zhen would actually obtain so many fruits. Without any hesitation, it opened its terrifying mouth and swallowed the entire fruit. 3020 Trap, Buried Mine. 1. After receiving the fruit from Tang Zhen, the monster seemed to be very happy. It approached the bow of the ship like a giant snake. It let out a moo roar like an old bull as it nodded its head twice at Tang Zhen. When the other cultivators at the bow of the ship saw this, they quickly dodged to the side, afraid that they would be swallowed by the monster. After escaping from death once, the cultivators were now more vigilant. They would stay far away from danger. Even the deranged cultivator chose to retreat to the side, not wanting to cause any trouble for himself. This was the world of purple light, a true cemetery of cultivators. This monster that had fused with the ship could kill him with a single bite. It likes you very much and is expressing its gratitude to you. A voice sounded out from behind Tang Zhen. It was unknown when that little boy in tattered clothes had appeared on the deck again. There was still a pile of locks hanging on his body, as if he would bring them with him wherever he went. Tang Zhen had a feeling that the boy was a landlord, collecting food as the room fee. If they didn't hand over their food, they wouldn't be able to leave the locked room and would never be able to get off the ship. The boy turned a blind eye to the complicated gazes of the surrounding cultivators, as if they did not exist. I think it should like it too. After all, this red fruit looks very delicious. As Tang Zhen spoke, he took out a fruit from his sleeve and handed it to the boy. Why don't you try it? The boy looked at Tang Zhen and then at the fruit in his hand. His cold expression became a little warmer. Thank you, he said. He reached out to take it and took a big bite, his eyes narrowing slightly. This kind of fruit is very rare. If that guy knew that you had picked all of them, he would definitely be furious. The boy looked in a direction. There was clearly nothing there. However, Tang Zhen was able to see an island that was gradually disappearing from his eyes. If that's the case, then I can't do anything about it. After all, he didn't warn us not to pick these fruits. Tang Zhen shrugged his shoulders and spoke in an indifferent tone. Whether you did it on purpose or not, I have to thank you for bringing delicious food to my pet and making him so angry at the same time. The boy took another bite of the apple as he looked at Tang Zhen and spoke. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. He was obviously very happy. Since you've put it that way, I can only answer that you're welcome. If it weren't for your guidance, I wouldn't have been able to reach the island of desire first. Tang Zhen had always been like this. If others helped him, he would definitely think of ways to repay them. If it wasn't for the boy's reminder, he might still be sitting on the ship, waiting slowly to approach the island. These red fruits were actually to express their gratitude. You're the first to reach the island of desire. You're relying on your own strength, and it has nothing to do with me. Besides, you gave me food back then, so it's only natural for me to provide you with information. When the boy said this, he pointed at Tang Zhen's chest and said in a cold and indifferent tone, "There's something in your arms. That guy must have given it to you. Can you let me take a look?" Hearing the boy's words, Tang Zhen did not hesitate to stretch out his hand and take out that special light ball. The inside of the ball was like a nebula, with 5 visible arrows pointing in different directions. When the boy saw this, he reached out and touched it lightly. Soon, he revealed a cold smile. You shouldn't have just picked his fruits. You should have destroyed the palace as well, so that he wouldn't even have a place to live. The moment the boy's words left his mouth, Tang Zhen already knew that there was definitely something wrong with this ball of light. As expected, Tang Zhen did not feel surprised. After all, with the boy's clumsy character, he would definitely not be willing to provide any benefits. The plan to bury mines and dig pits had long been expected, and there were more than one. For example, the god's corpse was a trap set by the boy. Unfortunately, it did not achieve the desired effect, which made him very disappointed. This ball of light that represented the treasure was also given by the boy, and it was very likely to hide a dangerous trap. However, even if this was the case, Tang Zhen still intended to verify it. After all, this was related to the 5 origin soul treasures. Now that someone had verified it for him, it saved him a lot of trouble and made him more credible. However, he was still a little disappointed, because it meant that he had lost a few of his original spirit treasures. You want the origin spiritual treasure to build your mind divine kingdom. Expression to look at the boy. 1143 There were countless cultivation systems in the greater world, but only the Lusheng cultivators. The boy looked at Tang Zhen and suddenly asked. This question seemed to be casual, but it caused Tang Zhen's heart to be startled. He used a grave expression to look at the boy. There were countless cultivation systems in the greater world, but only the Lusheng cultivators could build a divine kingdom in their minds. The boy's words proved that he had seen through Tang Zhen's identity. Moreover, he knew the cultivators of Lusheng very well. If he was an ordinary cultivator, he would never have come into contact with these secrets. This was enough to prove that the boy was not simple. The number of cultivators in Lusheng who entered the world of purple light is far more than you can imagine, and there are also godly spirits among them. It was through them that I gained some understanding of the world of Lusheng. He knew that it was a very powerful plane with countless cultivators, many battlefields, and powerful gods. You're very persistent in obtaining the origin spiritual treasure and want it at all costs. I had a deep impression of this matter. I had even asked a god from the world of towers, and he had given me a detailed answer. Lu Cheng's cultivation method was indeed very magical. He created a special world in his body, which had infinite possibilities. However, there's also a drawback, and that is that once you encounter a method to break it, it's very likely that you'll suffer a fatal blow. When the boy said this, he glanced at Tang Zhen with a smile that was not a smile. Tang Zhen was able to read the meaning behind the other party's eyes. This was because he had already experienced this helpless feeling of being violated in the purple light world. Of course, the main reason was that he was in the purple light world, a world that was likely to be constructed from a god's dream. Such a special world was actually very similar to a divine kingdom in one's mind. Even if a god was in it, he would be manipulated by the rules. Therefore, in Tang Zhen's opinion, it was only because he was in a special environment and the laws of the purple light world were too powerful that the divine kingdom in his mind had been invaded. If he was in the outside world, it would be a fool's dream to smoothly invade his mind's divine kingdom. Of course, Tang Zhen would definitely not argue at this moment. Disputes between cultivation paths could sometimes drag on for tens of thousands of years, but there would still be no clear outcome. No matter how bored Tang Zhen was, he would not get involved in such a matter and waste his time. Being in the purple light world does feel like walking on thin ice. Tang Zhen said in a soft voice. His expression was extremely solemn. He had indeed narrowly escaped death several times in this purple light world. This caused Tang Zhen to clearly realize that even a god would also have a moment when he was down and out. If he encountered a similar situation in the future, he had to be extra careful. He should never relax his vigilance just because he thought he was a god. Seeing that you've brought food for my pet and helped me vent my anger, I can help you with another thing. The ball of light pointed to 5 coordinates, 2 of which were traps, extremely dangerous places where even gods could die if they entered. If you enter it, it's very likely that you won't be able to leave alive, much less find the original spirit treasure. Tang Zhen was silent as he quietly listened to the boy's story. However, he was secretly sneering in his heart. He had long known that the boy was up to no good, so he had secretly left a backup plan in the city. Before long, the boy would be surprised to find that there were cultivators in this city. The city residents possessed the ability to resurrect from the dead. In addition to the special environment and the cultivation technique Tang Zhen had imparted to them, it was simply too easy for them to cultivate. As long as the city residents died 10 times, their memories would be awakened and the lightning buried by Tang Zhen would be detonated. At that time, the boy would have to suffer the consequences of his own actions. When the strength of the city's residents increased enough to break the runic magic circle, he would be hunted down by the cultivators in the city and run for his life on the island. 3021 Chapter 3021 Landing and parting. Given Tang Zhen's style of doing things, how could he allow others to bully and scheme against him? Hence, he had already quietly left behind a backup plan before he did anything. The boy thought that his scheme had succeeded, but he did not know that Tang Zhen had already left him a big surprise in that city. Of course, Tang Zhen would definitely not brag about such a matter. In fact, he was even eager to draw a clear line between them. Even if that boy really had the ability to find Tang Zhen to denounce him, he would never admit it. Even if there was a problem, it would be the boy's own matter and had nothing to do with Tang Zhen. This was still the purple light world. If this was the outside world, the boy would not be able to leave this place alive. It could only be said that one had to use despicable means to deal with bad people. The boy on the ship was not kind, but at least he had principles and would never take advantage of others. It was precisely because of the other party's warning that Tang Zhen was able to know about the danger ahead of time and avoid it in time. So, among the 5 coordinates, only 3 are real and can help me find the ultimate source spiritual treasure. Tang Zhen softly asked as he looked at the round ball. It's not what you think. The other 2 locations also have origin spiritual treasures. It's just that the difficulty of obtaining it is extremely high, and the cost and income are not proportional, so I don't recommend you go. However, if you have enough confidence that you can safely retreat after entering the danger zone, you can go to these 2 places and try. As the boy spoke, he removed his fingers from the ball. 2 of the arrows had already turned black. Thank you for your help. After Tang Zhen saw it, he cupped his fists and thanked the boy. The boy waved his hand, turned around, and walked toward the cabin. Without looking back, he said, if there's no need, it's best not to enter the purple light world again. This is not a place where gods should come. If he really did die, then it wouldn't be worth it. However, the boy disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the giant monster also shrank back. As the boy left, the tense atmosphere on the deck slowly eased. Tang Zhen once again received the attention of the cultivators. After all, he had just come into contact and conversed with the most mysterious person on the ship. As for the contents of the discussion, the other cultivators could not hear it. They could not even see the specific actions clearly. Tang Zhen and the boy had definitely communicated before. 1144 The deranged cultivator looked at Tang Zhen. There was a trace of doubt and fear in his eyes. The cultivators were extremely familiar with this kind of concealment technique. They knew that Tang Zhen and the boy had definitely communicated before. The deranged cultivator looked at Tang Zhen. There was a trace of doubt and fear in his eyes. This was because he still had an agreement to fulfill with Tang Zhen. Originally, he had thought that after leaving the purple light world, everything would be much easier to handle. Even if he made a promise, he didn't need to worry too much. After all, the promise contract could be changed. As long as one had the strength, there was nothing they couldn't do. This was the privilege of a god. There was no need to worry too much when doing things. In the face of Tang Zhen, who was also a god, the crazy cultivator had to bear the consequences if he wanted to renege on his debt. Nothing happened in the rest of the journey. Before he knew it, he could already faintly see the land at the end of the ocean. If one observed carefully, they would find that the so-called land was actually the scenery of purple light ruins. The cultivators had boarded the ship from there and were now returning from there. Although they were about to reach the shore, some cultivators, such as the old man's group, began to feel nervous. In the world of purple light, they had the advantage of numbers. However, outside, they would be competing in terms of cultivation. The cultivators on the ship could be said to be crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Experts were everywhere. The strength of the old man's disciple was average, and he was no match for the powerful cultivators. The old man's strength was slightly stronger, but if he were to face a true expert, he would also be unable to withstand a blow. If he followed this train of thought, wouldn't the purple light world, which was filled with danger, be fairer? This kind of risk could be considered as part of the risk. Even if he was unwilling, he had to grit his teeth and bear it. He could only make preparations now so that he could deal with the danger more calmly when it came. However, at this moment, the cultivators suddenly realized that the number of figures on the deck was decreasing. Every time they advanced a certain distance, some cultivators would disappear without a trace, and no one knew where they went. The sudden change immediately raised the vigilance and uneasiness of the cultivators, for fear of encountering danger again. "I know what's going on. Everyone, don't panic." At this moment, the old man shouted to comfort the cultivators, saying that he had seen similar situations before. This is actually a protective mechanism that allows everyone to leave the purple light world at different times. The difference wasn't just an hour and a half, but a very long time. The longest gap was even several years. The most amazing thing was that even if you waited in the same place, you wouldn't be able to meet other cultivators who had left because they were in different spaces. This kind of situation is very rare, but it's not like it has never happened before. We can only say that we are very lucky. Of course, the biggest possibility is that it's because of you that the cultivators on the ship received such preferential treatment. When the old man said this, he once again bowed to Tang Zhen. It was obvious that he had confirmed this speculation. Otherwise, such a situation would not have happened for no reason. When the other cultivators saw this, they immediately understood what the old man meant. Some of them cupped their fists and bowed, while others had complicated and ruthless eyes. It could be said that there were both good and bad things in this situation. At least for the old man and his disciple, this was a good thing that they could not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For more. In this case, they didn't need to worry about being besieged by other cultivators and could escape. Now that it was time to part, he could only bow and pray that Tang Zhen would be safe. 1146 Tang Zhen gently nodded. He bid farewell to the other party and said, "Take care," from purple light ruins smoothly. It could be said that this method of leaving had saved the lives of the master and disciple, avoiding the potential danger that was very likely to erupt. The cultivators with evil intentions were filled with unwillingness at this moment, feeling that they had missed the best opportunity to attack. Little did they know that there was a pair of cold eyes sweeping the surroundings, and there was a trace of regret in the eyes. The gaze came from the deranged cultivator. He was also planning something, but he was dispelled by this sudden change. Otherwise, once they reached the shore, the cultivators with evil intentions would realize that it was not them who killed others, but others who wanted to kill them. "You're welcome. Take care." Tang Zhen welcomed the old man and his disciple and cupped his hands together in return. He knew that it would be very difficult for them to meet again after this parting. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man, master, and disciple on the other side began to fade and disappear. "Thank you for your rebirth. If we meet again and you need us, we will do our best." The four cultivators who had fallen in the purple light world and were resurrected because of Tang Zhen were also standing in front of him and bidding farewell. No words could express their gratitude for this great favor. Even if they used everything they had, they would be unable to repay Tang Zhen's kindness. Now that it was time to part, he could only bow and pray that Tang Zhen would be safe. Tang Zhen gently nodded. He bid farewell to the other party and said, "Take care. Just like the old man and his disciple, the 4 cultivators disappeared from the deck in the blink of an eye. Tang Zhen was silent for a few breaths before he turned to look at the crazy cultivator. The deranged cultivator was expressionless as he met Tang Zhen's gaze. He said in a cold voice, "I won't wait for you. I'll leave after I get ashore. If you can find me, I'll naturally give it to you. If you can't, don't even think about me taking the initiative to give it to you." Tang Zhen nodded and did not say anything. He knew from the beginning that these 2 original spirit treasures were not easy to get, and the deranged cultivator was not a good person. However, it didn't matter. If the deranged cultivator wanted to renege on his debt, he would use his life as interest. 3022 The Aftermath, a coincidental encounter. 1 A minute later, the deranged cultivator suddenly disappeared from the deck, officially leaving the purple light world. Before he left, he took a deep look at Tang Zhen with a profound expression. Tang Zhen once again surveyed his surroundings. It was likely that he would not return to this special world. Light and shadow flickered before his eyes. In the next instant, Tang Zhen had already left the huge ship. Looking at his surroundings again, he was already standing at the edge of purple light ruins, the intersection point of the 2 worlds. When he looked back, he saw that the green ocean was still there, but it was rapidly disappearing. A giant ship sailed into the distance, and a monster's head poked out of the bow, turning its head to look over. When it realized that Tang Zhen was looking at it, the monster let out a roar as if it was bidding farewell to Tang Zhen. A small figure waved his hand at Tang Zhen before turning around and walking into the cabin. Then, the ocean and the giant ship disappeared in an instant, like smoke blown by a strong wind. Tang Zhen turned around and sized up his surroundings. He discovered that there was no one around. This situation was very abnormal. Purple light ruins couldn't be so deserted. The old man's deduction was very accurate. Every cultivator who left would be in a different time and space to ensure that they would not interfere with each other. This could be considered a gift from the boy to the cultivators before he left. Perhaps it was out of good intentions, or it could be to deliberately disgust some people. Tang Zhen was not particularly concerned no matter what his goal was. This was because he would definitely not suffer a loss. As the purple light world dissipated, Tang Zhen's exploration this time could be considered to have officially ended. The next thing he had to do was to find the deranged cultivator and take back what was rightfully his. As he strode forward, the surrounding space seemed to tremble like flowing water. This allowed Tang Zhen to confirm that he was in an independent space-time. However, as he moved forward, the originally quiet world suddenly became lively. Tang Zhen heard the conversation and then saw the figures that turned from illusionary to real. These were all the residents and cultivators near Purple Light Ruins. They had actually been here all along. It was only because they were in a different time and space from Tang Zhen that they were unable to discover each other's existence. However, at this moment, this situation had already been destroyed. Tang Zhen had also walked out of the frozen time and space. Look, another lucky guy has appeared. I hope he hasn't been scared out of his wits by this adventure. After seeing Tang Zhen, a cultivator not far away said loudly. His voice contained a hint of gloating. Everyone looked at Tang Zhen. It was obvious that the news about the Purple Light world had spread in the Purple Light ruins. Every cultivator that suddenly appeared was a lucky person who had returned from the Purple Light world. Furthermore, they had appeared frequently during this period of time. The residents near Purple Light ruins were not surprised and even commented without care. They did not have the reverence that mortals had for cultivators. The main thing was that they didn't know that the cultivator who had suddenly appeared in front of them was actually an existence that made them tremble in fear. Tang Zhen completely ignored the gazes and discussions around him. He only slowly walked forward until he left this special ruins. The streets of Purple Light ruins were still the same as before, but they looked much more deserted. Many cultivators had left and never returned, affecting the prosperity of this place, but it was only a temporary phenomenon. It wouldn't take long for more cultivators to arrive here and try to find their own opportunities. Tang Zhen was not in a hurry to leave. He had just experienced a near-death experience and needed a short rest. It wasn't because he was tired, but because he wanted to digest the gains this time and then plan his next move. As they walked on the streets, no one was pointing at Tang Zhen anymore. No one knew that he had just returned from the Purple Light world. It could be seen that the way to get rid of the annoyance was to leave one place and head to another. Tang Zhen suddenly recalled something when he passed by a pub on the side of the road. He directly walked in. "Customer, What do you want to eat? A tender child's voice sounded, causing the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth to reveal a smile. He slowly turned his head over. A cute little girl with pigtails was looking at Tang Zhen as she asked with a somewhat tender voice. Bring me all the food you're good at. Also, bring me 2 pots of the wine made from the berries. After remembering the food that Tang Zhen needed, the little girl told him to wait a moment before bouncing and running to the house next to her. Tang Zhen turned his head and poured a cup of tea to carefully savor. Your Excellency, your food is here. It didn't take long before a woman's voice was heard, and she walked to the table with light steps. After clearly seeing Tang Zhen's appearance, the woman was stunned for a moment. Soon after, she used a surprised tone and said, "Oh, it's you. Welcome to our restaurant again." The tavern was run by a pair of sisters, and the woman in front of him was the older sister. Tang Zhen smiled and asked the older sister, "The last time Purple Light Ruins opened, you were all sucked in. I wonder if you encountered any danger." Although the residents of the extreme spiritual realm had the ability to come back from the dead, they still couldn't avoid the pain. The pain of death would not be numbed by too much experience. On the contrary, one would feel fear and respect for death, and learn to cherish their own life. He could be resurrected after death, but he had to endure that terrible pain. It was not worth it. Her sister smiled sweetly. She helped Tang Zhen place the dishes and filled the glass with fruit wine. "Thank you for your concern, sir. Although we were a little frightened, we didn't encounter any danger. Not long after the Purple Light World opened, we were sent out, and so were the other residents of Purple Light Ruins. It wasn't easy for you to return safely. I've heard that the Purple Light Realm that's opened this time is extremely dangerous. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators went there and never returned." When the elder sister said this, a hint of fear appeared on her face. She was clearly shocked by the terrifying number of casualties. The foreign cultivators were different from the indigenous people. Once they died, it was a real death. The bodies of hundreds of thousands of cultivators would probably pile up like a mountain. The elder sister continued, "According to the rumors of those cultivators, the difficulty of the Purple Light World this time is extremely rare. It had only appeared once a few decades ago. Moreover, it was said that there were 2 gods among the cultivators who took the risk this time, and one of the gods, corpses, was involved. It was because of their existence that the difficulty of the purgatory level appeared, causing the death of hundreds of thousands of cultivators. In addition, I've also heard that the 2 gods have obtained the top 10 places and received a generous reward. Your Excellency was also a participant. I wonder if you have seen the 2 gods and what they look like." When the elder sister said this, she revealed a curious expression. In the eyes of the residents of the extreme spirit realm, gods were also great and ethereal existences. They had only heard of them but had never seen them. So what if you're a deity? In the Purple Light World, you're just like any other ordinary cultivator. Otherwise, where do you think the god's corpse came from? It was still the one who died in the Purple Light World." Tang Zhen laughed. His tone was disapproving. He did not have the slightest bit of respect for gods. "You're right, it seems that the most powerful place is still our Purple Light Ruins. Even gods can't enter it." The elder sister sighed and let Tang Zhen enjoy the food and wine while she went to do other things. Tang Zhen poured himself a cup of wine and drank by himself. After tasting the specialty food of Purple Light Ruins, he got up and left. Just as he left, a man and a woman walked out of the house next to him. The woman was the younger sister who ran the tavern, and the man was a long-haired, white-faced cultivator. He exuded a gloomy and cold aura, and seawater dripped from the ends of his hair from time to time. After seeing Tang Zhen's back, the long-haired cultivator was slightly stunned. Then, he revealed an ecstatic expression and wanted to chase after him. However, Tang Zhen didn't even turn his head back. He raised his hand and gently waved, as if he was bidding farewell to the long-haired cultivator and stopping him from chasing after him. The long-haired cultivator stopped in his tracks and bowed deeply to Tang Zhen's back. "Husband, what are you doing?" the younger sister asked in a curious tone when she saw this scene. She swept her gaze over Tang Zhen, who was in the distance, and felt that she was familiar with him. "I'm thanking a great benefactor. It's because of him that you and I have the chance to reunite." After hearing the white-haired cultivator's words, the item in the elder sister's hand suddenly fell to the ground. She looked at the long-haired cultivator and said in a surprised tone, "You mean, the Lord who just ate is the god who helped you come back to life?" The long-haired cultivator nodded his head. 3023 Tracking. /1 About 3,000 miles away from Purple Light Ruins was a barren, desolate land. Not a blade of grass grew here, and the maroon rocks were as sharp as knives, as if they would fall at any moment. There was also an inexplicable gust of wind that came from nowhere, grinding the rocks into strange shapes. Even though the environment was extremely harsh, there were still a large number of strange creatures that were fierce and vicious. A figure suddenly appeared on a steep mountain peak that was about 1,000 meters tall. It was Tang Zhen, who had just left Purple Light Ruins. He didn't follow the light ball's guidance to search for the possible origin spiritual treasure, because he didn't know how long it would take and how far he would have to travel. Looking for the deranged cultivator and taking back the 2 origin soul treasures that the other party owed had naturally become Tang Zhen's top priority. Based on the contract that both parties signed, Tang Zhen could ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The deranged cultivator for the origin soul treasure and the other party would definitely not refuse. However, there was a prerequisite. Tang Zhen must find the crazy cultivator. Otherwise, who would he ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For it, before the other party left, he had told Tang Zhen that if he wanted the origin spiritual treasure, he must first find him. This problem was neither big nor small. If it were in the outside world, it would be easy, but in a special place like the extreme spiritual realm, it was not an easy task. Divination techniques couldn't be used normally. For cultivators, this was definitely a big challenge. Tang Zhen had experienced a similar matter before. He had no choice but to go to war in order to find the owner of the origin spiritual treasure. Although the extreme spiritual realm was good, it also had its own drawbacks, which made the foreign cultivators feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, after some exploration, Tang Zhen already knew some special methods to help him track down people. The first thing he had to do was to control all the creatures in the area and make them enter a state of dreamland. The next thing he had to do was to awaken his deeply hidden memories and search for useful information in the collective dream. Combined with his previous experience in the adventure in the Purple Light world, Tang Zhen confirmed the wonders of the dream world. Of course, this was referring to the dreams of gods. If it was a dream of an ordinary person, it would be meaningless. All the residents of Purple Light Ruins were having a daydream. All the residents' dreams came together to form a complete world, and it combined with reality. Reality was a dream, but a dream was also reality. There was no need to explain the principle of its operation in detail. In short, with a thought from Tang Zhen, it allowed him to observe the entire Purple Light Ruins from a god's perspective. This wasn't time going back, nor would it disturb the plane's rules. It was just a replay of collective memory. As the replay continued, Tang Zhen finally saw the scene he wanted in the memory of a resident of Purple Light Ruins. A cultivator appeared out of thin air. He looked around and then disappeared in an instant. The resident of Purple Light Ruins who saw him thought he was seeing things and didn't take it to heart. He had no idea that he had just met a god. Fortunately, the mad cultivator didn't have the intention to kill. Otherwise, the residents of Purple Light Ruins would have been attacked. Perhaps in the eyes of the deranged cultivator, he was just an ant. It didn't matter whether he was stomped to death or not. Furthermore, the residents of the extreme spiritual realm were immortal, so attacking them would only be a waste of time. It would also cause unnecessary trouble. It was precisely because of these reasons that Tang Zhen found a clue. Although the mad cultivator had only appeared for a moment, he had revealed many things in Tang Zhen's eyes. After analyzing, Tang Zhen was able to obtain a lot of information. For example, what method did the other party use to leave and which direction he planned to head in? These were all very important information. Tang Zhen could complete the tracking of the crazy cultivator by relying on the results of his analysis. Although it sounded simple, it wasn't easy to do it. After a serious analysis, Tang Zhen came to a conclusion. He left Purple Light Ruins and began to track. This barren land was the third stop of Tang Zhen's tracking. According to his analysis, the deranged cultivator should have appeared here. The extreme spirit realm was different from the outside world. Cultivators could not travel in the void, and there was a limit to the distance they could teleport. 1,000 miles of teleportation was the limit of a cultivator's teleportation, and he had to be at the god level. By judging the distance, Tang Zhen accurately locked onto the location where the deranged cultivator had stopped and followed him. He once again created a collective dreamland. From the eyes of a monster, Tang Zhen saw the figure of a crazy cultivator. Just like the previous 2 times, it was still a flash without any pause. Through observation, he found that the direction the deranged cultivator was moving in was very regular. It seemed that he was heading to a certain place. If it was to avoid Tang Zhen, he would definitely run around and not be as well behaved as he was now. It was good that he was not hiding from him. Otherwise, it would definitely be very difficult to find the other party's traces. Although a cunning fox could not win against an experienced hunter, not every hunter could return with a full harvest. If the other party really wanted to avoid Tang Zhen, the game of pursuit between the two parties might take a very long time to end. If this was the case, Tang Zhen would rather give up on this pursuit and not waste his precious time. He would continue to complete the pursuit after some time or by chance, and he would also take back the compensation. Fortunately, looking at the current situation, Tang Zhen didn't need to make such a choice. After determining the direction in which the deranged cultivator was heading, Tang Zhen used his teleportation technique and continued to track him. However, not long after, Tang Zhen returned with a puzzled expression on his face. This time, he didn't find the deranged cultivator. It was as if the other party had disappeared into thin air. This situation wasn't quite right. It also made Tang Zhen realize that things weren't as simple as he had imagined. Tang Zhen returned to his previous stop and cast the spell again. After which, he carefully observed the changes in the group's dream. Compared to the previous time, Tang Zhen had deliberately observed for a longer period of time. He had continued to observe after the deranged cultivator had teleported away. After waiting for half an hour, a figure slowly appeared at the spot where the mad cultivator had disappeared. It was the deranged cultivator who had teleported away earlier. He had not really left, but had hidden himself using some special means. The purpose of doing this was most likely to confirm whether there was someone secretly following him. He didn't expect that after a period of time, he would mislead Tang Zhen, causing him to almost chase in the wrong direction. Fortunately, Tang Zhen discovered the abnormality in time and patiently waited. Only then did he discover the little trick of the deranged cultivator. The other party was a god and ordinary cultivators would not even put him in their eyes. The purpose of doing this was perhaps to guard against Tang Zhen. This was because he was unable to determine when Tang Zhen would leave the purple light world and whether he would follow behind and track him. It was only right to take appropriate precautions. If he wasn't on guard, Tang Zhen would have to be more careful because the other party was likely to scheme against him. Seeing the deranged cultivator leave smoothly, Tang Zhen did not leave the collective dream. Instead, he continued to wait silently. As expected, after another half an hour, the deranged cultivator reappeared. It was obvious that his teleportation just now was an illusion. Such a cautious performance did not match his crazy image at all. It was very likely that he was pretending. After testing it out twice, the deranged cultivator was finally at ease. He teleported in another direction. 3024 megacity, tracking a huge city appeared before Tang Zhen's eyes. The city was extremely large. From a distance, it looked like a large and majestic mountain range. Even if one was high up in the sky, one could not see the end of the city. There were only tall buildings that stretched as far as the eye could see. Vigorous and desolate, if one did not experience 1,000 years of time, there was no such charm at all. Tang Zhen had seen such a grand and huge city before, but the style was completely different. As expected, one could encounter all kinds of things in the extreme spirit realm, including this ridiculously large city. When he thought about the unique environment of the extreme spirit realm, Tang Zhen could not help but suspect that this city was dug from another plane and then connected to this world. The area of the city was extremely large, so there were naturally many residents. The streets were filled with people. Most of them were aboriginals, but there were also foreign cultivators, and they lived in harmony with each other. According to Tang Zhen's analysis, the deranged cultivator should have passed by this city. It was just that he didn't know if he would stop. Tang Zhen had a premonition that this super city before his eyes was the destination of the deranged cultivator. Otherwise, he could have avoided this place during the journey, so as not to expose his whereabouts when crossing the border. However, if it was really the destination, the difficulty for Tang Zhen to find it would clearly be much higher. This was because there were many residents in the city, and it was easy for a god to sneak in. Tang Zhen circled an area and once again created a collective dreamland to read the hidden memories of the indigenous people. However, after observing for half a day, he didn't find any traces of the deranged cultivator. He didn't know where he had gone. This abnormal situation caused Tang Zhen to feel a little confused. Could it be that the deranged cultivator had not arrived at this city? Even if the other party did not enter the city, they should have used this place as a transit point. After all, the limit of teleportation was 1,000 miles. This was an indestructible rule, and even gods could not violate it unless they were powerful enough that even the rules could not restrict them. However, from his previous observations, the deranged cultivator clearly did not have that ability. Otherwise, Tang Zhen would not be able to track him so easily. There must be something missing, or the other party must have used some kind of technique to cover up their tracks. When Tang Zhen thought up to this point, he began to continuously observe and analyze in an attempt to find out where the abnormality was. After watching it over and over again, Tang Zhen's spirit was jolted as he finally discovered something amiss. He calculated the number of people on the street and found that there was indeed one more person. The extra one was most likely the deranged cultivator. He split his thoughts and locked onto the targets that were participating in the collective dream, reading their individual memories. During the screening process, Tang Zhen saw the scene he wanted from the memory of a shop owner. A man with a gloomy expression walked out from the wall and mixed into the crowd. There were many cultivators in the city, and it wasn't rare to see experts who could fly in the sky and burrow underground. The boss had seen similar situations before, so he didn't take it seriously. Tang Zhen fixed his eyes on him. He couldn't be sure that this was the crazy cultivator because there was too much of a difference in appearance and body size. For cultivators, physical appearances could be changed, and it couldn't be used as evidence to determine one's identity. The method of distinguishing aura fluctuations could not be used in a collective dream, unless the hypnotist also had considerable strength and made a response judgment. This was the flaw of a collective dreamscape, because the foundation of its composition was all from the controlled participants. The scene, the sound, the smell, everything was the same. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single king-level cultivator on the street, so how could he sense a god? Tang Zhen could only treat him as a crazed cultivator in disguise after the screening. After all, this was the only clue he had. After exiting the collective dream, the residents on the streets were as usual and were not affected at all. They didn't know that in that instant, their memories had been flipped through countless times. Tang Zhen appeared on the street and slowly walked along the long street. He continuously unleashed a technique that was similar to daydreaming. The pedestrians on the road were constantly falling into a group dream, and then they would wake up in an instant. Tang Zhen used their memories to form a continuous scene. The mad cultivator was the only main character, appearing and disappearing in this scene. The main contributors to the memory were naturally the merchants on both sides of the road. Passers-by were not of much use at all. After tracking the target and walking for about 5 kilometers, a huge building blocked their way. The buildings were like 3 giant towers standing at the same time and connected in the air with a corridor. It was not known whether it was for the sake of beauty or to enhance stability. The building was covered with beautiful flower vines, and there were tall trees around it, as if it was an exquisite garden in the middle of the street. The passers-by were not affected at all and could even enjoy the beautiful scenery along the way. The target had disappeared again. No one near the building saw the target, or rather, no one had seen it, but they were not at the scene. Tang Zhen had created a collective dreamland without the participation of any witnesses, so it was naturally impossible to find the figure of the crazy cultivator. Once the clues were cut off, it would be difficult to continue the pursuit, and they could only continue to search like looking for a needle in a haystack. The current situation was within his expectations. Tang Zhen did not feel surprised at all. He could only wander around randomly and expand the scope of the collective dream to find hidden clues. This building was located at the cross junction and was connected to different directions. Tang Zhen had to filter through all of them. Fortunately, not long after, Tang Zhen found a clue and confirmed that it was the target he had been tracking. The other party was still moving forward, and he had no idea where they were going. Tang Zhen naturally had to continue following them. They entered deep into this huge city and walked for over 10 kilometers. In the process of advancing, they passed by a huge dueling ground, from which there was a continuous tsunami-like shouting. Tang Zhen swept his gaze over and discovered that there were over 100 natives fighting each other in the interior of the dueling ground. They wore exaggerated armors and held all kinds of weapons, putting on a bloody show for countless audience members. The martial artists of both sides who were participating in the duel ruthlessly swung their weapons at their opponents, either cutting them in half at the waist or beheading them. Broken internal organs and intestines that had been pulled out were thrown all over the ground of the arena. This bloody and tragic scene made the surrounding audience extremely excited, and they constantly shouted to vent their anger. The residents of the extreme spirit realm had already brought out their immortality and created a bloody and strange way of entertainment. They pleased the bored natives through this bloody death competition, and it seemed to be quite effective. The audience was also very invested in the game. They waved the tickets in their hands, obviously participating in a gambling game. When the battle began, the audience would curse and shout desperately, urging the party they had bet on to quickly kill all the opponents. If they won, the audience would get a generous prize money and go out to party with it. Although the residents of the extreme spiritual realm could be resurrected, they still had to consider their basic necessities. If they did not eat for a long time, they would starve to death. Just like the outside world, the rich lived a more comfortable life, while the poor lived a much worse life. As long as he was diligent, he would not have to worry about starving to death. After all, this was the extreme spirit realm. If there was really no way out, they could still run to the dueling ground and let others hack them to death. At that time, the family of the deceased would be able to receive a considerable amount of compensation from the operator. Or, after he was resurrected, he could return to the dueling ground and claim his death compensation. If they were strong enough and could win a few battles, they would definitely receive more rewards. Looking back at the collective dream again, he found that the target had disappeared again, and he did not know where he had gone. Strange, why did it disappear again? Tang Zhen stood at the end of the street and pondered in his heart. He had a faint guess in his heart. Tang Zhen glanced at the arena beside him before he turned around and walked in. Chapter 3025 The Arena 1. As he stepped into the dueling ground, ear-piercing sounds immediately rang out, each wave louder than the last. The audience was still roaring, cursing the warriors to die quickly so that they could get a big bonus. It was like a beast's howl, as if it wanted to bite someone. This kind of money that reeked of blood made the audience feel excited and excited. Many of the audience's emotions were completely out of control. They were intoxicated by this bloody entertainment and couldn't extricate themselves. When they screamed continuously, they showed their ugliest forms. Tang Zhen sat on a chair and watched the fight in the middle of the arena in silence. He appeared just like an ordinary spectator. Compared to the crazed audience around him, his attitude and expression seemed a little out of place. The outcome of the performers, who were the focus of everyone's attention, was about to be decided. At this moment, the battle arena was covered with corpses. The blood-soaked martial artists were waving the weapons in their hands to end the enemies who had lost the ability to resist. Seeing the head roll to the ground, some of the audience members cursed because they had lost money. The winner of the duel was currently enjoying the loud cheers of the audience, and he made some vulgar and dirty moves. The person in charge of collecting the corpses pushed a cart into the arena and packed up the broken bodies. Looking at their expressions and actions, it was as if they were dealing with garbage. After cleaning up the corpses in a simple sweep of the battlefield, the next battle would soon begin. Some of the audience chose to leave, while others placed their bets again. It was a busy scene. Tang Zhen was silent for a moment. He followed the flow of people and went to the betting table. "I want to participate in the battle arena. Where do I need to go?" Tang Zhen asked in a calm tone as he looked at the staff behind the metal window. The surrounding audience curiously sized up Tang Zhen. It seemed that they were studying whether he would be able to obtain victory. "Buddy, are you here to die?" A brawny man looked at Tang Zhen and asked in a puzzled tone. His eyes contained a trace of ridicule. He was wearing a staff member's uniform as he sized up Tang Zhen. After which, he extended his hand and pointed in a direction. "You can go there. Someone will receive you and tell you what to do. But I have to remind you that the pain of death in the fighting arena is far beyond your imagination. If you don't have the guts, it's best not to try it, or you'll wet your pants." The burly man's words made the surrounding audience burst into laughter, but no one took the opportunity to mock him. Those who dared to participate in this kind of death competition were basically no different from lunatics, so it was best not to provoke them. Even in the eyes of many natives, this was a proper performance and should be respected. Following the brawny man's guidance, Tang Zhen arrived at the house. There were quite a few people in the house, and they all had fierce auras on their faces. One look and you could tell that they were the kind of people who had died more than once. When they saw Tang Zhen enter the room, the strong men all used malicious gazes as they sized him up. There were even some people who made a throat-cutting gesture at Tang Zhen, their faces filled with provocation. If you're participating in the death competition, then quickly come and register. If you've entered the wrong door, then get out. The one who spoke was a bearded man wearing a short robe that looked like a waistcoat. His arms were like old tree stumps. I'll sign up. Tang Zhen walked over and spoke to the big bearded man. Very good, another fellow has come to die. Welcome to the Purgatory Combat Field. The big bearded man laughed as he pulled out a contract from the side and slammed it on the table. Press your handprint on this, and then you can participate in the death competition. You either kill someone or get killed by someone. Of course, no matter what, you'll get the reward you deserve, and you won't be short of a single copper. Tang Zhen grabbed the contract and casually glanced at it. He extended his hand and pressed his fingerprint on it. Very good. I like courageous young people. Seeing this, Big Beardy pulled back the leather contract and threw it into the iron box beside him. All right, buddy, you can go pick your weapon now and wait for the next battle to begin. I hope you can live longer. I don't want to see your cute little head in the next car of body parts. When the big bearded man spoke, he waved his hand at Tang Zhen and looked at the other participant standing behind him. Welcome, buddy. You have to tell me first if you're ready to be chopped up by someone. Following the big bearded man's instructions, Tang Zhen came to the house at the side and saw that it was filled with all kinds of weapons. There were also armors that were stained with blood. He didn't need to guess to know that these were all things taken from the corpses, and they were just for recycling. Those broken things. Tang Zhen walked forward. He randomly picked up a rusty "Come on, young man. Choose a set of armor that belongs to you. It can make you die a little slower." Someone shouted at Tang Zhen. At the same time, he pointed at those broken things. Tang Zhen walked forward. He randomly picked up a rusty 2-foot-long bronze sword and stood to the side without saying anything. "Young man, you don't need a set of armor?" the burly man beside him asked. He seemed to be unable to understand Tang Zhen's actions. "I don't need to." Tang Zhen glanced at the burly man and spoke in an indifferent tone. "I often see young people as confident as you, but without exception, they are all pulled out of the arena by the corpse truck," the large man said with a smile. In fact, he did not care about Tang Zhen being killed. After all, it had nothing to do with him. Moreover, even if he died, he could be resurrected, so what was there to worry about? In the time that followed, people continuously entered the room to choose their own weapons and armor. There were also people pushing carts to throw the weapons and equipment that had just been removed from the corpses back into the house. While they were waiting, the martial artists who were preparing to participate in the death arena laughed loudly, or looked around with cold eyes. When they entered the arena later, some of them would become accomplices, while others would become opponents. Observing in advance could make the battle easier. Tang Zhen was silent. He was just like a statue as he quietly stood in a corner. "New kid, remember what I said. When the battle starts, I will twist your head off." A martial artist who was standing at the side suddenly looked at Tang Zhen and spoke in a vicious tone. When Tang Zhen came in just now, he made a throat-cutting gesture to Tang Zhen, and his expression was unusually fierce. Both parties did not know each other. He did not know what caused this fellow to target Tang Zhen. "I hope that you have the strength to do so and not just for show." Tang Zhen shook his head as he looked at the martial artist in front of him. He was too lazy to bother with this fool. That martial artist laughed strangely when he saw Tang Zhen's reaction. He used a dark and cold gaze to firmly stare at Tang Zhen. After staring for over 10 seconds, he discovered that Tang Zhen was not looking at him at all. Only then did he turn around and leave with a cold smile. "Hee, you have to be careful. That guy specializes in bullying newbies." This was because newbies had no experience and could be easily killed, which would allow them to obtain more rewards. If you're intimidated by his aura, you'll be easily killed by him in a duel. The brawny man in charge of guarding the weapon said to Tang Zhen as if he was watching a good show. "He'll soon realize that he's actually provoked the wrong person." Tang Zhen coldly said. It was impossible for him to care about such a threat. That was simply too laughable. The brawny man laughed when he heard this. He felt that Tang Zhen was just a young brat. Once he tasted the taste of death, he would know how extraordinary the death arena was. How would he know that Tang Zhen had another reason for participating in the death competition? Otherwise, the entire arena and the audience would be turned into ashes with a single thought. Chapter 3026 Duel of Death 1 Warriors, get ready, it's your turn soon. A bald brawny man shouted at the duelists with a cruel smile on his face. It wouldn't be long before these guys who participated in the death competition would become incomplete corpses. Seeing them go on stage alive and well, then being cut into pieces and dragged out, the bald man would feel an indescribable joy in his heart. Roar! As soon as the bald man finished speaking, the duelists cheered loudly, as if they were wild beasts that were about to be released from their cages. The duelists who had been waiting for a long time carried their respective weapons and walked toward the bright doorway ahead. As they left the darkness, the dazzling sunlight shone on their bodies, making them feel very uncomfortable. Squinting his eyes and looking around, he could see that there were nearly 100,000 spectators gathered in the ring-shaped arena. They shouted and cursed loudly, throwing out their filthy language, venting their anger without any restraint. The martial artists participating in the death arena enjoyed the lively atmosphere, and were constantly waving their hands at their surroundings. Some of the duelists were waving their weapons, making it look there were also duelists who somersaulted and beat their chests like ats to show their bravery and agility, like they were fighting and slashing, looking fierce and powerful. There were also duelists who somersaulted and beat their chests like ats to show their bravery and agility. The audience was particularly impressed, and they coordinated with each other to let out waves of shrieking and screaming, causing the sound waves in the arena to exceed the waves. Tang Zhen was silent as he walked at the back of the group. He didn't have any particularly exaggerated performance. In the eyes of many in the audience, this was clearly a performance of lack of confidence. Moreover, Tang Zhen's face was indeed unfamiliar. Compared to those who had died many times or had never lost a battle, the death rate of a newcomer like him was extremely high. Fortunately, this was a team battle and not a one-on-one fight. Otherwise, the newbies would definitely die. Around the huge dueling ground, there were many metal pillars erected, covered with mysterious runes. The runic magic circle's purpose was to isolate the world's energy and prevent cultivators from using their magic techniques. After all, no one could guarantee that there were no hidden cultivators among the duelists. If a cultivator used a spell, he would definitely be able to crush the entire arena, which would be very unfair to the other duelists. The result of the battle would also lose all suspense. The arena had invited super powerhouses and specially set up runic magic circles to reduce the cultivators who had infiltrated into the arena to mortals or to make their magic artifacts ineffective. Cultivators could only rely on their strength and techniques to fight. Their original advantage was gone, and they would be killed if they were not careful. In fact, if it was not necessary, no cultivators would participate in this kind of competition, as it was purely asking for trouble. The duelists walked to the center of the arena and heard a majestic voice that echoed in the huge arena. From now on, we'll be splitting into random groups. As the voice fell, pillars of light rose from the duelists' bodies. Different colors represented the camp they belonged to. The duelists from the same camp automatically gathered together and looked coldly at the enemy opposite them. The brawny man who had threatened to kill Tang Zhen earlier was currently standing opposite him. He was looking at him with a cold and proud smile. Meeting Tang Zhen's gaze, he made a throat-cutting gesture, appearing sinister and bloodthirsty. The voice that had just appeared once again resounded throughout the arena. Those who have placed their bets, please make your choice immediately. Upon hearing this prompt, the audience picked up the metal sign in their hands and broke off the camp that they thought might lose. This special metal plate had a perfect anti-counterfeit function and could record the information of bets. After he won, he could use it to exchange for the prize money. There would definitely be no problem. After waiting for 5 minutes, when all the audience members had made their choices, the voice sounded again. Death competition officially begins. With the command, the sky above them suddenly turned dark, as if night had fallen. The huge arena instantly fell silent, as if all the spectators had disappeared. The only place with light was the arena, as if it was the only island in the world. Kill! With a roar, the duelists widened their eyes and began to charge at the enemy. They waved their weapons and used all their strength to slash at their equally fierce opponents. Bang! The enemy's brawny man at the front was 3 meters tall. He wore heavy armor and wielded a heavy weapon that looked like a mace. The moment the two sides came into contact, the spiked club swept out and smashed directly on the body of the duelist opposite. The sharp teeth on the mace pierced into the body of the duelists. Then, under the push of the huge force, the duelists' bodies were completely cut and torn apart. The duelers who were hit didn't even have time to make a sound before their bodies were torn into 2. Roar! After successfully killing an enemy, the brawny man once again waved his huge mace and smashed it at the enemy next to him. It was a skinny duelist with extremely fast reaction speed. He dodged the mace the moment it hit him. The mace hit the ground with a muffled sound and sparks flew. The skinny duelist jumped up, stepped on the mace, and then rushed into the air. The short knife in his hand was directly aimed at the strong man's throat, but it was blocked by the strong man's arm. The petite duelist's speed and reaction could be said to be unparalleled. When the short knife was blocked by the giant man, he actually directly flipped and jumped behind the giant man. Go to hell. He raised the short knife in his hand, aimed it at the back of the giant's head, and stabbed it down. The short knife pierced through the back of his head. The giant man let out a muffled groan and his huge body slowly knelt down. The skinny duelist had successfully killed the giant man. Just as he was about to look for other targets, he heard a strong wind beside his ear. PFF'd. A fist-sized iron ball hit the head of the skinny duelist, blowing his head off. A duelist in the distance was carrying a box full of iron balls on his back and holding a round shield in his hand. Seeing that the skinny duelist had been killed, he grinned with a smug expression. He reached out and pulled the trigger. He took out another iron ball of the same size and threw it at the enemy not far away. As soon as the iron ball in his hand was thrown, the duelist screamed and fell to the ground. An extremely sharp three-edged arrow shot into the duelist's eye socket and came out from the back of his head. In just a short time, more than a dozen bodies had fallen on the empty dueling ground. This was only the beginning. The number of people on both sides had already exceeded 100. The real bloody battle was yet to come. At the moment the battle began, all the duelists charged towards the enemy. However, Tang Zhen stood on the spot without moving. Not charging didn't mean that it was safe, especially if the target was still in the same place. It would be the first target for the long-range attackers. A figure was rushing over at an extremely fast speed from the opposite camp. It was the burly man who had issued a death threat to Tang Zhen earlier and made a throat-cutting gesture. A duelist tried to stop him, but he twisted his waist and swung his knife, cutting open his abdomen. He nimbly turned around and jumped up, the curved sword in his hand falling down, directly beheading the enemy. Looking at Tang Zhen on the opposite side, the burly man revealed a sinister smile and once again charged towards Tang Zhen. He nimbly dodged the duelists blocking his path and used an extremely short amount of time to arrive in front of Tang Zhen. Go to hell, rookie. The brawny man waved his scimitar and hacked down toward Tang Zhen. The sinister smile on his face did not change. However, his other hand secretly held a short sword and stabbed it toward Tang Zhen's abdomen. This was the most effective way to deal with newbies. On the surface, it was a feint, but it was a dark trick. Most of the inexperienced duelists would fall for the trap and have their throats slit by the brawny man. It was just that he did not expect that Tang Zhen was not a native, much less a rookie. A cold light flashed as Tang Zhen withdrew his bronze short sword. He then walked around the burly man and walked forward. Plop! The brawny man's face was covered in blood, and half of his head slid off, falling into the dust. 3027 Silence. Wait. The deaths in the dueling ground continued every minute and every second, until the last enemy fell. The death of a duelist did not cause any commotion at all. Many spectators did not even notice it. Their eyes were dazzled as they scanned the dueling ground, looking for a target that interested them. The famous duelists received even more attention. Every time they killed someone, they would attract the excited cheers of the audience. The unremarkable Tang Zhen was clearly unable to attract the attention of the audience, even though he had just killed an old hand with a sword. As the saying goes, a horse makes a mistake. On a chaotic battlefield, there were countless cases of veterans being killed by newbies. Even if someone noticed that the duelists were killed by Tang Zhen, they would only think that the other party was unlucky. Most importantly, this was a team battle. Individual strength was nothing. The true purpose of the battle was to see who would win in the end. If it belonged to the losing side, it would be difficult to escape death no matter how good their performance was. The battle continued. Another enemy stared at Tang Zhen, who was standing in the same place. He raised his hand and a heavy dart flew out. The dart was big and heavy, probably weighing 3 to 4 caddies. It was in the shape of a cross. Ordinary light armors could not withstand the attacks of the darts at all, and they could be easily penetrated. The enemy who launched the attack saw Tang Zhen standing on the spot and made him the target of the attack. Originally, the other party thought that he could kill Tang Zhen with a single strike and did not even bother to look back. After he shot out another dart, he turned his head around to take a look. In the end, he discovered that Tang Zhen was still standing at the same spot. The dart that he had shot out earlier was now flying towards his face at an extremely fast speed. Not good. The duelists were shocked. He knew how terrifying the damage of the dart was, so he quickly dodged it. However, compared to the fast dart, the duelist's dodging speed was obviously slower. With a scream, the cross-shaped dart was nailed to the head of the sneak attacker. His body was like mud as he collapsed to the ground. When his companion beside him saw this, he glanced at Tang Zhen from afar and revealed a trace of fear on his face. The weapons chosen by the duelers were naturally the ones that they were skilled in. Who would have expected that during the sneak attack, they would be killed by Tang Zhen using the same method? This could only mean one thing. The strength of Tang Zhen, who had successfully counterattacked, far exceeded that of the duelist who had been killed. Tang Zhen, who was originally not noticed by anyone, also began to be paid special attention to. This was to prevent him from using the same method to launch a long-range attack. Contrary to the enemy's expectations, Tang Zhen did not continue to launch his long-range attack. Instead, he remained standing at his original spot as though he was in a daze. However, even if this was the case, no one dared to underestimate him. They guessed that it was very likely that Tang Zhen was deliberately confusing the enemy. The duelists from the same camp noticed the abnormal Tang Zhen. They originally thought that he was timid and cowardly, but they did not think so now. How could there be such a timid person who could kill two duelists from the enemy camp in a row without a sound? He was probably a wolf in sheep's clothing, and definitely not some newbie. Similar thoughts flashed through his mind, but he didn't have the time to think about it. As time passed, the originally huge dueling ground had started to shrink. The place where the light shone on became dark, like an invisible wall that was constantly moving forward. Because of the existence of this wall, the duelists had nowhere to escape and were forced to approach the central area. This was done to limit the time of the duel so as not to delay the start of the next death arena. The intense and tragic battle scene could make the audience more satisfied, and they would always maintain a high state of excitement. The duelists who had been wandering around the edge of the battlefield or launching sneak attacks from afar were forced to move closer to the center. Tang Zhen, who was standing on the same spot without moving, had actually become the most central area. If they wanted to last until the end, they had to occupy this position and then guard it firmly. At this moment, Tang Zhen had become the target of everyone's arrows. At the same time, he had also become the target of his comrades' assistants. The enemy was attacking him, and his companions were also shouting for him to hold on, ready to help him. Tang Zhen, who was in the middle of the storm, did not seem to be affected in the slightest. He continued to quietly stand on the spot. "Damn it, why are you in a daze?" One of Tang Zhen's accomplices reminded loudly when he saw that Tang Zhen's soul seemed to have left his body. His tone was filled with intense anger. It turned out that not far away, two enemies were brandishing their large blades as they slashed toward Tang Zhen. The two enemies were tall and strong. They were like two moving hills as they ruthlessly crashed towards Tang Zhen. From their appearance, it was obvious that they wanted to kill Tang Zhen and seize the core area. The audience had already recognized that the two tall duelists were veterans in the arena, who had died hundreds of times. However, all of these guys had a lot of experience, and they were all fierce and cunning. After dying many times, they learned how to bring death to others, but the number of times they died became less and less. Upon seeing the appearance of these two enemies, the surrounding companions were almost certain that Tang Zhen would turn into a corpse in the next instant. However, the real result was often beyond expectations. Just when everyone thought that Tang Zhen would definitely die, they saw him raise the bronze short sword in his hand. This sword was no longer than 2 feet long, and the body of the sword was inlaid with gold and silver. It was obviously the sword of a noble in the past. However, the pearl was now covered in dust and rust. It had been a long time since the blade had been polished. There was a trace of red in the rust of the sword, which was dried blood. Duelists with a single sword strike. The gazes of an increasing number of spectators had also landed 1136 on him. In the past days, this worn-out bronze sword had pierced through the bodies of countless duelists. Following Tang Zhen's dance, this bright red color became exceptionally gorgeous as it swiftly glided before everyone's eyes. The two duelists that were charging towards Tang Zhen were swept by this brilliant red glow and were instantly torn to pieces. A look of disbelief appeared on his ferocious face, as if he had not expected to die so easily. He didn't even have the chance to fight, and he didn't even have the chance to swing his weapon, and then he became a dead soul under the sword. Although one could be resurrected after death, this kind of death was too depressing. Unfortunately, once they were killed, they would lose the right to participate in the game. If they wanted to take revenge, they would have to wait until they were reborn. Tang Zhen had killed 2 strong enemies in an instant. This had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. No one had expected that the seemingly low-profile Tang Zhen would actually be so terrifying when he erupted. The threat level suddenly increased, and several enemy duelists, who were confident in their superior strength, immediately regarded him as a hunting target. In this kind of life-and-death arena, not only did one have to kill the enemy, but they also had to perform a wonderful performance. This was the only way to increase their popularity, gain more recognition from the audience, and have a higher value. The appearance fee of a big shot was hundreds or even thousands of times that of a newbie. This was the most basic standard of the arena. As long as they seized the opportunity, the duelists would do their best to perform. The goal was to make more spectators remember them and then become true stars in the arena. Tang Zhen had successfully attracted the attention of these experts after killing 2 powerful duelists with a single sword strike. The gazes of an increasing number of spectators had also landed on him. However, all of this was the result that Tang Zhen wanted. This was because he was quietly waiting for a certain fellow to come knocking on his door. 3028 Suspicion. Wait, kill him. Hurry up and rush up. We'll occupy the central area and kill all the enemies. Trash, if you continue to dawdle, I'm going to lose all my money, Yingluo. In the audience stands of the arena, shouts and curses rang out incessantly, madly venting the excitement and dissatisfaction in their hearts. They all had their own sides, so they naturally hoped that the side they bet on would win, and the other side would be killed. However, the battlefield was unpredictable. Even if they had previously judged which group had a higher chance of winning based on the information of the duelists, they still could not guarantee that they would win. At this moment, Tang Zhen was a variable in the dueling ground, causing those crazy gamblers to feel their hearts tremble. There were still many people in the audience who had high hopes for Zhen Tang. As long as he won, they would be able to earn a lot of money. They shouted loudly and cheered for Tang Zhen. They didn't care if they could hear him or not. Tang Zhen's expression did not change as he faced the 5 enemies that were charging towards him at the center of the dueling ground. This was not the purple light world. The runic magic circle in the arena could not suppress him at all. However, Tang Zhen abided by the rules and did not use any techniques that belonged to a deity. Instead, he used his pure physical strength. The purpose of his actions wasn't to toy with the natives, but to lure the enemy into the trap. This was because Tang Zhen had realized that the deranged cultivator was most likely deliberately luring him. The other party actually knew long ago that Tang Zhen would follow him to collect a debt, so he came to beat him at his own game. If that was the case, Tang Zhen would definitely fall into the other party's trap if he continued to pursue. Tang Zhen would never let his guard down when facing a deity-level cultivator. This was because every deity had their own trump card. If the other party's trap was like the purple light world, it was very likely to cause serious damage to Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen had just experienced a near-death experience. It was impossible for him to make the same mistake again. Only then did he decisively stop his pursuit. If the deranged cultivator had set a trap, he would have observed him in secret and tried to lure him into it. If they realized that he had stopped tracking them, they would definitely jump out and provide new clues. If it wasn't, it would prove that Tang Zhen's judgment was wrong. He could still follow the original method to track. At most, it would take more time and reduce the success rate, but it could avoid potential danger. What Tang Zhen wanted to do was to spread his name in this death arena and let all the residents of the city know about him. If the deranged cultivator wanted to find him, it would be a piece of cake. He did not use any divine means, mainly to avoid alerting the enemy. Another reason was that he was worried that there would be other gods of the same level in the city. If this was the outside world, Tang Zhen would definitely not be so cautious. However, since he was in the extreme spiritual realm, he had to be extra careful. This was because there were many hidden talents in the extreme spiritual realm. Even if there were gods from the outside world, there were also many local gods. These aboriginal deities were all cultivated by the natives who had immortal bodies. For some special reasons, they could only be regarded as false gods. Although they were not true gods, they were not weak, and they had the advantage in numbers. Tang Zhen didn't want to provoke these aboriginal deities the most. Once he caused them to attack him in a group, his situation would become extremely dangerous. If he provoked a truly powerful being, such as the master of the extreme spiritual realm, he would probably be unable to escape. Fortunately, these native gods rarely bothered with foreign cultivators and didn't provoke each other. Tang Zhen had been worried that the enemy would use the local gods to secretly scheme against him. He became even more vigilant when he realized that the deranged cultivator was taking a strange route and had entered the super mega city. "Be careful," shouts sounded in his ears, and countless thoughts disappeared. Tang Zhen's eyes narrowed. He looked at the enemy that was charging over and once again raised his bronze short sword. "Go to hell." The sounds of battle instantly disappeared. At this moment, only he and his enemy were left in the entire world. At this moment, Tang Zhen had merely used his pure physical strength. However, his speed was still extremely fast. The bronze short sword flickered with a cold glint, dragging a bright red light behind it as it slashed across the body of the nearest dueler. A pained expression flashed across the other party's ferocious face, and that pair of round eyes instantly lost their luster. The bronze dagger that had been sharpened by blood and flesh released an ancient light. The killing intent that had been sealed for many years was released once again. Under Tang Zhen's swing, the bronze short sword cut open the body of the second duelist and completely cut off the enemy's life force. Then it was the third, the fourth, all the way until the last enemy. When the bronze short sword pierced into the body of the fifth dueler, Tang Zhen, whose speed was as fast as lightning, finally came to a stop. Hee. That duelist stared at Tang Zhen. His eyes were as round as a ball. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he was greeted by the bronze short sword that slit his throat. Boom! At this moment, the sound that had disappeared reappeared, but it was still the sound of fighting and screams. But in the next moment, it became silent again. The surrounding duelers were all stunned by the scene in front of them, as if they could not believe their eyes. The 5 duelers surrounding Tang Zhen fell to the ground one after another. All of them had received a fatal blow to their vital points. Piercing the heart, breaking the throat, penetrating the brain. It was a little too slow to say that it was blinking. The 5 powerful enemies were ended by Tang Zhen using different methods. Upon seeing this scene, the duelists suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, as if they understood what a real death competition was. It wasn't that they were staring at each other and slashing at each other with their knives, but that they couldn't predict how they would end in the next moment. Although they were not worried about death, the fear and despair that death brought still made the duelists feel terrified. When they looked at Tang Zhen, who slowly pulled out his bronze short sword and allowed his corpse to fall to the ground, the duelists suddenly lost their confidence. If he were to fight with him, he would probably be killed in one strike, right? Such a thought appeared in the duelists' minds. The duelists from the opposing factions even dodged to the side subconsciously. As for Tang Zhen, who was holding the bronze short sword in his hand and still standing on the 1139 same spot, he had already become the most special existence in the dueling ground. This kind of behavior was somewhat shameful, but if there was no need, who would be willing to take the initiative to die? The duelists participating in the death arena had all placed heavy bets on themselves, which was to survive to the end. If he was killed by Tang Zhen, he would lose all his capital and it was really not worth it. After the 5 enemy duelists were killed, Tang Zhen's surroundings became empty. No other enemy duelists dared to approach him. The duelists from the same camp were unusually excited as they roared and attacked the enemy. Tang Zhen had killed 5 of the enemy's generals in a single move. It was equivalent to dealing a fatal blow to the enemy. If they still couldn't win in such an excellent situation, it would only prove that they were a bunch of trash. As for Tang Zhen, who was holding the bronze short sword in his hand and still standing on the same spot, he had already become the most special existence in the dueling ground. He stood where he was, but none of the duelists dared to approach him, as if his surroundings were an absolute forbidden zone. However, the continuously shrinking battle circle forced the enemy duelists to continuously move towards Tang Zhen's position. In the end, there were still enemies who didn't believe in heresy. They couldn't stand this kind of uncomfortable atmosphere and angrily roared as they attacked Tang Zhen. Then, with a flash of red light, the charging enemy fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then died. Looking at the bronze short sword dripping with blood, the enemy fell into silence, confirming that the 5 kills were not an illusion. However, at this moment, They had no other choice, because the dueling circle was getting smaller and smaller. Without any other choice, they could only fight to the death and try to turn the situation around. However, everyone was clear that with Tang Zhen here, the possibility of victory was next to nothing. Broken limbs flew in the air, and the battle continued. In the end, it became silent. The victorious duelists stood in the middle of a pile of corpses and cheered loudly to celebrate their victory. Only Tang Zhen remained silent as he stood in the middle of the cheering duelers. It was as though all of this had nothing to do with him. 3029 Untitled 1. The darkness that shrouded the sky and the surroundings disappeared in an instant. The duelists standing in the center of the arena could see the audience around them again. A tsunami-like sound exploded like a bomb, and it was so loud that one's ears hurt. However, to the duelists, this was the most beautiful sound. It was the audience's praise and affirmation of them. They brandished their blood-stained weapons and made all kinds of exaggerated and mighty poses. Together with the torn-apart corpses under their feet, they gave people the feeling that they were a group of demons who had crawled out of purgatory. At this moment, he was showing off his strength, showing off his valiance and fierceness. The death arena has ended. The winner is ready to leave. The cold voice sounded again. After hosting the death arena for so many years, it was hard for him to show any emotion. He was just like a machine, arranging the process step by step and witnessing wave after wave of deaths. Year after year, it was still the same. In the cheers of the audience, the surviving duelists walked out of the arena with their heads held high. It was still the same doorway. When they came out, there were more than 200 duelists, but when they returned, there were less than a quarter. The staff member who was cleaning up the bodies passed by at this moment and greeted the dueling fighters with a smile. In the eyes of these staff members, only the duelists who survived could be considered true powerhouses. The biggest regret was that these experts did not turn into corpses and were thrown away in the carriage. Tang Zhen received the most greetings and attention. After all, his performance in this death arena was indeed wonderful. One person killing 7 opponents, his battle record far surpassed others, enough to be called the best of the whole scene. Tang Zhen was unusually cold and indifferent. He did not have any reaction to these greetings. Not many people cared about his attitude, because among the duelists, many of them were unsociable and indifferent. Other than participating in the death competition, these unsociable duelists rarely interacted with outsiders. Killing in the arena or being killed by others was the only thing they were interested in. In fact, in the eyes of ordinary people, duelists were all freaks, and it was best to stay away from them. After leaving the dueling ground, one could choose to continue the dueling, or to claim the reward and leave. As long as they continued to fight, they could obtain more generous rewards. This was also one of the means of the arena. If they participated in the death competition after a period of time, the rewards would be much less. When it was Tang Zhen's turn to register, the big bearded man glanced at him before giving him a thumbs up. "Young man, you did well. You were born to be a duelist." This was not a compliment, because many people would perform terribly in a life and death battle. A state like Tang Zhen's was indeed extremely rare. The big bearded man regarded it as a kind of talent. How could he know that this was a battle technique that had been carved into his bones after countless battles? Tang Zhen gently nodded, indicating that he wouldn't leave and would continue to participate in the death competition. The big bearded man would definitely not dissuade him. The audience would definitely be more excited with the addition of a master who had appeared out of nowhere. The operation procedure was very simple. He only needed to register and Tang Zhen could wait to go on stage again. At the same time, the bearded man told him that his reward would be doubled because of the victory of the last round. This was indeed a good thing. However, Tang Zhen was still cold and indifferent. It was obvious that he did not take it to heart. The staff of the arena felt that Tang Zhen had a bigger goal. Therefore, he was not satisfied with the current reward. There were many such examples. In the death arena, who didn't want to earn more money? Compared to a true big shot, Tang Zhen's appearance fee at this moment was likely not even a fraction of what it was. Just like Tang Zhen, the vast majority of duelists chose to continue participating in the competition. Just one victory was not enough to satisfy them. They needed more money and more fame. However, when they appeared again, the rules might change, and the camp they were in would be different. The comrades who were originally fighting side by side would brandish their swords and fight to the death when the next round began. Under such circumstances, there was no need to build up any relationship, as it was meaningless. The duelists who had been fighting side by side earlier had separated again. They were resting and recovering with cold faces. How would they know that Tang Zhen had cast a collective dream during this process? The 100,000 spectators in the arena were all included. In this special world constructed by memories, Tang Zhen began to carefully screen and try to find a suspicious target. This was a very cumbersome task because it required checking every corner of the collective dreamland, and there must be no omissions. This was because his enemies were the cunning type and would not easily give themselves away. After searching the dream world for half a day, he found nothing. The deranged cultivator did not appear. Tang Zhen was not in a hurry. It was impossible for the enemy to appear so quickly. He had to continue to wait patiently. In the process of waiting, some new and old duelists joined the fighting team one after another. After waiting for a while, the bald brawny man at the entrance issued a notice, and all duelists were ready to enter the arena. Even if the duelists wanted to rest, the audience would not agree. They needed to watch the performance and then continue to bet. Many duelists who were waiting for the competition were even more impatient and rushed to the arena. Walking to the center of the arena, the duelists with all kinds of shapes and sizes caused the audience to cheer again. The attention of some of the audience members had been placed on Tang Zhen. Hence, he had already won a match before, and his performance was extremely stunning. These spectators felt that Tang Zhen's methods were not limited to this. He might still be able to obtain victory once again. They placed their bets one after another for that slim hope. Once they won the bet, they would make a lot of money. It was just that the changes in the duel were unpredictable, and the result of the team battle was determined. It was difficult for one person's courage to affect the entire competition. Although many of the audience members were optimistic about Zhen Tang, they weren't optimistic about the team he belonged to. Hence, they made the opposite choice. It didn't take long for the battle to officially begin. Every death competition was as exciting as expected, with all kinds of climaxes and accidents. The audience present today had witnessed such surprises in succession. They had once again seen Tang Zhen's outburst. Just like when he was in the arena, Tang Zhen killed the enemy camp with a sword, causing their heads to roll. Such an amazing performance immediately became the focus of the audience. In the eyes of many spectators, perhaps another star would rise in today's arena. In fact, in the death arena, such star players weren't rare, but many of them were short-lived. They could be stunning for a while, but it wouldn't take long for them to become silent. Many of the duelists would be tired and afraid of this kind of fighting because they had experienced too much pain of death. Or perhaps, they were suppressed by stronger duelists and had no chance to rise at all, gradually fading away. However, no matter what would happen in the future, the current Tang Zhen was indeed the most stunning existence on the battlefield. Under his lead, the duelists from the same camp quickly took the absolute advantage. With their cooperation, they didn't even need to wait until the final moment to kill all the enemies on the opposite side. Their own casualties were only a third. The moment the winner was decided, the audience in the arena cheered in unison to celebrate the wonderful performance they had just seen. The duelists from the same camp bowed in Tang Zhen's direction to show their respect. Just like what Tang Zhen had expected, his name had already been completely spread after just 2 rounds of the death race. 3030 Jealousy, Provocation. 1 Young man, I think you have a bright future. The big bearded man looked at Tang Zhen and said in a very serious tone. At the same time, he took back the contract on the table. Only God knew how many duelers he had said this to in the past few days, tricking them into dying again and again in the arena. If you don't get killed and continue to participate, there will be at least a dozen more battles waiting for you. The big bearded man looked at Tang Zhen and casually reminded. The competition in this arena could be said to be without rest, and it was carried out day and night. The audience in the arena would leave when they felt hungry or tired, but there would also be many spectators who would come in to replenish their energy. The big city never lacked spectators and gamblers. The arena, which could accommodate 100,000 people, was constantly filled with people, and the shouts were endless. Tang Zhen nodded. He returned to the room beside him and quietly sat on the chair. The duelers who were waiting used complicated gazes to look at Tang Zhen. The atmosphere appeared to be a little depressed. The survivors in the house had fought side by side with Tang Zhen in the last battle and easily defeated the enemy. Although the victory was gratifying, it also brought worry. This was because in the next random match, he might fight against Tang Zhen and be dismembered. 2 rounds of the death race had caused the other duelists to be so afraid of Tang Zhen. This was sufficient to prove how astonishing his performance was. If they had a choice, no one would be willing to go against him. Damn it, I choose to quit. A duelist with a cold face spat on the ground and walked out of the house without looking back. He went to the bearded man and threw out the metal cards in his hand. There were 5 in total. I want to exchange all of them. Then, I'll find a place to relax. The bearded man's face darkened. He grabbed a handful of paper notes of different denominations from the big basket below. The fact that the coins were stored in a basket was enough to prove the strong confidence of the arena. They were not afraid of being robbed at all. This is a smart choice. Otherwise, you might be minced into meat paste by that newbie in the next round. Hearing the big bearded man's teasing, the dueler sneered and grabbed a handful of coins in his hand. His eyes were like those of a hungry wolf as he looked at Tang Zhen, who was not far away. There was an extremely malicious intent hidden within them. Don't worry, he won't be arrogant for long, Yingluo. The dueler's words were clearly directed at Tang Zhen as he had an indignant expression. The big bearded man sneered. He had seen too many dirty things, so he naturally knew what the other party was thinking. He just wanted to find an expert and think of a way to kill Tang Zhen. Then, he would take the opportunity to make a big bet. The reason for doing this was naturally because Tang Zhen was too strong, delaying him from earning money and raising his level. This kind of thing was easy to think about, but it was not easy to do. However, the duelist in front of him was a wily old fox and definitely had his own channels and methods. However, Tang Zhen's situation was somewhat dangerous. He might be killed. The bearded man didn't care. He was even looking forward to it. This was the only exciting thing that could satisfy the audience. If the audience was satisfied, the death arena's business would be better, so the more such things happened, the better. Don't just say it without doing it, or I'll look down on you. The bearded man looked at the duelist and said in a calm tone. Don't worry, I won't let you down. The indignant duelers turned around and left, ready to carry out their plans. The other duelers were still hesitating, not wanting to miss this rare opportunity. Tang Zhen was very strong. If they followed him and obtained consecutive victories, the results announced by the officials would be even better. If the results were good, the audience's recognition would be higher, and the appearance fee would also be multiplied. To the duelists, this was the goal they were pursuing. However, if one's luck was bad, they would become Tang Zhen's opponent. Once they were killed, their previous accumulation would be completely wiped out. In the process of struggling, new duelists kept joining. There were newbies who had just arrived, but there were also veterans who had died many times. Seeing that the time was almost up, the duelists who were still hesitating made up their minds. Those who should leave left, and those who should stay stayed. The duelers who came later felt that something was wrong and quickly asked around secretly. Tang Zhen once again became the focus of everyone's attention. The eyes of those duelists faintly contained provocation and fear. A loud noise came from the door, and a group of strong men walked in. Their square-shaped bodies looked like a group of moving beasts. The duelists who were trying to find trouble with Tang Zhen were among this group of strong men. After they entered, they looked for Tang Zhen's traces. A pleased smile was revealed on the duelist's face when he saw Tang Zhen sitting still. After seeing the brawny men, the big bearded man raised his eyebrows and looked at the troublesome dueler. You actually found these few fellows. It seems that you are really determined to get them. I am a little curious. Could it be that this new person has offended you? The dueler sneered but did not answer. It wasn't appropriate to say that Tang Zhen had affected him. The main reason was that he couldn't stand seeing someone better than him. At the same time, he also felt a sense of fear. He felt that if he didn't suppress Tang Zhen, it would become more and more difficult to survive in the future arena. If he could kill Tang Zhen a few times and dampen his spirit, he might be able to kill this celebrity duelist. If he could get rid of a potential competitor and still get some benefits, why not? I want to apply for a special battle mode. I'll be in the same team as my companion. That guy is from the opposite camp. Can you arrange it for us? That duelist cast a glance at Tang Zhen and softly said, "This matter is not easy to deal with. After all, the death arena has to ensure fairness. The few guys behind you are of very high levels, so it's difficult to be in the same group. Of course, there's another way, and that is for the other party to accept your challenge, but you have to pay a sufficient security deposit." The bearded man shook his head slightly, feeling that it was unlikely. Tang Zhen would only accept such a challenge if he was crazy. I can accept that. A voice suddenly sounded out, causing the big bearded man and the dueler to be slightly stunned. When they turned their heads to look, they discovered that Tang Zhen was standing beside them. As for when he had approached, the two of them had no idea. As he looked at the calm face of Tang Zhen, a trace of fear involuntarily rose in the heart of that duelist. However, on second thought, he sneered to himself. The dueler was extremely confident in the reinforcements he had found. Since Tang Zhen had taken the initiative to court death, he could not blame anyone. "Young man, are you sure you want to accept the challenge?" Big Beardy, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression. He had worked in the arena for more than 100 years and had seen all kinds of things. Since Tang Zhen had agreed, there was no need to talk about scheming. After all, it was a matter of mutual consent. If he wanted to play tricks, he wouldn't have been able to do it until now and would have been kicked out long ago. The death arena, where life and death battles were performed every day, actually had quite strict rules and regulations. Once violated, one would be severely punished. The residents of the extreme spiritual realm were least afraid of death, but they were most afraid of punishment that was worse than death. The death arena specialized in such matters. In that case, I'll make some arrangements. I'll prepare a special competition. As the bearded man spoke, he turned around and went to the secret room in the back, probably to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For instructions from the higher-ups. The duelist on the opposite side coldly swept his eyes over Tang Zhen. After which, he turned his eyes to the side. Since the matter had already been made clear, there was no need to talk about awkwardness. From now on, they were enemies. There was no need to say anything, they only needed to fight in the arena to see who would be the first to give in. Not long after, the big bearded man walked out and nodded to Tang Zhen and the other man. "The arrangements have been made. You can choose a helper, or you can fight them alone. Different battle modes will naturally have different rewards. Think about it carefully, then tell me your choice." The gazes of everyone in the surroundings all landed on Tang Zhen. In fact, no matter which choice they made, it would not be an easy matter. Some of the duelers were secretly gloating in their hearts, thinking that Tang Zhen would not be able to escape death. "There's no need to think. I'm going to fight them all by myself," Tang Zhen softly said. His tone was unusually calm and he did not place these provocatively people in his eyes. Chapter 3031 Waiting for the enemy. 1. It didn't take long for the audience to know that there was going to be a special competition. Tang Zhen, who had just performed outstandingly, was challenged by the other duelists. They were determined to have a death match with him. The audience was very excited about this news. Compared to team battles, this type of death arena was more interesting and could attract more spectators to participate. The death arena's manager was very clear on this point, which was why he agreed to this competition. The more unbelievable it was, the more intense the conflict was, the more the audience liked it. Such a competition was indeed very interesting. Tang Zhen was only a newbie while the enemy had 5 experienced experts. Their experience and strength were on completely different levels. No matter how one looked at it, it was unfair. Tang Zhen's chances of winning were also very slim. No one had expected that Tang Zhen would actually agree to the challenge. Moreover, it was a one versus many battle. Just how confident are you to agree to such a challenge? The audience was excited, but at the same time, they were also very confused. They felt that it was a little unbelievable. In fact, such a battle was the most interesting because it was full of suspense and no one could be sure of the final result. If one chose to bet on Tang Zhen and if he could win, the return would be extremely generous. This included getting rich overnight. It was not a dream. However, the majority of the audience was not optimistic about Tang Zhen. Instead, they were inclined to believe that he would be killed. The higher the odds, the lower the chances of winning. It also showed that the officials were not optimistic about Tang Zhen. After all, the enemies he was facing were all veterans who had died many times and had rich combat experience. Tang Zhen was only a newcomer. It would definitely be quite difficult for him to defeat the other party. In fact, the audience was already very clear on who to place their bets on. Only those fellows who truly intended to bet on Tang Zhen chose to raise their stakes. The choice of the audience had nothing to do with Tang Zhen. He was just following his plan to increase his reputation in the arena and wait for the possible appearance of enemies. Tang Zhen would naturally take the initiative to leave when the scheduled time arrived or if there was still no result. As time passed, This special death match had officially begun. Under the gazes of the audience, Tang Zhen and the 5 duelers walked to the center of the arena. The audience who placed their bets all shouted and cheered for the side they had bet on. Kill those stupid big guys and let me earn a lot of money. A group against one. If you lose, what's the point of living? Go, charge, tear that guy into pieces. The audience kept on shouting, as if this was the only way to ensure their final victory. The duelers on the other side kept making all kinds of poses under the audience's shouts. Looking at them, he knew that they were familiar with the rules of the death arena and knew how to give the audience more confidence. The coquettish performance was indeed very effective, attracting more cheers from the audience. At this moment, the audience was increasingly inclined to believe that Tang Zhen would fail. In fact, there were even some people who had begun to regret placing their bets. A cold voice sounded, signaling the official start of the death arena. The surroundings instantly fell into darkness. The duelists standing on the opposite side looked at Tang Zhen indifferently. At the same time, they raised the weapons in their hands. They were extremely confident that they would be able to kill Tang Zhen as long as they coordinated with each other and launched an attack. However, as veterans of the arena, they would definitely not make low-level mistakes and avoid leaving Tang Zhen with the slightest chance. Kill. With a roar, a few duelists rushed forward and sealed off the front, back, left, right, and above their heads. These robust duelists were like 4 walls, sealing Tang Zhen within the human wall. Go to hell. The duelist, who found Tang Zhen to be an eyesore and had found a helper to kill, let out a dark, cold, and strange laugh in the air. Since he wanted to deal with him, he had to use the fiercest means so that he had no chance to fight back at all. Facing 5 powerful duelists, it was practically a fool's dream for Tang Zhen to want to escape by the skin of his teeth. Only by doing this would he be able to destroy Tang Zhen's confidence and let even more audience members cheer in satisfaction. Including the audience present, they also had the same thought and felt that Tang Zhen would definitely die. However, at this moment, Tang Zhen started to fight back. A familiar red light flashed and streaked across the enemy's neck. Although he did not make the first move, it was definitely a counterattack. After the blood light flashed, the duelers that were attacking Tang Zhen all stopped at their original spots. The weapons in their hands were less than an inch away from Tang Zhen, but they were unable to advance any further. Clang, clang, a weapon fell to the ground with a crisp sound, followed by a rolling head. Blood spurted out of the headless corpse's neck, and it fell limply to the ground without any further reaction. A head rolled over at Tang Zhen's feet. It was that duelist who had provoked him. His eyes were wide open as he listlessly looked at Tang Zhen. His gray eyes were filled with confusion. After he was resurrected, even if they had a few more guts, they would not dare to provoke Tang Zhen again. Otherwise, they would only be asking to be humiliated. At this moment, the darkness that enveloped the surroundings disappeared, and light reappeared before their eyes. The cheers of the surrounding audience were like a wave that was continuously transmitted over as they celebrated Tang Zhen's victory. Of course, there were also many people in the audience who were currently cursing loudly. This was because they had just lost money because of Tang Zhen. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Tang Zhen left the fighting arena and once again returned to the waiting room. On his return this time, the way everyone looked at him had become completely different. In the first 2 matches, Tang Zhen's performance could only be considered outstanding and was able to make a portion of the audience remember him. However, the arena never lacked such rookies. They rose and fell every day. However, Tang Zhen's performance earlier was absolutely stunning. It was sufficient to make the entire audience excited and shocked. This was because the 5 duelists he fought against were all slightly famous and were well known by many viewers. Although they weren't big shots, they all had impressive battle records. They weren't the kind of noobs who were killed in one move. If one was like this, then if a group was like this, they would be no less than a pack of hungry wolves. Even if Tang Zhen was a fierce tiger, he must be careful when dealing with him. Otherwise, he would definitely die. It was because of these reasons that all the spectators were certain that a star would rise in the death arena very soon. This also meant that they would have more opportunities to make money and see more wonderful performances. No one knew that at this moment, they had been pulled into a collective dream. Tang Zhen, who was supposed to be resting in his room, was currently walking around the fighting arena, looking for and screening for suspicious people. Every action of the audience was seen by Tang Zhen, and he judged whether they were suspicious or not. The majority of the audience would definitely have no problem with it. Their purpose was to gamble and watch the killing show. There were still some viewers who were suspicious, but Tang Zhen could confirm the other party's background with a simple search. As long as it had nothing to do with him, Tang Zhen would naturally be too lazy to care. Tang Zhen exited the collective dream after he searched the entire place and confirmed that there was no abnormality. He was still a little anxious. Perhaps the other party was just watching and didn't understand why he suddenly joined the death competition. Since he wanted to fish, he had to be patient enough, or he would only be able to play with his prey. Tang Zhen made up his mind and quietly waited for the start of the next death match and the arrival of the true prey. Chapter 3032. It's finally here. Just a few matches of the death arena had made Tang Zhen's reputation even more resounding. Many of the audience in the arena knew of this outstanding newcomer and felt that he had the potential to become a star dueler. A small number of people in the audience who were optimistic about Tang Zhen placed a huge bet on him when he appeared. It was this trust that was exchanged for a generous return. Those spectators who had bet on Tang Zhen had earned a generous reward. Each and every one of them was incomparably excited. Envious of other people's gains, more audience members made up their minds to try to earn more generous returns through the dark horse, Tang Zhen. The death arena's managers were very willing to see such a thing happen, and they were never afraid of the audience's crazy bets. They immediately started operating and gathered some truly powerful experts to participate in the battle with Tang Zhen. According to the official statement, due to Tang Zhen's rapid increase in level, he had to participate in higher-level battles. By the time the arrangement of the battle lineup was completed, those spectators who had hoped that Tang Zhen would make a lot of money were so angry that they cursed loudly. If the opponent was still at the initial stage, Tang Zhen would definitely be able to obtain victory. Their investment would also be guaranteed to reap the rewards. However, the strength of an advanced dueler might not be much worse than Tang Zhen. In fact, he might even be much stronger. After carefully analyzing it, the strength of every duelist was not weaker than Tang Zhen. If they continued to place their bets on him, they would really be unable to guarantee that they would obtain any benefits. The audience who were originally optimistic about Tang Zhen began to waver, afraid that they would lose all their money after placing their bets. The moment the notification for placing a bet was given, the spectators who had originally planned to bet on Tang Zhen all changed to the opposite camp. The bet ended and the battle began. As a newcomer, Tang Zhen had been targeted by these veterans. If they could kill him, they would be able to obtain both fame and fortune. Many of these duelists who had joined at the last minute had received assassination missions to end Tang Zhen in this battle. The person who issued the mission was naturally the higher-ups of the arena. His purpose was to manipulate the gambling. No matter which mission it was, as long as they successfully killed Tang Zhen, they would receive a generous reward. Those who succeeded would be able to obtain benefits. The benefits that the death arena would obtain would be even greater. However, those spectators who had placed a heavy bet because of Tang Zhen would definitely lose all their capital. This seemingly simple and cruel arena was obviously hiding a lot of darkness, and the duelers were in the palm of his hand. It didn't take long for the battle to start again. The battle between high-level duelers was far more exciting and straightforward than that of beginner martial artists. They would definitely not fight for half a day. With a single move, life and death were immediately revealed. In the eyes of the vast majority of the audience, it was very difficult for Tang Zhen to amaze the entire arena in a battle of this level. However, he didn't expect that Tang Zhen would suddenly explode and behead the two enemies who tried to kill him just as the battle started. After that, he even took the initiative to attack, killing his way in and out of the enemy camp, and heads rolled everywhere he went. By the time all the spectators stood up in shock and the opposing duelists were terrified, Tang Zhen had already killed 12 duelists. According to the normal ratio, both sides had more than 100 people. The moment Tang Zhen made his move, he had already eliminated 1/10 of the enemy's members. Such a stunning battle record shocked all the spectators present and even made the enemies feel fear. Those spectators who had bet on Tang Zhen shouted out in excitement. This was because they could see the hope of victory. The spectators who were originally prepared to bet on Tang Zhen, but were overcautious and changed their bets to the opposite camp, almost regretted it at this moment. It was useless to regret it. After all, this was a gambling battle venue, and it was not allowed to regret it. After the duelists from the same camp recovered from their shock, they immediately seized the opportunity to attack the enemy. In fact, they felt threatened. Fortunately, at this moment, they and Tang Zhen were in the same camp. He would first obtain victory in this battle. As for what he would do in the future, he could only wait until the battle was over. Under the gaze of the entire audience, the duelists' momentum was like a rainbow as they ruthlessly charged towards the enemy camp. Blood and flesh splattered, bones were broken, and screams of pain and anger rang out. The audience and the duelists were all very familiar with such a bloody scene. It was just that today's battle was particularly easy. Before the duelists could use their full strength, they had already obtained the final victory. Looking at the wreckage that covered the ground and the silent Tang Zhen, the duelers who were supposed to be cheering and celebrating suddenly had a dull and insipid feeling. They felt that the cheers at this moment were the greatest mockery to themselves. This was because the limelight of this competition had been completely snatched away by Tang Zhen. If they cheered now, it would be equivalent to admitting that Tang Zhen was powerful. For these duelists who thought they had status and were not weaker than others, it was really difficult for them to do such a shameful thing. The reason for this was that the duelers could resurrect continuously. Even if they were killed, they could still find ways to take revenge. If he couldn't do it once, he would try 10 times. If 10 times didn't work, he would try 100 times. There would be a time when he would kill the other party. Even if you're strong, since I can kill you, it proves that I'm not weaker than you. It was precisely this strange way of thinking that led to duelists being very conceited and never easily admitting that others were stronger than them. However, at this moment, they were truly shocked and felt a deep sense of powerlessness. If it was them, it was impossible for them to be like Tang Zhen and possess such a brilliant battle record. He had single-handedly killed 1/5 of the enemy. How could the other duelists endure this? How could they surpass him? The surrounding darkness disappeared, and the audience reappeared, the sound of cheering rising and falling. Some of the audience members noticed the abnormality in the dueling ground, but they didn't care at all. They only knew that they had earned a generous bonus. More than half of the cheers at this moment were directed at Tang Zhen. It had nothing to do with the other duelers. However, Tang Zhen, who was currently leaving the arena, as well as the other duelers, all had cold and indifferent expressions. He turned a deaf ear to the audience's cheers, encouragement, and mocking curses. Tang Zhen walked at the back. He appeared to be looking straight ahead, but in reality, he was monitoring the entire fighting arena. The group's dreamscape was completed in an instant. Tang Zhen started to patrol again, wanting to see if there were any abnormal situations. This was a routine inspection and Tang Zhen did not have much hope. However, when he patrolled the VIP area, he found a suspicious figure staring at him. This kind of gaze was very special. Tang Zhen could tell the difference with a glance. The other party's eyes were filled with both surprise and doubt. He seemed to be unable to understand why Tang Zhen was participating in the death competition. While Tang Zhen was fighting with the other duelists, that cultivator kept staring at Tang Zhen as if he wanted to see through him. Tang Zhen was already certain that there was definitely something wrong with the other party. It was very likely that the other party knew his true identity. After exiting the group dream, Tang Zhen looked at the location of the cultivator but found that he had long disappeared. Although his target had already escaped, Tang Zhen was not anxious. As long as the other party was targeting him, he would definitely appear again. The problem was that this suspicious cultivator was definitely not the crazy god. Tang Zhen was sure of this. The fact that the other party could recognize him must be because of the deranged god. An ordinary cultivator recognized him, but his expression was still surprised and happy. This made Tang Zhen even more certain of a guess. He didn't continue to pursue him, which made the deranged cultivator anxious. That was why he was searching for him like a needle in a haystack. Chapter 3033 Scheming against each other. 1. The suspicious behavior of the cultivators made Tang Zhen even more certain that he had almost fallen into a trap. Not only did the mad god want to renege on his debt, but he also wanted to kill him and get what did not belong to him. This kind of person who refused to acknowledge his debt and tried to kill the debtor was common in the cultivation world. There was almost no one who could supervise and restrain the transactions between gods. Even signing a contract would not work. Most of the time, transactions could only be carried out smoothly based on trust. No one would provoke a war between the gods because of something not worth it. The deity that Tang Zhen was chasing clearly did not think the same way. He was a crazy and greedy fellow. Regardless of the reason, the enmity between the two sides had already been formed, and it was provoked by the deranged cultivator. Unless this crazy fellow was able to give Tang Zhen a reasonable explanation and compensation, there would definitely be a battle between the two parties. Tang Zhen was not afraid of war. Instead, he was filled with anticipation. In the arena, the victorious audience members were happily discussing their gains. Because they had placed a huge bet on Tang Zhen, they had obtained a generous return. Naturally, they felt excited and happy. The Death Arena's manager, however, felt a little uncomfortable. Because of Tang Zhen's sudden outburst, it had completely disrupted their original plans and led to serious losses. The arena was a big business, so they didn't care about small losses, but they didn't want to lose control. Or rather, the failure of this scheme made the designer feel like he had been slapped in the face. He had arranged more than 10 duelists, but they were actually unable to complete the sniping of Tang Zhen. This was unexpected, but it also gave the decision-maker a new idea. He wanted to hype up Zhen Tang's fame and make more people think highly of him and place more bets on him. Then, they would send experts to kill him in the duel. This way, they would be able to real a lure wave of wagers. Similar actions were frequently seen in the Death Arena. It wasn't that they were specifically targeting Tang Zhen. Instead, it was because he had the qualifications to be targeted. It could be said that every rising duelist would be used by the Death Arena as much as possible in order to earn enough profits. The Death Arena would never admit to such a matter. However, they had already silently launched a scheme against Tang Zhen. Those people who were under the control of the arena and were responsible for creating the atmosphere began to spread the word of Tang Zhen's strength. Tang Zhen's previous performance had been seen by the audience. An appropriate amount of exaggeration could not be considered bragging. The audience who came later didn't know what had happened, but they could find out clearly with a little inquiry. The audience in the arena all knew of Tang Zhen's existence. They knew that he had won consecutively and had an extremely brilliant performance. If there were no accidents, Tang Zhen would become the trump card of this Death Arena in the future. It would be extremely difficult to kill him in a team battle. After all, he had the strength to fight against 10 people alone. This was the guarantee of victory. As long as Tang Zhen was present, it was equivalent to half the victory. Unless it was a one-on-one battle and he challenged an extremely powerful trump card, Tang Zhen might be killed under such circumstances. Under the deliberate publicity of the arena, Tang Zhen's name became increasingly famous, as though no one could match it. The audience was a little moved and decided to wait for Tang Zhen to go on stage to try to bet. Some of the audience members were more cautious and decided to wait and see. They didn't believe in other people's rumors and only believed in their own judgment. They wanted to first see Tang Zhen's performance before deciding whether to place all their bets. It didn't take long before the battle resumed. Tang Zhen had already become the focus of attention after he appeared on the stage this time. Countless pairs of eyes were seriously observing and sizing him up. They were studying whether Tang Zhen was as powerful as the rumors said and could turn the tide in the duel. Only by confirming this could the audience place their bets with ease. This kind of abnormal situation naturally attracted Tang Zhen's attention. A trace of vigilance rose in his heart. Tang Zhen understood what was going on after reading the dream's memory. He couldn't help but feel a little amused. It was normal for a profitable place to find ways to earn money. However, it was only a fool's dream to scheme against Tang Zhen. Moreover, he would be punished. It didn't take long for the two teams to be assigned, and the battle officially began. Just like before, Tang Zhen controlled the entire scene and killed the enemies until their heads rolled. Those spectators who had placed their bets on Tang Zhen were all wild with joy. They could already see the hope of victory. Some of the audience members who didn't believe in the rumors and insisted on their own views were filled with regret. This was because everyone could tell that the camp that Tang Zhen belonged to would definitely obtain victory once again. If he had listened to his advice back then and chose to bet on Tang Zhen, he would have definitely earned a lot in the future. However, it was obviously too late for regrets now. When he heard the cheers from the surrounding audience who were optimistic about Tang Zhen and had chosen to place a heavy bet, he immediately felt that it was incomparably ear-piercing. Sure enough, as everyone had expected, Tang Zhen's camp had once again killed all the enemies. Tang Zhen, who had obtained consecutive victories, received a tsunami-like cheer. The atmosphere in the fighting arena was extremely warm. Everyone was very excited, including Tang Zhen's teammates, the spectators who had won money, and the manager of the Death Arena. Everyone felt that things were developing as they had expected and that everything was under their control. However, He didn't know that he was also a chess piece, and the person he saw as a chess piece was the real schemer. Under the cheers of the audience, Tang Zhen and his teammates left the dueling ground and headed to the resting area. At the same time, the manager of the death arena summoned a few special duelists. The plan targeting Tang Zhen continued. However, it was not time to close the net. After some time, a new round OT the death arena began. Because of the victory of the previous match, even more spectators placed their bets on Tang Zhen. Moreover, the stakes had also increased by a lot. All of them had high hopes for Tang Zhen. They hoped to obtain generous wagers and rewards through Tang Zhen, who was currently in the limelight. The situation in the arena had also changed significantly. After the group allocation ended, the duelers who belonged to the same camp as Tang Zhen clearly became more excited and relaxed. They seemed to have the confidence to win. On the other hand, the enemies in the opposite camp suddenly became a little depressed, as if they had lost the courage to continue fighting. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this situation had clearly occurred because of Tang Zhen. The division of teams had ended, and the brutal killing was about to begin. Sure enough, it was as everyone had expected. Tang Zhen's group had firmly suppressed the enemy from the beginning. In only half the time it took to fight normally, the enemy duelists were all killed, and the ground was covered with broken corpses. The audience's cheers were like a tide. This was because Tang Zhen had allowed even more of the audience to earn a huge sum. The audience, who had been skeptical, no longer hesitated. Their hearts were filled with excitement and anticipation. They had already made up their minds that when the next death match began, they would bet all the money in their pockets. Once they won, they would make a lot of money. However, they didn't know that when they had this idea, they had already fallen into the trap of the arena manager. Chapter 3034 Conspiracy to go bankrupt. 1. The anticipation of the live audience and the schemes of the death arena were unable to stir up even the slightest bit of interest from Tang Zhen. He only cared about one thing, and that was when the enemy would appear again and how long he had to wait. If this matter was related to the Mad God, would he personally appear to spy on him after he discovered his tracks? With all kinds of doubts and concerns, he had to act carefully. Therefore, this matter could not be rushed. It was best to respond to changes by not changing anything. No one knew about Tang Zhen's plan. They only cared about their own matters, which was how to earn more benefits. When Tang Zhen won once again and won the audience's confidence, the manager of the arena decided to pull back the net. They had sent a few special duelists to join the camp opposite Tang Zhen. They were prepared to kill him in front of everyone this time around. The last incident could only be considered an accident, and such a thing was not allowed to happen again. These duelists were all cultivators, and they were especially good at concealing themselves, ensuring that the audience couldn't see anything strange about them. As for the runic magic circle that suppressed cultivators, the control was in the hands of the manager to begin with, and it could easily be secretly modified. Any duelists would not be able to escape death when they were faced with several cultivators who were not suppressed. At the same time, the manager of the arena once again mobilized the water army to promote Tang Zhen's valiance and bravery. This was because even if no one had deliberately publicized the previous few battles, the audience was still filled with confidence towards Tang Zhen. Of course, there were also people who were suspicious, but they were only a few. The audience insisted on believing in their own judgment, but they didn't realize that they had actually been affected by those comments. The manager of the arena was very satisfied with the situation, thinking that everything was under control. The stipulated time arrived and Tang Zhen went on stage again. The audience who had high hopes for him kept waving their arms, giving him encouragement and blessings. Tang Zhen was shouldering the beautiful expectations of the gamblers. Everyone hoped that he would be able to obtain victory and turn the tables in one fell swoop. The manager was also smiling, but his smile was somewhat meaningful. As the host's voice rang out, the grouping was completed in an instant. On the surface, it looked like they were evenly matched. Absolute fairness was the slogan of the arena. Its purpose was to let the gamblers place their bets with peace of mind. Of course, this was only to deceive fools. Anything that involved benefits could not be guaranteed to be fair and just. Even between brothers, there would be disputes of interest. In a place like the death arena, there was no real fairness. But even so, there were still countless gamblers who came one after another, just because they had a lucky mentality in their hearts, dreaming of getting rich overnight. Participating in this kind of gambling event meant that they were hoping for luck, so it was only natural for them to suffer losses. In short, 9 out of 10 gambles were lost, and the death arena, which had a rich income, earned black-hearted wealth this way. The surroundings fell into darkness, and the battle was about to begin. Tang Zhen, who was the focus of everyone's attention, looked at his teammates by his side and then looked at the enemy on the opposite side. A trace of a cold smile was revealed on the corner of his mouth. It hadn't been long and they were already so eager to use such dirty methods. The death arena was too impatient. However, no matter how they planned, they were bound to work in vain. Tang Zhen would definitely not let this group of people get their wish. As the battle began, the scheme began. The enemies cooperated with each other and trapped the teammates around Tang Zhen, ensuring that they would not be able to provide assistance during the battle. The cultivators in charge of sniping were hidden in the crowd, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Some of Tang Zhen's teammates were actually secretly cooperating with the enemy. Clearly, they had already betrayed the enemy. Although this would lead to failure and death, compared to the benefits gained, this loss was completely acceptable. In a world where the dead could be resurrected, the way the natives thought about problems would be completely different from the humans in the normal world. Tang Zhen, who was the target of the scheme, was still calm and composed. He did not place anything in his eyes at all. So what if cultivators went into battle? So what if they were targeted by conspiracies? In the face of absolute power, they were nothing but a group of chickens and dogs. Fortunately, Tang Zhen didn't mind. Otherwise, they would definitely be severely punished for offending the gods. Don't think that you can look down on everything just because you can come back to life. That's just the benefit of being in the extreme spiritual realm. As long as they left the extreme spiritual realm, resurrection would be a joke. Even the pseudo-gods would not have any chance of resurrection. As a result, the foreign gods looked down on the native gods and never thought that they could be on equal footing with them. A voice was heard. The cultivator who was disguised as a duelist had already launched an attack on Tang Zhen. At the same time, a few of his teammates beside him had deliberately blocked Tang Zhen's dodging path. Tang Zhen was unable to dodge under such circumstances. He could only forcefully endure the enemy's fatal attack. As he was caught off guard and was unable to display his full strength, Tang Zhen's situation became extremely disadvantageous. The other cultivators saw this and quickly came forward, ready to cooperate with their companions. The cultivator in charge of the assassination looked ferocious, as if he was stepping on an ant. Cultivators always had a superior attitude when facing mortals, and it was the same in the extreme spiritual realm. No matter how outstanding Tang Zhen's performance was, it was nothing more than this in the eyes of cultivators. At most, he was just a strong ant. They even felt that the manager of the fighting arena was making a mountain out of a molehill. There was no need to arrange so many people to deal with Tang Zhen. Only one person was needed to deal with it. This cultivator was like this. Not only did he want to kill Tang Zhen, but he also wanted to trample on his dignity. They wanted to let the audience see that the duelers they had placed their hopes on were so vulnerable. Her beautiful dream was shattered, her fantasy disappeared, and she looked heartbroken. Just the thought of such a scene was enough to make one feel happy and intoxicated. Some of the audience in the arena had already noticed that something was wrong. They stood up and shouted angrily. The problem was that he was in the stands, so he couldn't affect the duel in the arena at all. Even if he shouted, it would be useless. The controller of the fighting arena revealed a pleased smile. It was as if he could already see the scene of Tang Zhen's head being separated from his body. At this moment, Tang Zhen raised the bronze short sword in his hand. With just a light wave, a red light flashed and streaked across the enemy in front of him. The audience in the stands seemed to see a red fish swimming through the crowd. Wherever the fish swam, they would leave a clear trace and set off blood-red waves. The duelists in the arena felt as if they were under the water, and they could see waves flashing with their naked eyes. The originally aggressive enemy seemed to have been hit by an invisible force, and blood spurted out from his vital parts. "You're the one who's going to die." Tang Zhen put down the bronze short sword in his hand, swept his eyes over the few teammates beside him, and coldly laughed as he spoke. The spies who had received the secret order to cooperate with the enemy to kill Tang Zhen slowly knelt on the ground. PFF'd. Dozens of blood arrows shot out from the front and back of their bodies. At a closer look, they were already riddled with holes. As for the enemies on the other side, they had all fallen to the ground. Not a single one had survived. Seeing this scene, his teammates from the same camp and the audience around the arena all fell silent. They had guessed the outcome, and there were all kinds of possibilities, but it was definitely not what was happening now. What are you waiting for? Cheer up, you've made money, Tang Zhen said in a faint tone. Although his voice was not loud, every audience member in the arena could hear him. Chapter 3035. Out of control, dissatisfaction under the dumbfounded and cold gaze of the arena manager, the surrounding audience stood up and cheered at the same time, their excited voices getting louder and louder. At this moment, the audience did not delve deeper into why Tang Zhen was so strong. They only knew that they had obtained a generous prize money. Because of the huge investment, the returns were quite generous, and many viewers could be considered to have made a comeback. Under such circumstances, the audience would naturally not be stingy with their cheers. While they were cheering for Tang Zhen, they were also cheering for themselves. Only the manager of the arena was furious. Because of the failed plan, the arena had to suffer heavy losses. He had clearly set up a trap and everything was going according to his expectations. Why was it that he was unable to kill Tang Zhen when it came to him? Was it that group of people were too useless, or was Tang Zhen too powerful? The manager already had an answer. He was filled with disgust towards Tang Zhen. If it wasn't because of him, how could he bear such a loss? From the manager's point of view, Tang Zhen not dying was the biggest mistake. The angry manager didn't know that if it wasn't for Tang Zhen being too lazy to care, he would have become a corpse. Other people could resurrect from the dead, but he definitely couldn't. However, in the heart of the manager, he had already made up his mind. He must let Tang Zhen know the consequences of disobeying orders. It was not death, but a fate worse than death. From now on, Tang Zhen must obey the arrangements of the arena. If they want him to live, he will live. If they want him to die, he must die. Such underhanded manipulation was common in the death arena. No matter how powerful the duelers were, they were just tools in the hands of the manager. The duelers from Tang Zhen's camp were at a loss for words at this moment. Their faces were filled with confusion as they enjoyed the cheers of the audience. However, they clearly knew that this had nothing to do with them. The eyes that he used to look at Tang Zhen were similarly filled with confusion and fear. They had participated in the death arena more than once, but they had never seen such a straightforward and wonderful killing scene. One killing 100 in the blink of an eye. Could it be that Tang Zhen was a cultivator? It was impossible to think about it. After all, the runic magic circle was not a decoration. It could only be said that Tang Zhen's methods had already exceeded their imagination and had reached a realm that they were unable to surpass. Regardless of whether the duelers believed it or not, at least the corpse under their feet would not lie. In the cheers of the audience, the duelists left the stage one after another, waiting for the next match to begin. Just as he walked to the door, someone stopped Tang Zhen. "Wait a minute, the boss wants to see you." The staff member's eyes were ice cold as he sized up Tang Zhen with a mocking expression. It was like seeing a disobedient dog that was about to be slaughtered after angering its master. Don't have time." Tang Zhen walked forward and said without turning his head. "Impudent." The staff member was furious when he heard this. He chased after him like an arrow and extended his hand, wanting to grab Tang Zhen's shoulder. There was a flash of red light, followed by a scream. An arm flew into the air and fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. The staff member let out a blood-curdling screech and looked at Tang Zhen with a shocked and furious expression. He didn't dare to believe that Tang Zhen would launch an attack on him. "Are you crazy? How dare you attack a staff member?" The bald brawny man beside him shouted loudly. However, he suddenly became a little timid after seeing Zhen Tang's cold eyes. "Don't you know that this will cause trouble?" The burly man braced himself and spoke. However, he did not dare to look at Tang Zhen because an indescribable fear had risen in his heart. Without the threat of death, the residents of the extreme spiritual realm should have been fearless, but that was not the case. Living was the toughest thing to do, while death was much easier, but it was definitely not over. At this moment, Tang Zhen was the focus of everyone's attention. Some of the duelists were gloating, while others were worried for him. However, most of the spectators had cold expressions. "Trouble." Tang Zhen looked at the bald man and said in an indifferent tone, "I'm here today. I'll continue to participate in every death competition. If you have the ability, then kill me. Otherwise, don't talk nonsense." Under everyone's stunned eyes, Tang Zhen once again walked back to the fighting arena and stood in the middle of the arena without making a sound. When the duelers beside him saw this, their faces were filled with confusion. "What is he doing?" Didn't you hear what he just said? He's preparing to challenge the death arena. Is he crazy? Just him alone. Nothing is impossible. Did you forget the battle just now? He fought against 100 people alone. Are you kidding me? What kind of place do you think the death arena is? It's not like there are only ordinary duelists. Let's watch, the show has already started. The duelists discussed animatedly, but they were very excited. The audience in the viewing gallery discovered Tang Zhen, who had left and returned. They did not know what had happened. Some people left to redeem their prizes, while others continued to watch, wanting to figure out what was going on. The atmosphere in the arena began to change subtly, and more spectators began to realize that something was wrong. The manager of the arena in the viewing gallery had an incomparably gloomy expression. He was like a venomous snake as he stared intently at Tang Zhen. He was naturally very clear about what had just happened. He originally wanted to give Tang Zhen a good beating and make him act according to his arrangements. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Such an act was equivalent to slapping the face of the arena, and he had to be severely punished. If it wasn't handled well, the death arena would lose face and would definitely become a laughingstock. He thinks he's very good. Very good, then let's arrange a one-on-one competition, the manager of the arena said in a sinister voice, but he was thinking about something else. After he died and was resurrected, what kind of method would he use to deal with Tang Zhen, who dared to provoke the death arena? Perhaps he could lock her up in an underground cage and make her suffer a fate worse than death. Only then could he dispel the hatred in his heart. The so-called underground prison was a private prison built by the death arena to deal with resistance and enemies. Break the enemy's limbs, place them in a large bucket, and beat their teeth and tongue so that they can't commit suicide. Regularly fed with food that contained a special medicinal powder, preventing them from dying of hunger and illness. In this case, the prisoner would be better off dead, suffering pain at all times. This was the method of the death arena. It was vicious and cruel, and it had harmed countless residents of the extreme spiritual realm. That was why the residents of the extreme spirit realm were not afraid of death, but of torture. The manager of the fighting arena had already arranged a seat for Tang Zhen. After he was resurrected, he would experience a feeling that was worse than death. With the manager's order, someone immediately took charge of the arrangements, and the arena was cleared out very quickly. A warrior in black soft armor with his face covered slowly walked into the center of the arena. The host of the arena indicated that the IV competition was about to begin to avoid the audience's suspicion. Under the circumstances of the competition, even if he killed Tang Zhen in public, it would also become logical. The audience, on the other hand, was full of anticipation. They placed their bets and waited quietly for the battle to begin. How would they know that this was actually an attack aimed at Tang Zhen in an attempt to make him consigned to eternal damnation? The battle officially began under everyone's watchful eyes. Then, the audience saw that black-clothed duelist of unknown origin charging toward Tang Zhen at an unbelievable speed. Anyone could tell that the black-clothed duelist was acting abnormally because his speed had already exceeded the limits of a mortal. The audience could not help but worry. Would Tang Zhen be able to withstand such an attack? At this moment, a cold light flashed. The black-armored duelist who was charging at Tang Zhen passed by him and fell to the ground. During the process of the fight, Tang Zhen didn't even make a move before the black-armored duelist died on the spot. Chapter 3036 An existence that should not be provoked. Once they had just exchanged blows again, and the enemy was killed. The audience cheered, and their applause and laughter were earth-shattering because they had bet on the result again and earned a generous prize money. For these gamblers, today was a holiday worth celebrating. The manager's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He stared intently at Tang Zhen. At this moment, he finally realized that there was definitely something wrong with this rookie duelist. If it were an ordinary duelist, it would be impossible for him to kill a cultivator on the spot with a casual strike. Only cultivators could kill cultivators. As for why Tang Zhen was not suppressed by the runic magic circle, it still needed to be investigated to be confirmed. Since Tang Zhen was a cultivator, he must use the method to deal with cultivators. He absolutely couldn't have the slightest hesitation. He had to get rid of Tang Zhen. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble and the audience would have doubts about the rules and fairness of the arena. In this giant city, there was an arena that was equivalent to a treasure bowl, so there must be a powerful backer behind it. However, the competition in this area would avoid mortals as much as possible, because they belong to two different worlds. However, the storm today could not avoid the mortals. This was because Tang Zhen had made up his mind not to leave the arena. This was the most difficult part, because this arena could not be closed. Ever since the death arena existed, there was a rule that no matter what the reason was, it could not close down. As long as the business was closed, the owner would have to change again, and he would also be severely punished. It was said that the ones who set the rules were of the highest level, and even their names couldn't be casually mentioned. Countless eyes were staring at this fat piece of meat. Once they closed their business, those cultivator organizations would definitely jump out and cause trouble. Therefore, this matter could only be resolved in public. The show had to continue. Tang Zhen had already killed a cultivator, which was enough to prove his strength. Ordinary cultivators were simply not his match. To be on the safe side, the boss of the arena gave the order to send the cultivators guarding the arena to kill Tang Zhen. Not long after, the 5 guardian cultivators appeared in the arena at the same time. Their eyes were ice cold as they stared at Tang Zhen. They were in charge of guarding the arena, but rarely had the opportunity to fight. They were usually in closed-door cultivation. It was because the operator of the arena was a powerful cultivator organization. Those guys who didn't have eyes had long paid the price for their recklessness. He had never thought that he would finally have the chance to fight today, and that he would even send out 5 cultivators. Young man, I'll give you a chance. Be obedient and let me kill you with 1 strike. If you're obedient, you might suffer less. If you continue to be stubborn, then you'll know what it means to be better off dead than alive. The leader of the guards shouted at Tang Zhen. They didn't make a move directly, only hoping to minimize the impact of the matter, so that the audience wouldn't go out and spread the news. Although the strength of the arena was strong, it couldn't shut the mouths of the crowd. Once the bad reputation spread, it would trigger a series of reactions. Tang Zhen smiled and shook his head in the face of the cultivator's warning. Your strength isn't that great, but your tone is quite arrogant. You guys can't beat me at all, so don't throw your lives away. Hearing Tang Zhen's warning, the 5 cultivators sneered. This should be what they wanted to say. Good words can't persuade a damned ghost. Since you're so stubborn, then just wait to taste what it means to be better off dead than alive. As soon as the 5 cultivators finished speaking, they were about to attack and kill Tang Zhen. However, at this moment, they were shocked to find that they were unable to mobilize the world energy. This shock was extraordinary. If they couldn't gather the world's energy, their combat strength wouldn't even be as good as ordinary duelists. His heart was filled with doubt, unable to understand why such a situation would occur. The main suspect was the runic magic circle in the arena. It was very likely that this thing had formed a suppression on him. However, this runic magic circle was completely controlled by his companions, so how could such an abnormal situation occur? Damn it, what's going on? One of the cultivators shouted loudly in an attempt to get a response from his companion. The arena was under the constant surveillance of the cultivators on guard duty. However, after shouting for a long time, he did not get any response at all. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. Just as he was feeling anxious, he saw Tang Zhen carrying the bronze short sword and slowly walking over. Seeing this, the 5 cultivators felt the pressure increase. He wanted to retreat and dodge, but he found that his feet were rooted to the ground, and he could not move at all. Something's not right. There's something strange about this guy. The cultivator who had made the threat earlier pointed at Tang Zhen and roared. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Compared to mortals, the native cultivators were most afraid of death, as it meant that their many years of hard work would be in vain. If he wanted to recover the strength he had before his death, he would have to cultivate again. There was no shortcut at all. Therefore, when they found out that they couldn't use the spell techniques they had cultivated and were about to be slaughtered, fear and unwillingness filled their hearts. It was a pity that no one could help them at this moment. Tang Zhen raised his hand and waved his sword. The guard cultivator at the very front clutched his throat and knelt on the ground. He wanted to say something, but nothing came out. In the end, he could only collapse to the ground with an unwilling face. The other 4 companions, eyes widened in shock. Before accepting the mission, they had never dreamed that their strongest companion would fall in such a way. Soon, it would be their turn to be easily killed, and then they would be resurrected as mortals. As soon as he thought of that scene, a deep sense of fear welled up in his heart. It was as if a rich family who had been living in luxury had suddenly become penniless. It was difficult for them to bear the huge drop in status. If one's psychological quality was slightly poor, they might go crazy and even commit suicide. The 4 cultivators in front of him were facing a similar worry and didn't know what to do. However, at this moment, they had no choice. A moment ago, they had tried to kill Tang Zhen, and their hearts were filled with arrogance. However, at this moment, he was willfully killed by Tang Zhen, causing him to be extremely terrified. They prayed for a miracle and hoped that someone would help them get out of this crisis. However, when Tang Zhen swung his sword once again, he still did not receive a miracle. Only an ice-cold sword glow sliced open his throat. "I'm not willing to accept this, Yingluo." In a flash of cold light, 4 cultivators fell to the ground one after another, letting out howls of despair. It was a pity that other than Tang Zhen, no one else heard it. They did not know how unwilling they were to die. The faces of the audience in the fighting arena were filled with confusion. They did not understand what was happening. Why were these 5 duelists with extraordinary auras so easily killed by Tang Zhen? It was as if he was deliberately sending himself to death. After washing his neck, he was waiting for Tang Zhen's knife to slash over. The spectators who had lost their bets were so angry that they started to curse. They felt that the arena was deliberately toying with them. However, he didn't know that the manager of the arena had also widened his eyes at this moment, and his face was filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that the 5 cultivators guarding the arena had been killed without any resistance. They would die in an extremely aggrieved manner, even worse than those duelists. At least they would have the chance to raise their weapons and fight. "Tell me, what's going on?" His expression was twisted like a ferocious ghost as he roared at his subordinates. Facing the flustered and exasperated manager, the staff of the arena was scared witless, but could only brace himself and answer, "I've just received news that the runic magic circle in the arena suddenly lost control and suppressed our cultivators." When the manager heard this, he could not help but sneer. "So, the real reason is that our own people made a mistake and killed 5 of our companions." The staff member nodded, feeling helpless. He didn't expect such a mishap to happen. It turned out that the runic magic circle built by a great cultivator was also unreliable at times and would malfunction at the critical moment. "Wuvuwuvu, this group of damned idiots, idiots." The manager was flustered and exasperated. He cursed loudly before looking at Tang Zhen, who was in the middle of the fighting arena. "Shut down the runic magic circle and send all the cultivators on guard. I'm going to cut him into 1,000 pieces today." Chapter 3037 Invincible 1. The audience in the stands had already faintly realized that something was wrong. Such a thing had never happened in the arena before. In particular, the 5 cultivators who were guarding the place did not look like ordinary duelists at all. However, they were easily killed by Tang Zhen. Something had happened in the arena, and it was related to this special duelists. Something big was likely to happen. Similar thoughts appeared in the minds of the audience. They were both frightened and excited. The audience didn't leave, but observed in secret. Other than curiosity, they also wanted to get more prize money. As long as the bet continued, they would continue to bet. However, the original cheers had already become softer and softer, until the entire place was silent. The corpse collection team went on stage and loaded the cultivators' bodies into the car. They quietly looked at Tang Zhen with complicated eyes. They had collected countless corpses, but they had never experienced anything like today. There had never been a duelist who could fight continuously until now and kill hundreds of enemies. Not only the duelists, but the cultivators guarding the arena were also affected. No one had ever thought that the cultivator in charge would personally take the field and be killed without any resistance. It was the first time in many years that they had transported the bodies of cultivators. They felt a little fresh, but they were more afraid. The old captain of the corpse transport team had worked in the Death Arena factory for nearly 100 years, and he had transported countless corpses. As the saying goes, a long illness makes a good doctor. After getting used to seeing duelists fight, his eyesight naturally improved. He was able to tell that Tang Zhen was different from ordinary duelists. However, it was only limited to this. As for why Tang Zhen was so powerful and could even kill the cultivators guarding the place, he was definitely unable to tell. The only thing he could do was to pretend to be a corpse as usual and then leave the arena in silence. Looking at the guard cultivator who was killed in one move, the old captain had a strange thought in his heart. After the corpse collection team left, only Tang Zhen was left in the square, and he looked a little lonely. However, no one dared to underestimate him. Because of this, Tang Zhen was like a lonely male lion. The entire arena was his territory, and no one dared to occupy it, or they would become cold corpses. This kind of power and dominance was simply unparalleled. If it wasn't for the fact that the situation wasn't right, it was likely that the audience in the fighting arena would have already started cheering for Tang Zhen. However, at this moment, they were just sitting in their original positions silently, waiting for what was going to happen next. More than a dozen figures slowly walked out of the gate for duelists to enter and exit. Compared to the fierce duelists, these people had an additional ethereal temperament. It was like comparing a rock and a piece of fine jade. One didn't need to have a strong ability to identify the difference at a glance. The guardian cultivator of the death arena. At this moment, all of them had already entered the arena and were here for Tang Zhen alone. The runic magic circle that was constantly running had been shut down silently, and the runes on the metal pillar had become extremely dim. The dispersed heaven and earth energy reappeared in the center of the death arena, giving people a misty feeling. After the guardian cultivators appeared, they surrounded Tang Zhen in the center with cold and solemn expressions. Even though they had yet to see any abnormality from Tang Zhen's body up until now, everyone knew that this was merely an illusion. If Tang Zhen was just an ordinary duelist, it would be impossible for him to be able to remain calm in the face of so many cultivators guarding the place. This had nothing to do with one's mental state, but rather the suppression of one's strength. It was absolutely impossible for one to not be affected. May I ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. What exactly your intention is? When faced with an unknown opponent, brute force was not the smartest way to fight. Turning hostility into friendship was the best way. As cultivators of the extreme spirit realm, they were far more afraid of death than mortals. They could not bear the price of falling from the clouds. Therefore, their goal was to make Tang Zhen leave the death arena and not to fight to the death. As for what would happen after they left, they could always wait until the time came. One step at a time. Tang Zhen, who was surrounded by a group of cultivators, had an indifferent expression on his face. He didn't even put the cultivators on guard in his eyes. I've said it before, I'm only staying here. No one can let me leave. If you think you can do it, you can try it, no matter what method you use. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's reply, the expressions of the guards changed slightly. If they allowed Tang Zhen to remain in this fighting arena, they could forget about running their business as usual. Are you really that insistent on not leaving the arena? The moment he asked this question, it meant that the negotiations had broken down and the battle was about to begin. That's right, Tang Zhen softly replied. His attitude was unquestionable. If that's the case, then I can only offend you. Due to Tang Zhen being an expert, the cultivators on guard had to show sufficient courtesy. This was not only out of respect, but also out of fear. However, when both sides were unable to come to an agreement, they could only fight to the death to see who would win in the end. Do it! With a low roar, the figures of more than 10 cultivators guarding the place began to change and surrounded Tang Zhen from different directions. With Tang Zhen as the center, the world energy rapidly dissipated and finally turned into a land of death. In addition to the runic magic circle, the guardian of the death arena could also use similar methods to complete the suppression of the cultivators. In the course of battle, this method was equivalent to cutting off the root of the tiger's claws and fangs. The tiger was still roaring fiercely, but its power had been reduced by 70 to 80%. Even a bull that had just grown its horns could kill this beast if it had enough courage. In the eyes of the cultivators guarding the place, Tang Zhen, who was trapped in the array, was no longer a threat to them. They were fully armed, and the moment the formation took effect, they suddenly launched an attack. Flying sword, magic weapon, spell suan ni, all sorts of techniques were unleashed at the same time at this moment. Their target was Tang Zhen, who was at the center of the arena. Every strike was fatal. If one was hit, even if he didn't die, he would have endless trouble in the future. Perhaps only a god would be able to remain unscathed against the attacks of more than 10 cultivators. However, Tang Zhen, who was in the middle of the storm, caused the cultivators guarding the place to feel panic. This was because he did not have the slightest reaction to this fatal and sharp attack. It was as if a breeze was blowing, or as if a drizzle was falling on his body, his face calm and composed. The most shocking thing was that after these fatal attacks got close to Tang Zhen, they actually dissipated without a sound. They did not have the slightest effect on him. A faint smile could be seen on his face, as if he was watching some ridiculous performance. No one felt that Tang Zhen's smile was warm. On the contrary, they felt chills all over their bodies. This was because their attack had already failed and Tang Zhen's counterattack was about to arrive. This was the most terrifying moment. When your attack failed to kill the enemy, you had to be prepared to be killed by the enemy. "It's my turn now," Tang Zhen said with a smile, but he did not make any move. However, the cultivator guarding the place felt a cool breeze that was mixed with a scorching aura. The hot wind penetrated the body of the cultivator and took away all the water. In the blink of an eye, his body became extremely light, like a mature dandelion, floating in the breeze. In the blink of an eye, the flesh and blood of more than a dozen cultivators turned into dust, turning into white bones. Chapter 3038 Swarming in one, more than a dozen ghastly white skeletons stood quietly in the arena, looking eerie and strange. As for the clothes and flesh on his body, they had already been blown away by the warm wind, and not a single speck was left. The arena was completely silent. The audience who saw this scene had completely understood what had happened. This was a battle between cultivators, not a duel performance in the death arena. It was more exciting and dangerous. Ordinary people would never have the chance to come into contact with a battle of this level. However, today, they could sit on a chair and watch the entire process. The manager's face had turned deathly pale, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. The things that happened in front of him had already exceeded the manager's expectations. He didn't expect it to become so bad. He originally thought that Tang Zhen was only a powerful duelist. This was why he thought of scheming and using him to earn a huge income. In the end, it backfired and made things worse. The death of the cultivators in charge of the city would have an extremely negative impact, and the losses would be extremely heavy. This kind of loss could not be compensated by money, but it would cause turmoil in the cultivator organization. If it was used by the enemy, it might even lead to the destruction of the cultivator organization. The cultivators of the extreme spirit realm were also scheming against each other, and the conflicts for benefits had never stopped. The manager could already foresee that when the news of the change spread, the enemies who had ill intentions towards the death arena would appear one after another. They would use all means to force the death arena to close down, and then choose a new operator. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he saw many fierce figures rushing in from the entrance of the arena. "It's broken." The manager of the arena recognized the other party at a glance. He was a member of another group of cultivators. They had been coveting the death arena for a long time, but they didn't have the chance to snatch it. To be able to move so quickly, someone must have sent a message and then sent people to investigate. The crisis had arrived. This was just the beginning. In the following time, more cultivator organizations would come. The situation had become very critical. If he could not resolve this matter perfectly, he would definitely be severely punished. At the thought that the punishment worse than death would fall on them, the manager's heart was filled with fear. Glaring at Tang Zhen, who was in the middle of the venue, the manager felt incomparably hopeless. He was now extremely regretful. He really should not have provoked Tang Zhen. However, it was obviously too late for him to regret now. In fact, as long as Tang Zhen was willing to reconcile, the manager would rather not have any face. So what if he kowtowed and admitted his mistake? It was a pity that this matter could not be resolved just by admitting his mistake. After all, it involved more than 20 cultivators guarding the place. Which one of them was worth less than him? Even if he wanted to solve the problem, the cultivator organization he belonged to might be willing to step back, but the other enemies might not allow it. In the following period of time, more and more cultivators appeared in the death arena. They belonged to different cultivator organizations. After they entered the arena, they sat quietly in the stands, as if they were ordinary spectators. It gave off the feeling of a group of tigers sitting among a flock of sheep, trying to pretend to be an obedient baby. However, no matter how well behaved they appeared, they could not hide their sharp fangs and the thick smell of blood. The audience in the arena felt that something was wrong. They felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles, and they couldn't help but shiver. The temperament and dressing of cultivators were different from that of ordinary people. With just a glance, one could see that they were like cranes standing among chickens. If they had wanted to watch the show before, they only wanted to leave now. If they left too slowly and got caught up in the battle between cultivators, they would have no chance of escaping alive. Some of the more timid audience members were about to stand up and leave, but they were stopped. "Don't leave." Afraid that the audience would leave and cause the death arena to close down, the manager had already given the order. The death arena only allowed entry and not exit. Before this matter was over, No audience was allowed to leave, and everything would proceed as usual. The already timid audience became more and more frightened. Although they wanted to fight back, they eventually chose to swallow their anger. How could a mere mortal be a match for a cultivator? Since he had entered the dragon's pool and tiger's den, it was best to keep a low profile and not always think about fighting. It was absolutely easy for cultivators to kill mortals, but most cultivators were too lazy to do so. However, if he overestimated himself and offended these cultivators, the other party would definitely not mind stomping the disobedient ants to death. As for whether the cultivators would be punished, that was another matter. One thing was for sure. When mortals were killed, there would be no cultivators who would seek justice for them. Even if he had to suffer the pain of death, he could only blame himself for being unlucky. Fortunately, he would not lose anything. There were also some powerful spectators who were clamoring to leave, thinking that the arena couldn't do anything to them. Unexpectedly, the martial artist in charge of guarding the door attacked without hesitation, cutting down those noisy guys. Looking at the body on the ground, the audience who wanted to leave immediately became obedient. The reason they left was because they were afraid of being caught up in the battle and losing their lives. If they would be killed if they left, no one would be willing to leave. That would be the same as seeking death. They might be frightened if they stayed, but they might not really lose their lives. There were nearly 100,000 spectators present. If they were all killed, it would definitely cause a great shock. Although the residents of the extreme spiritual realm could be resurrected, a large-scale massacre like this would definitely cause a huge commotion. There would definitely be powerhouses who would take action to pursue the matter. It didn't take long for the restless arena to become quiet again. Seeing this, the cultivators from other organizations sneered, but they didn't do anything to scare the audience. If such a method was effective, they would have done it long ago. Whether it was causing trouble in the arena or blocking people near the entrance, it could affect the business of the arena. However, the rules didn't allow such behavior. Otherwise, it would be regarded as deliberately causing trouble and would be punished by the mysterious force. A situation like Tang Zhen's was an opportunity that the various major cultivator forces were bitterly waiting for. Therefore, they could not wait to rush over. In fact, they had tried similar methods before, but they had all failed without exception. The runic magic circle in the arena was controlled by the manager. No matter if they sent warriors or cultivators, they would eventually die in the hands of the manager. Using the method of the death competition to try and destroy the management side was definitely the most foolish method. Who would have thought that the most unexpected thing would happen today? When they heard that someone had won in a row and even the guardian of the death arena had been killed, these cultivator organizations immediately realized that their opportunity had arrived. They swarmed over and sat on the stands to observe quietly, their faces filled with uncontrollable surprise. The dozen over cultivators, corpses in the arena had already proven Tang Zhen's strength. There was absolutely no falsehood in it. The current arena was clearly set on fire, and the situation was becoming more and more dangerous. I want to place a bet. Why aren't we starting? Do you want to give up on the arena? Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. His tone was filled with dissatisfaction, but his expression was full of pride and ridicule. The cultivators who had rushed over after hearing the news could no longer wait. The manager who was standing at the edge of the cliff would soon be kicked by them. Chapter 3039, Please grant me death 1. Where's the staff? I want to place my bet, hurry up. If you don't allow me to place my bet, then close the shop and get lost as far as you can. Where's the duelers? Why aren't they coming on stage? What are we doing here? Continuous scoldings came from all around the arena. The loudest ones were cultivators from other organizations. Their purpose in coming to the arena was to force the other party to close down their business, so they definitely wouldn't just sit around and do nothing. As long as they seized the opportunity, they would immediately create trouble and cause the manager to suffer losses. In the face of these cultivators, the manager of the arena was furious but helpless. It was impossible for him to drive out the rioters. If that was the case, it would be the same as giving the enemy a handle. The other party was more than happy to do so, and would definitely take the opportunity to make a move, turning the arena upside down. When the manager thought of this, he felt even more sorrowful. When the organization had first obtained the management rights of the Death Arena, they had signed a contract with the Supreme Existence to maintain the operation of the Death Arena at all times. As for why there was such a strange agreement, the manager actually did not know, because his level was not enough. It was better not to know. The more he knew, the greater the responsibility he would have to bear. If it involved an incredible secret, it would be like entering an abyss, and there would be no peace at all times. Now that he was facing the enemy's provocation, he had to respond. If he allowed the enemy to take advantage of him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if there was a fire pit and an abyss in front of them, they had to brace themselves and jump in. Pass on my orders, everything is to proceed as usual. No one is to act rashly. The manager of the arena gritted his teeth and gave the order. At the same time, he glared at the opposing cultivators. He swore in his heart that one day, he would make these bastards pay the price. In order for the death arena to continue, a dueler must go on the stage and fight with Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen's strength was beyond doubt, as he had killed more than 100 duelists and more than 20 cultivators who were on guard. Anyone who went up to fight would be equivalent to taking the initiative to die. Although they could be resurrected, the pain of death was real, and the intensity of the pain was far greater than that of ordinary humans. Other than the self-torturing duelists, ordinary people would never easily try such a cruel way of death to avoid leaving a shadow in their hearts. However, at this moment, even if he did not want to go up, he would still be forced to go up and accept the battle. In order to maintain the normal operation of the arena, the number of duelists who participated in the death arena every day was more than thousands. More than half of the duelists would die in the arena, and less than 1/3 of the survivors would die. Following the manager's order, these duelists were gathered and began to line up to fight with Tang Zhen. They weren't afraid of the pain of death, and they also had the prize money promised by the arena, so they were all eager to try. Some of the duelers wanted to refuse, but in the face of the threat of the arena, they could only nod and accept their fate. It was no longer a group battle, but a one-on-one battle. This way, they could delay as much time as possible. As long as the death arena continued, it would not be considered a violation of the rules. This could also be considered a trick. Although one problem was solved, another problem emerged, which was the compensation of the bet. Tang Zhen's strength was obvious to all. If these duelists were to enter the arena, they would definitely end up losing. Under such circumstances, only someone with a hole in their brain would bet on Tang Zhen and fail. However, in this way, the amount of wagers lost would be extremely high. Even if the odds were extremely small, there were still 100,000 people in the audience. A single round of compensation might not be too big of a deal, but if it continued, even a mountain of gold would be emptied. This was a headache for the manager. He was worried that it would not take long for the arena to go bankrupt. But even so, he could only force himself to persevere and think of other ways to solve the problem. The enemy cultivators who had been waiting for a long time immediately placed heavy bets and wanted to bring all their assets over. Unfortunately, storage equipment could not be used normally in the extreme soul realm, and cultivators could not carry large bags everywhere they went. It was convenient, but it would damage his image. However, there were also some cultivators who carried special backpacks with them, which contained valuables and cash. In the extreme spiritual realm, mortals and immortals coexisted, and cultivators had to earn money to maintain their daily cultivation expenses. There were many cultivation materials that had to be purchased from mortals. This was the reason why cultivators, organizations ran their businesses. If not for this reason, why would these high and mighty cultivators snatch the management rights of the arena? Compared to mortals, cultivators had much more wealth, and the amount of money they bet was shocking. To them, this was a sure-win investment, so they would naturally invest as much as they could. When the arena's manager saw this, he gritted his teeth in hatred, but there was nothing he could do. The only solution now was to quickly inform the elders in the organization and let them resolve this matter. Before he found a solution, all he could do was to be patient. He couldn't let his emotions get the better of him. It didn't take long for the betting to end, and another round of the death arena began. The duelers who were chosen to enter the arena trembled as they walked towards Tang Zhen under the gazes of tens of thousands of people. The white bones of the cultivators standing in the arena frightened the duelers, but they had no choice but to brace themselves and approach. "Your Excellency, please." The dueler looked at Tang Zhen, cupped his hands together and bowed. "Yes." Tang Zhen gently nodded. He was not as arrogant as he had imagined. "That by an arena requested for me to fight you, but I knew that I was no match for you. One only hope that when you kill me, you can let me die a quick death and not torture me for half a day before I die." Looking at the towering white bones and recalling the scene of the warm wind blowing away flesh and blood, the duelers could not help but tremble. He didn't need to guess to know that it must have been a terrible torture, and the death would be extremely painful. Although the duelers had died more than once, they were unwilling to experience this pain, so they pleaded before the battle. Before he entered the arena, he had never thought that he would win. He only hoped that he could die a quick death. As for whether Tang Zhen would agree or not, the dueler actually didn't have any confidence in his heart. After he spoke of his request, the dueler looked at Tang Zhen with eyes filled with anticipation. Sure, Tang Zhen gently nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Thank you, Your Excellency. The dueler's face was filled with joy as he hurriedly bowed and saluted Tang Zhen. He simply did not look like an opponent who was about to engage in a life-and-death duel. The surrounding audience had strange expressions on their faces. This was the first time they had seen someone bow and thank the person who was about to kill them before a battle. However, on second thought, he felt that it was only natural. In any case, it was difficult to escape death, so naturally, he wanted to die a more comfortable death. Why make things difficult for himself? In the arena, the duelists were in high spirits as they raised their weapons. Come, Your Excellency, please grant me death. He shouted loudly, waved the weapon in his hand, and ran madly towards Tang Zhen. If one observed carefully, one would be able to see the smile on the dueler's face and a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Soon, he saw a red cloud flying towards him, and he was floating in the sky. The headless corpse was still on the ground, holding a weapon in his hand. The pain was only gone for a moment. Yingluo really doesn't hurt Yingluo. Before his consciousness disappeared, the duelists were still thinking about one thing. It was best for Tang Zhen to stay for a longer period of time. This way, he could die a few more times and earn more compensation. Chapter 3040 Scheme 1. As heads rolled to the ground, a death match ended. The audience didn't have any reaction, and they didn't cheer and encourage the winning player like they usually did at the end of a competition. This was because the result of this battle was within their expectations. The only thing he didn't expect was that this battle was too perfunctory, and it was simply unsightly. The dueling participant was very self-aware. He knew that he was not Tang Zhen's match. He actually begged for a quick death in public and then charged forward to deliver his head without any scruples. This scene indeed made people's jaws drop, and they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The first battle was over. The cultivators who had placed their bets on the first battle had won all of their bets, and they were constantly cheering. Although the profit wasn't much, the meaning was different. It could be considered a blow to the arena. On the other hand, the manager of the arena had already regained his calm and was calmly directing the operations of the arena. The more dangerous the situation was, the more he couldn't panic, otherwise, he would be without a leader. He had already sent someone to call for reinforcements. They should be on their way now and would arrive at the arena soon. Even if he had to bear the pain and cut his own flesh, he had to persevere. The corpse collection team went up silently and carried away all the corpses. Including the bones of the cultivators, they were all loaded into the car and thrown into the corpse pit. Every day, the dead bodies of the duelists would be thrown into the corpse disposal pit. Over the years, countless corpses had been thrown in. What made people feel strange was that after so many years, the corpse pit had never been filled. Some of the arena's staff heard a strange roar in the pit and suspected that there was a monster below. Although there were all sorts of legends, no one dared to verify them, or simply pretended not to see them. After the bodies were cleared, there was a short break to make it easier for the audience to place their bets. The duelists participating in the battle would also be well prepared and silently wait for the opportunity to go on stage. The process was the same as before, but the special atmosphere was completely different. Everyone was waiting, including Tang Zhen, who was in the middle of the arena. Duelists, come on. As the host's voice rang out, a duelist walked into the arena with a serious and solemn expression. Compared to the previous duelist, he was more muscular and well-equipped. He was wearing heavy armor and holding a two-handed sword, looking like he was going to fight to the death. It was impossible to see his face clearly due to the mask. However, he was certain that the other party should be sizing up Tang Zhen. He didn't request Tang Zhen to kill him with a single strike like the first dueler did. Instead, he maintained a sufficiently high and cold attitude. It was as if the Tang Zhen in front of him was just an ordinary enemy and not an existence that caused the death arena to feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Seeing this scene, the audience was secretly impressed. They felt that these duelists were not simple. Although he knew that Tang Zhen would definitely win, he did not wish to see every duelists unable to straighten their backs in front of Tang Zhen. So what if he died? At most, he would suffer some pain, but he would be reborn very quickly. Even if his head was cut off, he would not even frown. There were many duelists who had this thought. They made a living in the arena, so they naturally had to sit with the arena. To these duelers, Tang Zhen was the enemy of the arena. If it was possible, they would go all out to kill Tang Zhen. If they could succeed, they would become famous in one battle, and the death arena would definitely not be stingy with the rewards. Of course, this kind of overestimation of their own strength was only a minority. The vast majority of duelists actually knew their own limits. They were just going through the process and giving their heads up. What happened next had nothing to do with them. As for killing Tang Zhen, that was simply a fool's dream. He didn't even want to think about it. Under the gazes of the audience, the battle officially began. The duelists in heavy armor raised their heavy two-handed swords and charged at Tang Zhen. This was a classic attack move. When the two-handed sword collided with the enemy, it would swing and slash at the enemy. Because it could channel the strength of the entire body, when the two-handed sword was swung, it could easily split the enemy in half. From the duelist's movements, it was clear that his two-handed sword technique had reached the level of perfection. Perhaps, this was the source of the other party's confidence. He was prepared to use the ultimate technique that he was most skilled in to start a battle to the death with Tang Zhen. The audience in the arena watched intently. Although there was no exchange, they were already infected by the dueling man's aura. The other party's current behavior was more like a hero challenging an evil dragon. Even if he lost the battle, he would definitely be respected. Some of the audience members were already prepared to give their cheers and applause to the warrior the moment he fell. However, no one noticed that a mocking smile had flashed across Tang Zhen's face. Seeing might not be true, just like this moment. The moment he got close to Tang Zhen, the duelists who seemed to be charging forward with their lives on the line suddenly made a strange movement. Accompanied by a loud bang, the dueler's body exploded and enveloped Tang Zhen, who was on the opposite side. The sudden scene left the audience dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, the audience understood what had happened, and they were so angry that they started cursing. It turned out that there was a bomb hidden on this duelist's body, and it was detonated the moment he approached Tang Zhen. This method of mutual destruction was naturally to kill Tang Zhen. His life was naturally incomparable to Tang Zhen's. As long as he could kill Tang Zhen, it would be worth it even if he died 10 times. However, in this way, the original image of a fearless hero had completely collapsed and disappeared. This was a violation of the rules. There had never been a duelist like him who had done such a shameless thing. It was believed that from today onwards, this duelist would be notorious and spurned by countless spectators and peers. However, if he was able to successfully kill Tang Zhen, so what if he had to bear a bad reputation? The gazes of everyone in the audience were focused on the fighting arena. They wanted to see if Tang Zhen was injured. If the other party succeeded, the situation in the arena would change drastically. Without Tang Zhen's threat, the manager would definitely allow the arena to return to normal operations in the shortest time possible. He was more nervous than anyone else. He was staring at the center of the field, praying that Tang Zhen would be blown to pieces. If that was the case, all his worries would disappear in an instant. The cultivators from the large organizations were also very nervous. They had waited for this opportunity for many years and did not want to miss it. The ordinary audience members were also worried. Some people hoped that Tang Zhen would be killed so that the dispute could end and they could leave this place. There were also some in the audience who hoped that Tang Zhen would continue to persevere. This way, they would be able to continue placing their bets and obtain more prize money. Everyone's thoughts were different, but they definitely didn't dare to talk about it carelessly, in case they got themselves into trouble. At the entrance of the arena, another group of cultivators hurried in. They were the reinforcements that the manager had been waiting for. At the same time, the dust in the center of the arena dispersed, and a figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. It was still Tang Zhen. He had a smile on his face and was not affected in the slightest. Chapter 3041 The Secret in the Death Arena 1. Seeing that Tang Zhen was safe and sound, there were naturally people who were happy and people who were worried. Such an outcome was not unacceptable, and was even expected. Tang Zhen had killed over 100 duelists in a second and over a dozen cultivators guarding the place with a single move. How could he be afraid of an attack of this level? To him, it might be like a gust of wind, or even slightly inferior. This was the normal result. If Tang Zhen was really injured, then it could only be said that he was just a false appearance. If this was a farce, many people would probably be dancing with excitement. The manager of the arena sighed softly and stood up to welcome the cultivators from the headquarters who had come to help. When they heard that an accident had occurred in the arena, the headquarters immediately sent their elites as reinforcements. They did not dare to delay at all. The death arena was like a treasure bowl that could bring in rolling money. There definitely couldn't be any problems. In the end, they had just arrived at the arena when they witnessed the entire process of the explosion and saw Tang Zhen, who was completely unscathed. The cultivators' expressions were grave. They knew very well that this matter was not as simple as they had imagined. Ordinary cultivators were definitely not able to cause such a big commotion. Tang Zhen, whose origin was unknown, must have a great background. The extreme spiritual realm was too big, and there were countless cultivators and powerhouses everywhere. Most of the time, these cultivators had their own territories and would never dare to cross the boundary and cause trouble. He followed the rules wherever he went, in order to avoid disputes and causing unnecessary trouble for himself and the organization. Snatching territory did happen from time to time, but one had to have enough strength, otherwise, it would be self-humiliation. The reinforcements seriously suspected that Tang Zhen was a fierce dragon crossing the river, just to find trouble with the arena. Things like this were the easiest and most difficult to handle. If there was an opponent with similar strength who could kill Tang Zhen, then the matter would be easily solved. However, if they were unable to suppress Tang Zhen and the other enemies took the opportunity to attack, the fighting arena would be in danger. What should he do to solve the crisis in front of him? The reinforcements were not in a hurry to take action. Instead, they were prepared to observe for a while longer and make a move after completely understanding the situation. "Tell me, what's going on?" a cultivator said coldly to the manager of the arena. His tone was clearly very dissatisfied. He was the head elder of the headquarters and was in charge of all external affairs. He had great strength and authority. The manager found it hard to say. He actually didn't understand why things would turn out this way. Could it be that his scheme had caused Tang Zhen to be dissatisfied? Hence, Tang Zhen had deliberately made things difficult for him. On the surface, it seemed so, but if one thought about it carefully, it felt very wrong. Tang Zhen's strength was undoubted to be able to kill more than 10 cultivators in a second. However, why would such an expert participate in the death competition? Was he bored or did he have some other purpose? The manager was full of doubts, but he could not get an answer. Only he knew the depression in his heart. The manager could only answer the elder's question truthfully and tell him what had happened. The elder didn't say a word. He just listened carefully, but he was thinking. Compared to the manager, he knew more things, and he already had a faint guess in his heart. Of course, whether it was correct or not, there was no way to confirm it now. "I know. The other party might be here for another matter that involves the secret of the arena." The elder nodded and said, but it made the manager even more confused. "What do you know? Why didn't I know? Can you tell me what is going on?" The manager's mind was filled with question marks, but looking at the elder's expression, it was obvious that he did not want to explain to him. He was depressed in his heart. He was indeed insignificant. At this time, he was still hiding something from him. Who would have thought that at this moment, the elder would suddenly speak? "Do you want to know the secret of the death arena?" The manager was stunned when he heard this, and then his heart beat wildly, not knowing how to answer. As a manager, he naturally wanted to know the secrets of the death arena, but he was afraid of knowing too much. Facing the great elder's gaze, the manager hesitated for a few seconds before gently nodding. "There's no harm in telling you. I shouldn't have kept this matter from you. If we could have prepared an emergency plan, we wouldn't have ended up in this situation." The elder sighed and turned to look at the arena below. His gaze became a little different. This death arena is actually a special sealing array, and a terrifying demonic god is imprisoned below. The constant competition of death was just to gather the fiendish energy and maintain the stability of the marriage. Without the fiendish energy, it might cause the seal to loosen. The dead bodies of the duelists were actually the food of the demon gods, so the corpse pit could never be filled. If a demon god was starved, it was very likely that he would lose his temper, which would lead to a series of terrifying changes. Anything that was related to the gods could not be underestimated, or it would cause a terrible disaster. It could be said that the death arena was a treasure trove, but it also hid fatal dangers. While we gain benefits, we also have to bear the corresponding risks. This is the fairest exchange. Listening to the elder's story, the manager's face was full of shock. Never in his dreams would he have thought that a demon god was hiding in the depths of the arena beneath his feet. Stepping on the head of a god all day long, this kind of thing, just thinking about it, would make people shudder. The manager suddenly felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have asked about the secrets in this area. This was simply asking for trouble. If he continued to be a manager after this incident, he would definitely not be able to live as peacefully as before. As long as he thought of the terrifying demonic god hiding beneath his feet, he would definitely feel uneasy. However, on second thought, the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Due to Tang Zhen's actions, the Death Arena factory had been seriously affected, and the number of duelers who died might not be able to reach the target. If the killing aura was insufficient and the corpses were not enough to be fed, would it cause the demon god to be restless and dissatisfied? If the demon god took the opportunity to break through the seal, the Death Arena would definitely be reduced to ruins. Who would bear the responsibility then? As the management of the arena, they would have to bear the blame and be attacked by other cultivator organizations. Although the organization was strong, it was not a one-sided domination. Not to mention, a good tiger could not fight a pack of wolves. If other cultivator organizations joined forces to attack, how would they deal with it? The more he thought about it, the more serious the matter became. In the blink of an eye, the manager was already covered in cold sweat. He realized that this matter was gradually getting out of his control, and he even felt helpless. Seeing the manager's reaction, the elder chuckled, but his tone became colder. It seems that you've already thought of what will happen. In fact, our situation is very dangerous. There were only two possibilities for the other party to do this. Or they want to use this method to force us to hand over the control of the arena and then replace us. If that was the case, things would be easier to resolve. As long as he found out who the other party was under and the force he belonged to, he could solve the problem from the root. However, he was afraid that the other party's true goal was not to seize control of the arena, but simply to release the demon god. If that's the case, the situation will become very serious. Not only will our organization be threatened, but the entire megacity may also be destroyed. At this point, the elder took a deep breath and his expression became unusually serious. Therefore, we can't shoulder this matter alone. We must inform the other cultivator organizations. At a time like this, what they should do is not to add insult to injury, but to work together to overcome this crisis. The manager originally thought that after the reinforcements arrived, they would help him deal with Tang Zhen. But now, it seemed that the elder had actually thought far ahead. If Tang Zhen's true intention was to release the demon god, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 3042 The worry of destroying the city. After realizing that the situation was not right, the manager of the arena did not dare to hesitate and immediately took the initiative to contact the leaders of the various forces. The sudden change made the situation in the arena tense, and many cultivators quietly prepared for battle. From their point of view, this was the administrator's desperate attempt to challenge all the cultivator organizations. They were like a group of foreign dogs trying to snatch the food of the guard dog. This in itself was a kind of invasion and provocation. Being attacked by the management was a natural thing. The two sides could communicate, but it was very likely that they would exchange malicious words and end up fighting. Who knew that the manager's attitude was completely different from what they had imagined? The other party did not question them, but instead made a sincere invitation. When they heard that this matter concerned their own interests and even affected the safety of the entire giant city, the cultivators of various organizations were somewhat moved. They didn't think that the manager was lying. With his identity, he couldn't have done such a despicable thing. Otherwise, once the news spread, the other party would completely lose their credibility and become the object of everyone's disdain. If that was the case, it would be equivalent to destroying his own future. It didn't take long for the leaders of more than 20 cultivator organizations to gather together. When they met each other, they even greeted each other warmly, as if nothing had happened. The meeting was held in the VIP area of the Death Arena. Because the content of the conversation was blocked, the audience nearby couldn't hear or see anything. An elder from the headquarters appeared and told everyone the secret of the Death Arena. If it were not for the urgency of the situation, he would not have revealed these secrets. What he was doing now could definitely be considered to be cutting off all means of retreat. If he told others his secret, it would be the same as having his weak spot caught. It could be said that there was no benefit at all. If he couldn't protect the death arena, there was no point in keeping this secret, so he might as well be honest. Those who coveted the death arena would definitely hesitate because of the seal and consider whether they could take on the task of guarding the demon god. Furthermore, this matter involved the safety of the entire city. Once the demonic god broke through the seal, it would definitely cause severe damage to the entire city, causing unimaginable and tragic losses. The residents of the extreme spirit realm could be resurrected, but the buildings couldn't. They couldn't be restored even if they were destroyed. This giant city was extremely valuable. The materials used to build it could be said to be astronomical. If it was destroyed by the demonic god, the manager would definitely be held accountable by the supreme existence. At that time, it would be worse than death. If Tang Zhen was sent by some organization, the commander behind the scenes would definitely restrain himself after learning of this news. He would definitely not dare to be too presumptuous. No one could bear the consequences of the demon god breaking the seal. If Tang Zhen only wanted to release the demonic god, he could use this to contact all the cultivator organizations in the giant city and defeat this crisis together. After the elder finished speaking, the leaders of the large organizations fell into silence. They didn't expect that there were so many secrets and dangers behind this matter. He had originally wanted to snatch control of the death arena and hold this treasure basin in his arms, but now he suddenly found that there was a fire in the basin. Sure enough, there was no free lunch in this world. While enjoying a high income, one had to bear the corresponding risks. What made them feel the most depressed was that they didn't get the benefits they wanted to snatch, but instead, they were involved in a crisis. If they refused to participate, they would definitely be looked down upon by other cultivators, and they would be expelled by the cultivators' organizations in the city afterward. At the same time, because of this matter, they had to stop attacking the manager and then let people work for free. He had to pay such a huge price before he could reap any benefits. Just thinking about it made him feel depressed. Although they were unhappy, they couldn't back down now. After a short silence, the leaders of the large organizations expressed their opinions. They were only in command on the spot and did not have much decision-making power. Such an important matter had to be reported to the real leader. However, they could guarantee that they would no longer deliberately cause trouble and allow the death arena to operate normally. The manager was actually very satisfied with such a promise. It wasn't easy to get the promises of the large organizations before they had verified the truth. When dealing with the chaos, no one would add fuel to the fire, so it was naturally easier to calm down. If they could concentrate all their strength to resist this fatal crisis, their chances of victory would also increase. But even so, victory was not guaranteed. Anything related to the gods would become very strange and magical, making people collapse and feel helpless. Even if there was a 99% chance of success, as long as there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, failure would come quietly. Therefore, no one dared to take this matter lightly, nor did they dare to speak of victory lightly. Just as the cultivators were discussing, the ground suddenly trembled. However, the frequency of the tremors was somewhat strange. It was as if a giant beast had just woken up from a deep sleep, and they were standing on its back. Uncontrollable panic began to spread among the audience, and the sound of discussion lingered in their ears. This familiar arena was becoming more and more abnormal, and the audience couldn't wait to escape from this place. However, the exit of the death arena had long been sealed. At the same time, there were also duelists holding weapons guarding it. Anyone who dared to approach would be immediately attacked without the slightest mercy. If they left, they would die. If they didn't leave, they might still be able to live and earn a huge bonus. Under such circumstances, the audience could only continue to sit in their seats and pray that this turn of events would end quickly. The expressions of the cultivators who were talking to each other changed drastically as they stared at the center of the arena. The ordinary audience couldn't see it, but in the eyes of these cultivators, they could see a completely different scene. On the huge and flat ground, energy light pillars gushed out and formed a circle of strange runes. No one knew the origin of the runes. They only felt that they were desolate and mysterious, as if they had originated from the ancient times. There was also a strange aura that floated out from the underground of the arena and spread in all directions. Out of curiosity, some cultivators carefully probed to determine the origin of this aura. In the end, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. His body trembled like a sieve and his face was as pale as paper. Under the gazes of the cultivators, they fell to the ground one after another, looking terrible. This scene shocked the cultivators, and at the same time, they were filled with fear. At first, some cultivators were suspicious of the demon god's statement and thought that the arena manager was deliberately mystifying things. However, at this moment, there was no doubt at all. They were sure that there was a terrifying existence hidden under the death arena. Just releasing a trace of aura almost caused the cultivator's soul to collapse. If the main body were to appear, who knew what kind of terrifying disaster it would cause? The ruthlessness and anger contained in the aura was indescribable. It seemed that as long as there was a chance, it would destroy the entire world without hesitation. It was also this aura that made the cultivators realize that they could not let the sealed demon god escape no matter what. Once such a situation occurred, not only would the death arena be reduced to ruins, the entire city would not be able to escape this calamity. Unless the cultivators, organizations in the huge city abandoned their homes and fled for thousands of miles, they would not be able to escape death. Chapter 3043. The situation is critical. Tang Zhen looked at the ground of the fighting arena. His expression was as calm as water. He did not reveal the slightest surprise. From the very beginning, he had been thinking about a question. Why did the clues to the mad god suddenly end? And the place where it was cut off was right next to the death arena. At that time, he couldn't figure it out and thought it was just a coincidence, but now he had a rough idea. Sure enough, this cunning guy had dug a big hole from the beginning and was waiting for him to jump in. The cultivator who had discovered him earlier was probably putting on an act to confuse him. From the very beginning, the deranged god knew that he would stay in the death arena because this was part of his plan. What Tang Zhen could not understand was why he had stopped in the death arena like the other party had planned. Tang Zhen recalled the purple light world. Could it be that his actions would be affected even if he was in the extreme spiritual realm? If that was the case, it would be a little terrifying. However, if one thought about it carefully, it was not impossible. After all, the extreme spiritual realm was very special, and it was almost the same as a divine kingdom in one's mind. A master of creation could control everything in the divine kingdom of the mind. The master of the extreme spirit realm could do the same. But the question was, what right did the mad god have to influence the world according to his script? Tang Zhen suddenly realized that there was something that he had yet to figure out. It was the true identity of this deranged god. Were they from the outer realm or were they native cultivators? The other party's aura was concealed perfectly, and it was impossible to distinguish it. It must have been done on purpose. If he was really a local cultivator, as a god-level existence, perhaps he really had the ability to influence him without a sound. Before becoming a god, he could only be considered an ant. However, after becoming a god, he would be completely different. As a servant of the Lord God, how could he not have this little power? Things would be much easier if they knew what was going on. At the very least, they could formulate corresponding countermeasures. The enemy should be spying on him from the dark, and as soon as he left the arena, he would take the initiative to attack. At the same time, he would take advantage of the situation to remove the seal on the death arena and release the demon god. If he didn't leave, it wouldn't take long for the seal on the arena to be lifted. In any case, the demonic god would come out, and it was related to him. Tang Zhen was destined to bear this big and black pot, and he was the chosen scapegoat. I'd like to see just what this thing that I've been deliberately trying to release is. Tang Zhen made up his mind and continued to remain in the middle of the arena, waiting for the duelers to appear one after another. He could remain calm, but the cultivators from other organizations couldn't. The moment the seal was loosened, all the cultivators understood one thing, and that was that the situation could not be delayed. They had to do their best to maintain the stability of the seal. They could not let the sealed demon god break out. The most important thing now was to continuously create enough killing intent and obtain enough corpses from the slaughter. If he couldn't do that, the seal could be broken at any time. The manager of the arena had originally planned to stall for time, so he had launched a one-on-one mode. But at this moment, the manager wished that he could send all the duelists up and then use suicide to maintain the seal. However, this method might not work. The main purpose of the death arena was to create a brutal aura through bloody killing, which would then be used to stabilize the seal. Suicide didn't have much of an effect, because the mentality was completely different. Fortunately, there was a way to solve this problem. They only needed to have a team competition like before. After knowing the secret of the arena, the existence of the audience was no longer important, and there was no need to continue betting. However, the tightly shut door was enough to drive the attitude of the manager. It was obvious that he did not want to let the audience leave. In fact, everyone was very clear about the purpose of this. When there were not enough duelists, the spectators in the stands were also an excellent source of corpses. It could be said that from the beginning to the end, the audience was just a tool. Usually, they would provide money for the death arena, but at the critical moment, they would even have to pay with their lives. As for what kind of impact it would have, no one cared anymore. With the cooperation of all the cultivators in the city, no matter how big the incident was, it would definitely be easily settled. They could use money, power, or violence to suppress it. In a situation where the dead could be resurrected, it was not a problem no matter how many people died. With the manager's order, a large number of duelists rushed into the arena and then automatically divided into two groups. The duelers in Tang Zhen's group kept their distance, turning the surrounding into an empty space. After witnessing Tang Zhen's strength, they were extremely afraid of him. How could they possibly take the initiative to approach him? Due to the manager's orders, the death arena this time was completely different from the past. No one cared about winning or losing. They only needed to fight to the death and create as many corpses as possible. At the same time, he couldn't be perfunctory, because a corpse that didn't contain anger or resentment was like chewing wax in the mouth of a demon god. It was best if Tang Zhen was willing to take action. With the strength he possessed, he could easily kill the duelers from both sides in an instant. If he didn't make a move, the battle between the two sides would not stop. The most worrying thing was that Tang Zhen would suddenly make a move and destroy the plan. If that was the case, it would be a real headache. If Tang Zhen's purpose was really to break the seal, he would definitely interfere with the cultivators' actions. Therefore, the battle at this moment was also a kind of probe. He wanted to see what Tang Zhen's attitude was. With the order, the battle officially began. The duelists of both sides roared and showed their fiercest side, waving their weapons and slashing at the enemy. Curses and screams reverberated in the arena, and broken limbs were flying everywhere. The group of cultivators on the grandstand stared intently at Tang Zhen as they were afraid that he would stop the fight. In the end, he saw Tang Zhen quietly standing in the middle of the arena. It was as though all of this fighting had nothing to do with him. Tang Zhen's attitude made the cultivators feel happy, but at the same time, they also became more confused. They really could not understand what Tang Zhen's goal was and what he intended to do. Just as he was feeling puzzled, the arena began to shake again, and it was clearly more intense than the last time. Under such circumstances, the cultivators didn't have the time to think about anything else. They hurriedly organized the duelists again and prepared to enter the arena. At the same time, he would send people outside to search the entire city and gather more duelists to the arena. Before the crisis was resolved, who knew how many lives would be needed to fill the pit of corpses in the arena? He could not slack off at all. Kill them all, kill them all. While the earth was shaking, the cultivators from the large organizations were roaring, urging the duelists to fight with all their might. Who would have thought that at this moment, the earth would shake again, the magnitude far greater than the previous 2 times. We can't wait any longer. Cultivators, listen up, go and fight. The cultivators who were watching the battle on the stands could no longer remain calm when they felt the violent shaking. They couldn't help but roar and jump to the center of the arena, waving their weapons and participating in the fight. The battle was not over yet, and the corpse collection team was sent directly to the arena to collect the corpses in time and throw them into the corpse pit to lick the demon god's stomach. The quaking occurred again, and it was getting more and more intense, as if something was about to climb out of the ground. Chapter 3044 Collapse, Purgatory. The continuous violent shaking caused the audience in the arena to become more and more flustered, and they could no longer pretend to be calm. They stood up from their seats and rushed to the door, trying to leave this dangerous place. They were afraid that they would be killed by the guards if they left by force, so they stayed where they were as requested. Even though he was submissive on the surface, his heart was filled with resistance. However, at this moment, they could no longer sit still. They all roared and wanted to leave. The audience had a feeling that they had to escape the arena no matter what, or it would be too late for regret. The duelists guarding the door could kill 8 to 10 people, but they definitely couldn't kill all the spectators. They weren't weak. If they attacked the guard together, who would be able to stop them? However, the audience didn't know that their fates had already been decided. There was no way they could leave alive. Seal the door, don't let a single one escape. The manager of the arena gave the order fiercely, not caring about the life and death of these spectators at all. With the order, the arena's door was firmly locked. Unless the ordinary audience had wings, they could not leave at all. The audience, who had nowhere to run, wailed in despair and cursed at the top of their lungs. However, it was of no use. All he received were cold gazes and cold blades. The cultivators had completely removed their masks and began to slaughter the audience, like tigers charging into a flock of sheep. In the blink of an eye, the huge audience seats had already been filled with blood. The blood flowed through the spectator stands, drainage tanks into the center of the arena and then into the hidden drainage canal. The duelists in the arena became corpse collectors. They loaded the bodies into the vehicles and then sent them to the corpse disposal pit inside. It was a deep black hole, with no bottom to be seen, and it exuded a cold aura. Although it looked terrifying, there was nothing unusual about it on normal days. However, it was different today. From the deep cave, there was a faint red mist floating out. The mist carried the smell of blood and drifted in all directions. Then, it was inhaled by the guards beside the corpse pit. In an extremely short time, their eyes turned blood red, and red hair began to grow on the surface of their bodies. His nails grew rapidly, becoming thick and long, like sharp and curved daggers. Bone spikes pierced through the skin of the guards, joints and backs, causing their bodies to quickly change shape. Their bodies were hunched and their eyes were red as they looked around like hungry wolves. Seeing the traces of humans, the guards immediately rushed forward and attacked without hesitation. The corpse collection team that was transporting the corpses were so scared that they left the car and dodged the attacks of these red-haired monsters. The dead duelers and the audience's bodies were thrown into the aisle and ignored. The red mist spread out and covered the corpses. It burrowed into the bodies like a worm. It didn't take long for the corpse to open its eyes and struggle to its feet. Just like the guards, red hair quickly grew on the bodies that had suddenly resurrected. They were like wild beasts, letting out hoarse roars as their nails and bone spikes grew wildly. The biggest change was in its mouth. It protruded forward like a wild beast, and it grew sharp fangs. Light red liquid kept flowing out of their mouths, like diluted blood. Roar. With a roar, the monsters charged outside and attacked any living target. The earth trembled more and more intensely, and the red mist gushed out like a boiling pot. A strange sound came from the depths of the cave, as if something was climbing up. At the same time, a series of roars came from the ground, carrying indescribable madness and anger. In the red mist, countless red-haired monsters crawled out from the bottom of the pit. These hideous red-haired monsters were the duelists, corpses that had been thrown into the corpse pit. Most of them were incomplete, and many of them were pieced together by broken limbs. The red-haired monsters were like a tide, swarming out and causing even greater panic. The cultivators who were chasing after the audience were all shocked and quickly resisted the red-haired monster's attack. The duelists did the same, waving their weapons to protect themselves. However, it didn't take long for them to discover something unusual. It turned out that some of the monsters looked familiar, which made people feel extremely strange. Isn't this me?" one of the duelers suddenly shouted, his tone full of surprise. Upon hearing this, the duelists came to a sudden realization and finally realized what was wrong. It turned out that the appearance and body shape of these monsters were exactly the same as his. The only difference was that the other party looked more ferocious. The most terrifying thing was that there was more than one monster that looked like him. There were groups of them. The number of times one died in the arena would be the number of corpses, but now they had all become monsters. After realizing this, the duelists were both angry and frightened. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. In this arena, they fought with all their might against the other duelists and died again and again. But today, they had to fight with their own corpses, and not just one. The duelists could not describe the feeling in their hearts as they looked at the bodies that had died so miserably. They did not expect that they had once died in such an ugly manner. As the monsters continued to surge out, the arena was in a mess. The audience in the stands all ran towards the center of the arena. For them, the spacious arena should be able to avoid the monsters more easily. They jumped down from the stands and ran for their lives towards the center of the arena, afraid that they would be caught by the monsters if they were too slow. In the center of the arena stood a group of panicked duelists. They were looking around with fear and confusion. The crowd that swarmed over made them feel uneasy, but they didn't have the ability to stop it. But at this moment, the ground shook violently again, far more intense than before. Cracks began to appear on the flat arena, and they continued to expand and tear. In the crack, there was a red light, as if there was a fire burning underground. Boom! The crack continued to expand, and at the same time, it sank rapidly. The ground was split into pieces. The audience fell into the crack and kept screaming, but it was useless. Along the edge of the death arena, the entire ground had collapsed, and only the central area survived. It was like a pillar that supported the sky, standing alone in the abyss, surrounded by cliff-like circular stands. The duelists gathered together and looked at the sky collapsing and earth-shattering scene, at a loss. In the blink of an eye, the audience had fallen into the collapsed abyss. When they looked down, they could only see surging red lava. However, if one looked closely, they would see strange bronze jars floating in the lava. Inside each jar was a figure with unkempt hair and dirty face, who was constantly letting out crazy roars. The veteran duelists immediately recognized the origin of these jars. They were the means used by the death arena to deal with enemies. After cutting off the hands and feet, he placed them in bronze jars filled with a special medicinal liquid, forcing the other party to suffer a fate worse than death. What was puzzling was why these torturers would appear in the magma, and their condition was obviously not right. Sensing the towering resentment, everyone realized that the real trouble had arrived. Chapter 3045 Completely out of control. 1. The change in the arena had shocked everyone. No one had expected such a thing to happen. At this moment, the audience felt as if they had seen the abyss of purgatory and were walking into it. If one was not careful, they would fall into it and have no chance of escaping. What's going on? How can there be such a terrifying thing under the arena? Everyone, including the manager, looked at the sea of lava and fire that was revealed after the arena collapsed. They were all shocked. The audience was especially terrified. Whenever he thought about watching the death arena in such an environment, he felt his soul tremble. Hurry up and open the door, I want to leave this place. There were also spectators wailing loudly. Although they could be resurrected from the dead, they were not willing to suffer such terrifying torture. Don't open the door, we can't let them go. Seeing that the arena had collapsed, the cultivators became more and more anxious. They guessed that the number of corpses was not enough, which led to such a bad outcome. Since that was the case, he would continue to sacrifice until the seal was completely stabilized and suppressed. Following his command, all kinds of spell techniques were cast, and the panicking audience was thrown into the sea of fire. They cursed in despair, but it had no effect at all. They fell into the lava in despair and were swallowed by the sea of fire in an instant. More and more audience members were thrown into it, and the boiling sea of lava actually seemed to be calming down. It's working. Everyone, keep working hard. When the elder from the administrator's side saw this, he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression and secretly remembered this matter. Once the seal was about to be broken, a large number of living people would be sacrificed to maintain the stability of the seal. Although it sounded cruel, it was nothing in the extreme spiritual realm, where the dead could be resurrected. The other cultivators also saw hope. They gritted their teeth and increased their output. More and more spectators were thrown into the sea of fire. However, at the same time, the number of red-haired monsters that ran out of the corpse pit increased. These red-furred monsters attacked indiscriminately. With the appearance of the sea of lava, the monsters had become crazier and more brutal. The arena was in chaos. The duelists and cultivators had already fought for themselves and had completely lost control. They either fought against the red-haired monsters' attacks or pushed the audience into the sea of lava. The angry curses and wails were endless. The aura of despair had already enveloped the arena. But at this time, there was another change in the sea of lava. Countless bubbles burst and black smoke rose up, as if something was about to rise from the bottom of the lava. This scene made the cultivators uneasy and they didn't know how to deal with it. Quick, throw down more sacrifices. It must be because there aren't enough corpses to be sacrificed. The elder from the administrator's side seemed to believe that the crisis could only be resolved through sacrifice, so he urged loudly with an anxious face. Or perhaps, they had no other choice but to find a way and make a final struggle. The duelists and cultivators could only grit their teeth and continued to throw offerings into the sea of fire. The innocent audience was once again in trouble. However, the bubbles in the lava grew more and more, as dense as a boiling pot. It seemed that it would be useless to throw in more sacrifices. Then, everyone saw that the height of the sea of lava was constantly rising, lifting the bronze jars up. From the constantly rolling lava, figures wrapped in flames suddenly emerged, stretching their necks and letting out silent roars. Judging from the number and appearance of these figures, they were obviously the audience who had just been thrown into the sea of lava as a sacrifice. They were not burned to ashes, but instead turned into terrifying monsters wrapped in lava. The cultivators who were trying their best to capture the audience and throw them into the sea of lava were all dumbfounded at this moment. They realized that by doing so, not only did they not strengthen the seal, but they also made the situation worse. Especially the audience who had been thrown in, now they had become monsters, making the already critical situation even worse. At a time like this, no one was thinking about offering sacrifices. Instead, they were worried that the seal would not be stable. Originally, under the suppression of the seal's power, cultivators only needed to continuously strengthen it to suppress the demon god. The seal was the cage, and strengthening the seal was maintaining the lock. No matter how powerful the demon god was, as long as the lock was still there, he would not be able to break out of the cage. However, once the seal was broken, the demon god would rush out of the cage, and the situation would be completely different. In front of a god, all living beings were like ants. They had no right to resist. Even if all the cultivators worked together, they would not be a match for a demon god. The consequences of resisting were needless to say. What he was most afraid of was not death, but a fate worse than death. However, until now, he had not found a suitable solution. He could only grope around and grit his teeth. However, looking at the current situation, it seemed that he could not hold on any longer, because the seal was already on the verge of collapse. Just as his heart was filled with worry, the height of the sea of fire and lava had already risen rapidly, and it was only a short distance away from the ground. After realizing this, the audience around the stands quickly dodged, afraid that they would be swept up by the magma that could overflow at any time. The more one feared something, the more likely it was to happen. In the blink of an eye, the lava had already broken through the ground's height, and then swept towards the surrounding stands. The scorching heat set the items on the stands on fire, and thick smoke billowed into the sky. It could be seen even from a great distance. The figures that were struggling and wailing in the lava followed the flowing lava and crawled in all directions. Their targets were not the audience, but the cultivators and duelists who had thrown themselves into the lava. There were also some monsters that had gathered together and were crawling around with the bronze can. The Punisher imprisoned in the bronze jar had already turned into a monster. It opened its mouth and kept spewing lava. Both the audience and the duelists immediately turned into fireballs after they were drenched by the magma. Only the cultivators who dodged faster didn't suffer too much damage. However, the death arena's situation was completely out of control, and even they were helpless. Under such circumstances, the only thing they could do was to leave this place as quickly as possible. Otherwise, staying here would only lead to their deaths in vain. There was no meaning at all. Everyone, listen up. Leave the arena immediately and set up a second line of defense. The elder in charge of the administration had ordered a retreat, which meant that the sealing operation had failed. Building the second line of defense sounded nice, but in reality, it was just self-deception. If they could not even maintain the seal, what ability did they have to withstand the demonic god after the seal was broken? Perhaps there was only one thing in their minds. It was to escape from this dangerous city in the shortest time possible so as not to be affected by the demon god's anger. They had to spread the news in the shortest time possible so that they could get help from higher-ranked cultivators. As for the people in the giant city, they had no time to care about it. At most, they would spread the news and let them find a way to escape and survive. At this time, he was already busy with his own affairs, so how could he have the time to care about the life and death of others? Chapter 3046. The demonic god comes out of the cage. 1. The death arena's door finally opened slowly, but it let out a grinding sound. In the time that had just passed, the panicking audience kept banging on the iron door, trying to escape from this purgatory on earth. The iron door was not knocked open, but it was already twisted and deformed, almost completely destroyed. Very few people knew that since the day the death arena was established, the door for people to enter and exit had never been closed. Now that it was closed and opened, the arena had become a living hell. As the door opened again, the panicking audience swarmed out, followed by the ferocious red-haired evil spirit. The busy streets were in chaos, and screams were endless. Countless red-haired monsters were running at high speed, running around the city along the streets. The spectators who had been thrown into the sea of fire as a sacrifice were wrapped in flames and were frantically chasing after the cultivators and duelists who were escaping. The torturer was carried by a group of burning men, and only his head was exposed. He was constantly spurting out balls of lava. The fireballs flew everywhere and landed on the buildings, instantly burning. The copper jar was huge, but it couldn't contain so much lava. It was obviously an attack similar to a spell. The opening of the Death Arena's door was equivalent to opening up a passage between the purgatory and the human world, allowing the disaster to befall this super megacity. The cultivators from the large organizations were also preparing to escape. Who would have thought that at this moment, countless tentacles would extend out of the sea of lava and wrap around them at an extremely fast speed? The speed was so fast that it was impossible to dodge. More than 1,000 cultivators from the large organizations were caught by the tentacles that were stained with lava and flames, and they were constantly swung in the air. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free from the tentacles' restraints. He could only cry out in pain under the burning flames. There were also many duelists who were also captured by the red-haired monster and imprisoned in the center of the stands. Under the red-haired monster's watch, the duelists did not dare to resist at all. Otherwise, their heads would be grabbed, and their lower bodies would be plunged into the lava. The lava would burn his legs and feet, but he would not die. He could only endure the pain. After a few demonstrations, the duelists who tried to escape or resist all became obedient. The situation was still unclear, and the red-haired monster didn't intend to kill anyone, so he could only wait and see. In a situation where they could be resurrected from the dead, the duelists, who had died countless times, were more composed than the cultivators. There were also many unlucky spectators who were also controlled by the red-haired monster. They were shivering in their seats. The atmosphere in the arena became very strange. All the monsters quieted down, as if they were waiting for something. The area that had not been affected was the area in the center of the arena, where a group of duelists gathered. When the Death Arena collapsed, only this area had survived, as if it was an isolated island in the abyss. As the lava continued to rise, the isolated island started to float. It was like a float in the water. No matter how violent the sea of lava was, it could not be swallowed. The duelers on the island were feeling complicated and nervous. They really couldn't understand why the monsters that emerged from the lava would turn a blind eye to them. The monster was right in front of them, but it ignored them and rushed straight to the stands. While he felt fortunate, he was also filled with doubts. He wanted to find out what the reason was. The people and monsters around the grandstand were all looking at the center of the arena, as if they were watching the duelists on an isolated island. This strange and abnormal scene made the duelers panic, feeling that something big was about to happen. Gulu 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 gulu, the bubbles became more and more concentrated, and after they exploded, black smoke was released, floating in the air and quickly gathering. A huge ghostly face was slowly taking shape, giving people endless pressure. The pair of eyes on the ghostly face were like boiling lava, revealing a coldness that could freeze the soul. The terrifying aura became more and more intense, causing people to feel fear and respect from the bottom of their hearts. They subconsciously wanted to worship him. The red-haired monsters around him were already kneeling on the ground, chanting something. The tone was extremely strange, like some sort of scripture, but also like a desolate and strange song. Whoosh, whoosh. A huge arm suddenly stretched out from the lava and pressed hard on the edge of the Death Arena's grandstand. Under the huge force, the stands collapsed, and the nearby spectators and monsters were crushed into meat paste. As the lava rolled, a second arm appeared and pressed down on the stands. He exerted force with both arms at the same time, as if to break free from the shackles. A huge body crawled out of the lava, and the lava kept flowing down. Ha ha ha, I'm finally out. A muffled sound reverberated in the sky above the square, like muffled thunder rolling continuously. You guys are in luck. You're about to witness a grand feast of destruction. You won't die, but you'll be responsible for telling the world what you've seen and heard today. Tell the world what you've been through. The deep voice reverberated in the Death Arena, but the content of the words surprised and shocked everyone. This Dao Wu is the demon god that was suppressed. The manager of the Death Arena was caught by the burning tentacles and was constantly suffering the burning pain. Looking at the figure that crawled out of the lava, he was in complete despair. At least, there was no way to save everything. However, he soon discovered that there seemed to be something wrong with this terrifying figure in front of him. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this terrifying demon god actually didn't have a head at all. It had the body of a human, but it did not have legs. Instead, it was replaced by countless tentacles. Although the aura and pressure were terrifying, the bald neck made people feel extremely strange. However, since it was a demon god, it was impossible to guess it with common sense. It was normal for it to be brainless. Perhaps this was the true form of a demon god. Only Tang Zhen, who was in the crowd, revealed a strange expression. However, he did not make any unnecessary movements. He concealed his aura and didn't show any abnormalities. He looked no different from an ordinary duelist. The island under his feet did not collapse, not only for its own reason, but also because Tang Zhen had taken action. The runic magic circle that guarded the death arena used the ground beneath their feet as its base, which was why it had not collapsed. Tang Zhen had quietly made some changes to the runic magic circle and added an aura concealment function to it. Therefore, the monsters that had crawled out of the magma were unable to discover this unique island. He hid in the crowd and quietly observed the demon god who had broken through the seal. He wanted to find out who he was. The demonic god crawled out of the lava. He didn't cause any damage to the surroundings, but fell into silence. He was like a statue, without any movement. Everyone knew that this strange calmness could very well mean a crazy outbreak. Sure enough, after a while, the terrifying ghostly face that was condensed from the black smoke and floating in the sky suddenly widened its eyes. "Fuck your grandmother, you bunch of sons of bitches, where did you put my head?" The ghostly faces in the air roared and opened their mouths, spewing lava in all directions. The lava spurted extremely far, and flames rose wherever it passed. In the blink of an eye, this boundless giant city was filled with flames and thick smoke. Chapter 3047 The Demonic God's Revenge 1. The fiend celestial who had broken through the seal was clearly in a state of fury. With an angry roar, the fiend god spewed out a huge amount of lava from his mouth, turning the surrounding urban area into a sea of fire. Countless residents of the city were either swallowed by the flames or were running in the streets and alleys. This was not enough to get them out of danger, because there were still burning monsters on the streets and meteorites falling from the sky. They carried terrifying power and destroyed everything without any restraint. The demon god was still not satisfied with such a disastrous scene, because there was endless anger accumulated in his heart. "Damn bastards, I'll tear down this broken city first, and then I'll settle the score with you. Fuck." The demonic god cursed as he swung his fist and smashed it into the ground. Boom! As the earth and mountains shook, two cracks suddenly appeared. Starting from the death arena, they quickly spread to the center of the city. Everywhere it passed, buildings collapsed, and two deep ravines were left behind. It was impossible to judge how deep they were. The lava in the arena continued to move forward along the two cracks, and then spread to other parts of the city. Because of the existence of the boiling lava, the entire city had completely turned into a purgatory. The only thing people could do was to run for their lives, trying to avoid the pursuit of the death god. Compared to the city's residents who were running for their lives in a panic, the spectators who were trapped in the arena were in a state of shock. Their souls seemed to have been frozen, causing their bodies to lose control, as if their joints had been poured with molten iron. Even if the restraints were released and they were allowed to run freely, they had already forgotten how to walk. They had never thought that they would be able to get so close to the demon god and witness the destruction of the super city. In the face of a terrifying god, there was no difference between humans and cultivators. They were all as fragile as a piece of white paper. With a light tear or a light fire, it would completely disappear. Looking at the tragic scene around the city, the demon god nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze back to the arena. Looking at the audience who were as humble as ants, trembling under his gaze, he let out a cold laugh. "You bunch of damned idiots, yelling at me every day, just like a bunch of idiots." What was even more unbearable was that they had to throw the bodies of those idiots down, making the place stink. At that time, I swore that one day, I would tear down this damn place. I'll also let you bunch of idiots know how serious the consequences of teasing me are. Don't you like to stay in the arena all day and shout and roar? Today, I'll fulfill your wishes. When the Godfiend said this, he waved his hand and the audience all flew into the air. He stretched out his two big hands, gathered the audience together, and gently kneaded them into a huge ball of meat. The meatball was covered with the heads of the audience, who were wailing. The devil pulled on the meatball lightly, and a long neck made of bones, skin, and flesh appeared under the meatball. Then, he reached out and pressed the slender neck into the stands. He then turned it around twice. The way it swayed made it look like a big-headed doll, but also like a soft toy with a spring neck. From now on, you can only stay here. You can't go anywhere else. Don't even think about coming back to life to get out of this predicament, because if you die, there will be no possibility of coming back to life. After hearing the demon god's warning, the audience's heads on the meatball immediately let out mournful wails. If that was the case, it would be a disaster. Although they were unwilling to believe that the demonic god was lying to them, they definitely did not dare to try it. The only thing it could do was to shake its huge head like meatball, constantly wailing and begging. Please let me go, I beg you. I don't want to die. I want to leave this place. Bastard, why me? This is not fair. Woo 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 yingluo, I want to go home yingluo. All sorts of sounds came from the huge head, and it was extremely annoying to hear. The thin neck seemed to be overwhelmed, but no matter how hard it shook, it did not break. Ha ha ha, it's really a very good piece of work. When the demonic god saw this, he immediately let out a wild laugh. He was very satisfied with his own work. He then turned around and looked at the imprisoned duelists. It's your turn next, you damn bastards. The demon god cursed angrily. It could be seen that he had a lot of opinions about these duelers. You bunch of damn idiots, you think you're very brave, so you fight and kill every day. Because you can be resurrected, you are not afraid and so unscrupulous. For example, this idiot had died more than 70 times, and his head had been cut off every time. Do you have a fucking pig's head? Why do you die the same way every time? Can't you change to a fresh way of dying? The demon god pointed at a duelist and roared in an angry tone. Then, he stretched out his hand and waved it gently. A group of red-haired headless monsters quickly gathered. Their bodies looked exactly the same. The godfiend reached out his hand and stuffed the duelists he had scolded into the red-haired monster. Don't you like having your head chopped off? From now on, your head will be continuously chopped off, and then you will come back to life. There was no need for others to do it. It was all done by your own corpse, and it was guaranteed that you would die a happy death. There's one more thing that I must tell you, and that is that the pain of death will increase by dozens of times. Aren't you guys not afraid of death? Then I'll let you experience what it feels like to die. As soon as he finished speaking, a black empty space appeared above the boiling sea of lava. The group of headless red-haired monsters and the duelist were all thrown in. The red-furred monsters charged forward one after another, swinging their blades and beheading the duelist. The duelist let out a blood-curdling screech as his head flew up into the sky, and his corpse fell to the ground. An indescribable fear appeared on his face. He jumped up and wanted to escape. However, in the blink of an eye, another head popped out of the bald neck. The resurrected duelist looked around with a blank expression and suddenly thought of something. An indescribable fear appeared on his face. 1-1 jumped up and wanted to escape. However, at this moment, a red-haired beast charged forward and swung its blade to behead him once again. This scene kept repeating. In just a short time, the duelists were beheaded more than 10 times, and the miserable wails continued. The trapped cultivators and duelers were stunned by the scene in front of them, and the fear in their hearts was needless to say. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a strange cheer was heard from the giant head. The audience, who had been crushed into a ball, couldn't help but cheer in the face of such a bloody and cruel scene. Just like before, the duelists would perform in the arena while the audience would watch from the stands. If it wasn't for the hellish scene in front of them, they would have mistakenly thought that nothing had changed just by listening to the sound. Ha ha ha, very good. The demonic god laughed wildly again. He seemed to be extremely satisfied with his work. Chapter 3048 Unavoidable Calamity 1. The arena today not only had a group of deformed spectators, but also performers. But in the eyes of the godfiend, this was far from enough. He had been suppressed and sealed for a long time, and there was too much anger accumulated in his heart. Now, he was eager to vent it out. The head made of smoke turned around the death arena and landed on a duelist's. You idiot, you die in a different way every time. Are you deliberately experiencing different ways of dying? Since your hobby is so special, I must satisfy it. I must let you experience these deaths tens of thousands of times. As soon as the demonic god finished speaking, a group of red-haired monsters with incomplete bodies rushed over and captured a cultivator. In the blink of an eye, they had moved to the sea of lava and fire, on top of a newly appeared hot empty land. It was different from the red-haired monsters that were constantly beheading people. When this group of red-haired monsters attacked, they would use the same method they used when they were being killed. Some had their hearts pierced by sharp weapons, some were cut in half at the waist, and some had their stomachs and intestines pierced. Every method of death was reenacted on the duelers. Under the stimulation of dozens of times the pain, it was simply a purgatory-like torture. All the duelists had already understood what the demonic god was planning, but it was also because of this that they were trembling in fear. Because they had died countless times in the arena, they were afraid that those cruel injuries would be inflicted on them again. Especially the punishment of doubling the pain. Just thinking about it, one would know how terrible the torture was. If you don't believe me, just look at the two duelists and listen to their wailing. You'll know what it feels like. For fear of suffering such pain, the duelists chose to escape without hesitation or kill themselves with their blades. Only death could prevent him from suffering. However, under the demon god's surveillance, the duelers, petty tricks had no chance of succeeding. I won't allow you to die, so no one can die. The demonic god's voice was filled with an indescribable coldness and an irrepressible pride. As soon as he said that, the duelists who were trying to escape and commit suicide immediately fell into a state of paralysis. Countless red-furred monsters rushed over again. They lifted the duelists who were lying on the ground and continued to enter the center of the arena. Circular areas surrounded by flames appeared in front of them one after another, and bloody scenes of killing began to play out. The duelists who had their minds broken down were killed by the red-haired monsters that had transformed from their corpses. He wanted to get rid of the pain and torture, but he couldn't. The big-headed monster in the stands was extremely excited. It kept shaking and spinning, cursing and cheering. The arena was extremely lively, and Mo Shen was laughing happily. This is so satisfying. I'll let you bastards disgust me again. The demon god cursed loudly. At the same time, he swept his gaze across the entire arena, wanting to admire his masterpiece. Then, he saw that there was a special island in the sea of lava. A group of duelists had actually gathered on this island, and they were cowering to avoid the demon god's gaze. Clearly, they were praying that the demonic god did not discover them and thus escape this calamity. When the demonic god's gaze fell on them and they felt the coldness and ruthlessness, the duelists completely extinguished the fantasy in their hearts. I'm going to die. As one of the duelers spoke, he raised a dagger and slashed it across his neck. As long as he succeeded in his suicide, he would be able to escape. He had never wished for his death to be as fast as he was now. However, the feeling of the cold blade cutting through his throat did not appear as he had expected. The dagger in his hand also had a problem. It became soft and sprawled, like a pile of mud. He lowered his head to take a look. As expected, the dagger was no longer a dagger. Instead, it was hanging limply. I must die today, the duelists roared, grabbed the broadsword of one of their companions beside him, and chopped down on their own heads. With a "pa" sound, the large saber rotted like rotten wood and scattered all over the ground. Ah, Yingluo. Seeing this, the duelist immediately let out a desperate cry and rushed toward the lava. I beg you, please let me die. He begged loudly and jumped into the sea of lava without hesitation. Feeling the scorching temperature, the duelist actually showed a happy smile. I can finally die, Yingluo. But in the next second, his face hit the ground, and all his teeth fell out. The dueler did not get up. He just lay on the ground with his butt sticking out, wailing in despair and laughing bitterly. He was already very clear that without the permission of the demonic god, he would not die at all. Suffering from purgatory-like torture was already an unavoidable matter. When the other duelists saw this, they didn't find it funny at all. Instead, they felt even more sorrowful and terrified. They had also tried to commit suicide to escape, but everything that had just happened had proved that it was just wishful thinking. His fate was already in the hands of the demon god, and he could not die even if he wanted to. You idiots, I've already told you, before getting my permission, don't even think about dying. The demonic god laughed smugly. At the same time, he pointed his finger, and countless red-haired monsters swarmed over. They rushed to the paralyzed duelists and dragged them to the field surrounded by flames, continuing their killing show. The duelists wailed with all their might, but they were unable to escape at all. They could only live and die in the torture of pain. Ha ha ha, You idiots, now you regret it, right? I want all of you to regret and break down every minute and every second, unable to seek release. You don't value your lives and have disgusted me for so long. This is the punishment you deserve. The demonic god's voice reverberated in the air, causing the duelists who thought they were lucky to fall into complete despair. As he said that, the Godfiend's eyes widened as he looked at the center of the island. There were many metal pillars erected there, and a figure was standing there silently. Hey, what's wrong with you? The huge head made of smoke slowly moved closer and shrouded the figure in the middle of the island. Tang Zhen, who was being stared at by the demonic god, only stood quietly on the spot as if he did not hear the other party's question at all. Strange. Mo Shen looked at Tang Zhen and waved his hand again, trying to command the red-haired monster to attack. However, after the order was given, the red-haired monsters did not move at all. Interesting. Your body isn't here. Are you a newbie? The devil god's head that was formed from smoke was like a huge dark cloud that was floating above Tang Zhen's head. The blood-red eyes formed by magma were staring intently at Tang Zhen. It seemed as though they wanted to see through his foundation. However, with Tang Zhen's methods, not many people would be able to see through him if he wanted to hide himself. After staring at Tang Zhen for a full minute, the smoke head of the demonic god floated into the sky and floated above the headless body. Now it seems that you are the only innocent one, or rather, you are not a particularly bad person. Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance to live, but you have to firmly remember what happened today and then find an opportunity to tell everyone. How did I, Taoist Ji Yu Xing, display my divine might and tear down this damned city of sin? And how did I deal with these bastards? Chapter 3049 Taoist Lone Star 1. For some unknown reason, the demonic god chose to let Tang Zhen go after he discovered him. A fierce battle that could have broken out was resolved silently. Tang Zhen noticed that something was amiss as he watched Mo Shen turn around and leave. The other party's actions faintly gave him the feeling that he was putting on an act. The problem was who he was acting for, and what was he trying to hide. There were some faint speculations in his heart, which prompted Tang Zhen to bide his time and continued to observe in secret. After completing the punishment for the audience and duelists, the demon god looked at the cultivator who was entangled by the tentacles and couldn't get rid of it at all. You're the most despicable ones. You're the lackeys of those bastards, and you're ganging up to bully me. None of the cultivators in the extreme spirit realm were good. Don't think that the cultivators from the outside world are easy to bully. If they really get angry, they'll definitely turn the extreme spiritual realm upside down. The demon god's words revealed that he was not a native cultivator of the extreme spirit realm. For some reason, he had been suppressed by the local cultivators of the extreme spiritual realm, so he was filled with anger. After breaking through the seal, the thing that the demon god wanted to do the most was to take revenge on his enemies. Faced with the demon god's reprimand, the group of cultivators trembled in fear, not knowing how to refute. In fact, they were completely confused and could not understand what they had done wrong. He wanted to refute and argue, but facing the pressure of the demonic god, he could not even say a word. They could only stare and listen to the demonic god's judgment. Let me think, how should I punish you? When the Godfiend said this, he revealed a thoughtful expression, which made the cultivators even more uneasy. By the way, don't you like to cut off the limbs of disobedient people and imprison them in iron cans? I've decided, I'll let you experience what it feels like. The Godfiend waved his hand at the sea of fire and huge jars carved out of black stone floated up one after another. The tentacles that were wrapped around the cultivator moved to the jar and wriggled quickly. Like a rotating machine, it cut off the hands and feet of these cultivators and stuffed them back into the jar. There was a red liquid in the black jar. After the cultivators were stuffed in, the surface of the liquid quickly solidified. It was like a layer of shell that sealed the cultivator's body in the jar. There was no way to escape. The jars bobbed up and down in the sea of lava and fire, burning the cultivators inside. No matter how much they wailed, they could not get rid of the stone jar. They could only continue to suffer the pain of being boiled. This was the most vicious place. The jar would be roasted by the sea of fire and lava, and the cultivator's body would be cooked by the boiling liquid. Every moment was worse than death, but he couldn't escape death. It was simply unspeakable. Compared to the audience who had been turned into meatballs and the duelists who were constantly killed, the cultivators suffered more severe punishment. Under the control of the demonic god, the cultivators' pain had been magnified to the limit. The head that was exposed outside the jar had a twisted expression like a ferocious demon, and the wailing sound made people tremble. At this moment, the death arena had completely turned into a living hell. Hananana. Looking at the scene in the arena, the demonic god laughed non-stop. His anger had finally been vented. At the same time, a large group of cultivators gathered in the sky above the city. They surrounded the death arena and looked at the hellish scene with grave expressions. When the disaster happened, the cultivators in the city had already moved quickly to find the cause of the change. It didn't take long before he locked onto the death arena. However, the huge size of the demon god made the cultivators who rushed over flinch, afraid that they would become the target of attack. The might of a demon god did not need to be questioned at all. If he was killed by a demon god, his years of hard work would be in vain. It was not worth it. Perhaps that was the reason why the cultivators of the ultimate spiritual realm were lacking in courage. Even if they were faced with a large number of deaths, they would not rush to rescue them. After all, they could be reborn after death. However, no matter what, the demon god had to be eliminated. Otherwise, the entire city would be completely reduced to ruins. They had been operating here for many years, and the rise and fall of the city was related to their own interests. They would definitely not sit by and do nothing. But how to solve the crisis needed a long plan. A demon god that had just broken through the seal would definitely be in a weakened state, but it was definitely not an existence that they could challenge. It was like a sick elephant facing a group of ants that wanted to devour it. As long as the elephant was willing to fight back, it could stomp all the ants to death with one foot. The only thing the cultivators could do was to guard the surroundings of the death arena and wait for the advanced cultivators to come and rescue them. High-level cultivators might not be of much use either. Only gods could resolve this crisis. This kind of high-level battle between gods was not something they could participate in. They might not even be qualified to watch the battle. Looking at the demonic god's attitude, he was indeed too lazy to pay attention to those cultivators and only saw them as flying insects and ants. If he didn't provoke him, he wouldn't have to kill him to save time. The demon god seemed to be waiting for an opponent of the same level to arrive. Without waiting for too long, dark clouds quickly gathered in the sky and covered the entire city. The appearance of the dark clouds seemed to be to hide some hidden and great existence, not letting the mortals see their figures. However, one could still see a pair of cold and emotionless eyes in the rolling dark clouds. The place he was looking at was the center of the death arena. The devil's head, which was made of smoke, revealed a ferocious expression and stared at the dark clouds in the sky. "Shameless bastard, you still have the face to come here. You really think I can't kill you?" The Godfiend's tone was 70% angry, 20% aggrieved, and at the same time, a strong sense of unwillingness. "Taoist Guxing, I warned you back then that this is not the outside world, and it's not a place for you to behave atrociously. Since you didn't listen to my advice, it was only natural that you would be suppressed. Now that you've broken the seal, you should learn to be smarter and get out of my extreme spiritual realm. Otherwise, you'll be suppressed again, and you won't be able to break the seal easily. I'm afraid even your divine spark will be destroyed." The existence in the dark clouds warned the demonic god. "Fuck your mother's shishti, I took back what was mine, what's wrong with that? You bunch of damn bastards, you're so shameless to cover up for each other and gang up to bully this old man, an outsider. If you don't return my things, I won't let you go even if I have to fight until my divine spark collapses." The Godfiend's words involved many more secrets. It seemed that many years ago, the demon god's treasure had been cheated away, and he had entered the extreme spiritual realm to get it. However, not only did he fail to find what he had, but he was also bullied by the cultivators of the extreme spirit realm. In the end, he was outnumbered and suppressed in the death arena. An item that the demon god cared so much about and was willing to risk his life to take back was definitely not an ordinary item. The cultivators of the extreme spiritual realm were indeed shameless. Not only did they refuse to return the favor, but they also joined forces to suppress and seal the demon god. Why didn't he kill the demon god directly? It was obvious that the other party couldn't do it, or he had some concerns. However, the fact that they covered up for each other and sealed the debt collectors together was enough to prove the shamelessness of the cultivators of the extreme spirit realm. Chapter 3050, each with their own thoughts. 1. The confrontation between the two sides continued. The surrounding cultivators originally thought that after the two gods met, they would fight without any explanation. In the end, he discovered that this was not the case. A war between gods would not easily start, or it would be a life and death battle. A war of words was more common. Taoist Lone Star's attitude was very clear: he had to get back what was rightfully his, or else he would not let the matter rest. The special existence in the dark clouds, however, made Taoist Lone Star get lost quickly. As for what Taoist Lone Star asked for, he deliberately didn't mention it. His attitude clearly showed that he wanted to go back on his word. Perhaps there was another purpose, which was to delay as much time as possible and wait for reinforcements to arrive. At that time, whether he would seal it again or kill it, it would depend on the situation. The other party's plan could not be hidden from Taoist Lone Star. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. You're dreaming if you think you can trick me again. Taoist Lone Star snorted coldly and punched the ground again. Not only do I want to take revenge, I also want to destroy this broken city. Let's see if you guys feel the pain. As the earth trembled, too, more deep ravines rapidly spread through the city. Houses collapsed wherever the crack passed. The cultivators wouldn't care if it was just the destruction of buildings. After all, collapsed buildings could be rebuilt. Only a few people knew that this city had another use, and it was very important. This was related to the stability of the extreme spirit realm, and there was no room for error. As Taoist Lone Star launched his attack, the hidden existence in the dark clouds could no longer remain calm. Impudent. With a furious roar, huge pillars shining with golden light shot down from the dark clouds. The golden pillars were as bright as the sun, shining in different corners of the city. With a series of trembles, the golden pillar was deeply embedded into the ground, emitting an even more dazzling light. The runes on the surface of the cylinder flickered and extended in all directions, connecting with each other. In the blink of an eye, the huge city was covered by a golden net of light. One after another, glowing symbols circulated in the air, and the world energy turned into starlight. When Taoist Ji Yuxing hammered the ground again, the crack only extended for a very short distance this time, and it could no longer move forward. Because of the golden light net, the city had become even more solid, and it was not afraid of Taoist Lone Star's violent destruction at all. Hehehehehehe. Seeing this, Taoist Ji Yuxing couldn't help but sneer. Do you think you can stop me from destroying this city by doing this? I'm not afraid to tell you that I've actually done a lot of things in the years I was sealed. For example, when he was bored, he created a lot of interesting monsters, and there were a lot of them. They followed me to break the seal and are now under this city, freely moving around. Why don't I let you see where these little cuties are? Taoist Ji Yuxing laughed out loud, and a whistle-like sound came out of his mouth, which reverberated throughout the city. At the same time, many places in the city suddenly shook violently. The flat street was lifted up, and the houses collapsed instantly, followed by black and red smoke. One by one, monsters wrapped in flames and pieced together from the duelists, corpses crawled out of the ground like strange large centipedes. Wherever these monsters passed by, houses and trees were set on fire, and the residents of the city frantically tried to avoid them. They searched for the highest building, climbed to the top like snakes, and shrieked in response to Taoist Lone Star's call. The entire city was filled with a strange and crazy melody, causing the city residents to be filled with fear. Soon, these monsters dug back into the ground and wreaked havoc in the city. The being in the dark clouds was obviously furious after seeing this scene. You damn bastard, stop this immediately. Otherwise, what awaits you isn't suppression, but complete death. At this moment, the two sides had already shed all pretenses of cordiality. Come on, don't just talk without practice, or I'll look down on you. Taoist Ji Yuxing said coldly, his tone filled with unspeakable ridicule. Good, good, good. I'll let you bunch of cultivators from the outside world know whose territory this is. The transcendent being in the dark clouds was completely enraged. Countless runic spears with golden light shot out of the dark clouds, flying towards Taoist Ji Yuxing. This wasn't a random attack, but rather a hidden pattern. It should have some special purpose, just like the golden pillar of light he had shot earlier. You dare to show off with such little tricks. With a sneer, Taoist Lone Star controlled the dense tentacles on his lower body and threw them at the golden spear. When they met in the air, the tentacles wrapped around the golden spear as if they were grabbing a struggling fish. It was not over yet. The tentacle grabbed the golden spear again and threw it back into the dark clouds. Taoist Ji Yuxing stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. The rolling lava flew into his hand and instantly condensed into a long spear that was burning with raging flames. A large number of mysterious runes were floating around the flaming spear. This was a special technique of the gods. It could form a weapon with a single thought and had nomological arrays on it. If it was in the hands of an ordinary cultivator, it would be a divine weapon. It's only fair if there's a back and forth. Take this Lord's spear first. With a low roar, the flaming spear shot out and went straight for the dark clouds in the sky. Just as it was about to approach the dark clouds, the flaming spear suddenly disappeared and could no longer be seen with the naked eye. In the next second, a blinding light came from within the dark clouds, as if it was a flame burning. The dark cloud turned into a burning cloud, and a furious roar came from inside. Taoist Lone Star's attack had taken effect. If one shot isn't enough, then take 3 more shots from me. Taoist Lone Star laughed out loud. He condensed another flaming spear in his hand and threw it into the dark clouds above his head. Looking at the burning dark clouds, Taoist Lone Star's eyes were full of mockery and disdain. A group of people who rely on the power of rules and have not condensed a divine spark at all, and they have the nerve to call themselves gods. You can only be so arrogant in the extreme spiritual realm. If you were in the outside world, I would beat you all up. Taoist Lone Star cursed as he launched his attack. It was clear that he had a deep grudge against the cultivators of the extreme spirit realm. Every foreign cultivator had the same attitude. They looked down on the local cultivators of the extreme spirit realm. They would lose their cultivation because of death, but at least they could keep their lives, and the chance of recultivating was up to 99%. Under such circumstances, the pressure would naturally be much less. Without the threat of death, the native cultivators of the extreme spirit realm were afraid of losing their cultivation, which would lead to their cowardice. Compared to the cultivators in the outside world, they were more like flowers in a greenhouse. They had not been baptized by the cruel wind and rain at all. He didn't have any contact with cultivators from the outside world. Other than his abnormal self-esteem, he was probably worried about being bullied. If they really fought, the 3 extreme spiritual realm cultivators together might not even be a match for a foreign cultivator. Once there was a pursuit against foreign cultivators, the local cultivators would definitely actively participate, most of them out of revenge. Taoist Ji Yuxing was deeply hurt, so he didn't hold back at all during the battle. The second flaming spear was formed. Just as Taoist Lone Star was about to invest in it, a breeze blew over. Taoist Ji Yuxing's huge body was instantly covered in blood, and each wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. Chapter 3051 The gods cannot be questioned. One Taoist Ji Yuxing let out a furious roar and waved his fist at the void, as if he could collapse the mountains. However, the gentle breeze was invisible. Even if he was hit by the fist, he didn't suffer any damage. There seemed to be a burst of laughter that came from the wind, carrying a touch of contempt and ridicule. Lava began to flow out of the wounds on the demonic god's body, as if it was a flaming waterfall that fell from the sky. It gave people the feeling that this demon god who had just broken through the seal was made of magma. How dare a wind messenger ambush us? This is indeed the style of the extreme spiritual realm. Taoist Ji Yuxing looked around and said in a cold voice, "Don't be stubborn if you're not as good as me. If I were you, I'd go back to my cell obediently so that I don't have to suffer anymore." The spy's voice came from the wind, his tone full of mockery. The wound on Taoist Ji Yuxing's body was obviously caused by this wind messenger. There was no respect in the other party's words, nor did he care about Taoist Lone Star's contempt. "Fuck your mother's fart. Do you dare to fight me one-on-one? I'll tear your stinky mouth apart." Taoist Ji Yuxing flew into a rage. If he hadn't been fighting with the god in the dark clouds, he wouldn't have been successfully ambushed. Taoist Lone Star simply couldn't tolerate such a birdman. He. The invisible being ignored Taoist Lone Star and kept sneering. The existence in the dark clouds had already gotten rid of the danger and let out an exasperated roar. When he fought with Taoist Ji Yuxing just now, he had obviously suffered a hidden loss, and now he was eager to make up for it. With a thunderous sound, countless golden fireballs rolled toward Taoist Ji Yuxing. These golden fireballs were covered in rolling runes, like dazzling suns. "You dare to play with fire in front of me? I'm your ancestor." Taoist Ji Yuxing sneered again and again. With a wave of his arms, the rolling lava gathered into a giant lava dragon, which rushed toward the golden fireball. The golden fireball tried to dodge, but the magma dragon kept chasing and swallowing it. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew over, as if it could freeze everything in the world. After the bone-chilling wind blew past, the flames on the body of the lava dragon that was spinning in the air gradually extinguished, and then it gradually became stiff. Many of the flying lava dragons were turned into rocks and fell from the sky. With a muffled sound, they were completely smashed into pieces. At the same time, the same irritating laughter came from the sky again, filled with ridicule. "You're playing tricks again. Do you really think I can't control you?" Looking at the lava dragons falling to the ground, Taoist Lone Star slammed his fists on the ground, and the earth trembled again. Stone walls rose from the ground and completely sealed off the surrounding area. That wasn't all. The 30-meter-high wall was covered with all kinds of moss and NBSP. At the same time, flowers, trees, water, and vines appeared on the walls. The Death Arena's surroundings had already turned into a forest garden that looked lush and green. If one observed these trees carefully, they would discover that there was something strange about them. The original trunks and leaves were covered with fine lines. These were wind-stabilizing and fire-warding runes. As long as these runes were drawn, one would not be able to move even if a strong wind was blowing. With the appearance of the walls and trees, the raging wind suddenly disappeared without a trace. Even though the wind was blowing outside, there was no cold wind inside the wall. The lava dragon, which had been frozen and falling due to the cold wind, became more active. They chased after the golden fireball in the sky and devoured it as if they were eating the most delicious food. Outside the tall walls, in the bone-chilling wind, angry roars came. The original mockery had already turned into anger from embarrassment. The palm wind emissary seat controlled the wind to attack continuously. The seemingly indestructible astral winds were completely helpless against the tree walls. Sure enough, all things in the world were bound to counter each other, and the war between gods was the same. No matter how sharp the spearheads were, there would definitely be a shield that could block them. As the three immortals fought, the cultivators watching the battle were also watching intently. "Master, this war between deities doesn't seem to be that great." The tone of his words carried a hint of disapproval, and even a hint of disappointment. An old man beside him immediately rebuked loudly, his face full of fear. "Master, there's no need to be nervous. What's the point of telling me?" The cultivator didn't think much of it and continued to argue. "Sigh, stupid Ching-Ching." The master was both angry and annoyed. This eldest disciple was usually shrewd and arrogant, but he did not expect to become so muddled at this critical moment. "The gods are fighting on the side, but you are making random comments. You really don't know what's good for you." As soon as this thought rose in his mind, he saw a golden fireball being sent flying by the tail of a magma fire dragon. Looking at the fireball's trajectory, it was actually heading straight for them. "Not good, quickly run." The group of cultivators were dumbfounded and dodged without hesitation. The cultivator who doubted the gods also dodged and subconsciously looked behind him. Then, to his horror, he saw that the golden fireball was flying straight at him. Seeing this, the cultivator was so scared that his soul almost collapsed, and he hurriedly dodged. However, the golden fireball seemed to have eyes and chased after him. The cultivator was scared out of his wits as he tried his best to dodge, afraid that he would be hit by the golden fireball. In the end, he discovered that no matter where he flew, the golden fireball was always chasing after him. No matter how he dodged, he could not escape. "Damn it, what's going on?" The cultivator was shocked and angry. He roared in exasperation while trying to find a solution to the problem. With his current strength, there was no way he could withstand the golden fireball's attack. The only thing he could do was dodge. Perhaps there was another way, and that was to seek help from his companions. Thinking of this, the cultivator immediately looked into the distance. His companions were all gathered there. "Master, save me!" As the cultivator shouted, he immediately charged towards the other party. When his master saw this, he was shocked and ran away without hesitation. As he ran, he cursed loudly. "You damn bastard, your nonsense provoked the divine punishment, and now you want master to be buried with you. Your thoughts are vile, and your heart is worthy of punishment. I've decided to expel you from the sect right now." Seeing his usually kind master run away faster than a rabbit, the cultivator's face was filled with despair. In the end, he turned his gaze and saw his group of junior brothers again. He hurriedly asked for help. "Senior brother is in trouble. Hurry up and come to his rescue." When he spoke, his tone was the same as usual, as if it was only natural. He saw that this group of senior and junior brothers and sisters who usually listened to his words, as if they were avoiding a plague, were a few times faster than his master. Not only were they running away, but they were also cursing and swearing like their master. The meaning of his words was that he was being punished for spouting nonsense, but he still wanted to drag others into the suffering. What qualifications did he have to be a senior brother with such a bad mindset and character? Seeing that everyone had deserted him, the eldest senior brother was extremely desperate and fell into a state of extreme doubt about life. He really didn't understand why his words would provoke such a divine punishment. As soon as this thought came into his mind, the golden fireball had already smashed over, followed by an earth-shaking explosion. In the eyes of many cultivators, the golden fireball didn't seem to have much power, but it spread to a distance of nearly 10 kilometers. None of the cultivators, masters and fellow disciples were able to escape. They were all turned into dust by the dazzling golden light. Chapter 3052, 3052 Diversion 1. The rude cultivator was immediately punished for talking about the gods without permission. Not only was he blown to smithereens, but his fellow disciples were also implicated and turned into ashes with him. After his rebirth, he would probably run as far away as he could to avoid the revenge of countless cultivators. The houses and residents of the city that were affected by the explosion were countless. However, the gods present couldn't be bothered to look at it. They were still fighting, and it was hard to tell who was winning. A wind messenger from the extreme spirit realm and a transcendent being in the dark clouds were not Taoist Guxing's match even when the two native gods joined forces. Just as Taoist Lone Star had said, the cultivators of the extreme spiritual realm were all evil and cowardly. However, their strength wasn't that great, and when they fought with cultivators from the outside world, 3 to 5 cultivators working together weren't their match. Although Taoist Lone Star had the upper hand, if one were to carefully consider the situation, they would realize that the situation was very unfavorable for him. Having just broken through the seal, Taoist Lone Star's power was at its lowest, and he was already at a disadvantage in battle. Now, he was fighting against two gods. Although he was not at a disadvantage for the time being, he could not hold on for long. The most important thing was that the enemy's reinforcements would arrive at any time. If a few more aboriginal deities were to come, Taoist Ji Yuxing would probably have no chance of escaping. Tang Zhen would never believe that Taoist Lone Star would be so reckless. It was not easy for him to break out of the seal, but he had put himself in danger just to take revenge for his past hatred. What was Taoist Lone Star's plan? Aside from Taoist Lone Star, why hadn't that deranged immortal shown himself yet? Originally, Tang Zhen thought that this matter was deliberately planned by the other party. The other party's purpose was to draw him over and involve him in the matter of Taoist Lone Star unsealing. As long as he made a move, he would definitely be labeled as Taoist Lone Star's accomplice and be suppressed and attacked by the gods of the extreme spirit realm. It was not a bad idea to kill or seal him with the help of the indigenous gods. If that was the case, the deranged god and Taoist Lone Star were definitely not real accomplices. If they were really his accomplices, how could he just sit by and watch Taoist Lone Star be attacked? There was also another question. How did the deranged god know when Taoist Lone Star would break the seal? The more he thought about it, the more confused he felt. What role did the mad god play in this incident? It was precisely because the situation was unclear that Tang Zhen did not act rashly. If he were to take action, not only would he not gain any benefits, he would also attract more trouble. Just as Tang Zhen was continuing to observe, he suddenly heard the extraordinary existence within the dark clouds emit a furious roar. Not good. An enemy has entered the chaos pool and is trying to snatch the world seed. The water messenger and spirit tree messenger are no match for the enemy. They hope that we can return immediately to provide support. The wind messenger, who was hiding in the wind and attacking madly, was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't believe the news. What did you say? Who is so bold to snatch the world seed? The world seed mentioned by the indigenous gods seemed to be very important, and the pool of chaos was a place specially for storage. Who would dare to attack and sneak attack such a core place? While they were both surprised, they also felt that something was amiss. They looked at Taoist Ji Yuxing at the same time. Did you break the seal at this moment to lure us here to suppress it and then send your companions to attack the pool of chaos? The sharp voice of the wind-powered palm sounded in the air, and a human face was formed from the dust. The face was thin and long, and it looked extremely cold and mean. It was staring at Taoist Guxing. Hee, so what if I am? So what if I am not? What can you do to me? Taoist Ji Yuxing laughed out loud. When he heard the wind messenger's question, all his depression seemed to have disappeared. Damn bastard, if this matter is related to you and causes the world seed to be lost, you'll be hunted down to death. The transcendent being in the dark clouds was already flustered and exasperated. Hee, threatening, do you really think Grandpa will be afraid? Don't blame me for not warning you. If you two dare to leave, I will immediately destroy this city. Then I'll leave, find the things that were stolen from me, and finally find the bastard who set me up. I'll take revenge on him without leaving anything behind. Taoist Lone Star explained his plan without the slightest bit of concealment, looking extremely arrogant. It was this attitude that put the aboriginal deities under great pressure. The two aboriginal deities fell into silence. They were obviously weighing the pros and cons. At that moment, they hated Taoist Lone Star to the core. They had thought that they had the upper hand and could easily deal with Taoist Lone Star, humiliate him, then kill him and seal him. Since he was in the extreme spiritual realm, he was not worried about the lack of reinforcements. After all, this was his territory. All foreign entities were unable to act arrogantly in the extreme spiritual realm. Even an arrogant being like Taoist Lone Star ended up being sealed. But at this very moment, Taoist Lone Star had turned the tables on them, putting them in a difficult position. In the blink of an eye, the two aboriginal deities made a decision. If you dare to destroy this city, you'll be hunted down even if you leave the extreme spiritual realm. The Palm Wind Messenger's voice was sharp as it warned again. Hee, you can try. Taoist Lone Star wasn't willing to be outdone, so he sneered and replied. You're so silly. The Wind Messenger wanted to say something, but he saw that the thick dark clouds in the sky were shrinking and gathering at an extremely fast speed. The being in the dark clouds did not waste any more time and left the battlefield without saying anything. Taoist Lone Star was impervious to anything, and any warning would be meaningless. On the contrary, he would be ridiculed by the other party. Under such circumstances, it would be better to retreat decisively and not waste time. Whether or not Taoist Lone Star was involved in today's incident, the enmity between the two sides had been completely formed. Sooner or later, this grudge would be settled. As the dark clouds dispersed, the sun once again fell on the earth. However, this situation did not mean that the disaster had passed. Instead, it meant that an even greater crisis was coming. This was because the god that protected the city had chosen to abandon them for a more important goal. In the entire city, there was no native cultivator who could fight against Taoist Lone Star. Ha 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 ha. Taoist Lone Star laughed out loud, looking very proud and happy. Do you see this? This is the god you believe in and worship. They're protecting this city, not to protect you. When it's time to abandon, they'll abandon it without hesitation. Taoist Lone Star seemed to be talking to himself, but his voice spread throughout the entire city. This city will become history. You've lived here for so many years, and you should die with it. Taoist Gu Xing's voice was low and deep, as if he was reciting a eulogy for the city, and his previous arrogance and haughtiness were gone. All the residents of the city heard the sound and their faces were filled with horror. The huge and majestic city was filled with a strange and heavy atmosphere that made it hard for people to breathe. Boom! The vast land that carried the city suddenly trembled and quickly collapsed. Be it people, buildings, flowers, or trees, they all turned into dust and soil. The once magnificent super city with hundreds of millions of residents had been completely razed to the ground. Taoist Lone Star looked around and nodded in satisfaction, seemingly very satisfied with the effect of the destruction. In the entire city, the only place that remained intact was the death arena under his feet. Do you think it's right for me to destroy this city? Taoist Gu Xing said in a low voice as he turned to look at Tang Zhen. I only care about one thing. What is your relationship with the guy who lured me here? Tang Zhen looked at Taoist Lone Star and asked in an indifferent tone. He knew that the other party had already seen through his background. Chapter 3053 Cause and Effect 1. At this moment, the death arena suddenly fell silent. The wailing cultivators, the shrieking duelists, and the cheering audience all slowly faded away. In the huge arena, there seemed to be only two people present, and they were looking at each other. Taoist Gu Xing's eyes were firm as he looked at Tang Zhen in front of him. His eyes had already explained the problem. Perhaps in the beginning, Taoist Lone Star didn't recognize Tang Zhen's true body and didn't know that he was a god from the outside world. However, he definitely had some doubts in his heart. He just didn't show it. He casually arranged a reasonable identity for Tang Zhen to avoid a conflict between the two parties, leaving more time for observation. He was fighting with two aboriginal deities, and Tang Zhen had witnessed the entire process. His calm attitude was somewhat abnormal. At this point, Taoist Ji Yuxing had already guessed in his heart that Tang Zhen was no ordinary person. It was very likely that he was in existence on the same level as himself. However, there was a 90% chance that he was just a passerby. However, when Tang Zhen raised the question, Taoist Lone Star knew that the matter wasn't as simple as he thought. I don't really understand what you're saying, but I can try to make a guess. You were tracking a target, but the other party led you here. Then, for some reason, you stopped here. In the end, I didn't expect to suddenly break the seal and fight with those bastards again. This is my speculation, I wonder if it's correct. Taoist Ji Yuxing looked at Tang Zhen and said word by word. Tang Zhen chuckled and replied to Taoist Lone Star, my experience is indeed similar to what you've guessed, and I also like to guess. If I'm not wrong, you know the guy who lured me here. The chaos pool was attacked by that guy. Previously, I was still puzzled as to why the other party had yet to appear. Now, I finally know that you all have been working together to create a diversion. Hearing this, Taoist Ji Yuxing revealed a disdainful smile. That kind of trash isn't worthy of working with me. At most, I'm just using him. Taoist Lone Star didn't deny his actions. Just like how he had talked about his revenge plan in front of the two aboriginal deities earlier, he didn't deny it. This was his personality, which made his enemies gnash their teeth in hatred, but there was nothing they could do. Taoist Lone Star's answer allowed Tang Zhen to confirm that the other party had indeed come into contact with the deranged god. However, the relationship between the two parties was obviously a little delicate. Tang Zhen had a feeling that Taoist Lone Star looked down on the deranged god. Tang Zhen frowned slightly and asked Taoist Lone Star, "Is that guy also a native cultivator?" Taoist Lone Star's disdain might have originated from this. That's right. A dog that can't be fed well, an ungrateful wolf that bites when it turns hostile. All cultivators in the extreme spirit realm are like this. Taoist Ji Yuxing sneered, proving the guess in Tang Zhen's heart. Tang Zhen's brows furrowed even more tightly as he looked at Taoist Lone Star with a judgmental look. Do you think that I was able to break the seal because of that guy's help? Taoist Ji Yuxing suddenly opened his mouth and asked Tang Zhen. No, I didn't. Tang Zhen did have such a thought, but it was instantly denied. He felt that it wasn't very possible. Looking at Taoist Guxing, he was obviously a man of temperament. If he had broken through the seal of the native gods with the help of the deranged god, he would not have spoken and acted in such a manner. After discovering Tang Zhen's intentions, he might even directly attack and help the deranged god resolve the crisis. Looking at the other party's temperament and performance, he was indeed capable of doing such a thing. Taoist Lone Star stared at Tang Zhen and suddenly laughed. Since you trust me, I'll tell you everything I know before I leave. I lost in the battle and was suppressed for a long time. I've been trying to break the seal. When I was about to succeed, the guy you were chasing suddenly appeared and said that he could help me. I'm about to succeed, so why would I need this bastard to pretend to be a good person? After all, I can tell that he's up to no good. However, this fellow didn't give up and contacted me several times, even offering some tempting conditions. I'm so annoyed with this guy, but I'm locked in a dog cage and can't drive him away. She had no choice but to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him what his purpose was. This guy didn't say anything at first, but after seeing my firm attitude, he finally told me his plan. He intends to attack the chaos pool and snatch the world seed. He hopes that I can cooperate and attract the guardian. Once they succeeded, they would be rewarded handsomely. The other party might not fulfill their promise, but I was very interested in the plan to snatch the world seed. These world seeds are a specialty of the extreme spiritual realm, and one seed can give birth to an entire world. Taoist Lone Star didn't ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen at all if he knew what the world seed was. He only said what he wanted to say. The extreme spirit realm's geographical features are strange. It looks like it's cut from another world, but that's not the case. These regions with different styles were all randomly generated by the world seed. After years of continuous joining together, the vast and boundless extreme spirit realm was created. If the world seed was refined, it could become an inner world. As long as it left the extreme soul realm and continued to cultivate, it could form a special godhead. As time went by, these false gods of the extreme spiritual realm would have the chance to become real gods. I'm sure you've already guessed that the guy who tried to cooperate with me wanted to become a true god and locked his target on the world seed. As the saying goes, guard against day and night, house thieves are the most difficult to guard against. Originally, I was too lazy to care about this matter, but the other party's shamelessness had successfully piqued my interest. Naturally, I wouldn't miss out on the opportunity to cause trouble for those guys and cause them to fight amongst themselves. You already know what happened next. I successfully broke the seal, but I didn't leave immediately. I just wanted to summon the guardian historical envoy who guarded the pool of chaos. If you want to defeat and seal me, you'll need at least 3 aboriginal deities working together. Otherwise, you're no match for me. However, there were only 4 guardians in each chaos pool, so there had to be 2 guardians at all times. Thus, I can confirm that they can only send 2 guardians. They can't do anything to me. It would take a long time to wait for the reinforcements from the other chaos pools. It was impossible to make it in time, so the final result is that I can successfully escape, and that guy also has a chance to snatch the world seed. They got what they wanted, and I managed to discuss them. It's perfect. When Taoist Yu Xing said this, he looked at Tang Zhen again and his tone became a little cold. What I didn't expect was that this guy seemed to think that I wasn't safe enough and dragged you in. As long as you're in the death arena and participate in this matter, you'll become my partner. If we fight, we can suppress the enemy and even kill the native gods. If that was the case, that fellow would definitely get what he wanted and obtain the world seed easily. However, after doing this, he schemed against you and me. He was indeed a bastard. If I have the chance in the future, when I see that bastard, I'll definitely let him know the price of plotting against me. Chapter 3054 Void Loophole 1 Taoist Yu Xing was rather straightforward. He didn't need Tang Zhen to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. And told him everything. Dealing with such cultivators would be very easy, but if it was an enemy, it would definitely be a headache. He was arrogant and straightforward, not hiding anything. The content of Taoist Yu Xing's account was similar to Tang Zhen's speculation. As for whether it was true or not, he would have to verify it personally. After saying this, Taoist Yu Xing was already prepared to leave. After all, he still had a lot of things to do. As the saying went, speed was the most important thing in war. If they were delayed for too long, it would definitely affect the execution of the plan. The fact that Taoist Lone Star had broken through the seal could not be kept a secret for long. It would probably not take long for the enemies of the past to find out. Once the news spread, the enemy would definitely be on guard, because they knew Taoist Lone Star's nature too well. Unless they could kill him, they would be met with Taoist Lone Star's crazy revenge, and he would not stop until he achieved his goal. If he couldn't win, he could only hide. This was what Taoist Lone Star was most afraid of. If he really ran into such a guy, he wouldn't be able to find him even if he dug 3 feet deep. After wasting so many years, he finally returned without any success. Let me remind you, if you want to catch that guy, you'd better be fast. Once he does, he'll escape the extreme spiritual realm. It'll be even harder for you to find him then. As soon as he finished speaking, his huge body began to melt, and lava kept rolling down. The smoke ghost head in the sky quickly condensed and fell towards the center of the death arena. After the lava scattered, a broken cultivator's body was revealed. His entire body was covered in hideous wounds and bloody holes. The long robe on his body was torn and tattered, with only pieces of cloth left. In these wounds, lava flowed out, and the inside of his body glowed. It was the constant burning of flames. It was obvious that the other party had suffered quite a serious injury, which could be described as broken. The most serious injury was that the head was cut off, leaving only a bare neck. The head made of smoke landed on the broken body, and its closed eyes slowly opened. It was still as red as blood, but there was a hint of rationality. Do I look a little miserable now? Taoist Yu Xing asked Tang Zhen in a loud voice with a smile as he looked at the broken body. It looks fine, at least my hands and feet are still there. Tang Zhen had also suffered a similar terrifying injury before. Therefore, he looked a little friendly. Ha 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 ha. Taoist Yu Xing laughed out loud and shook his head lightly. You're an interesting person. It's a pity that I don't have the time, otherwise I would definitely have a good chat with you. It would probably be very interesting. Since you and I both have things to do, let's not waste time. We'll meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, Taoist Ji Yuxing turned around and left, never to be seen again. Tang Zhen was silent for a few breaths before his body slowly rose into the air. Looking at the ground beneath his feet, it had already melted like snow and was constantly eroding downwards. Other than the death arena, it was the same everywhere else. Tang Zhen released his divine sense to sense and discovered that this corrosive scene actually extended for thousands of miles. When the earth disappeared, only darkness was left. It was clearly a terrifying void. The extreme spiritual realm was located in the void hole, so it was not strange to see a void. However, it was unbelievable that there was nothing but the void beneath the ground. The void was not outer space. It was compatible with the real world, but they did not interfere with each other. However, the extreme spiritual realm was different. The real world was rooted in the void, and it had reached a level where there was no distinction between the two worlds. Or rather, the extreme spirit realm was using special means to constantly invade the void and transform it into the real world. This method was very wonderful and was not inferior to the divine kingdom in the Lu Cheng cultivators' minds. It was similar to a folded space, but it was not on the same level at all. It was just the use of spells. The extreme spirit realm, on the other hand, was creating a world. Even if it was only a millimeter in space, it could continue to expand. At the same time, it would not affect the real world at all. After all, the expanded space was the territory of the void. Compared to a normal world, the extreme spiritual realm had unlimited potential for development. There was no need to limit the lives of its residents to achieve long-term development. The short lifespans of indigenous creatures were set by the origin laws. The purpose was to avoid the huge consumption of energy caused by long-term survival. The longer it existed, the higher the consumption. Living beings with short lifespans could also cause consumption, but they could quickly make up for it and not cause too much of a burden to the world. However, there was no need to worry about the consumption of resources in the endlessly expanding extreme spirit realm. The origin laws allowed the residents to revive infinitely. However, infinite resurrection did not mean immortality. The two were two completely different concepts. Infinite resurrection was actually very simple. He only needed to extract and implant memories from the river of time to complete the reconstruction of the body. It sounded very complicated, but to the laws of the origin, it was as simple as blooming flowers and bearing fruit. As long as the rules allowed it, there was no problem. Immortality was different. It was equivalent to jumping out of the restrictions of the rules and having the authority to control the rules. That was an ability that only gods could have. Even though the extreme spirit realm was special, it was impossible for all the residents to become gods, not even pseudo-gods. Taoist Lone Star was determined to destroy the giant city because it was a node that stabilized the extreme spiritual realm, which was equivalent to an anchor for a ship. There were many such anchors in the extreme spiritual realm, and there was one on every continent. It was because of their existence that the extreme spiritual realm was stable and would not run around in the void. When Taoist Lone Star destroyed an anchor, it would cause the land to drift and be constantly devoured and eroded by the void. A 1,000-mile dam was broken by an ant nest. The existence of this hole would definitely affect the other continents, and they might even be corroded by the void. If he didn't stop it in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Unless all the cultivators in the extreme spirit realm were dead, this would never happen. They would definitely react in the shortest time possible to prevent the disaster from spreading. No wonder the two guardians warned Taoist Lone Star not to destroy the city. The consequences were too severe. However, compared to a world seed, it was still slightly inferior. This was because even if a void hole appeared, a world seed could be used to repair it. However, if the world seed was stolen, the losses would be huge, because it meant that many continents would be lost. At the same time, it also meant that many native cultivators had no chance of becoming guardians or false gods like the Wind Palm Envoy. That was why the guardian had abandoned the giant city and chosen to return to the pool of chaos, as the latter was more valuable. In the blink of an eye, the ground beneath his feet had completely melted, and everything it carried had turned into nothingness. What was surprising was that the death arena still existed even under the erosion of the void. This situation clearly had something to do with Taoist Lone Star, and he was really prepared to punish these guys who had tortured him for a long time. Tang Zhen retracted his gaze from the void and headed straight in the direction where the guardian had left to see if he could stop the deranged cultivator. This fellow was unscrupulous and made enemies everywhere. His style of doing things was really a little too crazy. Tang Zhen wasn't interested in what the other party wanted to do. He only wanted to take back what belonged to him and then talk about the interest. As for plotting against Tang Zhen and trying to involve him in the War of the Gods, it was mainly a matter that needed to be settled separately. Chapter 3055. Snatching the Chaos Pool. 1. The location of the Pool of Chaos was top secret. Neither the citizens of the extreme spirit realm nor the large number of local cultivators knew of such a special place. Even if he had heard of it, he couldn't find it. However, Tang Zhen had a special technique that could track the Guardian's tracks and directly lock onto the true coordinates of the Chaos Pool. It did not take long for Tang Zhen to arrive at his destination. At the peak of a huge mountain, there was a pile of snow that had not melted all year round. The scenery was very beautiful. This special mountain peak actually had its own world. The Pool of Chaos was located here. It was actually a huge vortex that simulated the operation of the universe. The stars in the night sky of the extreme spiritual realm were actually enlarged projections of the Chaos Pool, and they looked exactly the same. At this moment, a fierce battle was going on in the Chaos Pool. A black shadow flickered in the Chaos Pool, avoiding the pursuit of the four shadows. It looked unremarkable, but it was extremely dangerous. Once the black shadow was surrounded, it would suffer a fatal attack and be killed or suppressed directly. This round of pursuit and interception was dazzling to the eyes. At the same time, in the night sky of the extreme spiritual realm, one could clearly see what was happening in the Chaos Pool. The residents of the extreme spirit realm suddenly discovered that 5 strange stars had appeared in the night sky. They flew rapidly in the sky, as if they were fighting each other. Their speed was so fast that it made people feel dizzy. In the process of pursuing, the light and shadow would occasionally collide, and then the sky would be filled with meteors. It was like a piece of red-hot iron being hit by a heavy iron hammer, causing sparks to fly in all directions. This scene was quite spectacular, but no one knew what kind of danger was hidden behind it. Every time the meteors flew, it was actually an intense battle collision that caused damage to both the enemy and themselves. The collision happened many times, but the black shadow was still unaffected. It continued to flash in the sky. The residents of the extreme spiritual realm were full of doubts. They had no idea what was going on and were all trying to guess what the black light was trying to do. It didn't take long for him to get the answer. The black shadow moved between the stars, as agile as a fish, but it was actually searching for something. It didn't take long for the black shadow to lock onto its target. The black shadow suddenly accelerated, avoiding the pursuit and interception of the 4 shadows behind it, and rushed to the vicinity of a star. Under the gaze of the residents of the extreme spirit realm, the star flickered for a moment and disappeared without a trace. "Mom, look. The stars in the sky are being eaten by the monster." A girl who was looking at the stars pointed at the sky and said with a surprised expression. Darren's face was filled with confusion. They also did not understand why such a situation would occur. Although he lived in the extreme spirit realm and often came into contact with cultivators, this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. After devouring a star, the black light shadow seemed to be unsatisfied and continued to fly through the starry sky. Its arrogant behavior had obviously angered the other 4 figures, and they began to frantically chase and block it. However, compared to the black shadow, their speed was still a bit slower, and their spiritual energy was also slightly inferior. If one did not have enough strength, they would not dare to break into the Chaos Pool and snatch the world seed in front of the 4 guardians. In the constant pursuit, the arrogant black shadow devoured another star. The pursuit was still not over. The black shadow displayed a terrifying greed as it continued its search in the vast sea of stars. He didn't seem to care about the 4 figures chasing him at all, and he was deliberately mocking them. Where the black shadow's confidence came from, only it knew. Such arrogance must have something to rely on. It didn't take long before another star was devoured. After devouring 3 stars in a row, the black shadow was finally satisfied. It then suddenly changed direction and fell to the ground. The audience watched on tenterhooks, afraid that it would hit their heads. The black shadow's speed became faster and faster, and one could already faintly see what was hidden in the shadow. It was a huge head, and it revealed a ferocious and crazy smile. There was a hint of pride in its eyes. When they were about to reach the ground, the audience scattered and fled, but the huge head suddenly collapsed. The audience was relieved, thinking that it had just been an illusion. Little did he know that a black shadow would suddenly appear where the pool of chaos was. The moment he left the chaos, the black shadow did not stop for a moment and flew straight into the real night sky. As long as he could travel through the starry sky, he would be able to enter the void and leave the extreme spiritual realm. This process might not be easy, and they might be intercepted, but the black shadow did not hesitate at all. Right after the black shadow rushed out, 4 other shadows appeared. They were the guardians of the pool of chaos, who were powerful existences at the pseudo-god level. The intruders have snatched 3 world seeds and are now escaping to the void. What should we do? An exasperated voice sounded. It sounded very familiar. It was the wind messenger. What else can we do? We'll leave 2 to guard the place and send another 2 to pursue. Regardless of whether it was embarrassing or not, he could not hide the news. He had to inform the other guardians in time to prevent similar things from happening. I believe that there will be true gods who will take action soon and hunt down the intruders. I believe that they will be able to take back the lost world seed. In just a short period of time, the guardians had already finished their discussion. When you inform the other guardians, remember to tell them that Taoist Lone Star has already broken the seal. The invasion of the chaos pool this time might be related to the other party, or they might even be their accomplices. Taoist Lone Star had once said that he would take revenge on all the guardians who had sealed him back then and take back what belonged to him. That guy is a madman, and he is indeed a little too strong, so we must be extra careful. The cloud controller messenger, who could control the dark clouds, quickly added. He was very afraid of Taoist Lone Star. When the other 2 guardians heard this, they nodded to show that they understood. However, they were extremely depressed in their hearts. What had happened today was extremely embarrassing. If he couldn't get the world seed back, he didn't know how long he would have to bear this humiliation. It could only be said that this incident had happened too suddenly. First, Taoist Lone Star had broken the seal, and then a powerful enemy had barged into the pool of chaos. No one would believe that there was no connection between the 2. After all, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? The main reason was that their skills were not as good as the other parties. Even with the 4 guardians working together, they could not successfully stop the other party from robbing. Another reason was that they were too unlucky. Taoist Lone Star was suppressed in the area under their protection, and the enemies who robbed him also had their eyes on the pool of chaos here, which led to this accident. However, things had already happened, and there was no point in saying anything else. The only thing they could do was to make up for their mistakes. After a brief discussion, the 4 guardians split up. The Wind Master and Cloud Master were in charge of tracking the Black Shadow. The 2 aboriginal deities didn't know. A figure was quietly following behind him. It was Tang Zhen who had witnessed the entire process but had not made a move. He did not pursue the mad god directly. Instead, he followed behind the 2 guardians. His goal was to cut off any leads from the cultivators of the extreme spirit realm. From Tang Zhen's point of view, the 3 world seeds that had been snatched could be used as the interest for the deranged nerves to breach the contract. Chapter 3056, Chasing and Killing. 1. It was easy for gods to cross the starry sky and enter the void. In the blink of an eye, Tang Zhen had already entered the void of the extreme spiritual realm and found the coordinates to leave. This wasn't the first time he had left, but this time, he might not return. Although there were many secrets hidden in the extreme spiritual realm, Tang Zhen didn't have the time to explore them. This trip was considered perfect. He had obtained the origin spiritual treasures he wanted, and the number far exceeded his expectations. Furthermore, he had a feeling that if he stayed any longer, he would come into contact with the true secret of the extreme spiritual realm, which would cause unnecessary trouble. Perhaps it was because of the suddenness of the situation, but the spatial passageway out of the extreme spiritual realm did not close. It was still operating as usual. The escaping Black Shadow and the 2 guardians who were in hot pursuit had already entered the cave. Tang Zhen followed closely behind and stepped into the spatial tunnel. The exit of the space tunnel in the extreme spiritual realm could lock onto a fixed area, but it could also connect to some unknown areas. It was impossible to calculate the time and distance in this special passage. The only thing he could do was to keep moving forward. He didn't need to pay attention to himself either, because his current state was definitely different from his normal state. It could either be flattened into a flat piece, or it could be extended infinitely, and it could also be turned into a pile of dust. It only took a short time for them to reach the end of the passage. He looked around and found that he was already in space. Behind him was a deep black vortex. It wasn't a boundless black hole that could swallow a planet, but a rippling wave. In the dark universe, it was impossible to find it without accurate coordinates. Tang Zhen began to search and quickly found traces of the target. After which, he began to track it. His speed was strange, and he could travel 10,000 miles in an instant. In the vast universe, this distance was nothing. If cultivators were lone boats in the ocean, the stars were scattered islands. It was unknown how long it would take to reach an island, but there were countless similar islands in the vast galaxy. It was for this reason that cultivators, even gods, hated this kind of travel. The seemingly omnipotent gods were actually very small in the face of the galaxy. Starting from an ordinary life to cultivate, going through countless dangers to become a god, until he had the ability to create all things and control the world. It seemed powerful and extraordinary, but it also depended on who it was compared to. In the vast galaxy, there were countless stars and worlds. Some stars had their own consciousness and possessed extremely powerful abilities. In the face of these special existences, even god-level existences would be somewhat afraid. The secrets of the galaxy universe were too many to count, and even the most knowledgeable god would not dare to claim to know. Gods viewed all living beings as ants, but in the vast galaxy, who knew that they weren't just fishes in the eyes of some supreme existences. After chasing for a distance, Tang Zhen finally caught up with the two guardians. He was able to track them precisely because the other party had left marks along the way, making it convenient for the reinforcements of the extreme spiritual realm to reinforce them. However, he did not expect to be used by Tang Zhen to follow him all the way. He didn't just track them. Instead, he erased the marks to make sure that the reinforcements from the extreme spiritual realm wouldn't notice. Fortunately, the two guardians did not know about this. Otherwise, they would be so angry that they would directly vomit blood. This was because Tang Zhen was cutting off their path of survival. They would only keep an eye on him, but would not fight the deranged god because they were no match for him. If he really had that ability, he would not have allowed the mad god to wreak havoc in the pool of chaos and snatch the three world seeds. The current situation was like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The three false gods of the extreme spirit realm had become the prey in Tang Zhen's eyes. He had no intention of letting them leave alive. They did not make a move now because they were too close to the dimensional gateway, and it would be easy for TNE pursuers to discover any TMNG unusual. When they arrived at a suitable location, Tang Zhen would attack without any hesitation and let the three false gods witness the strength of a true god. The following time was a long pursuit. According to the usual time, it had been a full 2 days before the right opportunity finally arrived. A group of meteorites floating in space appeared in front of Tang Zhen and blocked his way forward. Although the meteorites seemed to be dense, they were actually very far apart and would not affect their movement at all. The three semi-deities of the extreme spirit realm were traveling through the meteorite belt at high speed. The deranged god was playing hide and seek to avoid being tracked. Compared to the vast and unobstructed space, this large meteorite area was indeed the best place to hide and escape. To Tang Zhen, it was also an extremely good hunting area. In the blink of an eye, Tang Zhen had already closed the distance between the two of them and suddenly launched an attack. The wind messenger Palm, who was in hot pursuit, felt that the scene in front of him seemed to be a little off. As soon as he thought of this, a huge sense of crisis emerged in an instant, which scared the wind messenger Palm out of his wits. He had never felt such a terrifying feeling before, and it made him immediately realize that danger was coming. He dodged without any hesitation, but he was still a step too slow. It was like a crocodile attacking a waterbird. It was so fast that the prey couldn't resist it and would be sent directly into the divine kingdom of the brain. The wind messenger's mysterious disappearance immediately alarmed the cloud controller. He quickly looked around in horror, trying to figure out what had happened. In the end, he saw a figure suddenly appear and stand on a meteorite not far away. The other party was looking at him with an unusually calm expression, but it made the cloud controller emissary feel an indescribable fear. Seeing Tang Zhen's appearance, the cloud-controlling messenger felt that it was extremely familiar. He recalled the figure in the death arena. At that time, the other party had also done the same, standing quietly in the middle of the field, watching the battle between himself and Taoist Lone Star. The cloud controller emissary originally thought that Tang Zhen was just an ordinary cultivator. After he gave up the city, he might have already turned into dust along with the death arena. But at this moment, the cloud controller emissary suddenly realized what a stupid mistake he had made. In fact, Taoist Lone Star had an accomplice who had been waiting by his side the whole time, but he had not made a move at all. No wonder Taoist Lone Star suddenly broke through the seal and dared to stay in the arena to challenge. He had something to rely on. The black shadow that he had chased all the way and snatched the world seed from was likely to be the other party's accomplice. They had worked together to lure him and the wind manipulator into a trap. Now, it was time to close the net. The cloud controller emissary misunderstood and thought that Tang Zhen and the deranged god were accomplices. He also knew that he had no way to escape. Since they had set up a trap, how could they allow the reinforcements from the extreme spiritual realm to arrive and save them from danger? At this moment, Cloud Controller Emissary's heart was only filled with shame, anger, and regret. Damn the gods of the outside world. The Cloud Controller gritted his teeth and let out a hoarse roar. He was not willing to admit defeat like this. Die. As the Cloud Controller messenger spoke, he immediately transformed into a dark cloud and prepared to launch a full-power attack. Even though he wasn't a match for them, he definitely wouldn't allow himself to be captured. Compared to the other cultivators of the extreme spirit realm, the Cloud Controller Emissary was more courageous. At the very least, he dared to fight a strong enemy to the death. Of course, it would not affect the outcome at all. When the Cloud Controller Emissary launched his attack, he saw a cold smile on Tang Zhen's face. The surrounding space collapsed, like a giant beast opening its mouth and swallowing the Cloud Controller Emissary. The two guardians of the extreme spirit realm, the native gods that cultivators feared, had no resistance at all when they fought Tang Zhen. That was the difference between a false god and a true god. They could still show off in the extreme spiritual realm and even suppress the true gods from the outside world. However, after leaving the extreme spiritual realm, he would be completely vulnerable when facing a real god. After dealing with the two false gods in a flash, Tang Zhen turned his head and looked in front of him. He then chased after the deranged god. The future trouble had been completely removed, and the end of the deranged god was near. Chapter 3057 The Means of the Mad God 1 When Tang Zhen had killed the two guardians and erased all traces, the deranged god had already sensed it. However, this cunning guy didn't check it out curiously at all. Instead, he continued to escape with all his might. Because he knew very well that he had no teammates or companions, and the enemy of the enemy was also an enemy. But in the blink of an eye, the mad god disappeared. If a god was able to get rid of the sensing lock, and after a certain period of time, it was possible that they would really disappear without a trace. It was for this reason that the two guardians were in hot pursuit. Tang Zhen was clearly aware of this matter. Hence, he used the shortest amount of time to deal with the two guardians. He then locked onto the deranged god and began his pursuit again. He had once dared to scheme against Tang Zhen, including Taoist Lone Star. This fellow's courage was shockingly huge. It was such an existence that dared to invade the chaos pool and snatch the world seed. From the very beginning, he had never thought of leaving a way out. Tang Zhen did not know why the thoughts of the deranged god were so persistent. However, he knew that such a lunatic would often do something that was unimaginable. However, at this moment, this fellow was only fleeing frantically at a shocking speed. Such an abnormal situation immediately aroused Tang Zhen's vigilance. Tang Zhen had already analyzed and judged the true speed of the pseudo-god from the extreme spirit realm when he was tracking it. Even if he teleported all the way, he would definitely not be able to beat him. After all, there was a gap in strength. However, the mad god's speed was unbelievably fast, and he was still accelerating. Unknowingly, the speed of the deranged god had already exceeded Tang Zhen's expectations. Upon seeing this scene, how could Tang Zhen not realize that there was definitely something wrong with the deranged god? This guy was clearly not a true god, but his speed of escape was not any slower than that of a god. Although he had not reached Tang Zhen's limit, he was not far from it. This caused Tang Zhen to be on guard. He intentionally burst out with his greatest speed and closed the distance between the two. The space in front of Tang Zhen suddenly collapsed as if it was trying to trap the black light within. If the besiegement was successful, the deranged god would not be able to escape death, no matter how capable he was. Perhaps it was because it had sensed a fatal danger, but the deranged god's speed increased once again. It actually broke out of Tang Zhen's encirclement in an instant. Tang Zhen, who saw this scene, did not find it strange. He had speculated that the deranged godly spirit must have mastered some sort of escape technique, which was why he dared to barge into the pool of chaos so arrogantly. He had snatched the world seed from the four guardians. Previously, in the chaos pool, he had been able to toy with the four guardians with ease and easily complete the snatching while they were chasing and intercepting him. Perhaps he had used a similar ability at that time. The deranged god did not use such an ability when he was running for his life. It was obvious that he was trying to hide his trump card in case of any danger. In the end, Tang Zhen suddenly appeared and forced the deranged godly spirit to use his trump card. Otherwise, he would have died. The mad god's speed was so fast that he crossed 1,000,000 miles in an instant. In a very short time, they had already left the meteorite belt. Tang Zhen followed closely behind. He was also giving chase with all his might. If he relaxed even a little, he might lose his target. Although the situation was strange, Tang Zhen was not worried. The deranged god's current speed was completely inconsistent with his true power, and this situation would not last long. Tang Zhen was completely in no hurry. He only slowly chased from behind and quietly waited for an opportunity to attack. Time passed slowly, and the chase had been going on for a day. It didn't seem like a long time, but if he kept teleporting at high speed, the total distance he covered would be very terrifying. The most surprising thing was that the mad god's speed did not slow down even after such a long time. The appearance of such a situation could no longer be said to be abnormal. It was truly strange. Even an ordinary god would not be able to withstand such an explosion, and it would definitely cause great damage to himself. The deranged god was only a false god, so he couldn't do that. Under normal circumstances, he would have been exhausted to death. It was like a beast chasing its prey, running until its blood was boiling, and then finally falling to the ground and dying. However, at this moment, he was still full of energy, as if the consumption had nothing to do with him. Tang Zhen recalled the various behaviors of the deranged god and suddenly recalled something. This was the first time he had encountered a deranged god in the purple light world. The other party's goal was very clear, which was to find the god's body, and they would get it at all costs. At that time, Tang Zhen thought that the other party should be a deity from the outside world and might have other motives in searching for the corpse. Compared to the chaotic divine source, the 5 origin soul treasures were more attractive. Therefore, Tang Zhen agreed to the deal without any hesitation. But now, it seemed that things were not that simple. Tang Zhen seriously suspected that the other party's purpose of obtaining the god's corpse was actually for the divine source. The divine source would be used to carry out the plan. It was this kind of consumption that allowed him to obtain such an abnormal speed and maintain it for such a long time. The more he thought about it, the crazier he felt. In order to achieve his own goal, he had specifically searched for the body of a god and burned his divine source to increase his speed. Even Tang Zhen himself had never had such a thought. However, after thinking about it carefully, this method was indeed very feasible, and the effect was abnormally amazing. Of course, there was a prerequisite, which was that one must have the body of a god and master the corresponding secretary. The former was equivalent to fuel, and the latter was equivalent to a means of transportation. It could be said that both were indispensable. It was precisely because the corpses of gods were so hard to find that the deranged god had entered the violet light world, even if it meant risking his life. It was completely different from Tang Zhen's case. The deranged god was truly willing to pay any price to achieve his goal. The crazy gambling back then had led to today's explosion, so it was clearly worth it. It could only be said that the god of madness was unlucky. He had actually schemed against Tang Zhen during the execution of his plan. The plan that could have succeeded had encountered a major change, and he was forced to use a trump card that he didn't need to use. If he couldn't get rid of Tang Zhen, then the situation of the deranged nerves would become extremely dangerous. It was likely that the other party was currently racking his brains to think of a method to escape from Tang Zhen's pursuit. Every second of delay could lead to fatal danger. Both sides were holding back their energy, waiting for a turning point to appear so that they could successfully escape or kill the other. Unknowingly, a multicolored light appeared in front of him, constantly twisting and changing. It was the overflowing rich energy that spread out in space and then presented its physical state. Behind the colorful ocean of energy, one could vaguely see a strangely shaped superstar. It looked like a beehive, and its size was unbelievably large. The deranged god's face was filled with excitement. He had a feeling that his chance to escape had arrived. Tang Zhen's expression changed. If the other party really escaped into it, it would be very difficult to catch him again. Tang Zhen explosively gave chase and attempted to kill the other party. His deranged nerves started to go all out. The remaining divine source instantly exploded, and he dodged Tang Zhen's pursuit by a hair's breadth. In the next moment, both sides charged into the energy nebula at the same time, drilling into the huge honeycomb-like celestial body. Chapter 3058 Alien Monster 1. From a distance, the surface of this huge planet was covered with honeycomb-like craters. The craters were of different sizes, some were hundreds of thousands of miles in diameter, and some were so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. When they got closer, they found that there were more potholes on the surface, which were no different from a mesh net. The ground wasn't completely empty. Instead, it was covered in a strange, transparent liquid. However, it was definitely not an ordinary hydroxic compound. It looked incomparably clear, and one could see through to the bottom even from a distance of several hundred meters. The liquid had no buoyancy, and if a mortal fell into it, they would die without a doubt. Of course, mortals would never be able to enter such an extreme environment, or they would face terrifying pressure. Just standing on the same spot would cause one to be pressed flat, let alone moving freely. To Tang Zhen, he did not feel any pressure. He walked as if he was walking on flat ground. The deranged god, who had entered first, instantly burrowed into the ground and disappeared without a trace. This soil was not soil, but a translucent crystal with extremely high hardness. But even so, it was still full of holes and traces of corrosion. From time to time, colorful energy balls would shoot out from these holes, rising rapidly like bubbles. After an instant explosion, energy in a gaseous state filled the entire sky. The boundless ocean of energy in outer space had been formed through this method. When the deranged god entered, it alarmed the native creatures on the planet and they quickly rushed toward Tang Zhen. This was a monster that was thousands of meters long. Its body was flat and covered in bone armor, and its speed was unbelievable. In just an instant, he had appeared in front of Tang Zhen. The monster didn't swim, but it was equivalent to teleportation, which could be considered a kind of magical power. Tang Zhen was unable to avoid it and could only choose to meet it head-on. The moment he approached the monster, Tang Zhen turned into a stream of light and passed through the monster's body. Like a sharp sword, it split the monster into two, but no organs flowed out. In other words, this monster was not made of flesh and blood, but a strange extraordinary life form. After the monster was killed, it did not die at all. Instead, it turned into two new monsters in an instant. The strange liquid around it was absorbed, causing the monster's body to grow as if it was being blown up. It was even bigger than before. Anger was transmitted from the monster's body, and countless tentacles shot out. This was obviously the monster's way of attacking and killing. The monster's attack was definitely fast and hurried. It had already landed on Tang Zhen's body in an instant. Normally, this kind of physical attack would not affect Tang Zhenjiao. After all, he was a god-level existence. However, the monster's tentacles contained a strange energy. Even Tang Zhen did not dare to be careless. With a wave of his hand, a sword light fell on the tentacles and cut them all in an instant. Under Tang Zhen's control, the broken tentacles gathered together and flew straight toward the two monsters. In the blink of an eye, the monster's body was riddled with thousands of holes, revealing terrifying holes. This wasn't the end. As Tang Zhen controlled the tentacles, they pulled out rope-like things. After piercing through the monster's body, the tentacle continued to go through the needle and flew to another monster. After piercing through the bodies of the two monsters, the tentacles dragged the long thread and quickly tied it together. The two monsters were tied together and they kept struggling with each other. However, the rope was tightening. It did not take long for the two monsters to be tied up like rice dumplings, and they could no longer attack. Since the monster would split up and continue to attack after killing it, Tang Zhen simply tied it together. They couldn't die, and they couldn't split into new bodies. They could only be trapped in place and wait for death. These ropes that were condensed from will were already considered simple divine artifacts. If the rope was not used, the monster would never be able to escape. The rope that Tang Zhen had condensed possessed a mysterious attribute that would never break. Unless one was able to counter Tang Zhen in terms of strength, one would never be able to break the rope. Because of the monster's surprise attack, Tang Zhen's time was delayed, and the mad god was nowhere to be found. Although he was a little helpless, it did not affect Tang Zhen's mood. It wasn't easy to kill a god, and the deranged god was extremely cunning. He even had a trump card that Tang Zhen didn't know about. It was not an easy task to kill him. Ignoring the struggling monster, Tang Zhen glanced at the hole in front of him and entered it in a flash. Only after entering did they discover that the interior was crisscrossed and was even more complicated than a maze. If one was not careful, they would lose their way and be trapped here. The most troublesome thing was that his spiritual power was blocked by the strange liquid, and he couldn't spread it more than 100 meters away. In such a special environment, cultivators couldn't detect the danger in the distance at all. If they were in a dark place, they might even hit the wall because of their high speed. As a high-grade divine general, Tang Zhen naturally had sufficient means to deal with the current situation. Following the control of his thoughts, many tentacle-like things spread out from Tang Zhen's body. It seemed to be faintly discernible, but it really existed. The tentacle was thin, tough, and extremely elastic. It could directly extend to a distance of nearly a kilometer. Due to the existence of the tentacles, the movement of the grass within a 1-kilometer radius could not be hidden from Tang Zhen. The distance of 1 kilometer seemed very short and ordinary cultivators could reach it in an instant. However, it was enough for Tang Zhen to do manv things. Moreover, this special tentacle had an offensive effect and was a god-level weapon. At this moment, Tang Zhen's appearance was extremely similar to that of a native creature. After everything was prepared, Tang Zhen moved forward and slowly followed the trail. The deranged god had already escaped. Tang Zhen was no longer in a hurry. He was like a steady hunter as he searched for traces. His current state was like a strange fish with long thorns all over its body, swimming rapidly in a liquid that was not water. After walking for a short distance, Tang Zhen encountered a group of monsters that were about 100 meters long. Compared to the monsters they had encountered before, these 100-meter-long monsters could only be considered a school of small fish. Although their size wasn't that exaggerated, their destructive power was only strong and not weak, as if they were a group of ferocious man-eating fish. These monsters were like rabid dogs. The instant they noticed Tang Zhen, they charged forward without the slightest hesitation. The semi-transparent tentacles that surrounded Tang Zhen launched an attack like living creatures at the same time the monster charged over. The tentacles did not tear the monster apart. Instead, they pierced through its body, making it unable to move freely. Since he already knew that the monster would split and replicate after death, Tang Zhen would naturally not make the same mistake again. After the monster was controlled by him, it immediately fell into a panic. It could not attack or escape. Under Tang Zhen's stimulation, this group of monsters that had originally launched an attack had already turned into hunting dogs under his control. Following Tang Zhen's command, this group of 100-meter-long monsters dragged Tang Zhen forward. When they encountered scattered monsters along the way, these hounds would rush forward and tear them to pieces without Tang Zhen's order. Tang Zhen couldn't kill the monsters, but these monsters could. He didn't know why. Chapter 3059 Earth's Core Consciousness 1 In the natural world, body size did not represent strength, and it was the same in the cultivation world. It seemed to have a majestic body, but it was devouring wild grass, and its roar was soft and powerless. When their companions were killed and devoured, they would only watch silently from the side, thinking that it had nothing to do with them. It wouldn't take long for the same thing to happen to him, and then a new cold bystander would appear. The cycle repeated without end. On the other hand, some of the smaller beasts had terrifying destructive power, brutal and bloody, and had no scruples. The monster controlled by Tang Zhen was this fierce and courageous. It tore the monsters it encountered along the way into pieces. Even a monster that was thousands of meters long could not fight back at all in front of these wolf-like monsters. In the blink of an eye, he was torn to pieces. With these monsters opening the path in front, it helped Tang Zhen to get rid of a lot of trouble. It could be said that he had no obstacles along the way. Tang Zhen continued to search for the traces of the deranged god as he advanced to prevent the other party from escaping. One thing was for sure. The other party's restrictions in this environment far exceeded Tang Zhen's. In many cases, those who were not real gods could not be as relaxed and at ease as real gods. In the face of this unfamiliar world, even Tang Zhen did not dare to act rashly, let alone a false god. The deeper he went, the more danger the deranged god would face. If he ran into a truly terrifying beast, he could lose his life at any time. Only however, when faced with Tang Zhen's pursuit, the other party could only take the risk and move forward. If he stopped, he would definitely die. Perhaps until now, the deranged god was still unable to determine Tang Zhen's identity, but this was not important. To be able to kill 2 guardians and chase them all the way, they were definitely not good friends. As they went deeper, the terrain became more and more dangerous. In such a special environment, the light was very weak, and the deeper one went, the weaker it became. After traveling for a few dozen kilometers, the surroundings were already pitch black, making one feel as if they were in outer space. The liquid here had a higher viscosity, which would hinder his progress. Perhaps as he went deeper, the liquid would become like mud and finally become as solid as a rock. This was a good thing, as it meant that after reaching a certain depth, the god of madness would have no way out. It didn't take long for Tang Zhen to confirm that the matter wasn't that simple. After walking for some distance, in the crisscrossing caves, some sticky silk-like things appeared one after another. These weren't plants, but like biological nerves. Once touched, there would be an intense reaction. The monsters controlled by Tang Zhen were instantly entangled after they collided with the hidden threads. In a short time, the monster was wrapped into a ball and could no longer escape. Fortunately, this web-like object wouldn't actively seek out an attack, so as long as one didn't touch it, nothing would happen. However, even if this was the case, it still increased the difficulty of advancing. After all, Tang Zhen's spiritual perception was only around 100 meters in this dark environment. After the last monster was wrapped, Tang Zhen cut off all the sensory tentacles and began to compress his body. At this moment, his body was like a tiny eel, rapidly shuttling through the dense net. Although it was difficult to move forward, it was still not slow. During the process of advancing, Tang Zhen gradually felt a trace of pressure. At the same time, he also had a kind of special feeling. There must be a transcendent life form. Inside this special planet, he had already entered the other party's territory. However, up until now, there had been no response from the other party. He might have already fallen into a deep sleep or was silently observing, wanting to see what Tang Zhen was planning to do. In someone else's territory, he had to keep a low profile to avoid unnecessary trouble. Of course, the key to the matter was still to see what the other party's attitude was. Not every transcendent existence could maintain absolute rationality. Many of them were crazy lunatics. He was capable of doing anything. There was absolutely no need to reason with such a guy. They only needed to compete with whose fist was tougher. They didn't have much rationality, but that didn't mean they didn't know fear. When they confirmed that they weren't a match, they would basically choose to give up. As he advanced, this feeling became more and more intense. It was as if there were countless emotionless gazes in the darkness, silently watching him. Was it possible that the other party was already under control or was in a difficult situation? If that was the case, it shouldn't be long before it was his turn. Tang Zhen, who was in the dark, became increasingly vigilant. After advancing for a while, the boundless darkness in front of them seemed to have become thinner. It was as if the sun was about to rise at the first light of dawn, and the light would soon descend. It was extremely abnormal for such a situation to occur in the depths of the earth. Tang Zhen's expression did not change. He continued to move forward and slowly passed through this dark environment. As the light grew stronger, a special scene suddenly appeared in front of Tang Zhen. It turned out that they had already reached the end of the crisscrossing caves. In front of them was a boundless space. It was like a huge bubble with a planet-like object inside that was moving rhythmically. Looking at the environment of this planet, it was clear that there were living things, towns, and countries. However, Tang Zhen was able to see that the living beings on this planet were actually no different from goldfish that were kept in a fish tank. They were sealed in a special environment and did not know their true identity at all. They did not know that the creator of this world was observing and peeking at them at all times. At the same time he entered this space, Tang Zhen had already seen the special consciousness condensed by the star body of the controller of this space. It was impossible to describe its appearance with words. It could only be described as a mass of energy and consciousness. Some places were constantly collapsing, while others were constantly growing. When Tang Zhen was observing the other party, his consciousness body was also observing Tang Zhen. It maintained a silent state. He must have sensed that Tang Zhen was very powerful. Therefore, he did not directly attack. Or perhaps, he was thinking about what kind of method he should use to deal with this powerful intruder, Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen was the first to speak, expressing his intention for coming. I'm tracking an enemy. He broke into this place earlier. Hand him over to me, and I'll leave. We won't provoke each other. Tang Zhen's attitude was very clear. As long as it was something that belonged to him, he could only fight if his higher consciousness body refused to give it to him. After he barged into this place, he already belongs to me and has nothing to do with you. The items he's carrying also belong to me and have nothing to do with you. The higher consciousness form's reply was simple yet overbearing. Tang Zhen secretly sneered when he heard the other party's reply. According to the logic of his higher consciousness form, he had also barged into this area. Would he also be detained? Just as this thought rose in his mind, his consciousness body sent him another message. This time, it was specifically targeted at Tang Zhen. You're not allowed to leave either. You're all my toys now. At the same time the announcement was made, a strange force appeared and pulled Tang Zhen into the huge bubble. Chapter 3060 The Playground of the Higher Consciousness 1. In the blink of an eye, Tang Zhen's position changed and he appeared in the depths of a valley. When he looked up at the sky, it became deeper and more distant. The scene he had seen earlier had completely disappeared. The higher consciousness that created this world obviously did not want the toy to know what kind of world it was in. It created a false sky, so that the toys could not see the truth and lived in lies forever. However, these lies were treated as the truth by the toys. This was a world that was similar to a divine kingdom. The rules were set by the consciousness and it was not friendly to Tang Zhen. The unforeseen event had happened too suddenly. Even though Tang Zhen had made preparations, he still did not have the opportunity to retreat. It wasn't that the higher consciousness form was too powerful, but because the entire planet was its territory, and the methods it used were strange and unique. His higher consciousness body could only trap Tang Zhen and use the law to suppress him. It was impossible for him to kill Tang Zhen. As long as Tang Zhen could find a way, he would be able to get out of this predicament and escape from the super playground built by his higher consciousness Doe. However, Tang Zhen was not in a hurry. This was because the deranged god was also trapped in this world. It was just that his whereabouts were unknown. He wanted to find the god of madness, take back what was his, and find a way to leave. Due to the suppression of the laws, Tang Zhen's cultivation was restricted, and he was unable to unleash the techniques of a god. However, if they were attacked by a god-level attack, the sealed power of the god would immediately burst out. Tang Zhen was eager for his consciousness to break the rules and attack him. That way, he could directly destroy this world. The strength of his body was not affected much, and he could protect himself with that alone. He picked up 16 stones from the ground, shook them a few times, and threw them on the ground. Tang Zhen was performing divination. There were the innate 8 signs and the acquired 8 signs. He calculated the life and death of all living things in the world. Tang Zhen laughed softly as he looked at the stones that were scattered on the ground and formed a strange posture. He could already confirm that in this world, his divination ability was not affected. Under such circumstances, it should not be too difficult to find the deranged god. Tang Zhen had mastered more than 10,000 divination techniques, and they came from different planes in the Great Thousand World. As long as the rules allowed it, he could calculate everything in this world without the slightest error. Since Tang Zhen had revealed the heaven's secrets, he did not need to worry about being devoured by the laws. After all, he was a deity. With a gentle sweep of his hand, he collected the 16 stones. Tang Zhen then quickly moved through the valley. Tang Zhen knew very little about this world. Previously, he had only casually glanced at it and did not observe it carefully. He only knew that there were cities and countries in this world. However, as he advanced through the mountain forest, Tang Zhen suddenly discovered that there was the existence of heaven and earth energy in this world. After confirming this point, Tang Zhen's confidence increased. He knew that he would definitely be able to leave. With the energy of heaven and earth, it could breed demons and monsters, especially in the barren mountains and fields. It was more likely to encounter evil things. Owu! A low growl was heard, and a tiger demon with a long horn on its head jumped out of the forest. Although it looked like a fierce tiger, it had 6 legs on its abdomen, and its back was covered with fin-like bone spikes. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing fangs as sharp as daggers. It was a terrifying sight. With another roar, another tiger demon sprang out from the side. The 2 tiger demons looked extremely similar, but their bodies were slightly bigger. They both stared at Tang Zhen fiercely. A gust of foul wind blew over. The smaller tiger demon launched an attack from the back, while the other tiger demon was also accumulating power. As long as they seized the opportunity, they would launch an attack. Tang Zhen did not panic. His body twisted slightly and he had already avoided the tiger demon's attack. At the same time, he clenched his fist and punched the tiger demon's ear. With a crisp sound, the tiger demon let out a miserable howl, and its skull caved in instantly. After landing on the ground, he staggered a few steps and then fell to the ground. When the other tiger demon saw this, his eyes widened as if he could not believe what he had just seen. Looking at the dead tiger demon on the ground, the tiger demon slowly retreated. His round eyes stared at Tang Zhen, filled with fear. "Get over here." Tang Zhen looked at the monster and spoke in an indifferent tone. Then, he heard the sound of the wind. A figure that terrified the tiger demon suddenly appeared on his escape route. Aowu, the tiger demon was almost scared out of its wits. It let out a cry of fear and turned around again. In this mountain forest, these two monsters were the kings, existences that no one dared to provoke. However, he met his nemesis today. One of them was smashed to death by Tang Zhen, while the other one realized the danger and wanted to escape. When he turned around again, the figure that terrified the tiger demon was still standing in front of him. Resisting the urge to pounce over, the tiger demon continued to change directions and insisted on trying to escape. It had already gained sentience and would not be stupid enough to pounce on him, as that would be equivalent to suicide. When it saw Tang Zhen again, the tiger demon was already in despair as its body slowly fell to the ground. It already had a premonition that it would not be able to escape today. "If you don't listen to me, I'll punch you to death." Tang Zhen's voice sounded out, causing the monster's body to lightly tremble. It obediently lay on the ground. "You're not too stupid." As Tang Zhen spoke, he walked to the front of the monster and grabbed a bone spur on its back. This bone spur was about 1.5 meters long and had the shape of a curved blade. It looked very sharp. Crack! Tang Zhen extended his hand and gently broke it. The monster's bone spike, which was as hard as steel, was forcefully broken off by Tang Zhen. The tiger demon wailed. Although he couldn't feel any pain, he still felt extremely distressed. This was a symbol of its status, but it was directly broken by Tang Zhen, as if it was a soft branch. However, it was precisely because of this that the tiger demon became even more afraid. It knew that Tang Zhen could easily kill it. A "kacha" sound continuously sounded. The bone spike in Tang Zhen's hand was broken into a strange-looking bone-long knife. Tang Zhen kicked off a few bone spikes that were an eyesore and rode on the back of the tiger demon. "Get up and follow the direction I'm pointing at. Move faster." Tang Zhen was unable to fly and could only look for a means of transportation. This would increase their traveling speed. The tiger demon was also smart. After discovering that Tang Zhen was only riding on him and not to kill him, he immediately became spirited. It ran as fast as it could. At the same time, it had to run steadily in the hopes of obtaining Tang Zhen's satisfaction. If Tang Zhen was satisfied, the tiger demon would be able to keep its life and have a chance to regain its freedom. As the overlord of this forest, the tiger demon was very familiar with the terrain. It only took a short time to cross a few mountains. The tiger demon was already panting from exhaustion, but it still did not dare to slow down. He was afraid that Tang Zhen would be dissatisfied and casually punch him, causing him to die. "I'll teach you a set of incantations. You should carefully study and cultivate it. It will be good for you." Tang Zhen spoke in an indifferent tone when he saw the demonic tiger's speed becoming slower and slower. It was obvious that it was unable to hold on any longer. Before the tiger demon could react, he felt something in his mind. It seemed to be a cultivation technique of the demon race. The cultivation technique was engraved in his mind, and the tiger demon understood it without any effort. At the same time, he felt a sense of enlightenment. At this moment, the tiger demon finally knew what it had obtained. It was indescribably excited. It opened its mouth and couldn't help but want to roar at the sky to vent its joy. The moment it thought of Tang Zhen behind it, the tiger demon immediately shut its mouth. However, it suddenly stopped and knelt on the ground, kowtowing 3 times. This act of imparting knowledge was almost equivalent to rebuilding. The tiger demon really could not think of a way to repay this favor. He could only kowtow 3 times to express his gratitude. "Be a good mount. Don't let your thoughts run wild, hurry up and go," Tang Zhen casually said. His tone was a little dissatisfied. The tiger demon let out a low roar and quickly stood up from the ground, continuing to run forward at high speed. As he ran, the energy of heaven and earth rapidly gathered on the tiger demon's body, and unknowingly, wind started to form under his feet. Chapter 3061 Layers of Barriers 1. The tiger demon passed through the dense mountain range. With the cultivation technique taught by Tang Zhen, the tiger demon could cultivate while running. Unknowingly, wind had already formed under his feet. The wind follows the tiger. When the cultivation was successful, one could burst out with a terrifying speed. During this period, any wild beasts that came across it would all avoid it. No one dared to provoke this mountain overlord. After running for about an hour, a small path appeared in front of them. The appearance of a road meant that they were closer to the gathering place of the crowd, and it would be easier to move forward. The tiger demon usually lived deep in the mountains and never got close to places with people, mainly to avoid trouble. At the foot of the mountain, there were hunter martial artists and demon hunters who knew how to cultivate spells, who could cause fatal damage to the tiger demon. However, Tang Zhen didn't give the order to stop. The tiger demon could only brace himself and continue to run forward. At this moment, the tiger demon was already famished, and its rapid running had consumed a huge amount of physical strength. When you see suitable food, you are free to eat. Tang Zhen's voice rang out, causing the tiger demon to be excited. He hurriedly searched for a suitable target. The cultivation technique it had just obtained allowed it to distinguish and devour evil people, and then obtain merit and increase its strength. After the tiger demon had mastered it, he had wanted to try it. Now, he finally had the chance. After a short while, villages appeared in front of them. In the fields outside the village, there were villagers farming crops, and there was a supervisor waving his whip and scolding at the side. The villagers who were working all widened their eyes as they looked at the tiger demon that was rapidly approaching. "You idiots, hurry up and work. What are you looking at with your eyes wide open?" The supervisor cursed and waved the rattan in his hand, about to hit the nearest villager. The villager sat on the ground, his face full of fear. He pointed behind the supervisor. A gust of wind blew, and the supervisor turned around in fear. Then, he saw a bloody mouth biting at him. "Ah, Yingluo." The supervisor let out a short scream as half of his body was swallowed by the tiger waste, and then directly bit into two pieces. As blood splattered, he was swallowed again. The villagers at the side scurried away in fear, shouting that the tiger demon was eating people. "Let's hurry after eating. Don't waste time." Tang Zhen, who was standing by the side, turned a blind eye to the earlier scene. All he did was gently urge her. "Awu aowu." The tiger demon growled in response and turned to look at the village beside it. Hunters and villagers were waving their weapons and rushing out. A few of them were tainted with evil energy and were not good people. The tiger demon turned around and charged toward the villagers. With a series of screams, several evil people were bitten to death by the tiger demon, scaring the other villagers away. After devouring the few evil people, the tiger demon revealed a satisfied expression and quickly rushed back to Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen leapt up and rode on the tiger demon's back, continuing to rush forward. Because it had devoured the wicked and absorbed their resentment and xianxia, the tiger demon's strength had increased. The tiger demon was very clear about the changes in its body, so it was very excited. It felt even more fortunate that it had met Tang Zhen and obtained this opportunity. Otherwise, one day, he would die in the hands of demon hunters or hunters, just like his companions. It would definitely not be like now, where he had mastered a special cultivation method and could rely on devouring evil people to obtain merit and continuously improve his strength. They rapidly advanced along the road and would pass by villages from time to time. When they saw Tang Zhen riding on a demonic tiger, all the villagers were so frightened that they screamed and dodged. In the face of an existence that could not be resisted, the only thing an ordinary person could do was to dodge and hide with all their might. There were also some hunters who immediately sent a messenger bird to alert the others after discovering the traces of the tiger demon. It didn't take long for the town in front to receive news of the tiger demon's appearance. The martial artists and demon hunters moved out one after another. They determined the route and tried to intercept an ambush. Tang Zhen was completely ignorant of this, but he did not put it in his heart. What he needed to do now was to get to the location as soon as possible and find the mad god. If he had encountered a flying beast before this, Tang Zhen would not be running on land but would be soaring in the sky. There was no need to care if it was shocking or not. As long as it could increase their speed, they would even dare to ride the giant dragon, Tang Zhen. After passing by a few more villages, a large group of people appeared in front of him, blocking the road ahead. They held long spears, bows, and arrows in their hands. The moment the tiger demon appeared, they attacked without hesitation. Hu Yao roared and charged toward the crowd. As he waved his huge claws, the martial artists who blocked his way were knocked to the ground. The demon hunter used a special weapon and tried to kill the tiger demon, but he was killed by Tang Zhen's saber. In the blink of an eye, the barriers were broken through, and the evil people were devoured by the tiger demon. When the people who were watching the battle from afar saw this, they were scared out of their wits and quickly closed their doors to hide. After obtaining victory, Tang Zhen did not stop for a moment and commanded the tiger demon to continue moving forward. After advancing for less than 50 miles, a group of cavalrymen appeared on the road, as well as a group of well-equipped demon hunters. The previous failure to intercept them made the other party realize that Tang Zhen and the tiger demon were definitely not to be trifled with. Therefore, he immediately gathered the cavalry and some elite demon hunters in an attempt to kill Tang Zhen. The enemy's formation could be said to be very powerful. Both the cavalry and the weapons of the demon hunters were very dangerous to the tiger demon. In order to prevent the tiger demon from being killed, Tang Zhen controlled the tiger demon to take a detour since they lacked suitable tools to travel. To Tang Zhen, this kind of killing was completely meaningless. It would only waste precious time. However, he did not expect that Tang Zhen's avoidance would encourage the arrogance of the person who blocked his way. He mistakenly thought that Tang Zhen was running away because of fear. At the same time Tang Zhen dodged, the cavalry and demon hunters that blocked the road followed behind and gave chase. They shouted and cursed along the way, trying to make Tang Zhen stop and fight. Their attitudes were extremely arrogant. Tang Zhen was originally too lazy to care about these pursuers. However, the other party's curses became more and more unpleasant, and he was completely speaking without any filter. When he passed by a patch of grass, the bone blade in Tang Zhen's hand swept across, cutting the grass and leaves. With a light wave of his hand, the grass fell into Tang Zhen's hand. He grabbed the grass and gently swung it. Green light shot out like spiritual snakes, flying straight towards the pursuers. The pursuers, who were cursing loudly, had no time to react before the soft grass penetrated their heads. He didn't even make a sound as he rolled off the back of the mount, directly dying. In the blink of an eye, 30% of the pursuers had been killed by the tender grass. Seeing this scene, the enemies were scared out of their wits and stopped, not daring to continue the pursuit. There was no need to doubt Tang Zhen's strength since he was able to kill so many enemies with just a blade of grass. If he continued to pursue, it would be the same as seeking his own death. We have to pursue them immediately. Have you forgotten where we're going? The leader in charge of intercepting said in a decisive tone, but his heart was full of helplessness. Even if Tang Zhen was powerful, they still had to chase and intercept him. This was because he was heading straight for the Imperial City. Once the tiger demon was allowed to approach the Imperial City, it would be a disgrace to all the demon hunters in the world. At the same time, it would also bring great danger to the Imperial family. Therefore, no matter what, they must not allow Tang Zhen to continue advancing. They must stop him and kill him. It wasn't just their group. The other teams in charge of intercepting also received the order to fight to the death. No matter what, he must not allow Tang Zhen to continue advancing. He must ensure the safety of the Imperial City. Chapter 3062 Unstoppable 1. The speed of an ordinary mount could not be compared to that of a tiger demon at all. They were not on the same level at all. In terms of endurance, he was even more inferior. After cultivating Professor Tang Zhen's cultivation technique, the tiger demon's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. In a short time, it had been reborn. The current tiger demon was able to defeat 10 of his previous selves with ease. However, the side effect was equally obvious. He would be very hungry. Even though he had just swallowed a few evil people, he was still so hungry that he panicked. This terrifying digestive ability came from the consumption of long-distance running, but more importantly, it was due to the super-strong absorption ability of the cultivation method. This was a cultivation technique given by Tang Zhen. One didn't even need to cultivate it. One could become stronger just by eating. The tiger demon, which was already strong, gradually became muscular and the density of its body increased rapidly. Ordinary knives and crossbows were no longer able to cause any damage when they landed on the body. If he continued to cultivate, he might really become as tough as steel. His skin and tendons would be as tough as steel. It was this kind of rapid increase in strength that made the tiger demon not much afraid of the pursuers behind him. If Tang Zhen allowed it, the tiger demon would definitely turn around and rush into the group of pursuers. The tiger demon had already noticed earlier that among the pursuing enemies, there were a few people who were extremely evil. They were haunted by vengeful spirits and must have done many evil things, their hands stained with the blood of innocent people. For the tiger demon, such a villainous disciple was an irresistible delicacy. Forcing himself to ignore the pursuers behind him, the tiger demon continued to run, leaving his target behind in the blink of an eye. Next time you come across delicious food, just eat it yourself. But don't be too greedy and delay the journey. Tang Zhen's voice rang out, causing the tiger demon to be ecstatic. It hurriedly increased its speed. It only wanted to find the person who intercepted it as soon as possible, find the evil person, and fill its stomach. Unknowingly, a large city appeared at the end of the road ahead. It was just that the city gate was tightly shut. They had obviously received the news and had already sent out demon hunters and troops to stop Tang Zhen. The moment the tiger demon appeared, a dull sound came from the top of the city wall. Cannonballs kept falling down. It was not a solid iron ball, but a blossoming cannonball, blasting soil everywhere. If it were an ordinary demon, they would be scared out of their wits when they heard the deafening sound of the cannon. The sound of thunder was the most harmful to the soul. Weaker cultivators would avoid it in stormy weather or when they were faced with guns. When the defenders encountered evil creatures, they would use these evil extermination cannons to either repel or kill them. The tiger demon beneath him was obviously terrified. His steps became a little hesitant, and his body was also trembling. "Idiot, what are you afraid of? I'm here." The tiger demon's body suddenly trembled when it heard Tang Zhen's cold snort. It suddenly let out a roar. It was as if he had been reborn and became extremely fierce in an instant, as if he had gained endless confidence. In the process of roaring, the tiger demon kept jumping and leaping, passing through the blockade line of the cannons. Seeing this, the guards on the city wall quickly increased the speed of firing their cannons. At the same time, they kept firing their flintlocks. In this world, there were already gunpowder weapons, and the power of the bullets was not weak. If it was an ordinary demon, it would probably lose its life immediately after being shot a few times. Just as the dense bullets were flying over, Tang Zhen grabbed a handful of bone talismans and continuously threw them forward. As the bone talismans continued to explode, the bullets were blocked and fell to the ground. The tiger demon ran all the way, and the road behind him was filled with lead bullets that were still warm. Demonic cultivation. Seeing this scene, the demon hunters who were blocking the way let out angry roars one after another. The cultivators in this world were known as demon hunters. Their main task was to eliminate demons and maintain the peace and stability of the world. However, there were also some cultivators who colluded with demons and did evil things that would harm the world. The royal family had set strict rules that were either black or white. Even tamed demonic beasts would be regarded as demonic cultivators and evil spirits. Once discovered, they would be severely punished and killed. Tang Zhen's act of controlling a tiger demon was an unquestionable crime. Everyone could kill him to receive a reward. The people who originally had no grudges with each other also viewed Tang Zhen as an unpardonable criminal because of this rule set by the royal family. Seeing that Tang Zhen was controlling the tiger demon to pass through the rain of bullets, the demon hunters immediately attacked. Compared to the means of the ordinary soldiers, this group of demon hunters was undoubtedly more powerful, and the attacks they used were more deadly. Due to the influence of the rules, the demon hunters could not fly in the air, probably to prevent them from prying into the truth of the world. The power of a demon hunter's attack was equivalent to a low-energy world. Although it was cool and fancy, the killing effect was very ordinary. To make a simple comparison, the same type of attack was like a large firecracker in a low-energy world. In a world of medium energy, it was equivalent to a grenade, or perhaps even stronger. However, in a high-energy world, it was equivalent to a heavy bomb, which could easily destroy a street. It was obvious that his higher consciousness form was not confident. He was afraid that he would go too far with the toys and destroy this special playground. Faced with the attacks of the group of demon hunters, Tang Zhen also made a move to prevent the tiger demon from being killed by the other party. With a roar, the two sides began to fight. Tang Zhen held a bone knife in his hand and faced the attacks of more than 30 demon hunters. His posture was calm and composed. After every swing of the blade, a figure would be cut down. No matter how hard the enemy tried to dodge, the blade would still cut through his body. Blood flew, limbs flew, and heads rolled on the ground. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen demon hunters were cut down to the ground. The other demon hunters were terrified. Clearly, he did not expect that Tang Zhen would actually be so fierce. The demon hunters who took part in the operation were all famous cultivators, but at this moment, they seemed to be vulnerable. Up until now, Tang Zhen had only used his bone blade and had not used any spell techniques to attack. The demon hunters could not help but suspect that if Tang Zhen were to use his technique, it was likely that not a single one of them would be able to leave alive. At the same time, the tiger demon was also showing its might, chasing after those who were surrounded by evil aura. As for the other demon hunters, the tiger demon didn't even bother to pay attention to them. The demon hunter who was being chased was completely confused. He didn't understand why he was being chased by the tiger demon. The problem was that no one would explain anything in such a situation. Every demon hunter was extremely tense. In the blink of an eye, the screams of the demon hunters were heard one after another as the tiger demon caught up and devoured them. Compared to Tang Zhen, the tiger demon's hunting speed was pitifully slow. When the demon hunters discovered this, they quickly took out more people to cooperate and kill Tang Zhen. They had received orders to kill Tang Zhen. Even if they couldn't do it, they had to delay as much time as possible. He had originally thought that this was making a mountain out of a molehill. With a group of demon hunters taking action, they would definitely be able to kill Tang Zhen and the tiger demon. However, it seemed that there must be a reason for the royal family to give such an order. This pair of demonic cultivators and tiger demon was indeed powerful. They were afraid that they would really have to use their lives to fill in the gap. Whether or not they could stop this human and demon, the demon hunters who were participating in the battle had no confidence in their safety. A few minutes later, following Tang Zhen's call, the blood-covered tiger demon rushed over. He shook his body violently, shaking off all the blood and flesh. His hair was as clean as if he had been washed with water. Tang Zhen leapt and landed on the tiger demon's body. Continue forward. The tiger demon let out a long roar and ran away like lightning, stepping on the corpses on the ground. Chapter 3063 The Danger of the Demon Hunters. After passing through 3 layers of obstruction, Tang Zhen discovered that the situation was not good. The number of demon hunters who participated in the interception increased, and even more soldiers joined in. They advanced wave after wave, seemingly unconcerned about the losses they had suffered. It was very likely that up until now, they had yet to receive any information regarding the casualties. They also did not have much understanding of Tang Zhen. Ignorance brings about fearlessness. When a certain number of ants appear, it is indeed possible to have the effect of ants biting an elephant to death. Of course, most of the time, it was just ants that died, not a giant elephant. However, as long as the goal was achieved, an appropriate sacrifice was completely acceptable. After all, this was a war, so how could there be no deaths? Yet, the current Tang Zhen was also in a restricted state. He was not afraid of a powerful attack. In fact, the more powerful the attack, the better it would be. This way, it would have the effect of removing the seal. However, this kind of lukewarm attack was the most uncomfortable. It caused Tang Zhen to be in a state where he was neither up nor down. When he fought, he could be the strongest among his peers, truly invincible in a one-on-one fight. However, if hundreds or thousands of enemies of the same level were to attack Tang Zhen, it would be equivalent to a fierce tiger meeting a pack of wolves. Tang Zhen, who was invincible in a one-on-one fight, would be attacked by a group of people. The consequences were simply unimaginable. The further they advanced, the worse the situation became. The interceptors set up layers of checkpoints on the road. As long as they saw the figures of Tang Zhen and the tiger demon, they would immediately launch an attack. Regardless of whether he was a match for Tang Zhen or not, he did his best to stop him and would not allow Tang Zhen to pass through. Such a situation was clearly abnormal. Tang Zhen seriously suspected that he was being targeted by someone. This was why the situation had become increasingly worse. Perhaps the main reason was related to the tiger demon. After all, this world did not allow demons to run amok. The battle between the demon hunters and the demons had always been in a life or death situation, and the other party was never allowed to have the slightest chance of turning the tables. When the unscrupulous tiger demons appeared, they immediately triggered the sensitive nerves of the demon hunters, so they killed and intercepted them at all costs. If the operation failed, it would be a very serious blow to the demon hunters. Of course, it was also possible that he was targeting Tang Zhen. Don't think it's ridiculous, anything is possible in the world. Tang Zhen might have just entered this world, but who could guarantee that no one knew about him? For example, the god of madness, he was suspicious. The deranged god had entered this god's playground before Tang Zhen, which represented infinite possibilities. It was only a few minutes in the outside world, but many years might have passed inside the amusement park. In those years, the deranged god could have seized the opportunity to gain enough influence. The other party had used a method similar to divination to determine the time and location of Tang Zhen's appearance. Then, they would intercept him at all costs. Of course, this was just a guess. It might not be the case. Or perhaps it was a prank by his higher consciousness form. He used some method to control the toys and chased after Tang Zhen. No matter what the truth was, it meant a lot of trouble. After all, the strength that Tang Zhen could unleash was limited under the suppression of the rules. He might not be a match for these interceptors. Faced with an increasing number of pursuers, Tang Zhen decisively chose to avoid them. He left the main road and traveled through the wilderness. By choosing this method, he would be able to avoid most of the people who would try to intercept him. At the same time, it would allow Tang Zhen's whereabouts to become even more secretive. However, the demon hunters and martial artists still didn't give up and continued to chase and block him in the forest. These guys were quite capable. They were always able to find the traces of the tiger demon, chasing after it like flies. Battles would break out from time to time. Although they were able to force the enemy back every time, it made Tang Zhen feel annoyed. Seeing the number of pursuers increasing, Tang Zhen no longer advanced in a straight line. Instead, he ordered Huyao to scuttle around the mountain forest. At the same time, he could sense the demons in the forest, subdue them, and enlighten them. Tang Zhen, who didn't lack cultivation techniques, taught a set to each demon he subdued, allowing the strength of these ordinary demons to soar. After Tang Zhen changed his route, it had become increasingly difficult for the pursuers to find him. They had no choice but to spread out all over the mountains and plains, screening and filtering like fishing with a net. He didn't have to wait for long before he received the news of meeting Tang Zhen. However, there were many demons around him. The defensive line was once again split open, and no one could stop it. After hearing this news, the demon hunters were both shocked and anxious. This was what they were most worried about. Although Tang Zhen was strong, it was hard for him to grow up with a tiger demon by himself. However, if he brought other Yaomo with him to participate in the battle, the nature would immediately change. If these demons were as fierce as the tiger demon, it would be a disaster. More and more news came, and the demon hunters had to admit that the most worrying thing had already happened. These demons that had appeared out of nowhere were all frighteningly fierce. Completely different from the demons they usually encountered, who would shiver in fear when facing the demon-surpassing cultivators. They were unusually fierce, and once they encountered a demon hunter, they would launch a desperate attack. The most important point was that these demons were not unorthodox. They had a rather terrifying spell inheritance. Combined with his innate bloodline ability, he killed the demon hunters until they were completely annihilated almost every time they encountered him. After the news spread, the demon hunters became more and more nervous, but at the same time, they also increased the intensity of the pursuit. This was just the beginning, yet Tang Zhen had already displayed such danger. If he was allowed to continue developing like this, who would be his match? Now was the best time to make a move. If he missed it, he would regret it. It was a good idea, but it would be very difficult to realize it. In the following period of time, more and more news arrived, but each time was worse than the last. The bodies of demon hunters were constantly found in the mountain forest. They all looked very miserable, obviously killed by the attacks of demon beasts. There were also some demon hunters who were directly devoured by the demons, not even leaving a corpse behind. The continuous failures shocked the monster hunters, and at the same time, they began to panic. This deep mountain forest was the territory of the demons, and they were like fish in water here. In the past, when the demon hunters entered the forest, the demons and devils would all avoid them, afraid that they would be killed mercilessly. But now, the demons were taking the initiative to attack, treating the demon hunters as food. The demon hunters had a feeling that if this situation continued, the world would really be in chaos. At that time, not only would the people suffer, but the fate of the demon hunters would also become extremely miserable. If they treated the Yaomo this way, the Yaomo would also treat them the same way, and even worse. In order to prevent the worst situation from happening, the demon hunters, who had been in constant internal strife, became unusually united. They gathered their strength and once again increased the intensity of their search. They were bound to find the hidden Tang Zhen. It was a pity that the target they were searching for was not an ordinary demon cultivator, but a god who had accidentally entered this world. Putting aside everything else, no one could compare to Tang Zhen in terms of seeking good fortune and avoiding disaster. If he didn't want to fight, he could use divination to avoid the possible danger in advance. Under the encirclement and pursuit of countless demon hunters, Tang Zhen led a group of demonic beasts and easily moved forward. There were many times when the distance between the two parties was less than 100 meters, but they were simply unable to discover Tang Zhen's existence. With the cover provided by the mountains and rivers, Tang Zhen continuously avoided the pursuers and was getting closer and closer to the imperial city. Chapter 3064 Crisis in the Imperial City. 1. Outside the majestic Imperial City, a large number of soldiers had gathered, a scene that had not been seen in nearly 100 years. After receiving the royal military order, the nearby legions did not stop and headed straight for the Imperial City. After they arrived, they received orders to set up camp 10 miles away from the Imperial City. Then, the soldiers were released. There was a guard every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. No one was allowed to pass. Neither the generals nor the soldiers could understand this strange order. One had to know that the area of the Imperial City was extremely large, and the encampment was 5 kilometers away. Who knew how many people were needed to guard the huge Imperial City? However, the military order was like a mountain, and no one dared to defy it. When they arrived at the scheduled location, the generals immediately launched the defense according to the requirements. An army of more than 10,000 soldiers could guard a length of more than 10 kilometers. As the various armies arrived one after another, the entire Imperial City was actually surrounded by soldiers. The world was amazed by this unusual arrangement and guessed that something big was going to happen. At the same time, a large number of demon hunters gathered in the Imperial City and cooperated with the Imperial Army. The headquarters of the demon hunters was located in the Imperial City and was under the direct control of the royal family. Now that there was a sudden change, the elite demon hunters were all summoned back to participate in the task of protecting the Imperial City. The families of the demon hunters in other places had also received orders to rush to the Imperial City at all costs. This series of unforeseen events could be said to have shocked the world. The people of the world speculated that it must be an extraordinary matter to cause the Imperial City to issue such an order. The entire world was shaken, and all eyes were focused on the Imperial City, wanting to know what had happened. Soon, news came and spread around in private. Soon, everyone knew about it. There was a cultivator of unknown origin who rode on a tiger demon and caused countless deaths. In a short time, a large number of demon hunters were killed, and countless ordinary martial artists and common people were killed. Although the demon hunters and the military had worked together to set up multiple checkpoints to intercept them, they still did not manage to kill the other party. It was said that the other party had disappeared, but there was a high possibility that he was secretly heading for the Imperial City. It was for this reason that the current situation had arisen. Upon hearing this rumor, most people would be shocked and reveal an expression of disbelief. No one dared to believe that such a huge battle could be triggered by a single person. Just who was this person, and how powerful was he to be able to do this? Although he was full of doubts, the imperial family, which controlled the world, would never joke about such a matter. The wisest thing to do was to be on high alert and deal with any changes that could happen at any time. In just one night, the imperial city was also filled with rumors, causing everyone to be in a state of panic. All the people in the world knew of the existence of demons and devils, and they were deeply afraid of them. The royal family and the headquarters of the demon hunters immediately issued an announcement, claiming that the rumors were made up. If anyone dared to spread rumors again, they would be severely punished and would not be tolerated. With the announcement, the rumors in the city came to an abrupt end, but the people in the city became more and more uneasy. Everyone knew that this was just a means to appease the people, and the purpose of the appeasement was likely to be to cover up. Time passed slowly in his fear and uneasiness. Another 4 or 5 days passed, and everything was calm. Nothing happened at all. Some of the worried people of the imperial city had gradually relaxed. They believed that things were really as the imperial family had said and that it might not be as terrifying as they had imagined. There were also some commoners who were even more nervous. They discovered that the number of patrolling soldiers on the streets had increased, and the figures of demon hunters appeared from time to time. As time passed, the imperial city's defense continued to strengthen. If it had been a net before, it was now an impenetrable iron plate. This situation only meant that the situation was still grim, or even more dangerous. For some reason, the more well-informed people brought back more alarming news. The number of soldiers stationed outside the city had increased, and they looked like they were about to go to war. 2 more days passed in this state of anxiety. The soldiers who were guarding 10 miles away from the city suddenly saw a group of strange birds in the distant sky. These strange birds had human heads and claws that looked like human hands. They looked like women with half their bodies and a pair of tattered wings. Monster. Don't panic, don't make any noise, get ready for battle. When the patrolling officer saw this, he quickly shouted to stop them and looked worriedly at the sky. Normally, demons would hide in the mountains and would never dare to show up in front of the world. Now that it had appeared in the day, it could only mean one thing: the most worrying situation had happened. Evil creature, go to hell. Just as the officer was looking at the sky, a stern shout suddenly sounded in his ear, and several figures quickly appeared at the same time. Judging from their attire, they were a group of demon hunters from a powerful and ancient family. Their mission was to assist the army in defense. This is a human-headed bird. It likes to snatch babies and is used to ambushing poultry and livestock. Usually, they would only appear during the day and leave at night, so as to avoid being killed by the demon hunters. But now, they dare to appear in groups. They are truly arrogant to the extreme. Watch me kill these evil beasts immediately. A young demon hunter shouted in a cold voice. At the same time, he patted his back, and a huge wooden box opened. Then, everyone saw a strange-looking metal weapon shoot out of the box. There were 12 metal tubes on the bow, and there were springs all over the bow. It was obvious that the bow was ready to be fired. The demon hunter reached behind him and grabbed the weapon that looked like a multi-barreled machine gun. He aimed it at the human-headed bird in the sky. Go to hell. The demon hunter pulled the trigger and aimed at the human-headed bird in the sky. Silver light shot out rapidly. Seeing this scene, the surrounding officers and soldiers were full of surprise, sighing at the power of this strange weapon. Who knew that at this moment, a shocking scene would happen? The human-headed bird monster in the air didn't even try to dodge. Instead, it grabbed the arrows that were FL-Vins toward it. With a forceful snap of his hands, he actually broke it into 2. The human-headed bird monster let out a cawing sound, as if it was mocking them. Damn it, how did this happen? Compared to the surprised soldiers, the young demon hunters were frightened. The weapon he had used just now was his family's secret weapon, which was far more powerful than ordinary flintlocks. The arrows were engraved with runes, which could cause serious damage to demons and devils. They were definitely a good weapon to eliminate demons. After it was successfully developed, it had been kept a secret and used as a secret weapon. This time, the demon hunter headquarters had issued a conscription order, summoning all the demon hunters in the world to reinforce the imperial city. The elders of the family had unanimously decided that all of them would be equipped with this secret weapon. His real purpose, besides self-preservation, was to take this opportunity to become famous. A group of young demon hunters were also ambitious and wanted to make a name for themselves. The past few days had been calm and peaceful, which made this group of young demon hunters extremely anxious, for fear that they couldn't find a chance to show off. The young people were competitive, so how could they calm down when they encountered such a big event where all the demon hunters in the world gathered? In fact, in their hearts, they wished that the matter would be blown up even more, and they were afraid that the world would be in chaos. However, the current situation made the demon hunters panic, and they realized that things were not as simple as they had thought. Since when could a monster like the human-headed bird catch a rune arrow without being injured? No wonder the imperial city is so nervous. The monster this time is indeed different. As soon as this thought crossed their minds, they saw the human-headed bird in the sky screech madly and fly over their heads. Looking at their target, it was obvious that they were heading straight for the imperial city. They were completely unafraid of the bullets and arrows that were shot from below. At the same time, a cloud of dust rose up in the distance, and a foul wind blew. Countless demons and devils of all shapes and sizes were gathered together and heading straight for the imperial city. Chapter 3065, the demonic beasts attacking the city. 1. The guards were dumbfounded when they saw the uncountable number of monsters gathered together. In the eyes of ordinary people, even if demons appeared, they would only appear in groups of 2 or 3. The demon hunters had been constantly killing the demons and monsters, which had greatly reduced the number of demons and monsters. It was very difficult for them to grow again. There were also many commoners who had never encountered a Yaomo in their entire lives, and even doubted their existence. In short, although there were monsters, their numbers were absolutely small, and it was difficult for them to form a climate. However, the scene in front of him was completely beyond his imagination. There were probably tens of thousands of demons. There were also many demons and monsters that had extremely short lifespans and were difficult to become spirits. Even books rarely recorded them. It gave people the feeling that the animals on a certain mountain had obtained an opportunity and collectively turned into demons. The soldiers in charge of defense trembled as they looked at the hideous and ferocious army of monsters and demons approaching. Hurry up. Send a signal for help. Get ready to stop the demons. The officer drew his blade and prepared to fight. Even though his hands were trembling, he did not dare to take a step back. Otherwise, the military law would be merciless, and it would be difficult to escape death. The soldiers also raised their weapons, and demon hunters gathered. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. The soldiers lit the alarm and rose into the air like fireworks, making a deafening sound. When he heard the sound in the distance and looked at the burning red smoke, he was sure that something had happened. The army stationed below the imperial city immediately sent cavalry to help, and a loud rumble was heard as the tens of thousands of horses galloped. The imperial city guards at the back were also extremely nervous. They looked forward without blinking, wanting to know what was happening in the forest 10 miles away. One could faintly hear the continuous shrill screams from the forest, which were as continuous as the waves. Smoke and flames could be seen rising into the sky, and the smell of blood hit their faces. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds. As the dark clouds rolled, they condensed into a huge ghost head, which stared fiercely in the direction of the imperial city. Although he couldn't see it, he could imagine that the battle below the dark clouds must be extremely fierce. Just as the defending troops were secretly guessing what the battle situation was like, the answer quickly appeared before their eyes. Large trees were broken, and countless demons rushed out of the forest, rushing towards the imperial city. The first batch of interceptors had all died. The heavy armored cavalrymen who went to support the demons just happened to bump into the demons, and the bloody scene of battle was displayed before their eyes. The guards who were watching the battle from the city wall finally saw how terrifying and brutal the demons were. Even the heavily armored cavalrymen were no match for the demons. In the process of the battle, the heavy cavalrymen kept falling off their horses and were easily killed by the demons. The demon hunters had already noticed that the Yaomo were by no means a pile of loose sand, but rather advanced and retreated in an orderly manner like an army. The demon hunters that followed the cavalrymen were no match for the demons and were forced to retreat. Many of them were demon hunters who had been famous for a long time, but they were also vulnerable in front of these demons. This was because the techniques these demons displayed were completely different from the past. Almost every demon could use their innate divine power. There were also some secret techniques and Yao arts that he had never heard of before. They were also terrifyingly powerful. While he was secretly shocked, he finally understood why the Yaomo were so fierce. They actually fought all the way to the imperial city. It was obvious that these originally weak Yaomo had all had miraculous encounters and reached the degree of being reborn. After obtaining great power, these demons were unwilling to be left out and immediately launched an attack on the humans. And the target of the attack was the forbidden area of the imperial city, the place that represented the supreme authority of the human race. As long as the imperial city was captured, the human race would naturally be wiped out. Seeing the heavy cavalrymen retreat in defeat, the guards on the palace walls were worried, but they could do nothing. They could only stand guard at the top of the city wall, not daring to go down and join the battle. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to giving up their advantage. Moreover, looking at the current situation, it might not take long for these demons to reach the city. Just like the guards at the top of the city wall, the people in the city were also terrified. Even though the number of guards on the city wall had reached a level where not even a drop of water could pass through, it did not mean that it was safe. The tall city walls could block mortals, but their power would be greatly reduced in front of these demons. Many magical beasts could easily climb over walls that were dozens of meters high and run as if they were on flat ground. As long as the demons broke through the defense of the city walls and rushed into the imperial city, it would mean the arrival of a disaster. Looking at the situation before him, it seemed that it would not be long before this scene would really happen. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more dangerous, the general in charge of commanding the troops gritted his teeth and gave the order. Their hearts trembled. They didn't dare to imagine that demons were so terrifying that they could kill people as easily as cutting grass. At this moment, they were really sacrificing lives to slow down the attack speed of these demons. However, even such a tragic sacrifice could not be exchanged for the light of victory. The Yaomo were advancing forward every minute and second. He was getting closer and closer to the imperial city that he was guarding. As the orders were issued, the troops guarding the imperial city surged forward. It was like a pile of loose soil trying to stop the erosion of the flood, but the effect was minimal. Soon, the loose defense was broken through, and the surging torrent with irresistible power completely swallowed the struggling figures. Wherever the troops of the monster race and demon race passed, corpses were strewn all over the place, leaving behind countless broken arms and limbs. Compared to the heavy losses of the defending army, the casualties on the Yaomo side could be said to be few. Under the horrified gazes of countless people, the mighty army of the monster race and demon race finally broke through the second line of defense. In the fields below the imperial city, demons were every WV here, chasing after the remaining defeated soldiers. The hearts of the generals guarding the city were bleeding. In just a short time, they had already invested more than 100,000 soldiers. This army, which was powerful enough to destroy a country, had no power to fight back in front of the demons. The 100,000 armored warriors were all bloodied on the battlefield, but they only managed to delay the monster army for a dozen minutes. Just thinking about such a terrifying speed of casualties was enough to make one shiver. In addition to the soldiers, a large number of demon hunters had also died in the chaotic battle. They came from various families, and many of them were well-known experts or the new generation of elites in their families. They had come to protect the imperial city, but they had not expected to lose their lives in a battle. Filled with fighting spirit and hot blood, they tried to eliminate the demons that brought disaster to the human world, but in the end, they died tragically under the fangs and claws of the demons. Before he died, he must have had a lot of unwillingness in his heart. After breaking through two lines of defense, the momentum of the troops of the monster race and demon race was like the sun in the sky, and their roars were endless. At this moment, the demons were all releasing their ferocity to take revenge for the humiliation they had suffered in the past. Being a demon was a mistake. Even if they had never done anything bad, they would still be hunted down by demon hunters. As time passed, the hearts of these demons were naturally filled with irresolvable hatred. Now that they had the opportunity to take revenge without any restraint, the Yaomo would naturally not hesitate. With a series of roars, the demon army charged toward the imperial city without any command. Chapter 3066 Irresistible Force 1. Everyone, listen up. Attack with all your might. We can't let the demons enter the city no matter what. The commander of the city defense roared loudly. At the same time, he raised the weapon in his hand and aimed it at the ferocious monsters rushing down. At this moment, he had to personally enter the battle. He could either win or die in battle. Following the sounds of gunshots, the bullets hit the demon's body, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Damn it, it can't be broken at all. The demon at the front had a huge body and its body was covered with thick scales. The demons could easily block the attacks of ordinary bullets, and their physical defense was ridiculously high. When the cannons landed on their bodies, they were unable to kill these demons at all. Instead, they would be crushed by the stones and soil that the demons grabbed. Even a demon hunter's weapon would not be able to withstand the freakish defense of a magical beast. As the battle command was issued, countless pellets and arrows, accompanied by the rumbling of cannons, fell into the group of monsters. In order to win this battle, the imperial city had already used all of its resources to transport over. As long as they could obtain victory, the royal family would not hesitate to pay any price. The storage of war materials was in itself for the sake of war, and they could not be stingy just because they were worried about consumption. On top of the long city wall, the city guards had ferocious expressions as they continuously launched attacks. The monsters at the foot of the city wall were extremely crazy. They braved the rain of bullets and charged directly at the city wall. A cat-like monster rushed to the bottom of the deliberately polished city wall, its sharp claws easily grabbing the rocks and climbing up. When the soldiers guarding the city saw this, they hurriedly attacked from above, trying to kill the cat demon. However, the cat demon was extremely agile and easily dodged the bullets and rolling wood. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the top of the city wall. "Au!" With a strange cry, the cat demon rushed into the frightened city guards and waved its sharp claws rapidly. With a flash of cold light, the throats of a dozen city guards were cut off, and they fell limply to the ground. "Hurry up and kill it!" An officer brandished a long saber and slashed at the demon cat. He gritted his teeth. Meow. At the same time, the cat demon looked at the officer and let out a ghastly scream. The murderous-looking officer's eyes suddenly blurred, and his body became stiff. In the chaotic situation, no one noticed the abnormality that happened to the officer. But in the next moment, the officer suddenly turned around and swung his sword at his companion. This strike was fast and ruthless, and it caught him off guard. A few soldiers beside him were injured by the blades and fell to the ground one after another, wailing in pain. The surrounding soldiers were shocked and angry. They didn't expect their respected senior officer to do such a thing. The officer's expression was twisted, and he let out a strange and sinister laugh. He sized up his classmates around him fiercely. At the same time, he was waving the weapon in his hand, madly slashing and slashing. He had completely lost his mind. He's already under the demon cat's control. He can't distinguish between friend and foe. "Hurry up and kill him or subdue him," a monster hunter reminded him loudly, but his movements were not slow at all. He waved his whip and swept it over. The target of the attack was naturally the cat demon. In the process of dodging, the cat demon was hit by the whip made of demon snake skin, and it let out a shrill scream of pain. The cat demon seemed to have been completely enraged. Its fur stood on end, and illusory tails appeared behind it. On each tail, there was a ferocious cat head, which looked around gloomily. At the same time, the cat demon's body grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had grown nearly 100 times. A cold and terrifying aura spread in all directions, causing people to shiver uncontrollably. "Oh my god, this is the bloodline of a sky demon. How could it appear in the body of an ordinary cat demon?" Seeing this, a demon hunter roared in shock and despair, his face full of disbelief. The demon hunters were full of confidence before the fight, but after the fight, the V realized that these demons were far more powerful than the V had imagined. In the face of these terrifying demons, the demon hunters were vulnerable. They did not even have the chance to escape, were no match for such a terrifying monster. How are we going to fight this battle? The war had only just begun, but many demon hunters had already lost their fighting spirit, because the scene this time was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. They had never thought that one day, they would encounter monsters attacking their cities and facing thousands of powerful demons. As the demon hunter sighed in despair, the cat demon, who had completed its transformation, began to kill without restraint. On the entire city wall, no one was a match for the cat demon. Wherever it passed, there were countless deaths and injuries. There was definitely more than one monster like the cat demon that had charged up the city wall, and all of them were extremely powerful. The defensive line that they had painstakingly set up did not last long before it was easily broken through by the Yaomo. The demons were either killing on the city walls or charging into the imperial city, scurrying around on the roofs and streets. The soldiers and demon hunters guarding the city also began to chase and block them. The tragic battle scenes could be seen everywhere. With furious roars, the imperial city was in chaos. Fire and smoke were rising. The people who were hiding in their homes had no choice but to rush to the streets and take refuge in the chaos. The true target of the demons that had charged into the imperial city was the inner court of the imperial palace. They broke through the blockade of the demon hunters and continued to gather in the core area of the imperial city. The siege battle was already nearing its end. The sturdy city wall was on the verge of collapse, and the corpses on the wall were piled up like mountains. At this moment, human lives were extremely worthless. Faced with the attacks of the magical beasts, the soldiers guarding the city finally collapsed. They could not accept such terrifying casualties. Even in the face of the shouts of the officers and the killing of the supervision team, the city defenders still desperately fled the battlefield. Everyone knew that if they fled now, they would still have a chance to live. If they continued to fight with the demons, they would definitely die. The most important line of defense that protected the imperial city had collapsed. The 10-meter-tall giant demon rushed to the front of the city wall, waving his fists and knocking on the city gate. With a muffled sound, the city gate, which was blocked by sandbags, finally collapsed. The roaring demons rushed forward and flooded into the imperial city. The defenders and the demon hunters were in complete despair. The only thing they could do was to observe from a distance or launch an attack from behind. The problem was that doing so would only increase their own casualties, but it might not affect the outcome of the war. At the same time, some people also noticed that among these terrifying demons, there was a huge demonic tiger. A man was riding on the back of the demonic tiger, and he was sweeping his cold gaze across the battlefield. Recalling the previous rumors, the demon hunters immediately confirmed that the other party was the rumored demon cultivator. It was precisely because of his existence that this catastrophe was triggered. It could be said that he was an existence of great sin. The unwilling demon hunters all had similar thoughts. If they were able to kill Tang Zhen, would they be able to quell this calamity? Looking at the current situation, it seemed that this was the only way. There would always be brave people in the world who did not care about their lives. They dared to challenge the desperate situation of death and tried to fight for a chance of survival. In a short period of time, these demon hunters were like moths to a flame, launching a suicide attack against Tang Zhen. Chapter 3067. The golden cicada leaves its shell. Along the way, Tang Zhen had encountered countless assassinations. Those demon hunters were certain that as long as they killed Tang Zhen, they would be able to resolve this crisis. Anyone with eyes could tell that Tang Zhen was the leader of the monster army. To capture the bandits, first capture the king. Therefore, the demon hunters launched numerous assassinations against Tang Zhen. Even though they failed every time, they still advanced one after another. Perhaps to them, as long as they persevered, they would definitely have a chance of success. However, if they didn't do it, they could only wait for death. However, he did not have the time to verify how strong Tang Zhen, who was in control of the demonic beast army, was and whether he was a match for him. Moreover, Tang Zhen was surrounded by numerous demonic devils. They were the most loyal guards. If he wanted to assassinate Tang Zhen, he must first defeat these demonic guards. Otherwise, he would not even have the chance to get close. During the process of Tang Zhen entering the imperial city, the attacks from the demon hunters did not stop. However, from the beginning to the end, they did not have the slightest effect on him. The unusually heavy losses finally made the demon hunters realize that they had been too naive. The outcome of their defeat was already determined. The rest of the journey could be said to be unimpeded. Tens of thousands of troops of the monster race and demon race marched forward in a grandiose manner, heading straight for the imperial family's forbidden grounds in the center. It didn't take long before they arrived at their destination. Compared to the outer walls, the imperial palace was even more heavily guarded, and the true elites were all gathered here. This was the last line of defense. If it was broken, it would mean the collapse of the royal regime. Countless warriors in heavy armors were holding shields and glaring at the troops of the monster race and demon race. Before the battle, they had all drunk a special medicinal wine that could make them physically strong and ignore the pressure and fear of the demons. When faced with demons, he only wanted to kill them with his saber, and his entire body exuded a high-spirited battle intent. Kill. There was no need to say anything. The moment the two sides met, the brutal battle had already begun. Under the lead of the demon hunters, the heavily armored warriors collided with the demons that were rushing toward them. The sounds of battle were deafening, and in the blink of an eye, the square in front of the palace had turned into a river of blood. Although they had the determination to fight to the death, it did not affect the outcome of the war. This was because this group of powerful demons had all received Tang Zhen's enlightenment. Those ordinary demons could not be compared to the demons that had been enlightened. Their strength and comprehension were even worse. It could be said that every enlightened demon was comparable to a demon king, and ordinary demon hunters were no match for them. The brutal battle only took a short time. The demons had already broken through the defenses and continuously swarmed into the palace. The tiger demon carried Tang Zhen and rushed through the burning palace gate, heading straight for the locked position. The other demons and devils followed closely behind, roaring all the way, and no one dared to stop them. The interior of the palace had long been in a mess. People were running around in panic, and the demons, who had no interest in the gold and silver, were destroying things without restraint. They used this method to celebrate their victory. Tang Zhen controlled the tiger demon and slowly walked forward in the midst of the raging fire. According to his divination, the deranged god should be hiding in the palace, and he had not moved from his position. Being able to enter the inner court of the imperial palace was not something that an ordinary person could do. Coupled with the various situations that he had encountered along the way, it was sufficient for Tang Zhen to come to a conclusion. The mad god was hidden in the palace, and for some reason, he had great power. He could control the imperial palace and the demon hunter headquarters. From the moment Tang Zhen appeared, he would stop and kill him at all costs. Perhaps it had already guessed that Tang Zhen would kill his way into the imperial city to find him, so the deranged god had made preparations in advance. As expected, Tang Zhen had killed his way into the imperial city and was unstoppable. He wasn't alone, but he led the troops of the monster race and demon race and destroyed everything in his path. The pre-arranged interception methods became fragile and easily broken through. As the imperial palace fell, the last defensive barrier disappeared, and the end of their pursuit was near. However, Tang Zhen's expression was clearly not as relaxed. As long as one pondered a little, one would be able to think that the mad deity was able to predict that Tang Zhen would kill his way into the imperial city. How could he not have left a backup plan? It was even possible that the result of Tang Zhen's divination was exactly what the deranged god wanted him to know. After that, he would lure Tang Zhen into the pit step by step. Not long after, a large hall appeared in front of him, shrouded in darkness. Compared to the rest of the imperial palace, this place was excessively quiet, giving off a strange feeling. The tiger demon let out a roar. The abnormal building in front of it made it feel very uneasy. Wait here. As Tang Zhen spoke, he jumped down from the tiger demon's back and slowly walked toward the hall. Creak. The heavy door was opened, and a hunched figure was seen sitting in the hall. Tang Zhen clearly knew in his heart that this was the god of madness. To his surprise, the guy in front of him seemed to have turned into a corpse. Even if the deranged god was only a false god, he would not die so easily unless he had really encountered an irresistible danger. The most suspicious target was definitely this planet's higher consciousness form. Since the other party had this ability, it also had a reason to attack. That was because the mad god had 3 world seeds with him. Tang Zhen clearly remembered that his higher consciousness had once said that everything belonged to him. Didn't this mean that his consciousness had discovered the 3 world seeds and was trying to snatch them? If that was the case, the value of the god of madness would be greatly reduced, and there would be no point in finding it. After careful observation, Tang Zhen suddenly discovered that this was not the case. It turned out that there was a long gash on the back of the corpse, indicating that something was crawling out of the body. If a mortal saw this, they might be horrified and wonder what was happening. But in the eyes of cultivators, there was a big problem with this corpse. The corpse did belong to the mad god, but it was just a special shed, indicating that the other party was not really dead. Through divination, Tang Zhen had only locked onto the remains of the crazy god, but his real body had long been lost. The deranged god's actions were clearly for self-protection and an attempt to deliberately confuse Tang Zhen. Through the existing evidence, it could be confirmed that Tang Zhen's previous judgment was that there was indeed a huge difference in the time when both parties entered. It was by using the time difference that the mad god took control of the palace and used the power of the royal family to deal with Tang Zhen. By the time the interception failed, the true body of the deranged god might have already fled the imperial city. Something's wrong. This desolate hall was out of place with the surrounding environment. It was obvious that no one had entered it for a long time. Other than hiding the secret and not letting outsiders know, there should be another reason. This place was specially prepared for Tang Zhen. If that was the case, this place must be a trap with hidden fatal dangers. As this thought rose in his mind, he saw a strange smile on the shed skin's mouth. A violent sound rang out, and the entire hall turned into ruins. By the time the smoke dispersed, the hall had long disappeared without a trace, and in its place was a deep pit. Chapter 3068 Tracking down during the interrogation. 1. The raging flames soared into the sky, turning the ruins into ashes. Thick smoke could be seen from far away. This loud sound represented the fall of the imperial power. Before today, no one would have believed that the imperial family's rule of hundreds of years would end in such a way. It could only be said that the world was unpredictable. Many things changed so bizarrely that people were caught off guard. The panicking members of the royal family tried their best to escape, afraid that they would be devoured by the demons. In the eyes of demons and devils, humans were all the same, regardless of their status. They were all the same food. The only way to avoid being devoured was to escape. However, compared to the fiendish demons, humans were too slow. They could be caught up easily. It was almost impossible to escape from the pursuit of the demons. The panicking people fell into despair. Looking at the current situation, no one would be able to escape the monsters devouring. Just as despair was spreading, some people were surprised to find that the demons were no longer devouring and killing. They blocked the exit of the imperial palace and gathered the escapees together. As long as they obeyed the orders, the demons would not harm them on purpose. If they dared to resist, they would be smacked to death by the claws. Not only the members of the royal family, but the defeated warriors and the defeated demon hunters were also gathered together. The square in front of the palace was now filled with captives, standing in the middle of blood and corpses. Although it was early autumn, it felt like it was winter, and he couldn't help but shiver. The only thing he could do was to pray in his heart that he could get rid of the crisis in front of him as soon as possible. However, when they looked at the hideous demons and the battered warriors and demon hunters, the captives were filled with despair. The elite troops and the demon hunters had been defeated by the troops of the monster race and demon race. Who could save them? The more he thought about it, the more desperate he felt. Many of the timid captives were already sobbing. However, he didn't dare to cry out in pain to avoid attracting the attention of the demons. He felt really aggrieved. Just as he was feeling uneasy, he saw a commotion among the ferocious demons and devils, and they all dodged to make way for him. A figure walked over slowly, followed by a demonic tiger as large as a giant elephant. As the figure moved forward, the ferocious demons fell to the ground one after another. It was as if he had met the noblest king and was paying his respects to him with the utmost respect. Seeing this scene, the captives became more and more frightened and couldn't help but shiver. The captured demon hunters, on the other hand, gritted their teeth as they felt an unspeakable humiliation in their hearts. Even with the combined strength of all the demon hunters in the world and nearly 1,000,000 soldiers, they were still not a match for tens of thousands of demons. It could be seen that from now on, the world was about to change greatly, and demons were very likely to control the human world. Once that happened, it would definitely lead to a great loss of life, and even the extinction of the human race. This was because in the eyes of demons, humans were just food and there was nothing special about them. Especially the demon hunters, as the sworn enemies of the demons, there was no way they could survive. The more they thought about it, the more desperate they became. The idea of fighting to the death rose in the hearts of some demon hunters again. If he risked his life and killed Tang Zhen directly, could he exchange it for peace and quiet in the human world? However, looking at the corpses at their feet and the powerful and terrifying demons, the demon hunters finally decided to give up. It was almost impossible to kill Tang Zhen at this moment. Not only would he lose his life, but he would also implicate other innocent people. Boom, boom, boom. A tall and big demon slowly walked over and stood in front of the captive. In the next instant, Tang Zhen stood on the head of the demonic devil and coldly observed his surroundings. Do you all think that I'm the one who led the demons and monsters to create chaos in the world? Have you ever thought about why the imperial family would use such a formation to chase and block me? Perhaps you think that it's because I colluded with the Yaomo to bring disaster to the common people. Who would have thought that if you didn't provoke them first, would there be such a result? Tang Zhen's tone was cold and emotionless as he looked at the figures in the square. He continuously questioned them. I just want to tell you that the true wrecker of the world is actually hiding in this palace. Behind the imperial palace, in that desolate hall that no one can approach, he is the one controlling everything and treating you as chess pieces that he can sacrifice at will. I originally came for him and had no intention of harming the good. All those I killed deserved to die. The captives revealed doubtful expressions. Tang Zhen's words made them secretly ponder. Could there be a hidden story behind this disaster? At this moment, Tang Zhen's voice sounded once again and reverberated in the square. I have no intention of killing, but I can give you a chance to live. Anyone who knew about the Great Hall, regardless of how much or whether it was clear, could take the initiative to report it. As long as he made it clear, he would be pardoned and would not suffer any harm. Time is limited. I hope you can seize the opportunity and not lose your lives in vain. Hearing this, the captives in the square became excited, and their eyes flashed with anticipation. He had thought that he was going to die, but he suddenly had a chance to live. It was simply a great thing. I know the relevant information. A man suddenly shouted at Tang Zhen with an anxious expression. I also know that, and me, I've also heard of the rumors. I know a little, but I can tell you everything. After seeing someone stand out, the captives all stood up, afraid of missing the precious chance to live. Very good. Come over and tell me everything you know. Because of Tang Zhen's order, the captives were able to get close to him and kneel on the ground. "You first." Tang Zhen pointed at a captive and softly said. The captive didn't dare to raise his head and quickly said, "Your Majesty, that great hall is the cultivation place of the imperial advisor. It is also a forbidden area in the inner court of the imperial palace. Just a year ago, the state preceptor announced that he was going into seclusion and that no one was allowed to approach the hall. In the following year, no one saw the state preceptor, and no one dared to enter the hall." When that captive spoke up to this point, he secretly glanced at Tang Zhen before continuing, "That's all I know. I hope your Majesty will be satisfied and spare my life." Tang Zhen gently nodded, "Sure." When the captive heard this, he excitedly kowtowed and thanked him. Then, he got up and ran outside. He was afraid that Tang Zhen would regret it if he was a step slower. When the other survivors saw this, their faces were filled with envy. At the same time, they racked their brains to recall any information that might be useful. "It's your turn." Upon hearing Tang Zhen's instructions, the second captive hurriedly said, "Although the imperial preceptor is in seclusion, he has not cut off all contact with the outside world. He sends letters every day and arranges to deal with various matters. It's because the demon hunter headquarters is also under the control of the state preceptor. Whenever there's a big matter, the state preceptor's consent is required." The captive stopped talking. It was obvious that he only knew this much. "Very good, you can go now." Tang Zhen pointed at the third person, signaling for him to start. The emperor trusts the imperial preceptor very much and often takes all kinds of medicinal pills. It is said that they are all divine pills refined by the imperial preceptor. The emperor won't refuse the request of the grand tutor. He even allowed a large number of demon hunters to enter the palace to strengthen the defense of the palace. Tang Zhen quietly nodded and thought in his heart that this was indeed the case. The mad god became the national master, fooled the emperor, took control of the headquarters of the demon hunters, and indirectly gained the military power of the country. Under such circumstances, it could be said to be easy to mobilize the army and the demon hunters to deal with Tang Zhen. Chapter 3069 The Change of Power 1. The technique used by the deranged god was like a rebirth, and it was able to cut off Tang Zhen's tracking. Tang Zhen enlightened the demons to form an army and did not hesitate to kill their way into the imperial city. In the end, he only found a body. This method had its advantages and disadvantages, so it was not surprising. However, in this world, Tang Zhen would be unable to accurately lock onto him before he recovered his true strength. With enough time, the god of madness could do many things. For example, he could think of a way to refine the world seed or secretly leave this world and head to a place where Tang Zhen would never be able to find him. Once the mad god succeeded, it would be like a drop of water falling into the ocean, and there would be no possibility of being found again. There was a drawback to this method, which was that it had a serious impact on one's strength. It was the same as abandoning everything, transforming into a mortal body, and then starting to cultivate again. If he was not careful during this period, it would lead to all his previous efforts to go to waste, and he might even lose his life. After being reborn as a mortal, it meant that he had given up everything in the past. Naturally, there was no chance of rebirth. To do so, one must have great courage, which was equivalent to cutting off all means of retreat. However, on second thought, it was in line with the style of the mad god, who was always willing to pay any price to achieve his goals. It was not very useful to be greedy about one's original cultivation base, because it could not be used in this world. Even if the deranged god were to encounter Tang Zhen, the level of battle between the two would only be maintained at the level of ordinary cultivators. This was because the rules of this world only allowed such a level of destruction to exist, and the power of the gods could not be used at all. The only way to break the rules and seal was to use the power of a god. At that time, Tang Zhen would be able to break free from the restraints and break the rules of this world. However, looking at the current situation, the possibility of this happening was very low. At this moment, Tang Zhen was searching for clues in an attempt to find the crazy god after his rebirth. Although there were many twists and turns along the way, Tang Zhen didn't care and even felt that it was interesting. Only this kind of hunting would be interesting and not boring. One by one, the captives fought to tell all kinds of information about the state preceptor, as well as suspicious clues. Some of the content was true, while others were fake. Many of them were fabricated by the captives in order to survive. Tang Zhen did not take the initiative to expose him. As long as the other party was done explaining, he would allow him to leave. Some of the captives might have been nervous, so their words were full of loopholes. Anyone could see that there was a problem. However, even though this was the case, Tang Zhen still did not care. It was as though he had not discovered anything. Some people secretly rejoiced at this situation as they thought that Tang Zhen was very easy to brush off. At the same time, some of the captives were secretly nervous. They felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. How could an expert who could control the troops of the monster race and demon race and destroy the imperial city not have the ability to distinguish between the two? Perhaps this was done on purpose to achieve some unspeakable goal. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. However, he could only think about this question in his heart. The most important thing now was to keep his life. As time passed, the last captive left the square, leaving only tens of thousands of demons waiting quietly. From now on, you are free to move, but you must remember the rules I set. The Yaomo could rise, but they had to leave enough living space for the human race to ensure that they would not go extinct. If the human race doesn't know what's good for them and still wants to rule the world again, then we'll show them what we're made of. The demons immediately cheered after hearing Tang Zhen's order. This was the result they had been waiting for. From today onwards, the Yaomo could occupy the mountains and rivers, completely controlling the entire world. Every participating Yaomo would have the chance to get their own territory and become a true Yaomo. However, there was one thing that was beyond doubt. These fearsome demon monarchs all had a common master, the human cultivator, in front of them. It was because of his existence that the Yaomo were able to break away from their ignorance and turn from ordinary wild beasts into Yaomo. They also had powerful cultivation methods. Therefore, it was not accurate to say that demons ruled over humans. In fact, the entire world was still under the control of humans. This was because this human was the emperor of all demons and monsters. It did not take long for the demons to disappear from the imperial city and travel to all corners of the world. At the same time, there were also some demons that stayed by Tang Zhen's side and became his personal guards. Pass on my orders now. I need someone to serve me and manage the operation of this city. If the demon hunters want to continue to exist, they must listen to my commands and learn what survival of the fittest is. A strange bird that was flying around him cawed twice and quickly rushed out of the palace. Many strange birds that looked like him but were much smaller followed him and flew to various areas of the city. These strange birds were Tang Zhen's messengers. They spoke in human voices and passed down Tang Zhen's fate. It didn't take long for the common people within the imperial city to all know of this matter. After the demonic attack, the entire imperial city was covered with corpses and looked like a mess. The entire city fell into chaos, and some bandits took the opportunity to cause trouble, burning, killing, and pillaging without restraint. Just as the people of the imperial city were in despair, the demons that had brought fear to them took the initiative to punish the bandits. There was no need for a trial, and he was killed directly. Originally, the people of the imperial city were filled with fear towards demons and avoided them like the plague. But at this moment, they couldn't help but cheer in their hearts because these demons had indeed done a good thing. Similarly, there were also many people who felt that their opportunity had arrived after hearing Tang Zhen's order. With the end of the imperial power, the entire world would be controlled by demons, and the original structure would definitely change. If they could seize this opportunity, they would definitely be able to obtain power and wealth, completely changing their original fate. There were many things that some people disdained to do. Some people didn't know if they should do it, but there were also many people who were willing to do it. After making up their minds, they quickly rushed to the palace, even if it was the lair of the demons. There were civilians, officials, and demon hunters among them. After they entered the palace, they successfully met Tang Zhen and expressed their loyalty to him. As Tang Zhen had said earlier, he gave these people the corresponding rights. Tang Zhen had also dispatched demonic guards to protect the safety of these people and to deter those who disobeyed his orders. In just half a day's time, the imperial city had resumed its operations, and the traces of the war were constantly being erased. The terrified people gradually calmed down and did what they had to do. The war was over, but as long as people were alive, life had to go on. The Monster Hunter Construction Union, which had resumed its operations, was now given a new task, which was to investigate anything related to the former state preceptor. Once they obtained useful clues, they would be rewarded handsomely from the royal treasury, which was enough to make them as rich as a country. It was the same for the government and the armies in various places. They all received the same mission. They mobilized the power of the entire nation to search for the true body of the deranged godly spirit at all costs. Unless he hid underground and never showed his face, he would be exposed sooner or later. Chapter 3070 Sovereign Descent 1 The deranged god had made use of his advantage of being one step ahead to set up a trap in advance to deal with Tang Zhen. With the help of the royal family, he could mobilize troops from all over the world and gather all the demon hunters in the world. Such a terrifying force was enough to destroy a country, and no force could resist it. No one knew that such a large-scale deployment was only for one person. Under such a situation, the chances of killing Tang Zhen would be over 90%. When a tiger falls into the sun, it will be bullied by dogs, and so will the gods. However, the other party also knew that Tang Zhen was not an ordinary person. He would not be killed so easily. Therefore, he had made a second preparation, which was to remove the shell of the golden cicada and completely hide his whereabouts. With this arrangement, even if Tang Zhen was able to track him, he did not need to worry about his safety. Since both sides were suppressed by the rules, the deranged god could take the risk and try to kill Tang Zhen. But although the deranged god was deranged, he was no fool. In fact, he was extremely cunning. If he was unable to kill Tang Zhen even after gathering all the martial forces in the world, how could he kill Tang Zhen under the situation where his strength was limited? The best way was to escape. One thing was for sure. The deranged god would definitely be observing and commanding in the dark when they were intercepting Tang Zhen. However, he had changed his identity and had hidden himself very well, so it was very difficult for others to notice. When they confirmed that the operation had failed, they would hide in the sea of people and not leave any traces. It seemed to be extremely ingenious, but it would also allow the pursuer to lock onto the area of activity, thus increasing the risk of exposure. In the face of the pursuit of the entire world, it was definitely not an easy thing to hide without leaving any traces. This was the advantage of being in power. With just one word, countless people would work for him. With the flow of feng shui, it was now Tang Zhen who controlled the world and was called the Demon Emperor. He used the highest authority in the mortal world to deal with the mad god and search the whole world. This was only one of Tang Zhen's goals. In fact, he had another goal. That was to use the power of the entire country to build the special buildings he needed to help him escape from this world. If Tang Zhen had the power of a god, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble and would be able to complete what he wanted to do with a thought. However, under the current circumstances, he could only use the power of mortals to build the runic magic circle he needed. Therefore, it was absolutely necessary to attack the Imperial City and control the power of the entire world. Although the Imperial City was already under control, there were still many places in the world that refused to acknowledge the rule of the Demon Emperor. They all declared their independence and called Tang Zhen a traitor. They announced that they would form an alliance to kill him and restore the imperial rule. In addition to the ordinary officials and armies, many demon hunters also participated in this. They were obviously unable to accept the fact that they were ruled by demons. The headquarters of the demon hunters that targeted the Imperial City, on the other hand, publicly announced that they were leaving and would no longer accept the other party's command. He looked like he had integrity. As for what he was planning, outsiders had no way of knowing. Tang Zhen would point out such places and order the troops of the monster race and demon race to surround them. Those who had not experienced the battle of the Imperial City would never know how terrifying these demons were, including those rebel demon hunters. They thought that they were just ordinary demons, but they did not know that after Tang Zhen had enlightened them, these demons were all equivalent to demon kings. Back when the demon race was at its peak, there was not a single demon king for decades. One could imagine how difficult it was to become a demon king. However, Tang Zhen's enlightenment had allowed tens of thousands of wild beasts to awaken their intelligence. Furthermore, they had transformed into demons overnight. The world's situation had changed. If they still did not know how to be flexible, they would be eliminated sooner or later. In the following days, the world welcomed another great change. All the mountains, rivers, and lakes were occupied by demon kings. They had their own territories and forbade mortals from approaching them. If someone didn't listen to the advice and entered without permission, they would definitely die. Fortunately, other than their territory, the demons never attacked or harassed the human race, which made the people nearby feel relieved. Later, when he asked around, he found out that it was an order from the demon emperor to protect the interests of the human race. This change in imperial power did not have much of an impact on the people in the foreign lands. In fact, they had even obtained many benefits. For example, the tax revenue had been greatly reduced, and the various policies that had received the support of the people had been smoothly implemented by the local governments. Because the implementation was in place and the efficiency was extremely high, it attracted the praise of the people. In addition, the demons were under control and no longer wreaked havoc in the human world, so the people's lives were better. Under such circumstances, the demon emperor received more and more support, and the voices of opposition became fewer and fewer. On the other hand, the days of those places that had declared independence were becoming more and more difficult, and the whole city was full of complaints. This was because the demons in these places were following Tang Zhen's orders and surrounding the city. The demon king would also send people to announce that the main reason for besieging the city was because they were fighting against the rule of the demon emperor. This was only a warning. If they didn't surrender within the time limit, they would attack the city. After the city was broken through, no one would be left alive. Because of the demon king's warning, the people in the rebelling city were in a state of panic, and many people demanded to surrender. The demon hunters and the army went out of the city to fight, but they were forced to abandon their armor and were no match for the demons. The strength of the magical beasts, coupled with the heavy losses, caused the demon hunters to gradually lose their confidence. He thought to himself, if the Yaomo really attacked the city, would they be able to defend? The rebels were worried, and the people were also suffering. As the magical beasts had surrounded the city, the supply of resources had been cut off, causing the food in the city to be extremely scarce. Due to the suddenness of the incident, the water and food reserves of these cities could not last for too long. Food was the most important thing to the people, and if the source of food was cut off, it would inevitably lead to chaos. Even if the demon hunters and the military took action, they could only stabilize the situation for a while, and could not solve the root of the problem. As time passed, chaos would still break out. In the face of such a dangerous situation, the demon hunters who had insisted on their independent judgment were now in a mess. They were no match for the powerful demons, and the food crisis in the city could not be solved. Even if they could hold on for a period of time, if they could not think of a solution, they would still be unable to escape the end of the city being destroyed and people dying. They wanted to surrender, but they were worried about being punished. They had no choice but to negotiate with the demons, hoping that they would be pardoned. He had thought that the Yaomo would not agree, but the result was unexpected. Things were surprisingly smooth. The demons promised that as long as the rebels surrendered immediately, they would be spared from punishment. If they were stubborn, they would be severely punished. At this time, whether or not they believed in the integrity of the demons, the rebels had to make a choice. In the following period of time, the cities that had declared independence chose to surrender. The killing that they were worried about did not happen. The demons did keep their promise. Not only did they let the rebels go, but they also made proper arrangements for them. At the same time, the imperial city will send people to take over control of the city and restore normal operations. However, even with such loose conditions, there were still some stubborn people who refused to surrender to the imperial city. When the deadline arrived, the troops of the monster race and demon race immediately launched their attacks and easily conquered the cities that refused to surrender. The traitor had no power to resist and was killed in the first exchange. They could not believe that there was such a huge gap between their strength and that of the demons. However, the people in the city suffered. They were deceived and fooled by the rebels and followed them in refusing to surrender. In the end, after the city was broken through, the demons massacred everyone and left no survivors. The once glorious city had become a ghost city overnight. The news shocked the entire world. This method of killing the chicken to warn the monkeys made the people aware of the horror of the monster army. At the same time, they were more in awe of the monster emperor. After a month, the world finally regained its peace, and the lives of the people became more prosperous. At this moment, the demon emperor issued a new order, causing a lot of discussion among the people. Chapter 3071 Super Engineering 1. The many years of accumulation in the royal treasury had been cleared out by Tang Zhen to carry out his huge plan. The total amount of wealth was shocking. Before accurate statistics were made, no one could believe that the royal family was so rich. In truth, the main reason was that the many years of peace and stability had caused the treasury's income to constantly increase. Although they could not enjoy all of it, the royal family did not want to benefit the people, so the tax revenue continued to increase. In the end, the mountain-like wealth, including the entire world, all went to Tang Zhen for nothing. However, Tang Zhen was completely uninterested in the money of the mortal world and treated it like dirt. However, to carry out the escape plan, a huge amount of money was a necessary condition. In a situation where one's cultivation base was suppressed, money, which was supreme in the eyes of mortals, might be able to display a similar power. He had money, power, and sufficient manpower. Since all the conditions had been met, Tang Zhen would naturally act immediately and not waste any time. As for tracking the real body of the deranged god, they could do it at the same time without interfering with each other. Tang Zhen's many informers, be it mortals, demon hunters, or those demons, were all paying attention to and collecting relevant information. As long as there was a trace, they would mobilize a huge force and dig 3 feet deep to track it. With the demon emperor's order, dozens of cities in the world began to build super buildings at the same time. The royal family had sent a team of inspectors to direct the construction throughout the process. No mistakes were allowed. These buildings covered a large area and had strange shapes. Each building required nearly 100,000 people. The problem was that no one knew the specific use of such a huge building. The outside world was speculating about the true purpose of these buildings, and the answers were varied. Some said it was a prison, some said it was a mausoleum, and some outrageous guys said it was a passage to another world. No matter how the outside world guessed, the imperial family did not give an explanation, and no one knew the reason. Although it was a project supervised by the royal family, it did not harm the interests of the people. When hiring people, they were also paid enough. The construction materials also needed to be purchased from the public, which fed a large number of merchants and civilians. Due to the reason of fairness and justice, the people signed up to work and improve their lives. If the project could last for 8 to 10 years, it would definitely benefit the people and drive the rapid development of the economy. On the other hand, those who were more knowledgeable could tell the purpose of these super buildings and guessed that they were a super large runic magic circle. If that was the case, it would be too shocking. Ordinary runic magic circles use the flat ground as the base of the formation. Slightly larger runic magic circles could make use of towns, mountains, and rivers. However, such a runic magic circle was a huge project that could not be completed just by wanting to build it. He had to have money, power, and manpower. At the same time, he had to have the corresponding means to ensure that the runic magic circle could operate. However, it was unimaginable to try to build a runic magic circle with the world as the base. Not only did it require a massive amount of resources, but it also had extremely high requirements for the person who set it up. There must not be any mistakes. As time went by, more and more cultivators had confirmed that these super buildings that were being built at the same time definitely had magical abilities. The people became more and more respectful and worshipful of the demon emperor, who controlled the supreme power of the world and unified tens of thousands of demon kings. Not to mention the function of the runic magic circle, the demon emperor's courage and ability alone were enough to be passed down through the ages. As time passed, a year passed in the blink of an eye. The world became more and more peaceful, and there were no more demons and devils that attacked the people. The common people already knew that as long as they did not enter the territory of the Yaomo, they would not be harmed. Because of the good weather, the crops grew more and more prosperous, and the grain production increased and the harvest was bountiful. Many people realized that the environment seemed to be getting better and their bodies were getting lighter. Even mortals could sense the abnormality, let alone cultivators and demon hunters. As the world changed, the profession of a demon hunter had slowly become history. There were 66,000 spiritual lands in the world, and every one of them had the territory of a demon king. Each demon king was extremely powerful. Even the most powerful demon hunter was no match for these demons and could be said to be avoiding them like the plague. Under such circumstances, if he continued to act as a demon hunter, he would simply be courting death. The demon hunters had changed their jobs one after another to participate in the royal construction project, and it was a very popular job. There were some special tasks that ordinary people couldn't complete, but cultivators were the best candidates. After they were hired, they would receive a generous reward, which was much safer than hunting demons. Most importantly, during the construction process, one would have the opportunity to learn a lot of profound knowledge, which would be of great help to cultivation. These super buildings supervised by the royal family had become the holy land in the eyes of cultivators, hiding too many secrets. Some knowledgeable demon hunters would rather stay at the construction site and learn without getting paid. These cultivators knew very well that if they were in any other place, they would not have the opportunity to learn no matter what price they paid. While the construction of the super project was ongoing, the search for the deranged god had never stopped. Although the demon hunters had lost their jobs, they were now under the management of the royal family and were receiving a generous salary. They were in charge of guarding a region, collecting all kinds of special materials, and finding the true body of the mad god. While the superstructure was under construction, the search work was not delayed at all, both openly and secretly. In order to get rich rewards, these demon hunters had indeed done their best, and they would not let go of any clues. But so far, countless clues had been found, but none of them had anything to do with the mad god. Thinking about it, it was normal. With the other party's cunning, how could they easily leave clues? This kind of tracking was not meaningless. The process of continuous filtering and elimination was closing the distance between him and the truth. Under the screening of many large nets, no matter how well hidden they were, they would be exposed sooner or later. Although there was no result, Tang Zhen was not in a hurry. The only valuable items on the mad god were the 3 world seeds. They were dispensable to Tang Zhen. He had a divine kingdom in his mind. Even if he obtained the 3 world seeds, he would only merge them into his divine kingdom. The benefit of doing this was that he could expand the area of his divine kingdom and reduce the consumption of divine source. This could only be considered a side benefit. The main reason for hunting him down was naturally the information that the deranged god had, and the punishment for the scheme against him. If the mad god was still not found by the time the super runic magic circle was completed, he could only consider himself lucky. Tang Zhen was not someone who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He would definitely not waste too much of his time because of such a fellow. He still had important things to do, such as the 3 original spirit treasures, which would take some time to find. It was best for the deranged god to pray every day that he could hide for a long time and not be found before Tang Zhen left. If he could hide it, he could be free and unfettered. But if he was found, even if a true god descended, the mad god would die without a doubt. In the end, it turned out that the mad god's luck was not particularly good. Chapter 3072 The place of hiding. 1. The afternoon sun was unusually hot, and the heat waves were so hot that they seemed to be able to roast people. The long street was still bustling with people. Even though the heat was unbearable, it did not affect the operation of the city. Because of the construction of the superstructures, this small town that was originally not very popular had become more and more lively. If one were to stand on the streets and look into the distance, one would be able to see a huge building standing on the crown of the tree. In the midst of the rising heat waves, it gave people a feeling of being ethereal, as if it was the palace of a god. The exterior of the building was like a triangular spire, with huge runes engraved on it, covered and inlaid with gold foil and gems. Everything else aside, just the gold, silver, and jewelry alone could be said to be priceless. Under the sunlight, the light of the building was abnormally dazzling, making people not dare to look at it directly. Looking at the pedestrians on the long street, 7 or 8 out of 10 of them were outsiders who had gotten the opportunity to eat because of the existence of the super building. The owner of a noodle restaurant stood under the shade, looking at the pedestrians coming and going. Wondering if he should work a little longer at night. The Demon Emperor Kai gave the order to completely remove the curfew and allow people to travel freely at night. It was for this reason that the originally deathly silent night had become increasingly lively. When night fell, people who could only sleep began to get used to strolling on the streets, which also gave the merchants more opportunities to make money. The commoners earned more, so they naturally spent more. Everyone's lives were getting better and better. Just as he was thinking about this, he saw a few figures walking down the street. They looked very strange. The owner of the noodle restaurant was sure that the other party was not a resident nearby. It was normal for outsiders to appear, because with the appearance of the super building, many outsiders would come here to make a living. The owner of the noodle shop didn't mind and continued to ponder about his own business. But at this moment, the other party walked over and sat at the table of the noodle restaurant. The owner of the noodle restaurant naturally had to serve the guests and ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. What they wanted to eat. The customer ordered a few dishes at random and went to the back of the noodle restaurant to take a look. His behavior seemed a little unusual. The noodle shop owner didn't care too much as he was on a busy street and wasn't afraid of being killed. When he came to the stove, the owner of the noodle restaurant was about to cook noodles when he saw people walking by on the street from time to time. They all entered the shops on the side of the road in groups of 3 to 5, then stayed where they were, unwilling to leave. The owner of the noodle shop was suspicious. He felt that these people had come from an improper place and wondered if he should inform the government. The current government was different from the past. They could be considered honest and upright, and they were extremely efficient. In some special departments, there were even demon hunters and magical beasts working together. This was definitely something that had never happened before. If they were evil people with ill intentions, they had to report it to the officials immediately and arrest them all. Otherwise, not only would others be harmed, but it was also very likely to affect himself. While he was thinking about this, the noodle shop owner suddenly realized that there were patrolling soldiers on the street again. Unlike usual, these soldiers were fully armed, as if they were going to war. Not good. The noodle shop owner was on high alert. First, a group of strange strangers appeared, and then a fully armed soldier appeared. This meant that something was about to happen. He just didn't know what the relationship between these strangers and the soldiers was. If the two sides were officials and bandits, once a war broke out, it was very likely that the fish in the moat would be affected. However, at this moment, the owner of the noodle shop had no choice. The only thing he could do was to stay alert and avoid danger in time. If possible, it was best to stay far away and return to the noodle restaurant after the matter was over. The vigilant owner of the noodle shop couldn't help but become more nervous and began to dawdle on purpose. Sensing the boss's strange behavior, the few of them turned around and glanced at him with a hint of coldness in their eyes. The owner of the noodle shop, who was feeling guilty, forced a smile. "Just do your job and don't care about other things," a man said softly. His serious and cold eyes made the owner of the noodle restaurant feel a touch of fear. At the same time, a sign was revealed. From the pattern on it, it was clearly a secret agent of the government. Yes, the boss of the noodle shop lowered his head. He suddenly felt much more relaxed. Boom! The sound of heavy footsteps could be heard, as if a huge object was slowly approaching the noodle restaurant. Unable to suppress his curiosity, the noodle shop owner looked outside again, but he was so frightened that he almost cried out. The originally lively streets had been sealed off without anyone knowing, and there were no longer any pedestrians. Fully armed soldiers stood on both sides of the street, as if they were on guard. Even at the entrance of his noodle shop, there were also several soldiers standing there, the bayonets on their flintlocks shining with a cold light. A few diners from the government slowly stood up and looked around like eagles. In addition to the changes in the street, on the roofs of the surrounding buildings, there were also figures appearing. From their attire, it was clear that they were cultivators, who were once demon hunters. However, at this moment, these demon hunters were followed by ferocious-looking demons. Like the demon hunters, they had obvious symbols on their bodies, indicating that they were public servants of the government. Such a large-scale battle frightened the noodle restaurant owner so much that he felt a chill all over his body. He didn't know what to do at all. The only thing he could do was to keep his mouth shut and keep an eye on the changes on the street. A huge black shadow slowly appeared at the end of the street. It was a huge tiger demon with a sharp horn on its head and sharp bone spikes on its back. It even had a pair of strange wings under its ribs. Behind Hu Yao, there were 12 tall figures in golden armor. Each of them carried a giant axe on their shoulders. The owner of the noodle shop only took a glance at it and felt his chest tighten as if he couldn't breathe. The most eye-catching target was the purple-robed figure sitting behind the tiger-like waist. His facial features were as sharp as a knife, and as his eyes flickered, there seemed to be a flash of lightning. Demon Emperor. After seeing the tiger demon, the noodle shop owner immediately guessed the identity of the visitor. The shock in his heart was indescribable. Never in his dreams did he expect that the legendary Demon King would appear on this street. It was no wonder that there were these mysterious officers who had entered the store in advance to investigate and had fully armed soldiers guarding the streets. This was a necessary procedure for a demon emperor to travel, and there was absolutely no room for any negligence. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, they even dispatched demons and cultivators from the special department to protect them in secret, as expected of the demon emperor. He actually brought such a big team for a single trip. The owner of the noodle shop sighed to himself, but soon he had doubts in his mind. The demon emperor was rich and controlled more than 66,000 demon kings in the world. Why would he come to such a small place? Could it be that something big was going to happen here? Just as this thought rose in his mind, he saw that Hu Yao had already arrived in front of the noodle restaurant and slowly stopped. At this moment, the street was dead silent. The originally scorching sun could not make people feel warm. Instead, it gave rise to waves of coldness. The onlookers' bodies trembled slightly, and their scalps were also faintly numb. Dark clouds came from nowhere and slowly gathered in the sky above them, as thick as a mountain. The lightning snaked through the dark clouds, as if it would strike the top of their heads in the next second. Chapter 3073. Before leaving, 1. The atmosphere on the deathly silent street was extremely oppressive. It was as if a volcano was about to erupt and a storm was coming, making it difficult for people to breathe normally. Everyone knew that something big was about to happen. However, no one knew exactly what was going on. They could only wait and observe silently. The owner of the noodle shop and the other people were all secretly worried that they would be implicated. However, looking at the current situation, it was impossible to avoid it. He could only wait and see how the situation developed. The gazes of the people on the street all fell on Tang Zhen. They were filled with curiosity and wanted to see what this famous demon emperor was up to. On the opposite street, the door of a shop slowly opened, and someone slowly walked out. Looking at his appearance, he was clearly a young man. The owner of the noodle shop was slightly stunned. He knew this young man. He was an apprentice from the opposite shop. It was said that he came from the countryside and was a very honest child who was usually quiet. However, the young man's expression today was completely different from his usual self, which filled the noodle shop owner with doubts. In the middle of the heavily guarded street, the young man was silent. He only quietly looked at Tang Zhen, who was in the middle of the street. The complicated look in his eyes did not seem like that of a young man, but more like that of an old man who had experienced many vicissitudes of life. He seemed to have something to say, but he hesitated and did not speak. After a while, he suddenly laughed. He laughed very happily and seemed to be unscrupulous. Tang Zhen did not say anything. He merely quietly looked at the young man, allowing the other party to laugh wildly without any restraint. It was as if satisfying the requests of the prisoners before execution would make them die more happily. After laughing for a few minutes, the young man then looked at Tang Zhen, his expression becoming somewhat sinister. "You're quite capable. I've hidden so deeply, but you still managed to find me." His words were filled with emotion and disappointment. "It has nothing to do with methods. It's just that your luck has been exhausted and it's time for you to be unlucky," Tang Zhen softly said. It was as though he did not see the intense unwillingness of the young man. "I only need another 100 years, and I'll be able to shed my mortal body and become a true god. It's a pity that I'm still one step away." The young man fiercely stared at Tang Zhen. He stretched out his hand and roared, "Else because of you that the current situation is created. You outer realm gods are indeed all extremely hateful." After saying a few words, the young man began to talk nonsense. No one understood what he was saying. However, his expression had become deranged and twisted, no different from a real madman. Among the people present, perhaps only Tang Zhen could understand what the feelings of the mad god were. In order for him to become a god, he did not care about the price and schemed against more than one true god. In order to realize his plan to become a god, he had even gone to the extent of losing his mind and snatched 3 world seeds. His extreme actions meant that he had completely cut off all ties with the extreme spiritual realm, and he would definitely be hunted down. But even so, in the end, he still did not get what he wanted. The hatred in his heart could not be described with words. No wonder he revealed such a crazy and twisted attitude. On the other hand, Tang Zhen on the opposite side had an indifferent expression. Ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, Tang Zhen had encountered countless enemies, and the mad god was just one of them. Tang Zhen had met more than one lunatic like him, and his final outcome was even more miserable. Winner takes all, this was how it was. When he first arrived, Tang Zhen had been successfully killed by the mad god. He would have been a pile of bones by now. "Are you done with your nonsense?" Tang Zhen looked at the deranged god and asked in a cold tone. The other party laughed coldly, as if he did not hear her at all. He just kept repeating the strange words. "Capture him and bring him back to the imperial city." Tang Zhen gave the order, and the guards beside him immediately moved to place the deranged god into a special cage. Looking at their appearance, it was as if they were facing a great enemy. Tang Zhen personally led the team and meticulously planned the capture. All the participants were elites. Little did he know that the deranged god was just an ordinary person. Perhaps the things in his brain were comparable to a nuclear bomb, but his physical fitness was trash. Tang Zhen didn't even need to make a move. Any ordinary demon hunter would be able to easily subdue him. This was the price to pay for becoming a god. It was destined to be filled with hardships and dangers. Once they failed, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. It didn't take long for the streets to return to normal. The owner of the noodle restaurant woke up from his sleep and looked around in confusion, not understanding why he had suddenly fallen asleep. Could it be that I've been doing too many business at night recently and my body is too tired? The owner of the noodle shop thought about this and glanced at the shop across the street that had been open for decades. Looking at the busy waiters, the owner of the noodle shop felt that something was wrong, as if someone was missing. Who's missing? The owner of the noodle shop frowned and pondered for a long time, but he couldn't figure out who was missing. I should have remembered wrongly, Yingluo. The owner of the noodle shop thought to himself. At the same time, he looked at the passers-by on the street, wondering if he should work a little longer at night. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, several years had passed. Because of the demon emperor's rule, all walks of life prospered and developed, and the lives of the people became better and better. The super buildings that the demon emperor had invested a lot of money to build when he ascended the throne had been completed one after another. Although they still didn't know what the purpose of these buildings was, the people clearly felt the benefits. In the words of demon hunters, the concentration of heaven and earth energy today was more than 10 times that of the old era. Because of the increase in world energy, ordinary people's bodies would become stronger, and they would rarely be infected with all kinds of diseases. The strength of the cultivators improved by leaps and bounds, and the original cultivation bottlenecks disappeared without a sound. There were more and more children with cultivation foundations, which was clearly due to the influence of the revival of spirit qi. After enjoying enough benefits, both the people and the cultivators were full of respect for the demon emperor. However, it was also because of this that more and more people were curious about what the purpose of the super building was. A few years later, something strange happened to those mysterious buildings. According to historical records, it was noon, and the sun was supposed to be high in the sky. But in the blink of an eye, the sky turned unusually dark, as if night had fallen early. Just as the people were at a loss, thick pillars of light shot into the sky, tearing the dark night sky apart. The people who were shocked by this scene quickly looked around for the reason, only to find that these light pillars came from the super building. The super building was like the sun, emitting a blinding light that no one dared to look at. What happened next shocked the audience. A strange scene appeared in the dark sky. The clouds and mist changed, revealing the real outer space. There were many holes that looked like honeycombs floating in the universe. The stars in the sky had disappeared without a trace. A pair of cold and emotionless eyes were looking down from above, as if he was observing an ant. Seeing this scene, both mortals and cultivators immediately began to doubt the truth of the world. At the same time, a loud sound suddenly rang out, and the darkness that enveloped the world was completely dispelled. After the darkness dissipated, a huge cave appeared in the sky, as it had torn a hole in the sky. Chapter 3074 The battle to break the seal. The sky caved in and a passage appeared. In just a blink of an eye, Tang Zhen had left this special world. When he completed the separation, the transport he was on kept rolling, as if it had completely lost control. Although his posture was not elegant, at this critical moment, he could not care about these things. The most important thing was to completely break free from the restraints and turn over a new leaf like a trapped dragon in the sea. The function of the super building was to gather the energy of heaven and earth, and then break the seal of this world in an instant. The moment he broke through, he activated a special teleportation array and sent Tang Zhen away from this world. Like a cannon firing, it formed an extremely high speed and sent Tang Zhen to the gap. It sounded simple, but it was extremely difficult to operate. It took 10 years for Tang Zhen to complete all the deployment. No mistakes were allowed during this period. What could have been easily done had become extremely difficult under the influence of the laws of this world. Although the success rate was as high as 90%, Tang Zhen still did not dare to lower his guard in case any problems occurred along the way. Sure enough, at the last second, the teleportation failed, causing Tang Zhen to almost deviate from the escape channel. Fortunately, Tang Zhen was very experienced. He corrected the error and successfully retreated from the tunnel. Tang Zhen's suppressed cultivation base instantly recovered the moment he charged out of the passage. The pressure of a god rippled in all directions. There was a long howl, and the surrounding space instantly burst into flames, turning the sky into a fiery red. Due to a moment of carelessness, Tang Zhen had been sealed in a special world by his consciousness form for more than 10 years. To a god, 10 years was just an instant. It was insignificant. However, the enmity had already been formed, and he could not let it go. This special form of consciousness did not have human emotions and did not know how to adapt. He didn't know anger or gratitude. Even if Tang Zhen didn't pursue the matter, his consciousness body wouldn't appreciate the benefits of Tang Zhen. On the contrary, it would think of imprisoning him again. When facing such a guy, they could just start fighting. The moment Tang Zhen broke the seal, his consciousness body appeared and stared at him without blinking. His consciousness body was not surprised by Tang Zhen's breakthrough, as if it was not a big deal. Since he had escaped, he would lock him up again. The other party used the same old trick and wanted to seal Tang Zhen again, but the result was unsuccessful. During these years, Tang Zhen had carefully studied the means of the higher consciousness form to prevent himself from falling for it again. With Tang Zhen's experience and many years of pondering, he had already broken the other party's technique. In the next moment, Tang Zhen retaliated and easily tore through the consciousness body. The other party was not a god, but he had the strength of a god, but he was greatly lacking in some aspects. Most of the abilities that he relied on were inborn and had not gone through any training. For example, experience, knowledge, the use of rune spells, methods, and wisdom. Roar, a consciousness form made up of various unknown substances, was not so easy to kill. After being torn apart, it would gather back together again. As it roared, it charged at Tang Zhen once again, and a terrifying pressure assaulted Tang Zhen. It was as if it wanted to flatten Tang Zhen and throw him back into the cage to continue suppressing him. How could Tang Zhen let the other party have his way? His body suddenly expanded by tens of thousands of times as he waved his fist and smashed at the consciousness entity. This punch was very impressive. A passage opened on the fist, connecting to the divine kingdom in his mind. As long as his fist came into contact with his higher consciousness form, he could use the rules of the divine kingdom in his mind to cause a fatal impact on his target. As expected, after the punch landed, his higher consciousness body started to struggle as if it was seriously frightened. However, it was to no avail. The body of the higher consciousness form instantly crumbled, unable to regather. The shattered parts were absorbed by Tang Zhen's fist and sent into the divine kingdom in his mind before being suppressed and sealed. He must have sensed the fatal danger as his consciousness continued to dodge, afraid that he would be attacked by Tang Zhen again. Tang Zhen followed closely behind, and his attacks came one after another. His higher consciousness body had nowhere to run. He could only rush into the cave above and disappear in an instant. As the ultimate consciousness born from a planet, it had a unique advantage. It could be said that the entire planet would be controlled by the other party. Fortunately, his higher consciousness form was different from humans. His body could not act according to how his brain thought. Although it wasn't that serious, the situation was just as dangerous. He saw that the originally spacious cave was actually like a squirming intestine, continuously squeezing over. It was not just the rock walls, there was also a liquid of unknown material that quickly froze like ice. In the blink of an eye, it had already fused with the rock wall. Tang Zhen's speed was fast to the extreme. He relied on his extremely powerful reaction speed to rapidly pass through this special region that was less than 100 meters in distance. He was always able to avoid the danger of being sealed in ice in the blink of an eye. Every time, it was extremely dangerous. Along the way, they encountered some monsters that seemed to have gone crazy and launched suicidal attacks on Tang Zhen. He didn't need to think to know that these monsters had been affected by his consciousness and had made Tang Zhen their target. He risked his life to intercept and kill Tang Zhen. Seeing that more and more monsters were blocking his way, Tang Zhen had no way to avoid them and could only open the entrance to the divine kingdom. There were advantages and disadvantages to this. The advantage was that they could quickly clear the monsters ahead, but the disadvantage was that once the monsters entered the god's kingdom, they might bring unnecessary trouble. However, the divine kingdom in his mind was a place where Tang Zhen set the rules and did not allow outsiders to act presumptuously. In just an instant, a vortex appeared in front of Tang Zhen, devouring everything that was in his way. This vortex was the sharpest blade in the world. No matter how hard a material was, it would be cut in half the moment it came into contact with it. At the same time, it also had an extremely strong devouring power. It could even directly devour an entire continent. Tang Zhen left behind a dark passage wherever he went, and nothing was left behind. It then left a void that spread in all directions and devoured everything around it. This was Tang Zhen's counterattack. If they couldn't clear this void passage in time, the entire planet would be swallowed. Tang Zhen's actions were naturally sensed by his consciousness. However, he did not have the ability to stop it. The two sides chased and fled all the way. Finally, they rushed out of the ground, and then set off a huge wave. As the earth-shattering sounds rang out, huge cracks appeared on the planet that was already filled with honeycomb-like holes. Burn! Tang Zhen extended his hand and pointed. The surface of the entire planet was suddenly ignited by intense flames. There were no flames on this planet. The divine source that was burning at this moment actually came from Tang Zhen. Looking at this kind of attack, it was like injuring 800 of the enemy and losing 1,000 of their own. It might seem like he was at a disadvantage, but Tang Zhen was completely able to endure it. It was because the divine source consumed did not come from the divine kingdom in his mind, but from the body of the crazy god. He had sealed all of his own accumulation and the leftovers of the god's corpse into his own body. All of this was so that one day, he could become a god and immediately absorb the divine source, allowing his strength to advance by leaps and bounds. However, it had become Tang Zhen's war trophy today. Moreover, he was using it without caring about the cost. What he wanted to do was to use the raging flames to boil and refine this planet. Chapter 3075 An exchange. 1. Tang Zhen's actions were only to force his consciousness to manifest. This planet was the nest of his higher consciousness form. When he fought on his home ground, he would definitely have a considerable advantage. As long as his consciousness was willing, he could hide like a god in his god kingdom and Tang Zhen would not be able to find his traces. Under such circumstances, Tang Zhen could only resort to this. The seemingly passive means actually had quite a good destructive effect. Even if they could not force the mad god out, they could still cause some damage to the planet. It was as if a bandit had broken into a house and could not find a hidden target, so they tore down the house before they evacuated. Even if he couldn't achieve his goal, he still had to make the enemy suffer some losses. Of course, Tang Zhen was not a bandit. His consciousness form was not a good person either. Otherwise, he would not have imprisoned Tang Zhen the moment they met. As the origin source fire burned, the various objects on the planet had already melted into lava in an instant. This was only the beginning. The lava spread rapidly in all directions and continued to go deeper and deeper. The holes became a channel for the lava to pour out, flowing into the depths of the Earth's core. In a short period of time, the area within 10,000 li turned into a sea of fire, like a burning bright star in the universe. The celestial body that was originally just like a planet actually began to transform into a star under Tang Zhen's operation. Once the entire planet was completely ignited by Tang Zhen, it would be extremely difficult to extinguish it again. It was also a very dangerous thing for the planet's consciousness, which could lead to its deterioration or death. Tang Zhen wanted to see how long his consciousness body could hide and whether it would remain indifferent in the face of his destruction. However, the thought process of a higher consciousness body was completely different from that of an ordinary living being. Even Tang Zhen was unable to predict what kind of reaction the other party would have. The flames were still burning. If one were to observe from above, they would see that the sea of fire was spreading rapidly and had already devoured half of the planet. Occasionally, there would be some areas where the flames would suddenly go out or be swallowed by the earth. He didn't even need to guess to know that it was his higher consciousness body that was trying to put out the fire. However, the effect was minimal. It would even cause more violent turbulence in the core of the earth, and huge bubbles would constantly pop and explode. The indigenous creatures were in deep trouble. No matter what methods they used, they could not escape the burning of the origin source fire. However, in the blink of an eye, it had already turned into nothingness. Although the damage was significant, the rate of consumption was not slow. The divine source left behind by the deranged god was rapidly decreasing. Even so, Tang Zhen's speed did not decrease. It was as though he would not stop until he forced the other party out. Looking at the surface of the planet, the melting lava had already eroded deeper and deeper. If this continued, the underground world would also be affected. At that time, the underground world would also be swallowed by the flames, and not even a blade of grass would be left. The higher consciousness form might not care about the various monsters on this planet. After all, these things were born from nature. However, the underground world in the center of the planet should have a very important meaning to the body of consciousness. Once the underground world was threatened, his consciousness body would definitely jump out and try to resist Tang Zhen's destruction. When Tang Zhen thought up to this point, he immediately drove the origin raging flames and headed straight to the core of the planet. Perhaps it had sensed Tang Zhen's intentions, but the consciousness form that had been hiding and did not dare to show itself started to intercept him. As expected, Tang Zhen sneered. He used his origin flame as a medium to directly detonate the karst cave deep in the Earth's core. A violent explosion rang out, and the ground suddenly caved in, as if an invisible fist was pounding. Then, rolling flames burst out from the ground and rushed up to 10,000 meters in the air. His consciousness was affected by the explosion, but he quickly recovered. After all, this was not an attack connected to his divine kingdom, so the damage it could cause was limited. Even so, his higher consciousness form was still in a very sorry state. He did not dare to take the attack head-on. Tang Zhen locked onto the consciousness form and continued to launch attacks, not giving the other party any chance to catch his breath. His higher consciousness body dodged quickly. The battle between the two of them was like a cat catching a mouse. The ground caved in continuously and terrifying vortexes appeared continuously. Boom! There was another series of earth-shaking rumbles, and the area connecting the Earth's surface to the Earth's core caved in, creating a huge passage. The terrifying tunnel led straight to the Earth's core, and the boiling lava was like a waterfall, falling down madly. Through this passage, one could see that the underground world was currently being baptized by blazing lava. Perhaps it wouldn't take long to burn through the outer shell's defense and destroy this special underground world. It began to use all of its strength in an attempt to stop Tang Zhen's destruction. However, the effect was minimal. At this moment, Tang Zhen had already transformed into a ferocious tiger that had barged into a sheepfold, displaying the true might of a god. The confrontation did not last for long. His consciousness body took the initiative to contact Tang Zhen, hoping that he would stop his attack. He wasn't flustered or exasperated. It was as if he was using a peaceful attitude to discuss an ordinary matter. They didn't look like enemies who had just experienced a life-and-death battle. This was a form of consciousness. It was impossible to use human thinking to judge this special extraordinary creature. Outsider, do not destroy my home. Leave this place immediately. His consciousness body gave an order to Tang Zhen. If you want me to leave, then immediately return what doesn't belong to you. There was no need to go through too much trouble to talk to a special existence like a higher consciousness body. He just had to state his request in a simple manner. Those items don't belong to you. The higher consciousness form's answer was very straightforward. Until now, it still did not want to hand over the world seed. The world seed belongs to my enemy, and it's also the reason why I'm tracking him. Now, I've killed him. You've taken the item that I wanted by force, so from this moment on, you'll be my target and enemy. As long as it's in your hands, the battle between us will not stop until you hand over the world seed. It would take a little more time to agree to the consciousness body exchange. However, Tang Zhen was not in a hurry. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, his higher consciousness body fell into silence. It was obvious that he was thinking about a problem. To be able to make his higher consciousness form think, it showed how important he was. The world seed is very important to me. It can help me change the underground world. I don't want to give it to you. His consciousness body replied, but it was not the answer Tang Zhen wanted. Since you're not willing to hand it over, I'll beat you up until you're willing to. Tang Zhen coldly snorted and was about to continue his attack. We can make a deal, his higher consciousness suggested, and use other things to exchange for the world seed. Tang Zhen nodded, indicating that he could consider it. This method is not unacceptable, but there is a condition. The items used for the exchange must be satisfactory. Tang Zhen had just expressed his agreement when a message was sent over. It was the image of various items. You can choose 3 of these things, and the world seed will belong to me. Tang Zhen swept his eyes over them and swiftly picked out 3 items. A faint joy was revealed on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 3076 The Abandoned Planet and the Space Fortress. 1 Among the items exchanged for his consciousness form, there were 3 original spirit treasures. This was indeed unexpected. After Tang Zhen saw it, he chose to exchange without the slightest hesitation. To Tang Zhen, although the world seed was precious, it was far less practical than the origin spiritual treasure. For example, he had a rifle in his hand, but there were two types of ammunition in front of him, allowing Tang Zhen to choose freely. The first type of ammunition was the world seed. It was equivalent to a normal cannonball and was powerful enough. The problem was that Tang Zhen didn't have a cannon. The world seed couldn't display its greatest value in his hands. The second type of ammunition was the original soul treasure, which was equivalent to a rifle bullet but much less powerful. Tang Zhen did not hesitate and directly chose the rifle bullet because it was more practical. Although a smart person's choice was to take all of them, it was not easy to do it. His consciousness body was forced to compromise with Tang Zhen in order to protect the underground world. If it wasn't for this reason, Tang Zhen could forget about getting anything he wanted from the other party. Actually, destroying this planet was not an easy task. This was because it had enough other things, its size was huge enough, and it was controlled by its consciousness. When hurt, it could save itself, counterattack, and even die with the enemy. Tang Zhen had to use his origin source flame to completely melt the entire planet. Only then would he be able to cut off the source of his body of consciousness. It was just that this kind of operation definitely did not make up for the loss. It would take a long time to operate. After obtaining what he wanted, Tang Zhen coldly snorted. He crossed the sea of clouds and left this world. As he watched Tang Zhen leave, a complicated expression flashed across the consciousness form's huge eyes. Clearly, this special transcendent creature was not without emotions. It was just that it had hidden them well. Looking at the burning planet, his consciousness turned into a huge cover and covered the burning planet. It didn't take long for the flames to die out. The places that were burned by the flames turned pitch black, and the ground was covered in charred rocks. 3 light spots flew out and landed on the scorched earth, and then a miracle happened. The scorched earth was quickly covered by soil and green grass, covering an area of more than 10,000 miles. This was just the beginning. As his higher consciousness manipulated the objects, more and more objects appeared on the land. In the clouds, this new continent was sealed, and the vast universe couldn't be seen. A mysterious crack ran all the way to the core of the planet, connecting with the underground world. Perhaps one day, the residents of the underground world would, accidentally, come to the surface through the cracks. His higher consciousness form seemed to be very satisfied with the changes on the planet's surface. He patrolled around a few times. After floating in the air for a while, his higher consciousness body disappeared. It was unknown where he was hiding. From now on, his higher consciousness form had a new amusement park where he could spy on them in the dark. Tang Zhen was neither in a hurry nor slow as he advanced in the universe. Because he had been chasing after the deranged god, he had been trapped in the underground world for more than 10 years, wasting a lot of time. Fortunately, to deities, this little bit of time was nothing. Moreover, Tang Zhen was not idle. Tang Zhen had seriously pondered over many of the problems in his cultivation and had gained a lot. There was still no result toward those more profound questions. Tang Zhen also did not seriously study them. One had to know that there were some questions that one might not be able to get a clear answer to even after thinking for thousands of years. If he was obsessed with these problems and was unable to extricate himself, it was obviously not suitable for the current Tang Zhen. This kind of meditating cultivation method wasn't suitable for Tang Zhen. He was more suited to grow rapidly in battle and exploration. Even though he had been wandering outside for many years, Tang Zhen had never forgotten his original intention, which was to raise his strength as soon as possible. When he had enough strength, Tang Zhen would return to the Tower World and seek the Yushan general for revenge. After his revenge was over, Tang Zhen would step on the road to becoming a king and pursue an even higher and stronger realm. Only with his own strength could Tang Zhen's cracked territory gain a place in the 4th battle area. This was a long process that required the Lord, Tang Zhen, and the cultivators to work together. Tang Zhen's fighting spirit became increasingly high when he thought of this. In the next moment, a round ball appeared in his hand, and 5 glowing arrowheads floated in the air. It wasn't an ordinary origin spiritual treasure, but a high-grade one that could only be found by chance. The rarer something was, the more precious it would be. It was not easy to obtain it, and one would have to travel an unknown distance. Tang Zhen was not afraid of the distance. As long as he knew the relevant information, he would head there without any hesitation. It was this persistence and courage that allowed Tang Zhen to overcome all the obstacles and gradually step onto the top of the Tower World. From the 3 golden arrowheads, Tang Zhen chose one and quickly moved forward according to the directions. The other 2 black arrowheads represented an extremely dangerous environment. Tang Zhen would definitely need to consider it before deciding whether to go and explore. What followed was another long journey. In the vast sea of stars, a figure kept flashing, and every time, it would travel a distance of 1,000,000 miles. Before he knew it, several months had passed. In the cold sky, a huge ring-shaped object was slowly moving. There were at least a few dozen rings around each other, and they were all spinning at different speeds. The battleships of various sizes patrolling in space had already proven the use of the circular object. It was obviously a war fortress. On the exterior of this battle fortress, there was a huge energy shield. While providing protection, it could also simulate an environment suitable for living creatures. From the variety of equipment shuttling back and forth, it was clear that there were countless residents living in the bastion. Not far from the bastion was another planet, but it looked like it had been destroyed. Terrifying ring-shaped pits covered the entire surface of the planet. The Earth had been completely torn apart, revealing bright red lava. This was a planet of death, and it had encountered a disaster. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that there were countless strange devices operating on this abandoned planet. On the surface of the broken planet, special equipment was drilling here and there, making holes everywhere. The reason why the abandoned planet was so unguarded might be related to this kind of destruction. In the dark outer space, a light suddenly flashed. It brushed past the bastions like a meteor and headed straight for the planet. The defense system immediately issued an alarm, determining that the meteor that had just flown past was a dangerous target. Then, judging from the flight path, he confirmed that the target had landed on an abandoned planet. As the alarm went off, a battleship floating near the bastions headed straight for the abandoned planet. The mission that the battleship received was naturally to search for suspicious targets and find out what had broken into the abandoned planet. To the fleet members, this was just a routine patrol mission. It was common for outsiders to break into the Forbidden Zone, so all they had to do was to expel and imprison them. If he was stubborn, he would destroy it directly. He didn't need to worry about anyone looking for trouble. No one had expected that a normal patrol would suddenly have an unforeseen event. Not long after, bright lights kept flashing on the ruined planet. The battleship in charge of patrolling and searching suddenly lost contact with the headquarters. According to the data analysis, it should have been destroyed. With the danger level rising, the bastions locked onto the abandoned planet and began a comprehensive search. Chapter 3077, Harvesting the Planet. 1. What's going on? Someone from the bastion's upper echelon asked. They didn't communicate through words, but through thoughts. Just like a mobile phone, the content and images of what was to be said were directly transmitted through information currents. They could ignore the limitations of distance and communicate at will, regardless of whether they were standing in front of him or far away. Of course, there were some restrictions to this kind of communication, just like mobile phone numbers. The defense system has detected a suspicious and dangerous target. Patrol Ship 571 has accepted its fate and is heading to Harvest Planet for reconnaissance. Not long ago, the patrol ship had unexpectedly cut off communications. There had been no response since. According to the data analysis, the patrol ship has been destroyed, locking on the last location of the signal source. As the operator replied, he had already locked onto the target, which was located in a huge rift valley. From its appearance, one could tell that the rift valley was not naturally formed, but had been violently destroyed by a powerful weapon. At the edge of the rift, there were many crystallized shells, which proved that this place had once been burned at high temperatures. Similar traces could be said to be everywhere. The surveillance image continued to zoom in and went deep into the rift valley, but it was soon blocked by protruding rocks. All kinds of detection equipment were used, but the effect was minimal, or there was no response at all. The location of the patrol ship's accident belongs to the area of spiritual energy entanglement outbreak. The equipment can't detect it normally at all. Initial suspicion is that the patrol ship has been attacked by the natives. It is recommended to send Reapers deep into the Rift Valley to investigate. After a series of analysis, the operator gave a suggestion. I agree. After the brief exchange, 10 strange-looking spacecraft slowly flew out of the bastion. They were like large mosquitoes, lining up in space. It didn't take long for the spacecraft to approach the destroyed planet and head straight for the deep rift. When they got closer to the ground, they realized that the geographical environment here was far more complicated than they had imagined. After the brutal destruction of the bastions, the entire planet had been abandoned. There was nothing left intact. The original plants and trees had long turned into ashes. If one observed carefully, they would find that this terrifying crack actually crossed through the center of a city. The city had been reduced to ruins. The colors and patterns left behind by the dilapidated walls were a record of the prosperity that had once existed here. Through the data analysis, it could be confirmed that the patrol ship had crashed near the Rift Valley. It was very likely that he had fallen into the abyss at the bottom of the crack, otherwise he would have been seen long ago. Let's enter the crack and continue our investigation. The Reapers were like a swarm of bees. They had a special thinking system. Not only could they carry out tasks alone, but they could also fight in groups. When acting alone, the harvesters will activate their independent thinking mode. When acting in a group, they will activate the group thinking network. The advantage of such a network was that it allowed the participants to form a whole, which would double the reaction speed and combat efficiency. Following the mainframe's orders, the 10 Reapers flew into the crack one by one and dived into the depths of the earth. Along the way, he could see reflections of melted rock crystals that filled the two sides of the Rift Valley. After going a certain distance, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and it was almost impossible to see their own fingers. At this time, the Reapers would activate the lighting equipment and light up the surroundings as if it was daytime. Most of the time, the Reapers would use more advanced detection methods, such as a spirit scan. This kind of scanning method was done by the Reapers' half-bionic brain, which was far more accurate than seeing, hearing, or smelling. However, if he could find a way to counter it and shield himself from the psyche scan, it would lead to an extremely awkward situation. The target was clearly in front of him, but because it was shielded from psychic scanning, the Reaper could not find it at all. In this case, the perception methods of normal creatures such as sight and smell could come in handy. And NBSP, this was the strength of the Reapers. They had more than 10 different perception methods and could fight normally in any environment. However, there was a chaotic magnetic field of spiritual energy deep inside the crack that could block the scanning of mental power. And NBSP, through visual and infrared scanning, the Reapers' descent was rather smooth and they did not encounter any unexpected situations. After some time, a Reaper noticed something unusual. On a platform protruding from the crack, a 1-kilometer-long patrol ship was lying on the ground. Its engine was already out. Through the appearance analysis, they were confirmed to be the search target. The 10 Reapers slowly approached and scanned the patrol ship to confirm if there were any survivors. In the end, there were no signs of life. The operator had disappeared without a trace, and the patrol ship had been severely damaged. Reaper completed the record and continued to search and track in an attempt to obtain more clues. Compared to the surface, the psionic energy at the core was even more chaotic, and it had already severely affected the operation of the Reapers' equipment. Fortunately, even if the combat equipment was turned off, the Reapers could still move normally. They were special weapons made for war and slaughter. And NBSP, very quickly, a Reaper noticed that there was a narrow crack on the rock wall. And NBSP, compared to the Reapers' size, this gap was a little narrow. If it was a native, they would be able to pass through easily. And NBSP, in the end, the Reaper's body suddenly changed and quickly melted. It didn't disappear, but it was changing its appearance at an extremely fast speed. In a short period of time, the Reaper's appearance had become the same as the natives, but it had a huge python-like tail behind it. The originally bloated and huge body had all been transferred to the tail, allowing the Reaper to easily pass through the crack. If necessary, the harvesters' bodies could be flattened or increased in height to adapt to various environmental requirements. As the body transformation was completed, the Reapers entered the crack and continued to move forward. Through the traces left behind along the way, collecting all kinds of pheromones, the harvesters had confirmed one thing. A group of surviving natives had captured and kidnapped the operators of the patrol ship and entered the depths of the crack. It was normal for there to be survivors, as this was a planet with a cultivation civilization. On such a planet, it was common for powerful indigenous residents to appear, or for them to possess all sorts of defensive measures. He'd managed to survive the Bastion's attacks. The Reapers' mission was to clear out the survivors and ensure the Bastion's harvest of the planet was not affected. But the question was, what did the survivors do to destroy the powerful patrol ship? And NBSP, with a lot of doubt, the Reapers continued to move forward, only to find that the crack was too deep. Even after advancing 10 kilometers, they still did not reach the end. Instead, they detected chaotic and violent spiritual waves. Through continuous entanglement and condensation, these violent spiritual waves could produce a special energy crystal. Such special spiritual waves would only appear when a disaster broke out. The more serious the disaster, the stronger the spiritual waves. That was why bastions roamed the universe in search of planets with abundant energy and launched destructive attacks. It was like a well-stirred syrup that had to be thrown in with a cotton thread before it could condense into pure crystal sugar. Chapter 3078 The Failed Ambush 1 Stay alert. There's an abnormal situation ahead. Within the Reaper's internal network, a warning message was sent out, reminding his companions to be on guard. When fighting with cultivators, one had to be wary of all kinds of tricks, and many times, it was impossible to guard against them. As a weapon of war, Reapers were not made of flesh and blood. Instead, they were specially made to target cultivators. The methods of the cultivators were completely ineffective against the Reapers. This natural restraint caused the cultivators to lose miserably almost every time they fought the Reapers. The Reapers would also suffer losses, but the number of casualties was obviously lower than that of the cultivators. Kada, a soft sound rang out, and it was particularly clear in the deep crack. There's a trap, speed up. After hearing the sound, the Reapers, mainframe issued a warning, and the 10 Reapers began to fly forward. And NBSP, at the same time, the two sides of the walls gathered towards the center as if they were about to crush the Reaper. And NBSP, at the same time, sharp stone awls emerged from the rock walls and stabbed towards the Reapers. And NBSP, this situation was extremely disadvantageous to the Reapers. PFF'd. The stone awl pierced one of the Reapers, fixing his body in place. He could not struggle to escape at all. Collapse. Seeing the rock wall pressing down on it, the Reaper's body trembled and turned into countless small mercury snakes. Then, they gathered together and swam forward with all their might, quickly avoiding the closing rock wall. The exit is right in front of us. Stay alert and be careful of an ambush. In the Reaper's communication network, another order was given and they were ready for battle. The next second, the road ahead suddenly opened up. However, there was an abyss beneath his feet. There was no place for him to land at all. It was clearly another fatal trap. On the stone platform opposite the abyss, more than a dozen native cultivators stood, staring at the Reapers with cold eyes. The Reaper, who was in midair, changed its body shape during the fall and returned to its original flying posture. Kill. The native cultivators on the opposite side raised their gun-like weapons and fired at the Reapers in the air. The energy beam that looked like a white rod of light hit the rock wall, leaving a black and dark red mark. In a very short time, the energy beam melted the rock, and the temperature was frighteningly high. And NBSP, facing the concentrated beams, the Reapers were also afraid and quickly dodged the light-speed attacks. The ambushing native cultivators all widened their eyes and chased after the target in the air. All of them gritted their teeth, obviously harboring a deep hatred. The enmity between the two sides was indeed irreconcilable. The sudden invasion of the Reapers had turned the home of the cultivators into ruins. When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. Either the cultivators would kill the Reapers, or the Reapers would kill them all. The biggest characteristic of Reapers was that they never left anyone alive. When the native cultivators attacked, the Reapers also attacked, and they were more well-equipped. Facing the Reapers' counterattack, the native cultivators threw out their Dharma treasures and put up all kinds of shields. And NBSP, they were already prepared and were purposely waiting here to ambush the Reapers that were chasing them. In the course of the battle, one of the Reapers was hit, and a ball of flames burst out of its body. Take his life while he was sick. 10 beams of light shot out one after another, continuously hitting the Reaper's body, directly tearing it apart. They turned into burning shards and fell into the abyss. The other 9 Reapers took the opportunity to rush across the abyss and attack the native cultivators. Their speed was extremely fast. The moment they landed, they launched a close-range attack. One by one, the rapidly spinning chainsaw cut at the native cultivators. PFF'd. A native cultivator was attacked, and his body and shield were cut in half. His broken flesh and blood flew everywhere. Bastard. A few more Reapers were hit, and their bodies instantly shattered, but they were not fatal injuries. In the blink of an eye, the wound healed. This was because these harvesters were made from special materials and were the product of the combination of technology and cultivation. It was precisely because of its excellent characteristics that it became the first choice for clearing up the ground and the nightmare of the cultivators in the invaded world. The longer the battle went on, the worse the situation of the native cultivators became. Even though they were the ones who ambushed, they still didn't have much of an advantage. Don't linger in battle, retreat immediately. After the leader of the native cultivators realized that the situation was not good, he immediately called for his companions to retreat. It turned out that the current Reaper had already completed the battle simulation and had entered the stage of officially implementing it. This was the terrifying part of the Reaper. It had powerful calculation and deduction abilities, and could collect all kinds of data of the enemy during battle. And in a very short period of time, he could complete the tactical deduction and choose the best battle plan. Due to the use of group thinking, the Reapers could act as one person, and their combat power would definitely not just double. And NBSP, the native cultivators knew this and immediately chose to retreat to avoid being surrounded and killed by the Reapers. However, they were still a step too slow. The 9 Reapers had already formed 2 rings and surrounded all the native cultivators. The upper and lower rings attacked at the same time, and a dense rain of bullets hit the native cultivators in the center, leaving them no place to dodge. The local cultivators who were besieged immediately put up their Dharma treasures to defend themselves against the storm-like attacks. In their hearts, they couldn't help but feel a little regretful. They shouldn't have rashly set a trap here. Due to the lack of resources, the weapons and equipment of the native cultivators could not be compared with those of the invaders. In the past battles, the indigenous cultivators had lost more than they won. Even if they occasionally won, they would pay a heavy price. Brothers, I'm afraid we'll die here today. But before we die, I'll kill a Reaper even if it costs me my life. A cultivator with a big beard shouted to his companions as he took out a metal rod. The metal cylinder was engraved with dense runes that flickered with a faint blue light. Cultivators from different worlds naturally had different appearances, but one could not deny the power of their magic tools just because of their appearance. What are you doing? We can't use this thing now. The other cultivators opened their eyes wide when they saw what the bearded cultivator had taken out and immediately shouted to stop him. This special cylinder was comparable to a super bomb, and it was also a weapon for suicide. This was the work of an armament master, only to be able to drag the enemy to die with him when he had no other choice. Before the invasion, few cultivators would use this kind of thing, because they would lose their lives when they used it. However, after being hacked, this blasting tube, which was specially used for suicide, unexpectedly became popular. Some cultivators, knowing that they were going to die, would take the initiative to detonate this kind of magic weapon and die together with the Reapers. Do you really think we can leave this place alive? The bearded cultivator harumphed coldly as he looked at the barrier that was about to collapse. Once the shield collapsed, none of them would be able to escape and would be torn to pieces by the Reapers' weapons. At that time, even if he wanted to take the enemy down with him, he would not have the chance. When Big Beard thought of this, he immediately made up his mind. He could not continue to hesitate. Arg! A shrill cry was heard as the shield of one of his companions was shattered. His body below the waist was instantly beaten into a pile of rotten flesh, and he fell to the ground with a scream. Brothers, I'll take my leave first. Seeing this, the bearded cultivator suddenly rushed out of the team and rushed to the nearest Reaper. Bastard, go to hell. The bearded cultivator's eyes turned red as the faces of his dead relatives flashed across his eyes. Endless hatred erupted in an instant. He stared at one of the Reapers and was ready to hold on to him tightly. He wanted to detonate his magic weapon and die with him. Killing one was enough, killing two was enough to earn one. In any case, it was impossible to suffer a loss. Chapter 3079 Dream-like Reality 1. At this moment, the bearded cultivator was ready to sacrifice himself and exchange his life for a Reaper. In fact, many cultivators didn't think it was worth it. They had long discovered that these powerful and strange Reapers were not real flesh and blood. This was just a weapon of war, powerful and ruthless. After death, it could be mass-produced again. It was this thing that forced the cultivators into a corner and forced them to hide deep underground. Go to hell. As the bearded man roared, he had already activated the blasting tube and charged directly at the nearest Reaper. Even if the other party's bullets were shot at him, the bearded man would not dodge. Instead, he would hold the other party and die together. However, just as they were charging, the bearded man suddenly felt the scene in front of him come to a standstill. The bullets that were shot, the burning flames, and the gravel that flew past his nose. Everything that happened in the blink of an eye was frozen, as if it was a stagnant picture. This scene was very strange, but it also made people feel frightened. What's wrong? He looked at the explosive pipe in his hand. It was clearly in an activated state, but it was at the moment when it was about to explode. The bearded man had many choices, such as throwing it out or stuffing it directly into the Reaper's pants. Then, he calmly dodged the bullets that were shot at him and helped his struggling companion avoid this fatal encirclement. When time stopped, he had too many things that he could easily complete. At this moment, the big bearded man suddenly panicked. He vaguely guessed what kind of power it was, but he didn't expect to have the opportunity to come into contact with it. After all, it was a forbidden area for true gods. So why did he encounter all this? He suspected that this was an illusion before his death, and that all the scenes in front of him were just his imagination. He had to verify it. The bearded man stretched out his hand and easily broke the energy beam that was shooting at him into two. The bearded man panted, feeling that everything in front of him was becoming more and more unreal. At the same time, he seriously suspected that he had really fallen into an illusion and that his real self was already dead. Just as he was feeling puzzled, he suddenly saw an unfamiliar figure appear on the platform. It was a man with a truly perfect image and an indescribable temperament. He had the extraordinary aura of a cultivator, like a statue of a god. At the same time, he also had a faint aura of smoke and fire, making people feel that he was not particularly far away. That pair of calm eyes seemed to have accumulated the vicissitudes of time, and could see through any falsehood in the world. The bearded cultivator suddenly felt ashamed of himself and subconsciously bowed to the other party. His attitude had never been so pious before. "Greetings, Your Excellency." Tang Zhen nodded and asked the big bearded cultivator, "It won't be long before this world is completely destroyed. If you want to live, then leave as soon as possible." Tang Zhen was not exaggerating to scare them. Instead, he could truly sense the struggle and unwillingness of this planet. But there was no other way. The terrifying destruction had destroyed the core of the origin. The origin of the world had scattered everywhere after it had collapsed. The essence would form a special crystal, which the aliens would collect and use as a special energy source. Although it was the same as killing the chicken to get the eggs, it was square and convenient, unlike the cultivators in Lucheng who had to spend a long time to find it. The difference between the two was that the cultivators in the city would leave a chance for the world to survive. As long as he had enough time, there was a possibility of recovery. But a bastion's attack was a pure destruction. There was no chance of recovery. This was the first time Tang Zhen had encountered such a brutal plundering. Hearing Tang Zhen's advice, the big bearded man bitterly smiled and said in a helpless tone, "The entire world has been destroyed, where can we escape to? We stray dogs can only live in the depths of the earth, slowly waiting for death to come." Big Beard and his companion were only ordinary. Their strength was limited, and they could not travel in the void. If they did not use special tools, they could only be trapped on the broken planet. "There's a patrol ship outside that I cut down. I'm sure the people inside have been captured by you." After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the big bearded man was both surprised and happy. They had only discovered the fallen patrol ship by accident and had taken the opportunity to capture all the operators. Then, he set up a trap and prepared to try to kill the pursuers when they arrived. Before this, they were still wondering what had caused the enemy patrol ship to crash. Now, the answer was revealed. It turned out to be the doing of this expert in front of him. The bearded man was full of admiration. To be able to cut down the patrol ship, his strength must be unfathomable. Perhaps he could ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The other party to help the survivors out of their predicament. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Tang Zhen had already opened his mouth. "The patrol ship is not damaged and can still be used normally. It can help you escape this world. Or they could rely on the ship to infiltrate the bastion and find a way to take the enemy down. With them, although the plan is simple, it's extremely difficult to execute. As for how to execute it, it's your own problem." The big bearded man fell into deep thought after hearing Tang Zhen's words. He clearly did not know what he should do. "May I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Why you are helping us?" Just by looking at Tang Zhen's appearance, one could tell that he was not a cultivator of this world. The bearded man was not surprised, because the invading enemies were also from other worlds. Why should I help you? Tang Zhen laughed softly when he heard the big bearded man's question. The big bearded man was stunned for a moment when he heard Tang Zhen's answer. Clearly, he was surprised by this answer. Casually cutting down a patrol ship and stopping time, if this bored big shot got serious, how terrifying would he be? Because of the difference in realm, the big bearded man was unable to estimate Tang Zhen's true strength. However, he knew that it was definitely beyond his imagination. Your Excellency must be very powerful. Please help us fight against the invading enemies. In the big bearded man's opinion, begging for the help of a strong person might be their only hope. Tang Zhen, however, shook his head and decisively rejected the other party. I can't act casually, and I don't need to tell you the reason. From now on, just treat me as an ordinary cultivator. Don't say things you shouldn't say, and don't do things you shouldn't do. The big bearded man was a little baffled when he heard Tang Zhen's warning. However, he still nodded his head gently. Very good, he said. Tang Zhen extended his finger, and the cultivator's corpse that had been cut in half earlier instantly turned into dust. Under the big mustached man's astonished gaze, Tang Zhen's appearance rapidly changed. He actually looked exactly the same as the native cultivators who had died. These reapers are my gift to you. They're also hush money. As soon as Tang Zhen's words left his mouth, the 9 reapers floating in the air were torn into pieces. Before the bearded man could recover, everything around him returned to normal from a standstill. Looking at the world that had come back to life, the bearded man's mouth was wide open, and he did not know what to do. At this moment, a burning sensation came from his palm, causing him to throw away the item in his hand. Then, he suddenly remembered what he had thrown away. Not good, Yingluo. The bearded man shouted in shock, wanting to remind his companions that the blasting tube was already in the activated state. However, a figure suddenly rushed over and kicked the explosive pipe into the abyss. Boom! Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard the muffled sound from the bottom of the abyss. Be more careful next time. Otherwise, everyone will be killed by your naivety. The cultivator looked at the big bearded man and said in a light tone. At the same time, he patted his shoulder. The other companions agreed one after another, saying that it was indeed the case. Fortunately, So and So's reaction was fast enough, so everyone escaped. Did you guys forget that he's already dead, Yingluo? The big guy's face was filled with shock. He pointed at his companion who had been killed by the Reapers but had now been resurrected. His tone was very excited. You must be dreaming. We were the ones who killed all the Reapers, and there were no casualties. His companion looked at Big Beard and said in a doubtful tone. That's impossible, I'm clearly Yingluo. The bearded man shook his head and tried to explain. But at this moment, the companion he remembered being killed suddenly turned around and glanced at him. It was distant and deep, as if it was the gaze of an ancient god, without any emotion. The moment he saw the man's eyes, the bearded man was stunned for a moment, and then his hand fell weakly. Perhaps Yingluo was really just a dream. Chapter 3080, The underground base of the surviving cultivators. 1. The bearded man knew very well that he could not say anything now. He would treat what had just happened as a dream. It was enough for him to know, and he didn't need to tell anyone. If he really did that, he would be harming his companions. Most importantly, his companions might not believe him if he told them the truth. Now, all the cultivators believed that they had unleashed their divine might and destroyed these Reapers. He didn't think about how strong he was. How could he annihilate all these Reapers without any damage? The bearded man knew the truth. It was the same master who had destroyed the patrol ship and stopped time that had altered the memories of all the cultivators except him. Now, he had even disguised himself as a dead companion and mixed into the team. Who knew what he was going to do? The big bearded man thought of this and sneaked a glance at the cultivator who had come back to life, but was not familiar with him. They were all survivors and lived in the same secret base. They didn't usually come into contact with each other. This time, they had gathered together for the mission. No one would ever know his real name or which sect he came from. What the bearded man didn't understand was why he had erased other people's memories but let him go. It was undeniable that it was the other party who had helped save the lives of all the cultivators. However, why would an expert disguise himself as an ordinary cultivator? What was he up to? Not being able to understand Tang Zhen's true motive and not being able to say it out, this made the big bearded man feel extremely uncomfortable. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and clean up the battlefield, then retreat to a safe area. The leader of the team shouted at the big bearded man, feeling that he was a little out of his mind. Are you scared of the Reapers? One of his companions asked with a smile. Of course, he didn't have any ill intentions. He must have been prepared to die together, but he didn't have the chance to sacrifice himself heroically, so he couldn't adjust his mental state. But then again, death is easy, but living is the true difficulty. Another companion said. His tone was filled with admiration. The conclusion he came to was obviously from a fabricated memory, but he did not find anything wrong. Hearing his companions' laughter, the bearded man lowered his head and cleaned the battlefield in silence. He didn't want to say anything now. He just kept thinking about the encounter just now, feeling that it was really incredible. From time to time, he would secretly raise his head to look at his special companion, and then quickly lower his head again. In the end, he discovered that the other party was talking and laughing at the moment, and there was nothing unusual about it. He also acted as if he did not see the big bearded man peeking at him. The cultivators worked together to quickly dissect and clean up the Reapers' bodies. There were many useful things hidden in the bodies of these Reapers, which had a high recycling value. This special combat weapon could be regarded as a combination of liquid metal and various weapons, like plasticine filled with marbles. An unremarkable ball in his body, once activated, would become a powerful weapon. Using high-tech means and spatial technology, they could compress huge weapons to the limit without affecting the effect of their use. The native cultivators who lacked weapons and equipment wouldn't miss out on these spoils of war. They were prepared to take them back for their own use or trade with other cultivators. It didn't take long for the battlefield to be cleaned up. They used the fastest method to clean up the traces left behind, and the group of cultivators quickly left the battlefield. That was all they could do. They didn't dare to stay for too long in case the other Reapers followed them. In the process of retreating, they had to constantly erase their traces. They could be said to be extremely cautious. After wasting 4 to 5 hours, the cultivators finally entered a hidden cave and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. In today's ambush, they had managed to obtain a complete victory by luck, which was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. Before the operation, they were all prepared to sacrifice themselves. After all, the Reapers were not easy to deal with. Luck was luck, but victory was undeniable. The group of cultivators had happy smiles on their faces, and their conversations were very relaxed. Some people had even thought of how to brag about it when they returned. Only the big bearded man remained silent. After going around the hidden hole, a spacious space appeared in front of them. It was the secret base of the surviving cultivators. In order to prevent being discovered by Reapers, a special runic magic circle was set up at the entrance. If he could not track them to the door and crack the runic magic circle, he would definitely not be able to discover this hidden space. In the slightly dark cave, the figures of cultivators could be seen from time to time. Some were talking in low voices, and some were carrying out transactions. No matter what he was doing, he would deliberately lower his voice to the level of a mosquito. Although he wasn't worried about his voice being heard, a cultivator in adversity still had to be careful. Some cultivators were surprised to see Big Beard and the others return. They knew very well what kind of mission Big Beard and the others were on. Cover the retreat of the main force, block any enemies that might appear, and delay as much time as possible. The seemingly simple mission actually hid great danger. It was fine if there were no pursuers, but once they did appear, a battle would be inevitable. The cultivators were very clear about the strength of the Reapers and knew the danger they would encounter if they were in charge of bringing up the rear. If a battle really broke out, there was a 90% chance that the cultivators in charge of bringing up the rear would not be able to come back alive. You guys are really lucky. You didn't run into any pursuers. An unkempt cultivator sitting cross-legged on the side of the road extended his hand in greeting. It was obvious that he knew everyone. Who said so? We've killed 10 Reapers, and we're completely unscathed. After hearing the unkempt cultivator's words, one of the cultivators in the group immediately retorted. What did you say? Annihilate all the Reapers. After hearing this, the surrounding cultivators looked at him in surprise again. They could not believe that Big Beard and the rest could kill 10 Reapers without suffering any losses. There were also some cultivators who were staring at their storage bags as if their eyes had grown hooks. If that was the case, the big bearded man and the others who had killed 10 Reapers would definitely have a bountiful harvest. Perhaps they could discuss it and try to exchange for something useful to them. At this moment, The big bearded man and the others became the focus of attention of the cultivators, and people kept gathering over. In addition to being curious and wanting to exchange resources, he also needed to find out more about the reapers. Being the focus of everyone's attention, the cultivators who participated in the battle were very excited and quickly recounted their previous experiences. Their descriptions were so vivid that it made people feel like they were in their own world, and they couldn't help but praise them. Only the bearded cultivator remained silent with his head lowered. He seemed to have a lot on his mind. The surrounding cultivators didn't pay much attention to this. Because of this terrible disaster, all the surviving cultivators were severely injured, and their characters became strange and gloomy. He didn't like a crowded environment, so he didn't want to show off his achievements. This was a very normal thing. They did not know that the bearded man's mood at this moment was actually already extremely nervous. This was because he suddenly realized that the unknown expert was silently sizing up every cultivator. Oh my god, what is he trying to do? The big bearded man was extremely worried, afraid that Tang Zhen would harbor evil intentions. If that was the case, wouldn't bringing him into the secret base be harming everyone? However, on second thought, it didn't seem possible. If Tang Zhen harbored evil intentions, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. It would be absolutely easy for him to kill these cultivators. Don't make it public yet, let's wait and see, Yingluo. The big bearded man made up his mind and continued to act as a mute. After which, he secretly observed Tang Zhen.